Yeah, stay side. Aight, whether you ready or not.
What is up, y'all? It's the Winter Championship, where violence will be on your screen shortly, because we've got gameplay and fighting and things.
That's true. Welcome to the pre-show, everybody. It's the first pre-show of the year. I'm excited. Are you guys excited?
I'm pretty excited. It's been a little bit. It's been, what, we've had a couple of months since BCX, and now we're in the new year. We're in 2025, and we have some really exciting matches today.
And it's the Winter Championship. Like we said, you can see the snow falling behind us. You can feel the cold, crisp weather outside. And of course, like any Winter Championship, and every Winter Championship, of course, we always have strange things happening, just like in Toy Story. And we're going to get to those a little bit later, but what do you want to start with today, Duke?
Is that like a phrase in Toy Story?
It's the song. Whenever all the Woody stuff is coming down, and then all of the Buzz Lightyear stuff is going up, and it's strange things are happening.
Oh, yeah, okay. Remember that. Anyways, it is definitely an interesting time here at the Winter Championship. It's also an interesting season. If you watched last year's esports season, you might be like, okay, well, these people are going to compete, and then they'll go to the next event, and then maybe some of them will get flown out. No, this year, we've got the top two people, that's Sparky, who will be flown out to our Winter Royale. So, expect Max Mode. Hi. Oh, it's your turn to talk.
So the way Royales are going to work this year are going to be a little bit different than last year, right? It was basically, we had a group of people who qualified through 3 out of the 4 trials, and then they would get to go to one of 2 Royales, or they could make it to both Royales, like several players did. There was a Royale for the Winter Circuit, and there was a Royale for the Summer Circuit. And so this year, we're doing things a little bit differently. You're going to have 4 Royales, kind of more back to the schedule that we had in previous years, where we would have a seasonal championship. In this case, it's the Winter Championship, and then we would have a Royale right after that, the Winter Royale. That's kind of what we're doing here, but a little bit of frosting on top of that to make it even better is especially the Winter Royale is happening in person, but for everyone else as well to come to Max Mode for their chance to play in an open bracket for a final slot in that Royale of players who have qualified. You can see it right there on the bottom of your screen. You can attend the Royale not just to watch like previously, but to play as well for your chance, your last chance qualifier to make it into the Royale with the other players who have qualified. Right there on your screen, you can see sign up now and play for $11,000. It's happening at Max Mode. Sign up now, Atlanta, Georgia, April 25th through the 27th.
Yeah, it sounds so exciting. It's not something that you'd want to miss, especially because there's one player that I have in mind who would really very strongly benefit from signing up for the Max Royale coming on up. But you get a chance to meet some of your favorite players. You get a chance to be able to get into the bracket with the rest of them. It's definitely not an event that you want to miss out on at all.
And if you want your chance to compete as well, because like competing in tournaments is fun. Whether you realistically think you can qualify for the last chance qualifier spot or not, it's still like another Brawlhalla tournament that you get to go to, play against other people in the community as well on that LAN experience, which is just second to none.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a consistent theme amongst top players. Like, these Royales are exceptionally valuable because there aren't that many opportunities to get international competition. And having something like Max Mode that's open to anyone who wants to sign up is just extra opportunities for you to get competition, get practice against these international competitors that normally you wouldn't really get a chance to do. And obviously, as has been alluded to, we've already started our Winter Championship. There's going to be some European players who might already know they're not getting a flight from us to Max Mode, so they might sign up and get their own flights.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting thing. And since you're talking about the players, why don't we move on over into talking about some players now? And we're going to start. Some people are calling Sparky878 the Predictler, with the way he potentially called this very recently.
I don't know who this
on
is.
X, the Everything application.
Okay.
the predictor recently said this is what they're going to do to me if he predicts a Skeldra win. And then all of a sudden today, we'll talk about this player individually, but let's mention this here. Godly DQ'd from the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between, Godly's not in the bracket. So this is a perfect avenue for Sparky878's prediction line to make it all the way through to grand finals. Skeldra has a great route. He's a great player. We've seen incredible performances from him, especially towards the end of last year. He is a massive threat in EU. I think in the offseason, he's only gotten better. So before it was always like the Godly gap. Godly was up here, an amazing player. Everyone else was down here. Again, we're talking relatively speaking. So being down here is still better than virtually everybody else watching this program right now, everybody on the desk included. But I think Skeldra, this is going to be Skeldra's year in a way that like last year was his proving ground, where everyone's now talking about Skeldra, and now everyone is going to be talking about Skeldra in those top 3 conversations.
Yeah, it sounds exciting. I'd love to see how that really turns out because, I mean, again, Godly not being a factor in this bracket, this is the #1 seed player that has been eliminated. Everybody else now has a pretty good chance, a better chance substantially than they had before. The player that I have my eyes on going into this weekend, or going into today, will of course be Munir. Munir just so close to getting the run that he wanted at BCX. I thought that he played fantastic, and he has played fantastic all of last year as well. So that's a player that I would love to see how well he is able to do throughout today, whether or not we're going to see the Tesca or otherwise. And then also because the bracket already has had a chance to kick off a little bit, we got already one upset going into today. A player that a lot of people were really excited about this weekend, which was Rain. Little Mev made the upset over Rain.
Yeah, Lil Mev's already started off with a good run. I want to know what you have to say about Munir. Obviously, he's been a Taros player. It seems like recently he's had a little bit of an identity crisis on who he wants to play. I think he put out on Twitter that he's like, who should I play right now? I don't know. So what do you think? Where do you think he should land as a player?
I have mixed feelings, and it's similar to like when we talk about Kaina. It's like I really like Taros, and I like people who play Taros, but I think right now most people who are hard stuck Taros should be moving away from it, especially because like we saw at the end of last year, Kaina kind of fell a little bit behind with the Taros. So I'm thinking most people should be switching off. I actually really like Munir's Tesca. I think Munir has really solid gauntlets. I'm kind of interested overall to see how Munir's going to be doing, just because like we talked about it before the show. I looked at all of the community tournaments, because obviously no official tournaments have happened since BCX, and I haven't really seen Munir's name in any of it. So it's kind of this big question mark of like most of his practice in the last couple months has either been in ranked ladder or in customs against his friends. So there's not a lot of data to be like, oh, you know what? Maybe the last 3 months he's been practicing Katars. Who knows? But I think starting off with the Tesca would be a really safe pick for him.
Yeah, and string weapons have been pretty much in for quite some time, right? It's not just been the gauntlets, but also like the boots as well. They're good. They're really good at the moment. And we were able to see like how much damage gauntlets we were able to do at BCX as well. So I think not necessarily switching off the Tesca is a pretty safe bet, is a pretty good bet for Munir at the moment. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to our next player. Who do we have after Munir sitting here in the pipe with some more player highlights? We have Ahmet coming up, someone who, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've ever really spoken about Ahmet on the pre-show, so lead us off.
So Ahmet is an interesting one. Like I said, I looked at a lot of the community events, what's been going on, who's been practicing since BCX, and this name in particular was one that stood out. Ahmet won the Logitech Playdays. He also got second place in the Love and War tournament, I think is what it's called. So he's been one of those people, like last year ended off in double digits PR, but has been grinding since then. I'm really interested to see how well that'll transition into an official event, because as been said, like in these community tournaments, Munir hasn't really been playing in them, haven't really seen too much knees in them, haven't seen Godly in them. So there's a lot of names that were like, okay, you did really well, but what happens when you stack up against some of these other people? Obviously Godly's a non-factor because he didn't check in, but still there's these other competitors that we're interested to see how well they're going to go with this.
Now you can see on the bottom of the screen right now it says Ahmet, EU's new rookie. And I like this because it seems like we have everything kind of moving like one step forward except for the people who are at the top. Like they're kind of already at the top, so they have nowhere forward to go. But it seems like all the people down here, like your Saphirs potentially, your little Mevs, a handful of other people that were like down here, they're now moving up into this spot, like right under the Mooniers and the Godlies and the Skeldras. And then you have the people like Ahmet, they're now moving into that kind of tertiary spot, like where Shadra, where Jakey, where Saphir were previously, because they've moved up. This is the vacancy that they're filling in that power vacuum, and I like to see that from new players like Ahmet, and maybe we'll see that from some other players as well in the Winter Championship.
Yeah, it'll be exciting. I personally know nothing about Ahmet. I have not seen
I know
their
next to
gameplay.
nothing.
I don't even know who they play, so it's going to be exciting. The opponent today is going to be Bamia, which is a pretty tough customer as far as they go, and that'll be an exciting match. We'll have it here on the main stream, I believe. And then some other names of what we have in bracket. I feel like we can't ever mention an EU bracket without mentioning Pavelski. And Pavelski is the kind of a player that at any point in time, you always have the ability to make an incredible upset. You have the ability to have some incredible offstage interactions. And then sometimes Pavelski, a couple of SDs, and then that ends his bracket run. So how do you think Pavelski is going to do today?
I think Pavelski is going to be a top 4 player in EU once Priya is legal.
Why?
Because I think people are going to struggle with Chakrams, especially early on. And I think if there's anybody who can take advantage of that, I think it is going to be Pavelski. I think he's going to be one of the best at doing it, at least early on. Like the first tournament that she's allowed, I think he's going to go crazy mode in it and destroy people.
I kind of disagree. I mean, obviously, we'll find out.
See.
As of course, right now Priya is not legal. But I mean, Pavelski's a strong competitor. I think has a lot of fan favoritism in that regard. But I don't know. He's very like volatile. This kind of was alluded to. But also, as you can see behind us, we're supposed to talk about Bamia real quick.
Not anymore!
Now it's Pavelski.
Now it's Pavelski.
Like,
Okay,
we
we're
can
back to
keep talking about
Pavelski.
him. Mordex, cool. He's got really good Scythe, really good Lucian as well.
Don't worry, Bamia. We'll still give you your flowers. Don't worry. We'll get
We
to
said
you
your
later.
name once. Just clip that part.
Moirex is still big. Everybody's still talking about Moirex. Everybody still likes playing Moirex. You saw how well Moirex did at BCX with both Markimu and Godly. What an incredible set that was. And yeah, when you still have like that relevant of like a signature set behind you, and you have such a good weapon spread, when you have that kind of a damage output, Moirex is still going to be big going into 2025. Until Priya becomes legal, until Chakram becomes legal, I actually am just not sure, and I'm really curious to see how the weapon spread really changes. Last year, what was really, really big, Greatsword went up a lot, Gauntlet stayed all the way on top, but I'm curious to see how things mix up and change in 2025.
But to give a little bit more information on Bamia, if we can flip back to that slide, just because I would love to talk about Bamia a little bit more, is Bamia's in an interesting spot because he won Trial of Freya, which was not that long ago. That was September 14th. That was definitely in the latter half of the year, coming out and winning that tournament, and then didn't do as well after that. Didn't play in too many tournaments to where we have like a nice data set there. It was like 33rd at Brawlfire 2024, and then like 5th place at Spirit Realm Spirit World Cup Year 4, which was a 1v1 tournament as well in EU. So we don't have a huge data set to really say one way or the other whether like Bamia is the type of player who's going to top 3 in a tournament like this, or if they're going to be like maybe like an Ahmet, where they're going to be the new like quote-unquote rookie. It's very interesting when a player will be like in the 7th and 9th range and then all of a sudden come out and win a tournament and grab that gold medal, because from that point on we truly have no idea like which way they're going to go, whether that's going to be the peak of their career, whether they're going to stay around that area but not reach that peak, or whether they're going to like fall back down and settle into an area like back into that 7th and 9th range.
Yeah, I'm really curious how well Bamia is going to do, because again, looking at the community tournaments, got 2nd in Logitech, got 4th place in Love and War. So there's definitely been some showings of Bamia being like, you know what, has that potential to podium. Obviously getting a gold medal is very clear potential to get that podium. But this is where we start to go, okay, are you going to have that consistency? Is it going to still hold up? Or is that kind of a one and done? Trial of Freya always, or well, what is effectively kind of the last championship of the year, is always kind of a really volatile event as well, just because Europe, for history, has always had their top PR lose in that event. So that could have just been a one-off, but either way, I'm very curious to see how Bamia is going to be doing today.
Overall, dude, it's the Winter Championship. The fact that Godly got DQ'd from the tournament was already, the tournament hadn't even started yet, and we already got that like Winter Championship jank
Yeah.
that we love to see, that always gives us like, crazy options for the first tournament of the year, and then like moving beyond that and being like, oh man, what does this mean for the rest of the year? So you've heard us already talk about things about Brawlhalla so far. We want to hear what your thoughts are about some of these things. Look at the link below where you can share your thoughts. Call in .studio/winter %20 championship.
Y'all couldn't get a better link. Percent sign? Real?
Call into that link and share your thoughts. You will be talking to Skiff, and he'll be asking you some questions. No idea what questions he's going to be asking you. Maybe if you were Team Sour or Team Sweet, or what skirmishes you've been at. I don't know. This is good. This is going to be a new segment that we're having where Skiff is going to see what your thoughts are about Brawlhalla, and I'm assuming the upcoming esports season. Call in .studio/winter/ %20 championship. We want to know what you guys got to say.
But yeah, talk to Skiff. Skiff's a great guy. Always fun to talk to, and he'll be leading y'all through some interesting questions. And of course, if you get picked, you might end up on the stream during some of our breaks during our other segments. So let us know if you're watching and be like, hey, that was really cool seeing myself talk about how I think Godly's going to somehow magically win, even though he's not in the tournament.
Your voice matters, guys. That's what we all just want you to feel at the moment. We want to hear what you guys have to say. So yeah, you are in the hands of Skiff, I suppose, who whatever he may actually end up asking you.
Strong, capable hands.
Yes.
I always feel safe in the hands of Skiff.
Yeah, as do I. Absolutely. So we got that out of the way. What else we got left to talk about, guys?
Our final thoughts, man. My
please.
final thoughts are, I'm curious what Lil Mev's going to give us today. I really thought that was going to be a victory for Rain. I thought it was maybe not an easy victory, but relatively speaking, an easy victory for one of the top PRs in EU. That kind of messes up my bracket a little bit. That's the biggest thing I'm looking at, but also I'm curious about Taya, because we had Taya versus Shadra in the round where Lil Mev beat Rain. And Taya and Shadra are both players that Polymonto has mentioned to me on like the suite of like the next up. So I'm curious about them as well. Other than that, I'm loving the jank that's coming out of Winter Championship, baby. Always love to see it.
That's what's so special about Winter Championship. Every single year I get to go, ooh, who's been practicing? Who hasn't been practicing? What's going to happen? Are these the people that I need to watch for the entirety of the year? And so obviously it's going to be a really good event. It's going to be really fun. Dara, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with Pavelski this event, you know. I feel like anytime there's this golden of a bracket for Pavelski up ahead of him, he is always capable of causing some problems. I'm also excited to see how Skeldry is going to do today. Elimination side, we have to pay attention to Lane still, because that was a big upset that Little Mev had. That still means that Lane has a lot of potential lethality behind him. So those are the players that I kind of have my eyes on at the moment, and then I want to see how far Mooney is able to go. This is going to be a crazy opening to the Winter Championships.
So I believe we are ready to move into predictions, if I'm not mistaken. So let's move on into predictions. Duke, start us off.
I got Skeldra. He's been looking good. He won the most recent EU event that I saw. And also he's saying on Twitter that he's figured out what he needs to do. And his answer was parry more. But you know what? It helps him. And then Ahmet, I love a good up-and-comer. Bamia has looked the most consistent in the off-season. So those are my three picks. Skeldra, Ahmet, then Bamia.
For my pick in third place, I got Moonir coming through, and that's only because in second place, it's going to be Rain. That's because in first place is Skeldra. I need you to come through here, brother, or else they are going to put me in the contraption this weekend. Skeldra in first place, taking the gold medal home. And I'm going to say, even if Godly was still in this bracket, still Skeldra taking the gold medal home this weekend. He will be unstoppable this year. He will take victories, and everyone will say, where did this guy come from? And Sparky878 will say, I knew.
I love your optimism, and I would also love to see a Skeldry win. But my heart and my brain are telling me something different, which is I'm anticipating a Munir win. We might not have a lot of data on how Munir has been playing for a little bit, but I still have faith. I still want to believe. Second place, oh man, I wanted to say Godly. And I was thinking about that so hard that I didn't really come up with other predictions in time. So I guess while I'm here, I may as well also say Skeldry, because, you know, I'm a big Skeldry fan, and Skeldry is, of course, an excellent, excellent player. And then third place, man, between Bamia and between Pavelski and Lil Mev and Taya, I don't know. I don't have a horse in that race, so I don't actually have a third prediction for you all. I just have my number one and number two set.
Well, pick one. You have to pick one.
I have to pick one? Okay, I'll go for the fun option. I want to see Pavelski in third place.
Okay.
I'm hopeful, optimistic.
Well, that'll do it here for the pre-show for the Winter Championship 1v1, the first tournament of the year, the first pre-show of the year. We're about to be moving into the first games of the year that we will see on stream. I'm really excited. I'm sure y'all are really excited. Duke, take us home.
Yeah, once again, make sure you call in. This is a great opportunity because we'll be going to a break, so this is time for you to just talk to Skiff and just have a nice little chat. He's a great guy. He's very nice and won't get too mad at you because it's Friendship February. But make sure you do that. Find the link. I don't remember what it is.
Callin.studio/winter %20 championship.
20.
Dude, production went crazy. They didn't expect me to get it, which is messed up. I've been the hyperlinkler for like years now.
Yeah, you have been on it. You have been on
so
it.
it's crazy.
You can't just keep giving yourself new self-assigned titles.
It's not me. They're saying it.
Nobody is saying this. Nobody has said this
Many
before.
people are saying it.
He's
Nobody.
the nicknameler.
Okay, you know what? I actually don't really like the fact that you two are enabling.
Anyways,
The enabler.
that'll do it for our pre-show here today. Of
Thanks,
course, we
guys.
got more action. Like Sparky said, we will be bringing y'all some gameplay here in just a little bit. Stick around.
Said it, who we gotta knock off? Cause you mixing with me is like keys in a sock drawer. I'm on target like 30 from half court. You're 15 minutes of fame for more than a half short.
Going off stage with down, eating that end light, coming back on, but that's a side sig on the wrong opponent, but it does not matter.
Hideaway! Are you kidding me? Hideaway! That's what I got till I break the mold. Weight on my shoulders, don't ever fold. We can't break even, no, I bet it
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Brawlhalla EU Winter Championship 2025. We're here with the first 1v1 event of the year. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be an interesting one. I always like going to tournaments where the 1 seed isn't there and everything gets screwed up on one side of the bracket, but we're going to be excited to see that. I know you guys were talking about it a lot earlier. Godly not being here for this first one for the beginning of the year, but a lot of other players are going to be in there. We see Little Mev making that upset over Rain for that 1 seed spot. And then we've got all of the top 3 predictions on the other side of the bracket there, right?
Pretty
With
much,
Pavelski,
yeah.
Skeldra. Who else were you guys talking about? Munir, Bamia Ahmet. Hold on, I gotta press this talk back.
Pretty much all of us. Toast, you need to press the mute button. I need you to know that.
Yeah.
I feel like
I
gotta
think
say
I
that
did
once.
fantastic.
Yeah, you did
talking
great.
over all of that. That was incredible.
I know you struggle with that sometimes, but yeah, like you were saying, the first seed, of course, Godly has been eliminated by himself or by technology. The second seed already down in the elimination side. That's Rain, who went down to Little Mev. But as you also alluded to, all of us on the desk, I don't think any of us looked at the bracket. I know I didn't, because all of our predictions are on the same side of the bracket.
That's right. That's why I was listening to you guys. I was like, Acno's got a pretty nice path over here. And I know you mentioned this, the thing that you favor a lot, and I agree with this, because the last 2 years have shown that the people who grind in the community tournaments during the off season are the players that tend to surprise everybody come Winter Championship, right? And Acno doesn't usually do the community tournament grind, but I do think that he's got that 7+ years of top 8 experience to make a run here with how his bracket's looking on the other side.
Washed. It's 2025. It's fine for him to be washed.
Okay.
I'm Team Lil Mev. I'm calling it now. Actually, no, I'm still Team Skeldra, but like on that side of the bracket.
You have to be team
on that
somebody
side of the bracket.
on the top side of the bracket, because everyone else that you talked about is about to knock each other into the loser side.
Yeah, literally, Ahmet and Bamia are like about to fight. I'm about to like start to cry in 10 minutes, and then after that, it's Pavelski versus Skeldra. Whoever wins that goes up against Bamia versus Ahmet's
Which I think was Dara's 1 and 2.
Yeah.
so that's gonna be exciting. We're gonna be able to see those matchups pretty soon. That's for sure. So I think the first matchup that we got coming up is actually Pavelski Skeldra.
I think so, according to this little thing. If you want to look not at my version of the thing, it's the bracket. You can type ! bracket in chat, and then you can look at the bracket, and you can be like, oh, hey, look, that thing says Brawlhalla on it, or that match says Pro Brawlhalla. So you can watch Acno versus Arda on Pro Brawlhalla. That's the beauty of technology. You can do it too.
And we can find out if there's going to be another upset, because if Arda knocks Acno down in quarters,
then I get to laugh at you.
You do get to laugh at me.
Yeah, because you were really like, you know what, everybody's a fool.
I'm looking at this bracket, and I'm thinking it's going to be like the storyline is Acno's return to form, because something, I don't know, like he used to dominate EU for like years.
He did.
After Blue,
but he's old now.
Down. He's old now.
Yeah,
and
he's washed.
And people that are old are
like
also
Sparky.
washed. That's right. Sparky's Vrax will never win a Winter Championship again.
What do you mean again? You say that like Sparky's Vrax won a Winter Championship.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Ever. Sparky's won something. He won that show match against me.
He did. He also won a money match against Creed.
Wow. Wait, Sparky's just
can't let that one go down.
All everybody here at BMG. Anyways, we got Pavelski versus Skeldra, and it looks like Pavelski is interested in matching Skeldra with a Jaehyun Mir match.
Yeah, this is
okay.
A little
cool.
interesting. Pavelski he's kind of a wild card. As I've said many a time, he is a very volatile person. But when you look at the numbers, when you look at the head-to-head in official tournaments, it does lean a little bit Skeldra 2-1. But in overall tournaments, it's 2-2. It's pretty even. But most people are not expecting Pavelski to go into the mirror match against Skeldra, because Skeldra's kind of a known greatsword main. Like, he's the EU greatsword guy.
That being said, Pavelski is also known for playing Gauntlet, Scythe, and Greatsword, right? Any string heavy weapon is something that we can expect Pavelski to bring out. Matching Skeldra in the mirror matchup, there's been success with other Greatsword mains upsetting Skeldra in the past. This is a matchup that I don't really see him get to play very often, because as far as EU goes, he's the only one that's really playing it as a main weapon. It could be possible that we see Skeldra bring out a different character that still has Greatsword, like he has locked in Mako before, albeit like for like a game. So that's something that could happen if it ends up being a struggle, but we'll have to see how this matchup plays out.
I think The general consensus has basically boiled down to if you're going to play Greatsword, you're playing Jae-Yun. Like 99% of the time you're playing Jae-Yun, but we'll see who is the better Jae-Yun as we get into game number 1 here, our first match of 2025's official season.
Scrapping.
Yeah,
so here we
fighting.
go. Recovery comes through. And Skeldra opening up. Oh, nice shot from Pavelski with that neutral, the neutral lane.
Yeah, that was a good 3-piece, and then he was able to get a juggle there with the neutral finisher and then went in with the recovery. Now we're seeing Pavelski. He's trying to get those resets. Classic for the Greatsword players. Yeah, Skeldra scouts out that dodge through, gets a nice 3-piece on the return.
Downlight from Skeldra doesn't hit either, and Pavelski goes in for that weapon throw, gets the recovery, and Skeldra just might be gone on that first stock. An amazing snipe coming up from Pavelski on stock number 1.
And that's kind of the beauty of, like, y'all have played against each other a lot. I'm sure they've ran into each other in the ranked ladder. And Pavelski very clearly knew Skeldra was going to go for the jump there. I think it was a recovery, but either way, he went for the high response out of hit stun and ended up getting caught by that upward weapon toss. Nice spot dodge from Skeldra. Knew that Pavelski's dodge was still available, and now he gets the 3-piece.
Here's that weapon throw, juggling. No, goes over for the Greatsword, so even up things pretty nicely. Let's see what Pavelski can get started here. It's Skeldra getting in 4 clean hits on the Greatsword, jumping, using all of his jumps to go for that dare recovery, but the recovery a little late afterwards, not getting that combo to connect. And that sidelight and the neutral stick dodged, and then gravity cancels it into a D-light recovery. Pavelski, amazing job on the wake up there to keep Skeldra guessing. Weapon throw switches right over to the Greatsword himself. Let's see if Pavelski's got the same moves that Skeldra's got, because a lot of D-light bridges are coming through here. From Skeldra to put Pavelski in the orange.
Yeah, that is kind of the main follow-up there, is going for that downlight bridge, because you get 2 different options. You can go for that neutral finisher or the side finisher. Depends on the situation, which one you want to use. Oh, that's a recovery stuffed out, but Pavelski thought he was going to catch him with that neutral signature. Skeldra went low there. Still surviving, but just a raw neutral signature as he comes back onto the stage. Means Pavelski with the stock advantage.
And Sig does give Pavelski the stock advantage. This is a pretty solid start from him, all things considered. And then he just, you know, that signature, the side Sig, has really deceptive range when it connects. And then it's like the animation afterwards, it's kind of like a detriment in 2s, but in 1s, it doesn't really matter as long as you get that first hit through. Has so much power taking down Skeldra from center. Look at all that damage coming in now.
Dude, that was such a good mix.
One sidelight finisher after an opener would just do it, right? Pavelski's trying to get in.
Oh, okay, Skeldra misread there, went for the side.
Oh, no, doesn't go for the end sig, goes for the dash pivot sidelight opener instead. D-light, or dare nair. Recovery would knock out here. Is he looking for it? I feel like he's looking for it. Oh, falls for the side air instead.
Okay, it goes for the consistency here, swaps to the regular sword, downlight, side air. Skeldra going to take game number 1. I was kind of noticing neither of them really leaning into the sword for the finisher. That's kind of like the classic thing you do with Greatsword, is like build up all this damage with Jae-Yun with the Greatsword, and then you go over to the sword and you're just like, downlight, side air, downlight, recovery, bingo, bango, you're good.
Yeah, no, they're both just playing with the Greatsword here. Being able to get those knockouts pretty convincingly, Skeldra was able to do the same. I saw that Pavelski had a better time getting like longer strings on Skeldra when he was on sword. But even with that huge lead that Pavelski had against Skeldra for the majority of the game, it was like 550 damage to 390. So Pavelski was getting like really early knockouts, but then when it came to that last stock, just not a single bit of damage was done. And now they're going to continue here on to Fortress of Lions. Jan Ditto going through. Let's see what Pavelski's able to do here, because I think Skeldra was able to adapt quite well that last game. Like I was looking at those first 2 stocks, I was like, okay, Pavelski's got the lead, Pavelski's got the lead. Now I'm starting to be convinced, because I was looking at this game and I was thinking, oh, is he going to be able to hold on to that, or is Skeldra just going to go in 2-stock him going into game 2?
Now Skeldra's going to have to find those dodge reads onto Pavelski, because Pavelski really just scouted out so well how Skeldra was going to react out of those first couple of neutrals and then just kept resetting on him. Unfortunately, the opener's not the most damage, which is why Skeldra is just now starting to tick into the red, but still some really solid mind games coming up from Pavelski. Thought Skeldra was going to come forward with that jump, but managed to avoid that neutral signature.
So damaged. Nice job dodging the sidelight too, and lights him, puts him off the side of the stage. Not going to go for a side sig or a down sig there. Skeldra just reverses the situation, goes for that down air, weapon throw, does pick up the Greatsword. Okay. Ooh. Sidelight and sig could work out pretty well here. I don't think it's going to knock out, actually. Pavelski's still like in that orange-ish territory. That will do it, though. My goodness. Carries him to the right side of the stage, gets the sidelight finisher after a 4-piece string. Amazing job from Skeldra to take the lead here in game 2.
So smart from Skeldra. Really expected Pavelski to go for that same option, that gravity cancel downlight on wake up. And that time he was able to punish it and lead to a KO. Of course, gravity cancel, burning that dodge. letting Skeldra get the full 3-piece. There's the dodge.
Man, Skeldra is just mixing Pavelski. Look at that D-Light Cider coming in, gets the recovery. Nice shot from Skeldra, lands down on the center stage after getting hit by the recovery, still holding on somehow. And Pavelski is at the same amount of damage that he was last stock when he died to that satellite finisher off the right side of the stage. So let's see what Pavelski's able to do here now that he switches over to the Greatsword.
We'll see if he can add up that damage here. Might want to just control that weapon spawn, but Skeldra staying on top of him, gets him with the nair. No, the dodge is up. There's the dodge. Skeldra with the pickup, but he's actually getting kind of bounced here on that wall.
Oh, nice job. Gets the weapon throw, and then even though the weapon throw missed, he grabbed it off the bounce off the ground, gravity canceled it into a downlight, and then you get the downlight finisher immediately, and Greatsword's downlight finisher also descends while using it. It's my favorite move to gravity cancel in the entire Greatsword kit, and Skeldra uses that after like almost as like he covered the fact that his weapon throw wasn't gonna hit.
Yeah,
that
it was
so
a good bait because it kind of forced out the option. Pavelski I think spot dodged in reaction to that weapon toss, and Skeldra's like, okay, easy does it. But,
yeah, what are you gonna do to
clean it up?
Dash to avoid that downlight? Anyways, you're right. Pavelski did clean it up right away, and now it's back to an even game. And Pavelski's got Skeldra on the left side of the stage, gets the dodge, tries to catch the landing, but Skeldra throws the weapon to stop the sidelight from Pavelski catching his landing. And they keep it really close here. Pavelski still has control over the match so far, but Skeldra battles his way from the edge of the stage, gets the nair, gets the recovery, puts Pavelski in orange.
You're seeing Skeldra kind of slow this one down a little bit. He's staying back, kind of just jumping. He's going to swap over to the sword, not quite in KO percentage, but might just want to finish it down. Sig, not going to connect. Pavelski able to dodge through.
Yeah, nice job getting back to the stage there, and doesn't get punished for it, although I like that idea a lot. Goes in for that dash jump nair. Both players looking for one hit at a time here. Skeldra sticking to the sword, neutralize Pavelski off the right side of the stage. It's not at the damage yet that I would expect Skeldra to want to stay on sword, but it looks like he has no interest in going back to the Greatsword at the moment. Pavelski still looking for that end light opener. Weapon throw forward. Skeldra has to switch to Greatsword now.
Might start fishing for a signature here in a second. You can see he doesn't want it, throws it away. There's the sword spawn.
The sword comes through.
Nice.
Does the D-Light pick up gravity cancel and Sig? Was that, or was it just D-Light and Sig?
No, D-Light pick up, gravity cancel, and Sig. Really well done from Skeldra. I mean, the thing that led into it too was just like he knew Pavelski was going to cover that weapon spawn, so he did dash in, dash back. Pavelski throws out an N-Sig trying to catch Skeldra coming in, and that led to that KO.
Yeah, there was that weapon throw and a gravity cancel D-Light that we saw. And then Skeldra going for downlight. Yeah. Jump, pick up, gravity cancel to neutral Sig. So I was almost going to say it was D-Light recovery because of how similar it is in its function there. But really, Skeldra was just fantastic off of all those weird situations off of either weapon pickups or weapon throws, right? Because the stock before that was like weapon throw missed, pickup had it covered, gravity cancel downlight. And in that situation, he had lost his weapon twice trying to do combos. And then the spawn just comes in and he goes, I'm going to actually use this to my advantage. And opens up with the D-Light, gets the neutral Sig. Pavelski may have been at a damage to where D-Light unarmed neutral Sig would knock out, but I'd say that was definitely the best call considering that looked like a true combo.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's a very tough call to make in the moment. Really, it comes down to how confident are you in hitting that. Like, if Skeldra is like, yeah, I got a 50% chance of hitting this, then that was just a big gamble. But if he's like, I hit this 100% of the time, then that's just smart plays.
Yeah,
it's definitely more optimal if you can hit it consistently.
It'd be interesting to understand if that's how some players think when they go for something. There's kind of like, okay, this combo has a 50% chance of hitting. I'm not sure. I think Skeldra so far has just felt very confident with all the new moves he's doing, right? Because he's showcasing an ability to on the go cover the options that he's choosing, where like if he does something and his opponent reacts to it effectively, he's got something to follow up with it to be able to get the stock. And it's been really interesting watching Skeldra develop in that way, but doing so well against Pavelski here is really impressive as well. I can see why he's a favorite from so many of y'all to make it in the top 3 today. Well, through the gauntlet of all of the top players
everyone else we're predicting
on the bracket.
Caught him poking his head up there. See, this is where I'm starting to get worried, though, because at the end of Game 2, Skeldra seemed like he didn't want to play Greatsword, which is kind of his main weapon. And now we're starting into Game 3, and Pavelski is already about to lap Skeldra's stocks. this is starting to look really bad. Like, this is a position where Pavelski could just get the momentum and run away with it. Okay.
This is also a position where Skeldra could just equalize things with one good string. Sideline finisher off the right side has been his favorite way to knock out Pavelski in this best of 3 so far. And he's got Pavelski off the right side as well. Never underestimate Pavelski's ability to throw away a lead, dude.
For sure.
that's something to think about.
In that situation, Skeldra's the one who took it. That wasn't a Pavelski classic of like going too hard off stage. That was a Skeldra just played real well.
And Skeldra's continuing to play real well here. That is 2 stocks without any damage taken from Skeldra in under a minute.
And the falling side air to finish it off keeps that kind of forward poke and got him with just the edge of the greatsword there. And now Skeldra about to lap Pavelski. All right. You know what? I was wrong. I can admit
side air. Wait, but I mean, like, you're right, though. This wasn't Pavelski, like, trying to, like, gauntlet nair 5 times off the right side of the stage and SDing, right? This is Skeldra just destroying Pavelski off the back of that first stock, and he still is continuing to put on the pressure with this greatsword, although I think it's damaged enough to where, like, a few hits might knock it out of his hands. Let's see if he switches over to the weapon. No, he's going to hold on to this until that stock flies. Okay. Switches right over to the sword. Neutral light comes through. Any extra damage from Skeldra here would be fantastic for his win here, but Pavelski, if we want him to go to game 4, he's got to take the stock now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have to take this one and then start working on that next one ASAP because he's already fairly damaged here. Good side air there.
Oh.
Yo, Skeldra. He went for the style there. He went dodge for dodge, went with the gravity cancel downlight, and it's going to pay off. Downlight, ground pound, side air. Skeldra with the 3-0 over Pavelski.
Yeah, very convincing. A little surprised that Pavelski stuck with the JN the entire way through. I know that he's got a lot of different legends in his roster, but this might just be what he's prepared for Winters today. And if that's the case, I'm glad he stuck with it. But Skeldra is like one of the best greatsword players, but outside of Hughes, I guess, right? When thinking about all the players in the different regions, and EU certainly the best. And it really showed here. Even in the games, I think game 1, he had a deficit. Game 3, he started off at a very huge deficit, and he brought all of those back. And then in game 2, it was just very confidently in his favor. So really well played coming out from Skeldra here, going up into, I believe he's going to be going against the winner of the matchup we got next. Yes. Which is Bamia versus Ahmet.
Yes.
And then we'll see if he can get in the top 8 from there. But he's looking very good.
For sure.
For the start of the year.
He's looking really good. And one final thing I want to say about Pavelski is that I think he's mostly been practicing on the Priya, right, since the Priya launch.
That's right.
And so if you want to look for, like, what's the closest in the kits that Pavelski has, it's probably
Spring Championship.
because you got, like, a sword and then you have a, okay. But either way, won't see the Jaehyun at least on the mainstream for a hot minute on the side of Pavelski. You might see it come out from Skeldra. But like you said, up next we've got Ahmet versus Bamia. Both of them kind of up-and-comers. Bamia's been a little bit more here, but when it comes to the head-to-head in official tournament or in official tournaments, it's 0-0. But in unofficial tournaments, I've seen Ahmet win a couple more times over Bamia.
Yeah, Ahmet's path has been very linear, actually, over the past year. Where, like, if you look at the official seasonal championships, he's, like, getting 129th, right? Then getting into top 90, like getting a 96 or something. And in the community tournaments as of December, he started getting into those top 8s, and then, as you said, doing better and better as of these last 2 months. And over the course of all those tournaments I was following, it's always been different Gauntlet legends. Like, I've seen him go from Zariel to Petra to, I think there was a little bit of Mordex in there, and then lately it's been a lot of Teska. But everything that's been transferring through his entire tournament runs have been on the Gauntlet. So a lot of, I wonder if you... I wonder what player in EU you would look at to say where the inspiration's coming from. I naturally just look towards Godly whenever somebody comes in playing only the Gauntlets throughout the entire way. I expect Ahmet to be playing Gauntlets here against Bamia. And I'm very curious what character he's going to be locking in. That's going to be the Petra. Okay, cool. So, but there's a possibility that it could change depending on what's going on here. He's definitely a Gauntlet main and not a Petra main.
Yeah, both of them, I think, have pretty similar character pools. Like, obviously, we saw the graphic with Bamia. He obviously has a Petra. He's currently locked in on the Mordex. It's really, really interesting because they're pretty similar in terms of character pools, but then you look at raw PR and Bamia's PR7 versus Ahmet, who's PR29 right now. So, like, mathematically, most people would think Bamia, but like I said, in community tournaments, Ahmet's been getting the W, but this is not a community tournament. This is an official tournament. We'll see who can get the W here.
And it differs from person to person.
For sure.
Like, if this was Munir, I wouldn't worry about the upset factor.
Yeah.
I don't think Munir ever looks at PR or seed or any of that nonsense, right?
I don't even know if he looks at the game.
That's actually a good point. From interviews we've had with him, that is valid. But when it comes to other players who I haven't had this conversation with, there's also the factor of it's seed 29 versus 7, but he's like an up and coming seed who's doing better and better every event. Like, you could be the reason why his seed jumps up to. His PR jumps up to the top 15 or top 12 or whatever, right? And so that pressure can come in through. So far, though, Bamia is looking untouchable in game number one. Using that scythe downer to bring Ahmet to the left side of the stage. Could take him down here with a D-Light recovery as well if he's able to get that execution off on the gauntlets.
Yeah, hasn't really been fishing for it just yet. Just going to go for the raw recovery right there on top of Ahmet. And like you said, we spent so much time talking up Ahmet, and Bamia's like, all right, well, I'm going to get the first stock while y'all be doing that talking.
Bamia's in that trio of EU players that came through the community tournament pipeline, right, with Rain, Munir, Bamia, who, like you said, has been playing really well. That being said, Ahmet made up for that damage deficit real quickly by not even having to do the damage to bring it to 2-2. Fantastic early knockout there.
2 nairs and a weapon toss, but the weapon toss stuffed out a recovery, and it was just enough to keep Bamia from coming back to the wall.
Oh, nair, down air, doesn't get the side air on the jump. Ahmet ends up crossing him up, but falls down to that neutral light into the end sig. Bamia goes for that side air, just barely doesn't clip him. If that got, that was going to be the stock, and Bamia is right back to doing a ton of damage. I think Bamia's taken maybe like 80, 100 damage this entire game so far, as well as Ahmet's taken like close to near like 350.
Yeah, like Bamia's doing the classic, like build up all this damage, go for the finisher. It's a recovery, nobody's surprised. But on the other side,
he had the D-Light that time.
He needs the big offstage plays if he's gonna keep himself in this.
Yeah, and that's not something that you rely on. That's something that you get, like, depending on the quality of the game, I'd say you get one of those a game, if not a set, where like you can catch somebody off guard like that, and now that they know that you're going for it. But Ahmet's got to start getting these neutral wins, because so far Bamia is completely outclassing him in this gauntlet matchup. And then when it's onto the scythe, Ahmet's also having trouble getting in. Like, we haven't seen him get any solid gauntlet strings just yet, besides that one off stage. The sidelight into a whiff. Bamia's returning with his own little pokes here in the neutral light. So much more confidence from Bamia's movement in game number one here. But Ahmet finally gets him off the left side of the stage. Let's see if he gets the stock here. It could have been a lot better, but so far Bamia's he's hit him like 7 times.
Okay, that'll clean it up at least. Gets the recovery, gets it to final stocks. Ahmet, if he goes God mode, if he gets the off stage, he could get this one, but he's back onto the orb, and honestly speaking, I feel like his orb just hasn't been putting in any work.
Yeah, the gauntlets have, well, they've been the result of all the knockouts so far. Let's see if he can do something with it. Goes into the recovery here. No, okay. Bamia's not able to get that knockout. D-Light would be huge if he's able to get out the side of the stage, just kick him off, go for the edge guard. Nice juggles coming out from Ahmet, but that side air is almost going to knock out on its own. And now just a raw recovery from Bamia is probably going to be the deal. He could miss 10 of them, and it would be fine. Yeah. I don't really know how Orb's supposed to punish whiff recovery outside of a nair.
Okay, that side air can't afford too much more than that. Ahmet is getting so incredibly damaged. The neutral light is going to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know neutral light is like, it's been like over a year and a half since it got nerfed. But every once in a while, I look at that move and I go, will that ever knock out? And it turns out, yeah.
Eventually.
Your damage is high enough. Okay. Signs of life from Ahmet coming out from that game number one, very clearly in Bamia's favor. Let's see how game 2 plays out here. If we go to a stage with platforms, perhaps. I don't know if they went back to Demon Island or not. No, they're going to an even smaller stage with even less platform.
So looking at the numbers, though, Ahmet did put out more damage on the orb, 206 damage versus 104 on the gauntlets. But for me, it comes down to the damage taken on those weapons. He took 445 damage with an orb in hand versus 133 with the gauntlets.
Okay.
We'll see what the switch up is here in game number 2, because he's still sticking with his Petra, and right now it just hasn't been working against Bamia.
Yeah, and it doesn't really fit the narrative that I was setting up for him.
Oh, bro!
Geez. Okay.
This is not Small Brawlhaven. That should not have happened, but it did.
Well, I mean, it's
double gauntlet recovery at the top.
It's as close as you get to Small Brawlhaven.
Yeah.
But that was
it's like medium Brawlhaven.
I'm used to seeing that with Blaster's recovery, but
yeah.
is what it is. I'm at going down to 2 stocks in a very quick fashion. And what was I saying? I was saying that, yeah, the narrative that I was setting up for Ahmet was like, wow, look at all these gauntlet legends. Your gauntlets are going to really work here. And now it's been 55 seconds, and that's 2 stocks gone down to Bamia's gauntlets. What was the lifetime head-to-head between these two?
In official events, 0-0.
0-0, okay.
So it's
this will be the first time. Yeah, Ahmet is meeting his match right now. Bamia has nared him 3 times. that's a lot of damage. Okay, nair recovery. I mean,
Dair puts him off
side
stage.
sig here, goes from the down
Okay,
sig.
okay.
He
Didn't get 3 stocks.
Traded the 3 stock for style points and got ground pounded for it. So Ahmet's able to put a point onto the board. But I'm looking towards game 3 here. I don't know
For
what
sure.
you do.
I don't know what Ahmet's going to do, especially because like this game too, unfortunately, like we're like less than 2 minutes in and it already feels like a wash. That means there's not going to be that much information Ahmet can get unless he plays really good on this final stock, but he's deep red. Like he's already in the territory where a neutral light could pretty much finish him off.
Oh, a neutral air almost finishes him off, and that was unarmed. Yeah. Side air would definitely do it. Side light might do it, honestly. Down light would do it. Bamia's just got to hit 1 attack. Ahmet's playing very, very well defensively with the orb here, and I'm actually surprised Bamia's not like being a little more risk averse, right? Okay, he did the side light, but he didn't do the strong hit.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't.
I think it had to have been an accident.
It's like habit.
Okay, finishes the stock there. That was called about like 45 seconds into the game, but it took an extra 2 minutes for Bamia to take out the last stock. I'm seeing that Ahmet has the ability to play very well with a lead if he can get it. I think one of Orb's strengths is that as like one of the few zoning type weapons, like you can do like these like fadeaway down airs and stuff, right? It's very good at holding on to a lead. It looks like Ahmet's got that strategy ready to go, but Bamia's rushing him down so fast within the first few seconds of the game that like you can't play as if you have a lead if you're down 1 stock to 3. So I'm curious where we're going to be going here. Back to Demon Island for game number 3.
A little surprised, Small World's End was left on the board. That was obviously the map that we just played on where Bamia looked incredible.
And then Bamia picked
and he was like, no, Demon Island this time. I
Might
want a
just like it
higher
more.
ceiling. I did you wrong, and that was unfair to
That
you.
double recovery. I mean, I guess like you can look at it as risk, whereas like Bamia's like, for being super strategic, you could say, I'm going to be knocking you out at the same point in time regardless. I'm the one at risk here of getting cheesed if I go to the smaller map. But also, Bamia could have just like picked whatever was on the screen first.
Maybe.
It's good either way. Let's see what Ahmet's got in the tank here.
Well,
Because so far these last 2 games, these 2 sets that we watched, I kind of looked at it and it's like it feels a little biased towards the winner, but also I haven't really been seeing any of the evidence here to say that you can take it back.
Nice downlight side air there from Bamia. Puts Ahmet off stage. Ahmet, he's been holding on a little bit better here in game number 3. Sweat beating. Bounced off the stage. Doesn't have movement here. The Nair. Yeah, he's going to get the wall touch. Going to get that reset.
Ooh, neutral light does go wide.
Weird.
All right. Ahmet makes it back.
Downlight down air. Unarmed. In 2025. He's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's that. Where does it land in terms of like the optimal follow-ups of downlight?
Pretty low.
Pretty low?
Honestly, like downlight side air would have at least made a little bit more sense in my opinion.
Downlight side light might actually be even better.
Yeah.
Just because they had the fixed angle knockback. Either way, he's just holding down, just hitting his buttons.
Okay.
Nice
Hits
job
the
with
side
side air.
Ooh, okay. Went for the recovery there. Tried to mix him up.
No,
Oh,
that
this
might
could be
just
bad.
be it. He's going to wait. He's hovering around for that down air. Gets the nair, sends him back off stage. Ground pound here could finish it. Goes for side sig. Nice job from Ahmet fading away from the side sig, then waiting for the dodge cooldown to get the directly horizontal dodge to the stage, and gets the reversal there. That was the difference between being 3 stocks to 1 and now having an even game.
That had to have been like just superior mental timing on Ahmet's part, because if that dodge did not come up in time, that stock was gone.
Yeah, it's important that he didn't fast fall even while dodging that side sig. And luckily for him, he was able to do that. That neutral light will disarm him. Sends him flying to the left side of the stage. Good nair. Gets the chase dodge right afterwards. Yeah, those down airs are coming out like super quick out of like his hit lag, like the lag on the end of his whiffed attack. So I wonder if he's just like using it to get back to the ground. I don't know. Bamia's got, I think recovery would just knock out here at this point, right?
Yeah.
Without a down light.
Might need a little bit more just because, again, Demon Island, sometimes has a weirdly high ceiling, but ooh, that whiff downlight, and Bam is going to get in there. Ground pound thrown out.
Ground pound, a little risky from Bamia. Ahmet's actually shown a lot of power in the reversals here on the whiffed edge guards, but that downer will catch Ahmet going off the left side of the stage. Bamia's got one more opportunity here. Ground pound goes for Nair.
He got the touch.
Did touch, but that weapon throw will seal the deal. Bamia is now one stock away from winning this 3-0. Match point, stock point.
Yeah, but I would say this is the most doable game on Ahmet's part. Like, he's built up a decent amount of damage here onto Bamia. Downlight, gravity cancel Lensig, not gonna quite do it. He's over to the gauntlets now, gonna need a recovery.
Ooh, neutralite hits. Bamia goes in for that downlight the other way. Doesn't get punished for it, and Ahmet's almost got the stock here. Gonna get the recovery. Oh, that's gonna be damage coming up from Bamia. The dodge forward, the side air hits. Ahmet does get it. Okay, Duke, like you said, it was the most doable game so far, and now I really believe it. It's 1-1. Ahmet's only got like 2 neutral interactions worth of damage on him. Lost, but Bamia is destroying him. Gravity cancel, unlight, and recovery. Oh man, right when Bamia picks up the scythe, it's like, look at how much damage he does. Side light and sync just barely dodged out of the way. That side sync was crazy. Ground pound connects, and that's going to be it. Bamia with the 3-0 over Ahmet. Another top 3 prediction goes down. Elimination side, not out of the bracket, but very quick faction. Bamia looking fantastic. I'm actually very excited for Skeldra Bamia. That looks like that's going to be a good set.
It's going to be good, for sure. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. I'm so curious what was going on with Ahmet. Like, there's so many times where he does a move where I'm like, what were you thinking?
Like the down airs and the side six. And it would happen, like, right after a move that occurred.
Or, like, even in the replays, we saw him do a downlight and then chase dodge diagonal side air where, like, 99% of players are just going to do downlight jump side air. I'm so curious.
Can you check what the highest placement Ahmet has had in an official tournament is? What the last one was?
13 in the Trial of Leve.
Okay. All right. Cool. So he has made it pretty far in these officials before, and there's a chance they can make it even further, right? Like as we said, he's out here in top 32 winner side, but still in elimination side. Very high chance to be able to see more of Ahmet there on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, which I might be checking out myself in between our blocks because I want to see Ahmet against a player that's not Bamia to have a better idea of how he's doing right now, because Bamia looked so good that it didn't even give Ahmet a chance to shine.
Yeah, really rough game for Ahmet, but still plenty more games to come. If you have opinions about that, maybe you're a fan of Ahmet, maybe you're a fan of Bamia, maybe you're a fan of somebody we didn't get to see, you can call in. I think Skiff's already been talking to some people. I'm going to pretend he has. Maybe he's talking to me in my Discord DMs. I don't know. But either way, you can talk to Skiff if you go on over to callin.studio/winter%20 championship, and you can talk to Skiff.
Yeah, call in. Give us your thoughts, and also just have a nice conversation with Skiff. You might be surprised.
He's a great conversationalist.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. Very excited to hear what you guys have to think. So call in right now, like Duke just said. Callin.studio/ I think that percentage 20 is like a URL code for like the space bar.
Probably.
And
it's probably just like a filler thing, and like
next time.
But it's
just
just
like
it's so silly
or just
to me.
like match it together.
Just do underscore. Like, come on.
You don't even have to put a space, right? But we'll do better next time. In the meantime, you guys can figure out where the percentage key is on your keyboard.
Shift 5.
Shift 5. I thought it was Shift 6.
Ooh,
I've never thought about it. I just muscle memory.
That's carrot.
Okay. Well, anyways,
I have a keyboard right in front of me. I literally looked down.
We'll be back. We have a short break, and after that, we'll be getting the winner's quarters. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Championship. We've already had some upsets abound, as of course it is an esports event here for Brawlhalla, but we've got more upsets on the way. Up next, we have Taya versus Little Mev, both making upsets because they're PR 14 and PR 38.
And those PRs are going to be going up a lot higher after the Winter Championship here. That bias like changes at the beginning of a season, right? Like as older events get older, they have a less
They get
weight.
sunset because they're old and they get the plug pulled on them.
But your wins on the people that are at the PR as they are right now still have a lot of weight, right?
Yes,
so these
of
upsets
course.
are a huge deal for Little Mev coming out here, and also Taya having that win over Shadra. Little Mev's win over Rain is the biggest deal here,
For sure.
I think. Rain is my personal favorite to being the best EU player this year, assuming that Godly can't continue to make these events, right? So like, but even before that, right, he's like getting good enough to where he's like one of the few people that I think could consistently even contest Godly throughout the entirety of an esports season. So having Little Mev have that win and having it be a 3-1 is like crazy to me. So I'm excited to see what Little Mev's got to offer here against Taya here in this best of 5.
Well, right now, Little Mev is offering up a Akuma, the crossover mirroring the abilities of Val. And on the other side, Taya, the classic European. It's the Ulgrim, but it's a level 100, so you know Taya is an Ulgrim main for sure.
Yeah, that's probably the most common level 100 in all of Europe.
Yeah.
It has to be, right? Ulgrim has been here to stay in EU for, I think, over like half a decade now.
But that being said, like, when's the last time you've seen an Ulgrim do really well in singles? You're still not going to see one, so it's fine.
It's been a bit. I'd say no, because even when Blaze does well in singles, he's usually piloting Bryn, right? Ulgrim's almost entirely for 2s. Wait, no, there is one. Oh,
Taya.
it's Delta.
Well, Taros.
Taros and Ulgrim, mostly Taros though. You're right. I'm like associating Axe as Ulgrim, and it's not really fair.
Meanwhile, Mev just having a classic casual game. Side sigs over the corner, takes 2 stocks off of Taya with about a minute into this game, showing why Little Mev was able to take down Rain. Like,
Little Mev's looking at his position in the bracket, and he's going like, oh, Godly's not here. I need to not only take the 1 seed position, which he did over Rain, I now have to act like the 1 seed. Oh my God.
Okay, well, never mind.
That would have been so cool.
It would have been so cool if that came out.
Instead, he just neutral
ready.
the
I was so
blast zone,
excited.
and Taya just just slow walks back on
He's
the
like,
stage. Just like,
I'm gonna touch this ball now.
Fine. I'll keep trying. Wow, Little Mev is destroying Taya here. We have some of the most one-sided games in Europe I've seen in a very long time. It's like the disparity between the folks that have like prepared for Winter Champs. I'm not saying that Taya hasn't prepared, but Little Mev is like, what on earth is happening here? Let's see if Taya can adjust.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Taya needs to take some time here. Won't find much, but that is a Little Mev W. I was hoping Taya could at least extend this one, maybe get an extra minute on the clock just again for that information. Figure out why Little Mev is just clapping so hard so that you can be like, all right, I need to adjust. I need to play against these gauntlets a little better. I need to play smarter. I need to put better positioning against the sword.
There's the neutral stick.
Yeah.
Really great spiking angle there too, but Mev had used like every single resource available to be able to go for that, and so understandably Taya makes it back, but not much longer afterwards. A really fantastic start coming out from Mev. What on earth is Taya gonna do? That Ulgrim has got gold-plated text as a level 100 Ulgrim. Now, time spent playing a video game
is not equivalent to skill in thing.
However, Taya is at winner's quarters in the Winter Championship. So that time spent has relatively gotten Taya a lot of skill in the video game, right? That being said, the difference between Mev right now, at least in that game number 1, is making me go, what is going to happen in game 2?
Okay, well, looking at the numbers, Lil Mev put out a lot of damage with a sword. 307, only took 100 on it. So definitely going to lean into the sword. On Taya's side, did a little better with the axe, 145 to 209 taken, where on the lance it was 82 damage put out versus 177 taken. So Taya swapping over to the Zol. Going to lean more into the axe. Going in with a higher strength axe. I think this makes a lot of sense.
If I'm not going to hit him much, I might as well hit him hard.
Might as well hit him really hard.
That's what we're going to be seeing here. Not as hard as possible. Could be 10 strength. Zol's not going into 10 strength. We're taking a dex for a little bit of movement speed to see if we can keep up with how fast Mev's been playing. Cannon coming up on the field as well. Not to be understated, Cannon is very, very good, especially Zol's kit. Yeah, that down stick in particular is really great when covering the ledge, especially with how small Demon Island's ledges are. But also, side stick can just catch you off guard in the same way like a Surrey side stick can, whereas like you react to the startup of the move, and then the move lasts longer than you think, but the power goes up. Even though like he starts like slowing down at the end of the side stick, it's still not any less powerful.
I think the thing that makes it so scary though is like you dash into it, so most people are like, oh, you just dashed forward, nothing's gonna happen, and then you're like still running at them, you're like, oh,
yeah,
more's happening.
Yeah, and then you lose your stock in orange because it's Zol. He's got 9 force. Side air hits, however,
That's 2
though.
points.
Another side air is going to get the edge guard there, and Mev, in quick fashion, is going to take Taya's first stock in game number 2.
Yeah, didn't take too much damage there either. Mev looking really solid. Juggles the weapons, going to stick with the gauntlets because didn't have a chance to get that sword. Taya looked better with the cannon.
Good counterplay of the side sig there. Mev did not dash forward, not dodge forward, wait at the end of the side sig.
Nice.
But that sider is going to take him down, showing the power of Zol right there. Taya evens things up 2-2 very quickly, much better than game number 1.
Yeah, definitely not uncomfortable on this cannon. Taya's been doing kind of the classic cannon stuff. Hit him with the sidelight, see how they react that time. Chased with another sidelight, and then went in with that Sair for the finisher.
Ground pound gets countered by Taya's ground pound, but no jump. I think a jump was expected there from Taya, and instead ends up falling down, goes to the weapon throw. Mev, nice job with that nair into side air. Gets hit by that D-light recovery, and Taya is actually matching. A lot of unarmed damage coming up from Taya. Sidelight nair, down air, ground pound, anything would have been huge there, but still the damage is nice. If another sidelight nair can come out from Taya, Taya could actually take the lead, and that would be pretty huge, but that dash jump pivot Sair is going to put Taya off the left side of the stage. Downlight side air could get the knockout here. Mev's going to wait out the jumps.
Got the
nice
touch.
landing. Yeah, got the touch with the dash land, and then the nair on the way back to the stage. Taya doing a great job managing his resources.
Oh, sweat beating though. Has positioning here, should be able to land down. Yep, nice dash land. Gets the touch, down sig. Mev spaces out properly. Downlight nair though. And Taya's got the stage control.
Yeah, didn't want to take the risk of dash jumping over the blast. Didn't quite have the timing down to punish Taya for that down sig whiff. Recovery now going to knock out after the second one comes through, but very close. Cannon side air, axe side air, both would take Mev out in an instant. But that down sig is going to come through there and put a little bit of extra credit onto Taya. Nice down air into side air, and many more damage coming out from Mev here. Might be, actually, this might just be the game here. Goes for the nair here. Taya has to go to the other side of the stage. Can Taya even make it back? Okay, yes, gets the dodge.
Okay, dash landing, once again, getting that touch. But Mev still adding up all this extra credit, all this extra damage onto Taya's final stock here in game number 2. Ground pound comes out. Taya.
Mev, what are you doing?
Nice.
The ground pound came out.
Yep.
And I think it was supposed to be a directional dodge, but Mev just ended up spot dodging and then falling for a little bit, and then there was just no resources left. That weapon throw gets that recovery through. Let's see if Mev's able to still hold on to the lead after that one, because Taya was celebrating quite a bit after that stock.
Just
I don't think Taya touched. Okay, D-light recovery. One more of those might do it.
Goes in with a dare, and yeah, that's going to be a punish. Mev, downlight recovery. Mev's up 2-0.
Okay, EU is speedrunning singles bracket today, dude. There's been some one-sided matches that we've seen so far, and it's been a while since like I've had so many back-to-back matches where I feel like as I'm watching them, I can't even begin to think about what the opposing player, to like the winning player, needs to do to win.
Yeah, like how do you adjust? And it's like everything needs to be better.
The Skeldra-Pavelski match was a little close, but it was still like Pavelski getting like what he does, really early stocks, the earliest possible damage off the side of the map, being down 200 damage, whatever, right? But like these last 2 sets, it hasn't even been to a point where I felt like their opponents could start playing at the same game. Yeah. And now we're seeing a Kaya pick coming out from Taya, which just doesn't even really have any overlap with the last 2 legends.
It's just a cute name, Taya on the Kaya, man.
Taya, Kaya.
That's all that matters.
Kaya, man. Yeah, I guess that's.
If you're gonna go out in style with rhymes. But yeah, you know what? Okay.
If we're looking at it from a meta perspective, Kaya has been most meta in EU out of any other region for singles, I think. I guess South America had a little bit too. But like Acno made the character popular.
I guess. But okay, like you said, Zol didn't work, Ulgrim didn't work. They didn't work really hard. So go with something completely different. Kaya is equivalent in the sense that, like, at least Taya has a lot of experience on it. Obviously, has unlocked the black color scheme for the Kaya.
Right. At least level 25, right?
At least played it.
You get some defensive options on this character. On Spear, you could do neutral light, as we've seen in place to cover like side light ins from the sword or dash ins. Down sig's also really good. All those things to be able to deal with someone approaching. Gravity cancel, double D light side air. It's going to disarm Mev there. So some good damage coming out from Taya as well. But I think D light recovery might be on the, well, no. Kaya's defense is pretty high. Yeah, even with that, even with the read, the recovery not going to be able to do it just yet. Mev trying to get the stock now.
Oh, just a little off the mark with that downlight ground pound. Wanted some more damage, recognized. Not really in KO percent for Taya to get that finisher onto Mev, but here's the weapon spawn.
Taya's keeping it close. And in fact, more than close. That's the first lead of the day. You get that power on the neutral sig as you slide forward, charging it. Knocks him off the top. And Taya's now got the first lead of the set, and it's gone.
That was such a wild decision. Taya went with the pickup turnaround N-Sig, and Mev was like, wait, you're just coming at me with that? And ends up getting caught. But Mev's got a really good read on Taya's reaction out of that sidelight. That's at least twice now where Taya's gone for that straight dodge, and Mev's just come in, delay, recovery.
Oh, and the sider catches.
That's bad.
Wow.
That is very bad.
What are you doing recovering there? You're like right by the wall. I guess with the wake-up recovery, if I look at it and I see what direction Taya was like trying to go, maybe it was a wake-up recovery to hit Mev, but Mev is just sick of this set. I feel like this has been non-stop aggression coming out from Nair's coming through. Taya's finally able to break it up a little bit with a downlight, but that sidelight, Nair goes for Nair again. Taya lands onto a sidelight again, dodges up from the Nair, but so far Mev is just relentless. Goes for the spike on the end, so could go for it again. D-light, Cider not going to hit, but so many combo starters are coming through that Taya isn't going to be able to survive a raw recovery pretty soon. Side sig does get punished. Taya goes for the ground pound, that could be it. Oh!
Yup, Taya, no movement there. Sweat beating down, needed the hit on the Mev, didn't get it. And that's going to be Mev with a quick and clean 3-0 over Taya.
Yeah, Mev with the Akuma lock-in, playing on the gauntlets. I know it's not like godly fashion entirely to be on Val, right? But it feels like a suitable stand-in for this one seed. Yeah. I'm very excited to see Mev playing this well. I can see why Mev beat Rain with how hopeless it looked for Taya. And what was Taya's seed coming into this? Was it 30?
Well, their PR was 39. I don't know what their seed was.
That's what I meant. Yeah. PR was 39. So a really huge performance coming out from Mev there. The big upset of the day obviously was the Rel win, or the Rain win, and now Mev will be going in the top 8. And then we got the matchup coming up next, which is my personal favorite for getting into top 3, right? And that's Acno versus Flamethrower. That's the set that's going to be coming up right after this one.
Yeah. Get to see Acno here in just a little bit. Probably one of the most consistent names in the European region. Like, if you're a long-time person who maybe took a break, you're like coming back and you're like, wait, that's a name that I actually recognize. Everybody else, what is a Taya? What is a Lil Mev? What is a Skeldra? But Acno is a familiar face.
Skeldra's a namestay now.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say a Bamia. That was like where I was going, but then I read and it said Skeldra, and I just...
You just went with it.
Yeah, that was the first word I saw.
Okay, that makes sense. Although I think give Bamia a year, and then Bamia is also like a name.
Okay, but it's now.
It's now, yeah.
It's Winter Championship.
You're talking about like the old heads that watched Brawlhalla in 2018.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I guess Acno has been around the whole time. Yeah, he's been around for a bit.
He has. I think he's got to be one of the longest running players, especially in the European region.
And still stayed pretty consistent. If he starts off the year with the winner side top 8 here over a win over a Flamethrower, that's huge for him.
Absolutely.
And then I think that he's got a stronger chance than ever to get into this top 3 from winner's side now that Godly's out of the picture. But Lil Mev, obviously, very good right now, but we'd have to see how Acno is playing today, because Flamethrower is a player who has made upsets over every top player in EU at this point, besides like a few.
Yeah.
Always makes these crazy runs. Has been playing Ember since the character came out, and I don't think Flamethrower has ever changed.
Like, if there was a way, like, we definitely track the experience, but if we showed it, like, it got to be at least like level 200 on Ember at this point.
Like when Ember came out, it was Flamethrower and Zaloxery.
Yeah,
that was it, right? And Zaloxery, that's talking about an old head that hasn't been around, right?
Those
were the names that were playing the Ember.
Get this air. I do like the swap, though. Acno, not really known for having an Ezio, but I mean, the South Americans have been really believing in Ezio for a while now. They really think that Orb is a strong weapon, so Acno might be the one to prove them correct.
So this is Alucard, Epic Crossover on the Ezio, so we got Orb and Sword here. I think Ezio has the same problem that Rayman had, which was that the two weapons that are together, it's kind of like I guess like a Rayman or a Caspian problem, where it's like some people think that the two weapons do the same thing too much, right? And that the SIGs don't provide anything that's really solves a problem that's in an Orb kit or a Sword kit to justify playing the character. Rayman's problem was that I feel like Gauntlet and Axe players are too far away. Nice nair on the finisher there. And then Caspian's problem is that like Gauntlets and Katars just do the same thing.
They're too close.
I think Ezio's kind of got a similar perspective in the community, so I'm curious to see what it is about his kit that's making everybody go, this is what I want to do. This is why I want to play him, right? Because like when I look at Orb and I look at Sword, I go like, well, you usually have this weapon as your secondary for knockout potential, right? Or if it's your main.
I think, like, as a fan of the Ezio, I think a lot of people like the weapons themselves, but when you look at the signature kit, I think a lot of people fall into the trap of like, oh, there's these gimmicks that I'll fall into, like Sword Downsig, and they'll lean on it really hard.
Sword Downsig's good, though.
Yeah, but you'll see somebody do it like 5 times on stage because they're like, oh, what if I Downsig recovery?
Right, and then I guess the appeal of like, I'm going to downlight side air you or sidelight side air you 10 million times isn't necessarily there for a lot of people once you take the SIGs out of the equation. But so far, Acno versus Flamethrower has been quite close here.
Pretty even.
And for a game to only be 1 stock apiece 2 minutes in on World's End means that they're playing at a pace.
Yeah, it's definitely a different pace than what we've been seeing earlier, right? Like, there was a lot of aggression off rip on Acno's side, but when it didn't lead to a KO, you saw Flamethrower really kind of pump the brakes, say, all right, we're going to go blow for blow, we're going to go back and forth, we're going to drag this one out, and that's fair, because Flamethrower is coming in on Ember, very low defense character, can't afford to take damage, and won't have to worry about it as a down like ground pound puts Flamethrower in the lead.
Yeah, good edge guard there onto Acno, switches over the guitars, falls down with those nairs. Sword picked up here. Let's see what Acno's able to get started. Recovery, okay. Goes in for another recovery, and we haven't even seen, I don't think we've seen the down sig coming up from Acno just yet. That was an opportunity for it. Like down sig, D-light recovery, could have worked there when Flamethrower was very close, but Acno just sticking to the bread and butter there. Neutral light, D-light side air, evens things up 1-1.
All right, we'll see what he can do with the Orb now. Decides to back away there, got the side light side air, damage relatively even. You can see Acno playing a little bit more aerial, definitely knows the threat of that bow down light, but nice. Goes in with the aerials, gets that side air.
Weapon throw, doesn't get the dare, gets the recovery though, that's good damage. Acno gets a dash jump side air, looks for one more, nair connects, Flamethrower has to dodge down to the stage at this point, no weapon throw to cover it. Good, does make it back down. Down air does not hit from Acno, and Flamethrower is the sidelight side air. That's going to be it. Acno celebrating with the neutral sig there. Very. It's been a while since I've seen a 4-minute game on World's End. That I'm wondering, like, if we go to Demon Island, what will happen there? Because Acno seems perfectly content playing like a very keep away, hit him with 2 attacks style game, and Flamethrower is not cutting through the defenses of Acno fast enough. He had to lead that game. But I never once felt like Acno was like being pressured and being put off stage and having to force a weapon throw to land back down to the ground. That's not really the pace of the game.
It definitely felt like Acno was the aggressor and most of it was Flamethrower on the defense, but like having solid enough defense that it wasn't just like Acno running through Flamethrower. It was just like Acno trying to figure out how to pick apart the defense. And here we go into game number 2. Demon Island, probably like the safest map that was left on the board because we had a Triplat and then we had Mos Eisley, which most pro players just aren't really that familiar with. It is the newest map to the competitive pool. So Demon Island gonna be a little bit more familiar, but
There's a down sig, gets a full charge on it. D-light side air, doesn't go for the jump after another side air. That could just be it for Flamethrower. He has a dodge, he could drift, D-light side air again. We might just be seeing this like a bajillion times. That's Flamethrower after the 4th one decides the ground pound and accept that he started this game off 1 stock down because that was a fantastic maneuver coming out from Acno and much faster pace than before. And a great usage of the down sig, which I guess Flamethrower just didn't consider after not seeing it a single time in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, falling on the gimmicks of the Ezio, you'll see it on stage for that like combo follow-up, or you'll see it off stage when they're really damaged because it has like a lot of spike.
Strategy.
Okay. Well,
gimmicks is taking away from Acno falling down to his.
No, that's not what I'm saying is that Flambo looked at it and thought of the classic gimmicks of on stage for combo or off stage for the really bad spike. But
I see what you're
early
saying.
damage
I see what
off
you're saying.
stage, Acno had a follow-up, which Flambo wasn't ready for.
I see. You mean flamethrower?
Yeah, sorry, Flamethrower. I saw FLA. He's a flash file as far as I'm
At
concerned.
first, when you started saying it, I thought you were talking about, like, it felt like you were reminiscing about a conversation that you had with Flambo about why you call it a gimmick.
Yeah.
Anyway, Flamethrower here, fighting against Acno. Avoids that one-sider, but Acno's got a lot of damage here. Nice gravity cancel D-Light using the range of that bow attack. It's one of the best combo starters in terms of range in the game. Recovery comes through. Acno does not get the nair on the way back down, but D-Light recovery would knock out Flamethrower at this point. Just a dash-up recovery not going to do it. I'm actually a little surprised, but Acno looks like he's going to be closing out the stock in quick fashion unless Flamethrower can get something here with his weapon throw.
You know, credit to Flamethrower, though. Did bring this one back, considering he was basically a full stock behind at the start of this one.
Oh, he could take the stock.
Nice.
Oh, he went for gravity cancel down sig there. Trying to catch Acno off guard. Gets the recovery. Wait, Flamethrower's got control over the match now. Downlight coming through. Acno can't land. Weapon throw.
Oh!
Nice job of that down sig. And that's going to be Flamethrower from what I thought was super dire straits.
Yeah.
Taking the lead once again here in game 2. Acno brings it right back, though, just like in game 1. And after that, we saw Acno really tighten things up. So let's see if Flamethrower is able to cut through the defenses this time and bring it to a tie game. This would be the first time we wouldn't have a 3-0 if that's the case.
Well, we'll see if we can do it right now. Acno has taken a little bit more damage than Flamethrower, but this is very evenable. Goes in for that second nair there. I think technically a third one.
Ooh, nice wake up coming in from Acno. Falling side air again. Flamethrower jumping all the way up into the sky. Switches over to the bow. Let's see if a downlight comes out here from Flamethrower. It's the best way to be able to break up the space. But also, you can see Acno's ready for it. Like, if Acno's able to spot dodge, even with like a preemptive priming reaction to that the downlight that Flamethrower is looking for here, he can get so much damage off on the orb. There's that downlight. He's been waiting for it, right? Like, I could feel Flamethrower like looking for it for like the last 30 seconds, but he does end up getting that end sig. Acno with no jumps manages to make it back to the stage. This is Flamethrower's game to lose.
Yep,
Another nair hits, juggle state, gets the recovery, disarms him. Flamethrower switches over the guitars, primes a bow. Side sig does whiff though, and Acno gets a dive kick recovery. The down sig, sniping Acno where he stands, gives game number 2 to Flamethrower. Even at a damage deficit that game. And that game opened up with Acno taking no damage on the first stock. Flamethrower played that entire game with 2 stocks and won.
Yeah, that was incredible play on the side of Flamethrower. And it kind of shows, like, this is that experience that Flamethrower has. We talked about at the start of the set, just like Flamethrower's been playing this character since its inception, since its launch.
We were talking about how much of an old head Acno is, but Flamethrower has been around the entire way too. Just hasn't had the same storied, like, top 8 performances all the time, right? But yeah, the experience from Flamethrower there really showing up, because the down sig that we saw in that game is like, people look at that move and they go, that's the move you're supposed to use to spike people off stage.
It's supposed to cover the wall.
But it has an immense amount of knockout potential, as you see there, if you hit the grounded version of it while someone's on the ground. You're not bouncing them off the stage, you're actually just launching them into the sky, and Flamethrower uses that move to great effect to be able to take game number 2. And now we're moving to a stage of the platform here on Fortress of Lions.
All right. Game number 3 here. The first time we've got a 1-1 on our main stage here. And Acno with the orb. Not going to get the same start as he did in game number 2. You're seeing him just kind of find these taps onto Flamethrower.
Yeah, let's see if he's been very conservative with the signatures that he's used from Ezio's kit so far. Side sig gets a little bit of like a dagger, you dash forward. We haven't seen him use that too much just yet. Let's see if we get that. Flamethrower fighting with unarmed pretty well. Disarms him. Side air down like nair. Goes over the side sig after the dash back on the platform. Could have been huge damage. Keeping it close. Ooh, side sig hits him. Yeah. That just knocked, even off the bounce on the stage.
Dude, that signature is deceptively strong. I mean, again, we talked about Flamethrower's stats on the Ember. Like, 3 defense makes it really squishy, but also gets really good stats on everything else, right? Strong strength, relatively good dex and movement speed as well.
Oh, downlight. Doesn't get the follow-up afterwards. Was actually surprised that it connected. Recovery is going to knock out. Acno just drifts Flamethrower up to the top last zone. 2 stocks to 2 now. Orb trying to juggle, but Flamethrower looking much more in control. Weapon throw pickup, doesn't get anything afterwards. Goes to the down light. Good dodge into the turnaround neutral light to get some damage on the Flamethrower, but Flamethrower is getting a lot more damage back. Recovery, sends Acno high. Orb's about like half its way down on getting knocked out of Acno's hands. Downsig not going to hit this yet, and Acno does actually use a lot of resources there to go off the right side of the stage. D-Light side air. Acno's going to be disarmed pretty soon. He's got to switch.
Yeah, he's got to really think about how he's going to get in on Flamethrower. You can see Flamethrower once again playing back. Nice, the N-Sig also slide charge, so it was at a different height than I think Flamethrower was expecting. Neutral light connects, but a side Sig again. Going to finish off another stock.
Yeah, Orb flew out of his hand. Didn't matter because he was also flying into the blast zone. Flamethrower now up 2-1 convincingly. And I'm actually giving this set in favor of Flamethrower if Acno continues on the Ezio in this way, just because after seeing the last game, Flamethrower didn't even play with a stock with what Acno did on that first game, or that second game, and still Flamethrower came out ahead, and now it's 2 stocks to 1. Downsig into recovery, not going to knock out just yet. What else we got? Dash forward, recovery.
Yeah, going to start fishing for that finisher here. You can see Acno just
Good
throwing out the
dodge.
heavy moves.
Oh, side air ground pound goes for the down sig. Acno just hits up, hitting it with an unarmed recovery. Nice follow-up from Acno. Good job dodging the move that finished off his stock last game. But he still has another stock to get through here if he wants to bring it to match point.
Yep, this is game 3. This is that kind of pivot game here as both of them have won. Acno with the gravity cancel silent there. Actually caught him on the back end of that.
Now Flamethrower with the guitars. Fall it fades back. Nice side air. Acno goes in for the recovery. Falling down here, what's Flamethrower going to be able to do? One nair, dash forwards, goes for that side air. Okay, Acno has an edge guard opportunity, but no, Flamethrower is now I'm saying it.
Yeah, think about it.
I see the FLA now. I'm just like, ooh.
All right, and
Flam
Sig
has
is out.
gone over to EU.
We miss Flam though.
He's
All
still
right,
here.
though. Flamethrower.
He's just not.
And
not in
Sig
the
thrown
studio.
out. Easy punish.
It's
Acno
fun.
with the 3-piece.
Nice neutral light. Daring recovery almost comes through. Ooh, it's close.
Ooh.
There's a side sig, and it just gets
Little
jumped
wild.
right over. It's probably the last time we're going to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, what is going to happen here? D-Light recovery. I feel like there's going to be an Acno win, but Flamethrower is able to steal it away. Okay, side sig. I'm watching for it, and both side sigs have been punished so far from both players. Flamethrower finds himself without a weapon.
Nice
Oh, picks it
pickup.
up off the spawn. You know, and that spawn was actually really good for Flamethrower, yet Acno reacted to it faster. Which is really impressive to me considering that Acno had the weapon advantage to begin with, right? So he had to like throw his weapon, dash jump forward, pick up the weapon, gravity cancel pivot down light. The spawn came in favor of Flamethrower, who didn't even have one, right? So here it comes. He's on top of it. He just doesn't grab it. And Acno goes, well, don't mind if I do. Grabs it, goes for the gravity cancel, D-Light recovery, gets the stock, and now brings it to the match point. Really well played from Acno there in game 3.
Yeah, that's a crazy reaction on the side of Acno because that's not like a situation you can really practice. That's just Acno being like, all right, I know exactly what to do, and just having that raw reaction speed to go in, dash jump.
And Flamethrower could have picked it up on the spawn in, was right on top of it, but just wasn't quick enough, right? Was too worried about avoiding the damage that could have came out from Acno. And in that way, ended up succumbing to it. So here we go. Flamethrower at match point has to win 2 games in a row to stay on the winner's side here. Acno a game away from going up against Lil Mev in winner's top 8. And starting off strong with a 4-piece combo there, ending with the recovery. Gets the neutral stick. That's going to knock Flamethrower out. And just like game 2, Acno's on his way to losing this one.
Very possible because this started very good for him.
That's what happened in game 2, right? So if I'm not looking at honestly, I'm trolling a little too hard there. Acno's playing quite well.
You're cursing him. You're trying to you're willing
I'm
a
just
game
saying
5.
when a game starts off that strong, that's where it looked like Acno kind of just goes like, ha, easy, this one's in the bag, and then he like loses and he goes like, I don't know what I'm doing there. Acno's the kind of person I think that would do that. Like if his lead's like too high, he just like tries a little less hard.
He'll woe off the gas pedal, and unfortunately sometimes that
and that
gives
could be
room.
enough. Yeah, like these matches are played high enough to where like if you were winning with like a 80% of your potential and you go down to a 77, that might just be the difference maker, right?
I mean, right now, Flamethrower doing a really good job not taking too much damage here. Has Acno in the red. Just needs that finishing blow. Almost had it on the edge guard on the left. Down sig, not going to work this time. Yeah, Acno's starting to be a little bit smarter, but there's a side sig, and yeah, that'll clean it up.
It's crazy because the The knockback speed isn't very quick
Yeah.
on that side sig. So Acno is just flying for a while until he drifts to the blast zone. That side sig going to be able to do it though, even off the bounce. Neutral light sends Flamethrower to the right side of the stage. Recovery avoided. Acno goes for down sig. Gravity cancel downlight punishes it. Gets the end sig on the dodge through, and Flamethrower does a good amount of damage, but a D-light recovery at this point would certainly knock out. I say certainly, but I'm actually not sure. It's like there. Well, at that range.
Okay.
If it was on the
They were
ground,
already a jump
if
height,
it was on the ground, I wasn't really.
No, just be confident. And certainly.
That's right. I can
Here we
always
go.
just say like, oh wow, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I've never seen a recovery.
That
Oh
D-Light
my
recovery not knocking out at red on Demon Islands.
gosh. Okay, falling there.
Really good job bringing this back so far. Nair hits.
Good spacing. Oh, I really
for
like
the
how he
side
did that
sig,
one.
too.
Yeah,
That was
But
awesome.
He dash landed specifically to go to the left side after he saw that Acno whiffed, and then came in with the side sig to the right. Like that was really good play from Flamethrower.
Did he dash land slide charge pivot the side sig? Because it looked like there's some momentum craziness there. I want to be able to see that after the game. We might, well, depending on the result, we might have more
Depends
or
who
less
wins.
time, right? Because if Flamethrower wins, we won't have that much time. And Flamethrower looks like he's going to win, Duke.
He's
what
doing
did I
good.
say? When
He's doing
Acno
good.
starts off the game with like a whole stock lead, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Flamethrower destroyed him. That match was very confusing.
That final stock there, that is, again, Ember just being
Side sig
deceptive.
right there. Let's look at this
It's
one.
all side sigs.
So Dashland. Yeah, I think it was Dashland. I don't know if he got a slide charge into that pivot, but he definitely pivoted the side sig. Man, that side sig is strong.
Yeah.
Wow.
She shoots the bow on the end of it too, which is I think why Acno was like, oh, that reached way further than I expected. But now
How many
it
times
is,
is
it's
it going
game
to have
5.
to happen before it's expected, right? Because that's been 5
50
times over the set.
at
50?
least.
50?
Yeah.
I don't think he's got time.
He's
to
not going to
adapt.
learn in this set.
Oh, if Flamethrower
Yeah.
takes Acno out game 5 in winner's quarters, then that is truly a crazy top 8.
Yeah.
on that
It'll
side.
definitely be a
Little
wild
Meb
top
versus
side
Flamethrower.
of top 8.
Wow. Let's see if Acno is able to hold on to it, because I was pretty confident that Acno had a really good path going into the Winter Championship here, but if it's stopped by Flamethrower, I don't know what their head-to-head is. But I know I'm sure they've played quite a bit in the past. And now we're opening up with like the slowest start of the stock that we've seen the entire set.
I cannot fault Acno though. He's playing around just the range that Bo has, right? That downlight range, and also now the threat of that side sig. Even if you're not in that KO percent,
And
that's still
also
reaches.
the threat of 0 to knockouting Flamethrower and losing the game. That's the biggest threat, right? You have to keep it slow,
Your
because
biggest enemy is yourself.
apparently having a lead that big is a little too uncomfortable for Acno. He's got to keep it close the entire way. Neutral light comes through. Anything else after that? Downlight's the wrong way, and Flamethrower doesn't punish any of that. Even with the gravity cancel, D-light doesn't go for the downlight. I'm very surprised.
All right. Trying to approach there. Okay. Goes in, hits that in there, getting these little bits of damage, but it's really going to come down to that game of horse. Who's going to get closer? Who's going to get those KOs first? Nice. That's a burn dodge, and that's a punish. Acno, can he finish the stock?
D-light side air,
backs
Flamethrower makes it back. Acno starving of the weapons. No gravity cancel D-light coming through here. That's a good weapon spawn for Flamethrower. Down sig
Punish?
does not get punished. And both players are really trying to catch each other out of their jumps. They're not really succeeding.
Side sig gonna whiff. Flamethrower keeps throwing out these gravity cancel
Crazy
sigs.
preemptive sig,
Yeah.
too. It wasn't really in reaction to, like, any of Acno's movement there.
It's kind of just a bet. Like he's because Acno does do the the classic ebb and flow, like poke forward, move back,
Yeah.
and he's just betting that he's gonna catch Acno off guard, but it has
for a
not
D-light
worked.
recovery here at this point, I think. Well, weapon throw.
No weapons.
Side air. Okay. No one's got any
down
weapons
heavy.
here.
Easy punish again coming out from Acno.
Oh, that's a lot. And he gets the nair on the jump as well. Denies Flamethrower of the weapon on the orb.
Watch the side sig.
You think it's going to be side sig?
I
think it's
feel
too,
like
it's
he's
too high
done
damage
so
for
well
side
with
sig.
it.
It's too high damage.
Oh man.
It is weird that he hasn't been letting it rip on the bow so far. And he might see if he does it and it misses though. I don't know. Yeah, this is crazy. Flamethrower is having so much trouble hitting Acno here. He's not, and he's playing so afraid to take this damage.
Okay.
Finally gets the downlight Nair, but at a certain point, I guess, I don't know. You just gotta go in.
Yeah, I mean, it really is Acno, like, really changing it up, right? We talked about how game one, it was like Acno felt like the aggressor. He was the one who was pushing forward. This time, it feels like Acno's asking Flamethrower to come at him, and Flamethrower keeps taking it. He keeps going for a gravity cancel approach, and Acno's like, all right, time to hit you.
Let's see what Flamethrower is able to do. This is winner's bracket stock for Flamethrower. Acno's got 2 more to play with. And it's a whole stock advantage, too. And Acno really is, you're right, he is just saying, okay, I've learned my lesson. I am ahead. I am staying over here. And every once in a while, he jumps into center, catches a Flamethrower out of a jump, gets a recovery, D-Light there, here and there. Flamethrower goes for that weapon throw, does not work out. D-Light recovery, Nair. Acno is just chipping away at Flamethrower's last stock here.
Yeah, he's really playing that weapon starve game as well. Downsig not going to connect. Thought Flamethrower was going to come forward, but still denying weapons. Side light, side air. Flamethrower is in trouble, and that'll do it. Acno going to close it out 3-2 over Flamethrower,
Which is like
our closest set.
That game 5, though, is how I expected the entire set to go. And it's also worth considering that the Alucard, right, Epic Crossover, the Ezio, is a very, very new addition to Acno's kit. Whereas Acno traditionally has played, like, I think it's been Kaya for the last few years.
Yeah, Kaya with the occasional Koji
and
for a little while.
And it was Koji
yeah.
before Kaya, right? But it's very new to Acno in terms of the official competitive landscape to have success with this character. And that's why I'm saying that, because like if he goes and he gets 3-stock by Little Mev twice, we probably might see a return to one of those 2 characters, and that could be a very different Acno moving forward. But very cool to see him stick with this this pick all the way through, beating Flamethrower on the Ember, going into winner side at top 8 with that victory 3-2, and going to meet Little Mev to fight against what is certainly going to be a really fun set.
Yeah, and that's going to give us 2 of our top side of top 8. That's Little Mev and Acno. We're going to find out who else is going to finish out that top side of top 8. We've got Moonir versus XJ Coolj, and then of course we've got Skeldra versus Bam. Yeah, we got some good sets coming at y'all in just a little bit, but right now it is the Winter Championship for the European region. We even have South America later. We got so much good stuff to kick off 2025. Taza, any parting words before we are kicked off the screen?
Excited to see Skeldra versus Bamia. That one I'm really looking forward to, but Moonir versus XJ Coolj won't disappoint either, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with after this break with some new casters to bring you into Winterside Top 8. See you soon.
Year 10, Brawlhalla Esports. How you feeling about it so far?
I'm actually super excited for year 10. You know, I've been to a couple BCXs, I've been to a couple Royales, and just knowing that this is year 10, I know Brawlhalla is going to do something big and definitely have us excited for something when it comes as far as esports and Brawlhalla itself.
So we got Max Mode, Brawlhalla, Winter Royale, Last Chance qualifiers. What's your thoughts on that? How are you feeling about
so
it?
like I said, I've been to the Royales myself. I love how they're these, like, they seem like these super secluded, super what do you want to say, super exclusive events. But having this Max Mode where people, because now people are more enticed to come to the Royale now because they have a chance to not only, you know, participate by being in this exclusive event, but now they also get the chance to have one more shot at actually playing for the Royale themselves, which I think is so, like, again, year 10, that's only something that you got to do, that you're going to do in year 10. So I love the fact that they implemented that.
First of all, I want to know, sweet.
Yeah. Stay side. Alright, whether you ready or not.
First of all, I want to know, sweet or sour?
I am Team Sweet.
Ah, boo! We don't like that. Sour's the way to go. So how are you feeling? What do you think about this max mode last chance qualifier for the Winter Royale?
I mean, I like it. It's good. I mean, I find it pretty innovative. It gives the underdog the chance. I feel like it's a good little addition this year. I personally like it.
And we are back, moving on through this bracket here for the 1v1 Winter Championship. We are in EU. We crowned some champions of the Winter Championship yesterday morning there for the other regions, and now we're moving on to EU. We will eventually move on to South America, and then tomorrow we will hit North America. But like we said, we are here in EU across the sea. It's me, Sparky878. Joining me on the desk is Dara. Dara, we are moving through this bracket. How are you feeling so far?
I'm excited. So far, we've had a couple of exciting matches. We're already into top 32. We're approaching the top 12 side of things. And now we just have some winners qualifying matches to get into the top 8. So what have we seen today? We saw a couple of matches go according to seed. The really exciting match I feel like that we just got to see, excuse me, was Flamethrower up against Acno. And seeing Ember in 2025 is not something that you see particularly often. It was exciting to see a little bit of bow action. But otherwise, I believe that everything has been pretty par for the course. We saw 2 consecutive 3-0s. Everything was just a clean sweep besides that last set.
Now, it's interesting that you say that everything else we saw was kind of par for the course and expected, because you and I had strong disagreements on who was going to win the set between Pavelski and Skeldra.
Okay.
You were in the Pavelski side of things, so it's interesting that you are changing your tune a little bit here now that we are on camera. I would never do that to you folks at home. What you see is what you get. It's always straightforward.
It still
here
was like
with
expected. I would have
Sparky878.
liked for Pavelski to win. I still like Skeldra. It was just par for the course for Skeldra to win in that set. And I also was not expecting him to go Jae-yoon as well. So that was definitely a decision from Pavelski though.
But yeah, seeing Acno and Flamethrower this deep in the bracket, it is interesting because they are such old-time players. It's literally like 2 unks going at it to try to get into top 8.
They're like 20. I mean, that's what I'm guessing.
Acno is way older than that.
I have no idea. I was just
Acno is
guessing.
significantly older than that. Like he's probably, I'm gonna say Acno is 25. I'm gonna say he's 25.
I feel like we could have like an unk badge on like the stats screen that we have for like each of the players. You know. But I wonder like what would be the threshold that you'd have to hit.
I mean, like it is video games.
It is
right?
video
so
games.
it still would probably be like 21 or 22.
So, okay, purely just by how long Munir has been playing and how he has been doing well, and the fact that we have him coming on up, does he have Unk status?
I'm going to say Munir is not Unk yet.
Not yet.
And I think you and I are definitely the two people who should decide that. Like, we are the gatekeepers of who makes it into Unk territory or not. Speaking of Moonir, though, we got Moonir coming up right now. It's going to be Moonir versus XJ Cool J. I have Moonir in my top 3 in 3rd place, so I believe Moonir is going to be coming out on top over XJ Cool J here. How are you feeling?
Same exact way, except I have Moonir coming out as 1st place for the entirety of the event. And this is a match that we have seen happen in the past. XJ Cool J up against Moonir. Moonir has won the last 2 sets that they have played against each other. Moonir is, of course, number 2 in EU, but we're kicking it off, everybody. This is to get into top 8 winner's side. Moonir up against XJ Cool J. Let's go.
So Moonir in his identity crisis, at least so far in this set, as we've seen. He's starting this one off with Bodvar. I think Bodvar is a little bit slept on. I don't think he's like sleeper OP or you pick Bodvar and you ultimately win, but I think there is still a lot here in this kit in modern Brawlhalla. Like, obviously the hammer, you're seeing the string potential that it has, that giant hitbox that Moonir can throw with when his opponent gets a little bit too far away from him. Ooh! He picked up the D-Light on that like awkward corner where his opponent's like halfway above, halfway below the stage. So he tried to go for the D-Light right after that.
He was sweating off stage. He used the side to make it back on, and he is still holding onto the stock. XJ Cool J, no weapon on hand. The GC D-Light recovery coming out.
That was just like a raw neutral sig. I guess he was trying to catch XJ Cool J with the potential jump coming out because he just did that raw from the ground. I'm hoping that Moonir understands how strong D-Sig is as he just gets D-Light side air. He was looking so strong in the beginning. Maybe his sword is just like not quite up to par yet, so maybe he needs to swap back to the hammer because that's what he started off really well with, and that's what he has right here. A GC side signature. He's already shown us like multiple things that are inherent to Bodvar with the signature kit. The down air even KOs off the top, even on this map, Demon Island.
That's right, able to get the scoop, and now it is 2 stocks apiece. XJ Cool J left without a weapon for just a moment. Let's see how good Moonir's sword is what I would say until he just tosses it away. Picking up the hammer once more, tossing it, denying XJ Cool J of this weapon. A little bit too far back from that dash, and as a result was not able to connect that end light. Okay, side light, covering the ground, side of XJ Cool J off stage.
Moonir's been really careful with his sword so far. It's been like 1 hit or maybe a delayed 2nd hit, but he's not like chase dodging after his opponent. He's just picking up those D-Lights right on the corner. That one is where you want to go for the full jump into the D-Light side air, which is why Moonir goes for that. But again, yeah, you saw him pick up with the hammer D-Light halfway on the corner earlier, which is why he went for the GC D-Light after. Okay, this could be dangerous. Nice turnaround.
Cool
He's going to go under the stage, and the dodge up gives him the wall touch.
Yeah, I can't believe he had enough distance there. He still had enough to touch the side of the stage, but is it enough to make it back on? The side comes out, it swats away XJ Cool J and Light, looking for another one, anticipating a dodge in perhaps. The dash jump side not finding its connection.
Nice. Ooh, that wasn't enough to KO. The weapon toss goes high. Moonir, he went for the spot dodge. It seemed like the gravity cancel was going to come out a little bit too late, and so XJ Cool J felt confident that he could get the hit on the punish after the spot dodge came out, but ultimately Moonir finds the KO. There you see him go for the stomp side light, as you do when you're a hammer player hitting someone who is very, very low damage. Now he goes for the stomp dares. He picked up the stomp when XJ Cool J was a little bit behind him.
XJ Cool J is fishing for that GC D-Light, just looking for that KO, looking for it again. Moonir not able to actually find a whip punish it. XJ Cool J sweating on the way back down, just a sitting duck for Moonir.
All right, Moonir, you got to show me the sword D-Sig. I know I can give you this like a brainwave transformation. I'm putting it all the way over into the Netherlands. Sword down Sig, brother. After this game, I will message you that. It's right there for the taking, and I know you can use it well.
Okay, landing with the neutral, just punishing XJ Cool J for that with End Light. What's going to be the next option here? Moonir, End Light as a get off me. XJ Cool J now going to be off stage once again. Moonir has not been able to find a lot of these D-Lights. You need that stomp, you need that D-Light so that you can get the cider. And he is fishing, he is hunting, and XJ Cool J with an amazing punish.
That would have been the stock there, and that would have been the game for XJ Cool J if he grabbed that signature. Now Moonir back over onto the sword. I don't know if this is the weapon that he wants to have right now. Yeah, okay, he just wants to strip the field. He's going to keep XJ Cool J disarmed as long as he can. The turnaround side air, the weapon toss, another weapon toss coming out, and Moonir takes it.
Yeah, beautiful first game, beautiful closing though. Moonir, in the beginning, I will say he was struggling a little bit to find some of his D-Lights, both on hammer as well as on sword, but at the end, he was able to really lock down that edge guard with just that really beautiful weapon toss. So going into the next game, I feel like the first thing I want to note, I love the way that XJ Cool J has been punishing so many of Moonir's missed dodges with GC options, especially when you have Katars on hand and your opponent doesn't have a dodge. You should be able to get a lot of mileage. You should be be able to get a lot of damage, and he did exactly that. I really love the way that Munir was spacing XJ Cool J when he had Hammer, especially with his use of Sidelight. He made it difficult for XJ Cool J to get in, but I want to see both of them close a little bit better.
Yeah, there was like that one string that XJ Cool J got with the guitars ending in like a GC Insig that would have given him the game if it hit. But beyond that, Munir's done a great job of keeping XJ Cool J away with the hammer, not letting him get in and find those strings. There was a 3-piece, and XJ Cool J even stopped. He waited so that Munir wasn't going to get a dodge off, potential punish after that, or just hit the ejector seat and get away.
But Munir played it safe. He just simply jumped away instead of using up his dodge.
Oh, nice.
And now, oh my gosh, the recovery into the downer as well. That is so much damage. XJ Cool J once again stuck off stage. Munir dash jumping off, finding the... Oh,
nice.
Beautiful. What a stock.
All right, one thing I want to see from Munir's edge guard game is when he is holding pressure over the corner while XJ Cool J is on the wall, which he's been on the wall a lot, is he needs to throw the hammer side sig at like max range so he can splash right at the top of that wall. And I don't think he can get over the corner in time to punish Munir.
Okay, 2 stocks apiece. Game slowing down for just a moment. The double recovery, the neutral as well. XJ Cool J looking for the downer as well, but not up high enough to be able to find it.
Oh, nice perk pivot.
I love the way that Munir has just been catching XJ Cool J, hugging the side of the stage for so long. That's why he's been able to get out so many downers. Oh, my. What a punish on the N-Sig.
Okay, there's a 2-piece. Doesn't end with the recovery. That's the big 4-stump move that you want at the end to potentially lead into another one later on, or some more juggle games if you want to add up more damage. XJ Cool J does have the lead here. It's very slight. Oh, he goes big with the ground pound.
He wanted the call out.
XJ Cool J reacts to it in time, is around it, and then gets the KO off of it.
Honestly, I don't hate that ground pound either. He was going for the lead that XJ Cool J would just hang on to the side of the stage like he did and established so many times before. But now, it is Cool J's lead. So the question is, what can you do with it? Well, you're going to get sidelighted. You're going to get kicked off stage. You got to be patient picking up this weapon. What a whiff! Going out there through the ground pound.
That's scary.
The down air.
Oh my gosh!
God.
And it's absolutely worth it. The art of the steal for XJ Cool J.
That was an amazing stock. I just want to see that one more time. That has to, you know, kind of speak for itself. He cleaned that up fast. He got that lead. It was so gentle. It was so subtle. Munir was not able to make that second stock happen. All of that
The
off
dodge
of just
down,
one
boom.
whiff.
Goes under the stage. And unfortunately, with the way he was facing, because there was too much space between them vertically, like when you reach up with the recovery, it does kind of hit behind you a little bit first. Like that's where the tip of the hammer swings from initially when you swing it up there. So if they would have been closer vertically, that might have been the hit on XJ Cool J. We could have seen the major reversal there, but XJ Cool J spaced it out too well, seeing that potential recovery coming and not wanting to get caught, and then like swung around the wall with the way that hammer recovery works.
Oh, but now we're seeing the switch from Munir, who no longer going to be sticking to the boat while not as confident as he was in the first 2 games.
Yeah, this has been like a regular option for Munir here as of... Wow, the KO off the top with the GC Insig in orange is massive. He's barely been touched.
Oh, the downer as well. XJ Cool J, though, with the amazing reversal. Can he actually seal this into a stock? He gets a sidelight. He's not able to actually find the downer, so he's not going to be able to pull a fast one quite like Munir did, but it's still good damage. But you have a lot of a comeback to make now.
We're seeing the huge chase game there coming from Munir out for just a moment. He was sticking on top of XJ Cool J like glue. There's the D-Light over the corner. He maybe could have spaced that a little bit better, a little bit more safely by backing up, given the longer range of the Gauntlet D-Light.
Okay, they've both played so patient for just a second.
Nice.
Nice reversal.
Nice, that's a dodge burn. Oh, I'm certain that Munir meant to actually do the ground pound along the wall there, but he ended up splashing down on the main platform after XJ Cool J burned his dodge. That's tough.
D-Light, sidelight? Oh, I can't believe that was another sider. He keeps on looking for all of these GC N-Sigs. They're not going to connect that time around, but the GC D-Light into the ground pound. Munir is now up 3 stocks to 1. Wow, he's just, when he's on the Petra, I mean, he just really just activates.
Yep, he wants the Petra, and specifically on Petra, he wants the gauntlets. You saw him instantly throw the orb away. He hasn't hardly touched orb at all this game so far. It's been all the gauntlets. The backside of the swing on the side signature makes a connection.
Okay, catching the jump. Actually, Cool J, what an amazing punish.
Oh my gosh.
Look how much damage was dealt onto Munir. It was just in a second.
And he's keeping it going, has Munir in the orange.
I love how keen he is on initiating and catching jumps with recovery. That is always the first option that he goes for when somebody's playing a little bit floaty, and he has been catching and calling people out all day.
Munir was forced to play the orb, and that kind of gave XJ Cool J the room that he needed to do all that damage. But now Munir swapped back over to the gauntlets. The in-light comes out. Of course, the recovery after that, not a true option. This time he goes for the D-light in the same direction.
Yeah, but Munir mixing up his defensive options, not immediately dodging, just jumping away that time around, gets the neutral, waits, not able to find a second one. XJ Cool J picking up the sword, eating a weapon toss. D-Light recovery is going to be enough to take the stock off the top. XJ Cool J can make this comeback. He just needs to put on this damage.
Yeah, XJ Cool J's done a great job of coming back in this game off of what was a very terrible first stock for him.
Neutral, trying to hunt through that landing, not able to find it that time around.
Oh. Just seems like Munir's punish game on the orb just isn't there. Like, he has to think of Frog's hair too much for him to actually get the punish out in time, but that's not the same thing with gauntlets.
Just whiffing that N-Sig, but that's okay because he was in a nice, safe place. XJ Cool J, no ability to punish that quite yet. Finding that N-Light, that was such a safe neutral. Munir wasn't able to punish it.
Neutral Light coming out from Munir in the middle of the stage, sending XJ Cool J's back to the middle. Neutral Air sends him again to the right. Jumps out of that side light so he doesn't get hit with a grounded punish. Oh, he went for the D-Light into the GC side sig, basically hitting stack, hoping to catch out either like no dodge from Munir or potential spot dodge. And just like that, XJ Cool J takes the game. That second stock was everything.
Yeah, that was incredible. Again, the way that he has been catching jumps is phenomenal. Every single time when he has the weapon, when Munir just immediately respawns, Munir is the one that's playing a little bit floaty. He's just waiting for the weapon to spawn in a convenient position. And XJ Cool J, whenever his opponent is tangible, I mean, you saw the recovery, the neutral, the GC D-Lights. He is just able to pile on the damage. And that last stock, that side sig was crazy.
Yep.
I got hit by it. I didn't see that coming, and neither did Munir. It was so dissonant. It was the first time as an option that was even established. And XJ Cool J really mixed him up.
And now we're getting what you were talking about a little bit during the pre-show, and that is the Teska pick coming out from Munir here. We're seeing the third legend swap from Bodvar to Petra now landing on Teska here in this, like, lose or potentially win situation here. Like, he's down one game. XJ Cool J takes this. He moves on. Munir goes down to the elimination side of things. If Munir wins this, then we go into our game 5.
This could be a potentially huge upset. Not only does Munir have the positive set history between the two of them, this is also Munir, who is the highest seed remaining in the bracket, who I believe is number 2 in EU. So, XJ Cool J, the question is, can you do it? Munir, the question is, can you take us at least into a game 5? And so the Teska is going to be the character of choice. It's been a very gentle start so far. Able to get the neutral, not able to get the GC sidelight though.
Nice. Can he finish this one up?
Oh no!
That would have been so... Okay, I think there's two avenues here. Munir was playing a little bit scared there when he could have definitely gotten the confirmed KO, but maybe he knew that XJ Cool J would be pixels away. I'm gonna defer that to the situation where he's the smarter one, rather than making a little bit of a mistake there on what would have been a guaranteed edge guard. So Munir coming out here, looking at last game, he doesn't have the orb as a problem this game, like was really what gave XJ Cool J the lead on second stock.
Yeah, he has the boots, and he is so comfortable on boots when he needs to be. His strings, the way that he's able to set up ridiculous edge guards, they can all be so potent. But XJ Cool J, unfortunately, missing the GC D-Light into the sider. That time around, though, the sider was just enough to push Munir off the stage. Now, 2 stocks to 2, you got to make up a bit of damage. If I'm XJ Cool J, it's Katars, because we have seen what they can do.
And the good thing for Munir is the next weapon pickup that he grabs is going to be the Gauntlet swap.
Here's the Gauntlets, just like you predicted. XJ Cool J now going to be on the sword, and he is getting these juggles, the recoveries, the neutralers, the resets. He's landing back down. He's able to get another neutral. He whiffs that one time. It gives Munir the option to go in for the N-Light finally. Weapon toss, but you whiff that N-Light again, and look at the punish that XJ Cool J has for you.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit scary here. He does have XJ Cool J in the orange. Let's see what these boots can do. That's an easy punish for XJ Cool J, punishing that in-light coming out from Munir's boots.
Yeah, just the wrong direction, not hitting anybody. And all of a sudden, XJ Cool J is on the precipice of an amazing upset, is what I would say. Munir with an amazing anti-air and finishing it off with the ground pound. He didn't actually need to that time around, but after that first stock, he wasn't taking any chances.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be there right where he needs to be to finish off that guaranteed edge guard.
Gauntlets on hand.
Setting up? Okay. Oh, and he actually lands on the main platform with that. I thought he was just going to barely clip the top of the wall and be stuck on that vertical wall rather than the main platform. I think XJ Cool J might not have expected him to be on the main platform either, or that would have been like perfect punish landing territory.
Yeah, that was really tricky movement. I love it. It was so ambiguous. But coming in with the side light, looking for the end light, not able to catch any potential dodges. Munir keeps on end lighting in the wrong direction. You have to hit XJ Cool J. You can't whiff like that in his face. You push him off stage for just a second. XJ Cool J with a retreating sider gives himself enough space to take control of center stage once again.
We're seeing Munir struggle to find these hits. He hasn't been punished for too many of these whiffs just yet. Hoping to juggle, but dude, XJ Cool J is just staying below him so often when he's throwing out neutral layers. Like your opponent's in the other direction, and XJ Cool J is finding the neutral layers. He's finding the side airs. There's the in light to send off over onto the right side. He does get back, but again, the landing is punished.
Can you make it back on is the question. The
Nice.
sider, just the very last hitbox of it does come out. Munir able to still touch the side of the stage, comes back on with the weapon toss. The end light pushes XJ Cool J out of there. He is hunting, and he lands with a ground pound.
That's it. That is it right there. XJ Cool J with a massive upset over Munir, the #2 PR in EU, and also the top PR player in this tournament.
What was that ground pound?
I don't know.
It saved him the game. It won him the set. He had no options on landing. That was supposed to be Munir's catch on the landing. He wanted it. He wanted it so bad. Just about anything could have hit XJ Cool J. He was all out of landing options. And then the last second ground pound is what actually got him down safely, and he converted it into a recovery. I want to see that last stock one more time, please, and thank you, because that was ridiculous.
This was the beginning. Again, another very strong opening from Munir, getting a KO on his opponent while he's still technically in yellow, and then he's just not able to convert that into a victory, because by the time we got to the final stocks, they started off even, and then look at the disparity between them.
He was too
That raw
close.
recovery is going to do that, even when it's 2 jump heights up, and that's PR10 taking out PR2.
If he walked back 2 steps, he would have been fine. That ground pound would have not connected. But he was just right below XJ Cool J, and he just got the ground pound in the nick of time. So excellent landing option. It was the first time that he did something like that. And I feel like, again, I just want to touch on the way that he won one of the previous games, which is that like last stock side sig. It was so good. These like dissonant landing options, just like in the heat of the battle, that Munir was not ready for. It clutched up for XJ Cool J, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. XJ Cool J did such a good job of really figuring out that, one, the off weapon was definitely a struggle. Whether it was the Bodvar pick and the off weapon was the sword compared to the hammer, or whether you were on the Petra pick, or whether you were on, who was his final legend? Help me. It's
Teska.
blanking in my mind. Teska. Whether you were on the boots, the gauntlets were the choice that he wanted to play with. So force him onto that off weapon, but then also XJ Cool J just leveled up against his gauntlets as well, and
Yes.
those weren't nearly as strong, even with a massive opening. He had a massive opening in the Bodvar game. He had a massive opening. Did he have a massive opening in the Petra game? I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Okay, I'm going to say he did. He had a massive opening in the Petra game, and he also had a massive opening in the Teska game as well. So he started off strong in each one, but he wasn't able to run the marathon. He was more of like a sprint runner, and that's not the type of race that we're running here.
There was a lot of whiffs from Munir. I feel like he gave XJ Cool J quite a few openings to whiff punish him, especially with both the gauntlet and the boots in that last game. Those whiffed end lights from either of those weapons, whenever you have a multi-hitting move that just whiffs in the wrong direction, that's just saying, hey, punish me. And man, XJ Cool J followed up on that so well. So especially when it comes to racking on the damage with Katars, XJ Cool J, he seemed so consistent with it, right? When it came to actually finding some of the KOs at the end as well with the sword, he did an excellent job cleaning up.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed with how well XJ Cool J played.
Yeah, definitely a very impressive game from him. Munir taking the L there is going to shake up several people's predictions, going to shake up my bracket for sure.
Mine as well.
Yeah, that's going to be XJ Cool J making it into top 8. And again, that is a PR 10 player. Yeah, that's XJ Cool J coming in at PR 10 compared to Munir's PR2. This is again another amount of disparation between their placements. Is you look at the BCX, right? You have Munir right on the precipice of top 8. He came in 9th. Then you look at a player like XJ Cool J, and he was on the precipice of getting into top 16. So we're looking at top 8 potential versus top 16 potential, and the player who barely got stuck out of top 16. That's the player who ended up winning here. This is a huge victory for XJ Cool J.
Yeah, so congratulations to XJ Cool J, but that means that, my friends, we have another set coming up ahead of us, and we have the one and only Skeldra up against Bamia. I know that this is a set that you're excited for. I know that this is a player that you're excited for. So what are some of your thoughts going into this?
Skeldra W.
Skeldra W?
All day. Bamia's going to struggle to get in. He's going to come in. He's a Scythe player, right? What's he going to do? He's going to be looking for that neutral light. He's going to box him out. He has the range on the Greatsword. What's he going to be looking for? He's going to be looking for the 45-degree angle on the down air. Skeldra, he sees that coming. He knows it's coming. It's not a problem for him. He's either going to back up or he's going to throw out that neutral light. That's going to be the anti-air. He's going to be too good here for Bamia to handle, and because of that, they are not going to put me in the contraption at the end of the day, because Skeldra is my man. He understands the stakes here, not only for himself, but others.
I love your faith. I love your optimism in Skeldra, and honestly, that would be an excellent day for all of us. But it's going to be interesting. The thing that I really love from Skeldra's play that I got to see a little bit of today, I think his extensions and a lot of his creativity, especially with what he does after a weapon toss, what he does when he's unarmed, and how he treats his advantage state can be excellent. He is going up against Bamia. Everybody, this is game number 1. This is once again to get into winner's side of top 8. Skeldra already looking for that end light, the coverage there with the D-Sig. Oh my gosh, the whiff recovery, they're just exchanging hits, they're going blow for blow.
And I definitely know going into this, and I'm hoping that during offseason, Skeldra practiced a lot, because he got 49th at BCX, and I'm sure that that hurt him greatly, because he can't even rely on 2s either, because he's not really a 2s player in that sense. He's definitely the 1v1 player. They're going even here so far. Skeldra without a weapon, going to pick that one up. It's back over to the sword. Nice GCD light. Wasn't able to find the follow-up after Skeldra got the dodge out in time.
Bamia now going to be stuck off stage, eating that weapon toss, fading back just a little bit, but this is going to be the reversal attempt. The sider saying, hey, Skeldra, your turn to be off stage.
Nice.
He goes out there for the ground pound, but the weapon toss has other plans for him. Now, once again, picking up the Greatsword. Ooh. But you know what? I like that as a commitment, because Bamia had no way to KO off that.
It was a little bit of a bold move, but it's also early and in game 1.
Yes.
So you can be a little saucy with it, as he still ends up cleaning up the stock eventually. About 1:15 into the game. So a little bit of a long start to this one compared to especially the Munir early stocks that we were seeing him get.
Okay, the neutral finisher there. Is the end light going to be enough to KO? And the answer is it is not. Bamia once again holding onto the stage. How is Skeldra going to be able to make it back? He tries to space out the recovery, but it was not safe enough on hit, as Bamia was just able to find a sider to close out that stock. 2 stocks apiece at the moment, picking up the Greatsword, and if you let him back onto the stage, you already know how potent Skeldra's damage output is.
Skeldra with about a 50 damage lead here, but Bamia's doing a great job of keeping him over, stuck on the corner. Even if he makes it over that weapon toss, yeah, it is going to be that sword. He had the Greatsword previously, so not really his weapon of choice here, as they are now even. Bamia's done a great job, and now Bamia even has the lead.
He's being so patient. He's waiting for Skeldra to approach. He whiffed that end light. He whiffed it again, eating a D-light, eating a cider, but the weapon toss and the recovery gives Skeldra a nice and safe way to make it back onto the stage.
All right, it's GS time. You see him start off with the down air. He didn't follow up with the immediate neutral air. There wasn't enough damage for him to find that true, so he just turned around and hit the side air after that as the follow-up. Okay, the side light sending Skeldra over to the wall. It feels like he's just been on the defensive so much here.
Skeldra is so patient. Bamia jumped out there and then went back onto the stage to bait a weapon toss so that he can then go off stage. Skeldra, that time around, he did delay it. Now, the GCD light not finding its opponent at all. Tries to slide in with that side light. The weapon toss has an opening. The side light once again. And now Skeldra off stage. Can Bamia close this out?
Okay.
And yes, he can with that downer. Amazing.
So Skeldra, he's gotten the spot dodge of Bamia a couple times when he started with his 2 pieces on the Greatsword, and he hasn't really gone for much after that. So I don't know if that's him giving respect to Bamia. I don't know if that's him still feeling everything out so he can get the full idea before he goes for any major commitment. Again, we are game 1, so there is time for the fact-finding mission here for Skeldra to figure out what to do after he gets the dodge from Bamia on Greatsword, which he's going to swap over to now. Going to juggle those weapons to delay the weapon spawn to keep Bamia weapon starved.
Oh, being so patient. He just wants to catch that landing in any way possible, but Bamia is now going to be the one with the gauntlets. Skeldra is now going to be the one weaponless for just a moment. Greatsword on hand, sword on hand. Eats a neutral, goes out there for the ground pound. So greedy, but he doesn't get punished.
He does throw his weapon, disarming himself because it does miss as well. Okay, but he was able to also get really lucky with the weapon spawn. Skeldra, it seems like he's been going so much closer to 50-50 with his weapons than we're used to. I think potentially that's because of weapon weapon tosses. He's doing that more often than he used to do, so he's disarming himself, meaning he has to go over to the weapon spawn.
Once again, just using the weapon toss immediately as a chance to break space. It was unsuccessful, and now he is left weaponless up against Scythe. He gets hit with a downer. Okay. Is that the finisher? Not enough to be able to close it off the top, though.
He has Dare Nair potentiality here. He does have the lead as well. He's playing very carefully. You see him retreating over onto that soft platform. He's floating above Bamya quite a bit. Gets the 3-piece, and Skeldra takes game 1 after he was really struggling.
Did he not have a dodge? Why did he just eat that 3-piece? What happened at the end?
I assume it's because he didn't have a dodge.
Yeah, we'll just have to find out.
It's always tough to keep things in random access memory because you never know like how long you have to remember it before it doesn't matter anymore.
Was that just no dodge? None at all?
Maybe he just didn't. Give me the replay of that again.
One more time, please, if
My brain's
possible.
not quick enough.
Yeah, because, like, okay, you know, getting a 3-piece with Greatsword, it's typically like, okay, we got a lead on this, or we were able to catch the dodge successfully. But if somebody doesn't dodge at all...
I guess it just wasn't off a cooldown. Yep. There was the dodge that came out there.
All right.
And that's like one of the like few handful of really strong follow-ups with like a finisher on them that Skeldra was able to get that game. There was one that he grabbed previously as well that was off of a GC side sig that came out from Bamya again because the dodge was burned, so he went for the immediate 3-piece after that, ending in the finisher with the big 4 stump and then the KO.
Yeah, against Greatsword, that is a weapon that you always just have to make sure that you have your dodge available because otherwise you'll end up getting KO'd into the orange or very early red. You want to just eat the first hit of it, and then ideally you would have not gotten hit with the first hit of it. You would have moved around. You would have been really clever with your jumps and with your dashes. But if you do get hit with whatever opener they might choose, you need to have that dodge. You need to make sure that you have it as an option away from the 2-piece and away from the 3-piece. So Bamya that time around wasn't so lucky, wasn't so fortunate. Skeldra with an amazing finisher. We're going to be going into the next game now, but I gotta say, they kept it close.
Yes, absolutely. It was seemingly, for quite a bit of it, it seemed like Bamya was just gonna have the edge most of the time and then be able to carry that through all the way to the ending. But no, Skeldra came out in the end. We'll see if this game changes a little bit or if that was just kind of a little bit of a fluke and Bamya still plays strong.
Okay, the 3-piece though, once again, Bamya eating the cider on the way back down, whiffing the Endlight. Skeldra in no position to be able to punish it though.
Nice.
He's getting so much damage off of each and every single one of these neutralers as well. Bamya patrolling the ground. Skeldra just delaying his descent on the platform, just chilling out. And there's the 3-piece once more, Sparky. What an opening.
This is more what I expect from Skeldra, but also Bamya could easily, we just need the switch to flip, and then all of a sudden we have ourselves a game here. Okay, starting off with the D-Light ground pound. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Skeldra throws the sword up. Bamya does end up bonking or getting bonked on the head. Weapon spawn comes in. Okay, he's able to grab the second one, grab that scythe.
Oh my gosh, the GC sidelight. Beautiful whiff punish though. And now he's just trying to thread him with that Endlight. Oh gosh, Skeldra finding a whiff punish. Eating the recovery, just getting his jump called out. How is Bamya going to be able to close this one out?
Bamya, that was scary. I was really scared that Skeldra was going to get something goofy, like a down air that hits when he's all the way down there, or like a weird weapon toss was going to hit Bamya and he was going to lose that stock. But no, he kept control of it. He got the stock, and now he's evened it up here on second stock. The scythe absolutely coming alive against Skeldra.
Tries to hunt for that dodge. Skeldra just dodging away, and 2 safety, 2 recovery is going to be coming out now. Okay.
A little bit of a bold move there. Okay.
Still able to make it back on. Bamya getting his dodge back just in time. How does he make it back onto the stage? Skeldra keeps on swatting him away, sliding off with that D-Light. He's got to pick up this weapon. He picks up the Greatsword. Bamya saving his dodge that time around, but it was not enough because Skeldra just picking it back up all over again.
And that's why you see when a lot of people will play against a Greatsword player is like they'll do exactly what you said. They'll hold on to that dodge. They will hoard that dodge until the moment where they need it when a potential string is going to come out. And then when they throw out that dodge and use it and it's burned, they just disengage everything and are going to play safely, move onto the soft platform, move over to the wall, run to the other side of the stage.
You have to punish them for whiffing the finisher.
Until that dodge then comes up right after that. Unfortunately, Skeldra was able to chase Bamya and catch him with the second string when the dodge was still on cooldown.
Okay, Bamia finding a sidelight. Unfortunately, the sider does not connect. Skeldra now on the way back down to the ground has a massive lead, has a massive advantage to his name. He's playing so safe, he's playing so patiently as well. He didn't feel confident enough that he had enough time to down her. The sider is still not enough to KO off the side, but that one finally will. Bamia evening it up, but the question is, can he even up this damage? Can he make up this damage?
So when we entered into our second stock for both players, Bamia was only like 50 damage behind, and he was able to even it up very quickly. Now he's about 80 damage behind, which again isn't unwinnable by any means, especially if he adds it up quickly, and he's going to do the same thing again.
Huge.
He's going to do the exact same thing again where he evens it up, gets another hit, gets the lead, but ultimately Skeldra got the next stock. Now Bamia's keeping the damage flurry coming, and Skeldra's not able to find very much after that recovery gets interrupted, but out come two.
Oh my gosh, Skeldra not able to get the down in time, but it does not matter because the finisher is able to come out. Skeldra finding another three-piece once again, and you know, it's just back to B&Bs.
Yep. Now, one thing I'm liking more from Skeldra here is his weapon tosses are much better. I think there are fewer of them, and they are more focused. They are more on purpose rather than, there's space between us, what am I going to do? And then you throw the weapon toss out. I think they're a lot more on purpose and with great intent, and there's fewer of them, so he's disarming himself less often. He's able to stick on the greatsword, which is his better weapon, more often, and his opponent is just not able to handle the greatsword now that it's really up and moving.
So what we saw there on the last stock was that Bamia saved his dodge for the three-piece, right? Just saved it right for the end. And that is when Skeldra was like, oh, okay, great. You just spot dodged. You just neutral air dodged in my face. I will now just be able to get this going again. Dashed in, was able to find the sidelight as the opener again, and then finish it off with the neutral. So that was really well played from Skeldra. That was a really good adaptation. As a greatsword player, you're always switching between preemptive punishes, which is when you think they're going to hold on to the dodge, and then reactive punishes, where you stop your combo a little bit early and then see what they did. So Skeldra, in the heat of the battle, he picked the right option. He was able to punish Bamia accordingly, and now he has a 2-0 game lead for himself.
And so, like, for the Bamia side of things, I feel like he's running into like something that I feel quite a bit when I play against greatsword players, and it's dealing with greatsword momentum, and that's very, very tough. And now even the sword momentum coming out from Skeldra, like the double recoveries that Skeldra is throwing out that Bamia's not expecting. It's almost like the way Qatar players will throw out double recoveries. So that's an interesting new, that's the KO off the top. That's an interesting new layer to Skeldra's greatsword gameplay here, is those chasing double recoveries that he's throwing out. But like we're seeing with Bamia, he'll lose his stock, all of a sudden get the stock on Skeldra, even it up, maybe even grab a lead, but then the greatsword momentum kicks in, and he's not able to deal with it. He loses his stock, and then the same thing happens again. We rinse and repeat. He gets the stock off of Skeldra, he adds up a bunch of damage via the scythe, gets the lead, and then all of a sudden loses his stock.
Yeah, Skeldra that time around, though, he was sweating. He was off stage with no options, and he knew that that stock was gone. It is 2-2. Bamia looking pretty good opening off this game, I have to say. Skeldra picking up the greatsword once again, whiffing that sidelight, and that is a huge opening for Bamia.
Yeah, this is the smallest lead going into the next stock that Skeldra has had.
Okay.
And look, he's doing the same thing again. He's adding up all this damage. He's now taking the lead. He's keeping it going, but we'll see if Skeldra can get the greatsword momentum going.
Dashing in, dashing out, just waiting for the perfect whiff, waiting for the perfect opportunity to get in, but Skeldra is content on continuing to play so patient. Bamia getting close, finally punishing the recovery, only finding a neutral for it. Oh, Skeldra, the mix! Oh my gosh, my ankles started feeling uncomfortable from that too.
Not me, I have young ankles. And there's the recovery, okay! We're seeing momentum shift happening.
Oh, it's beginning. It's happening. Bamia looking a lot more comfortable. He has Skeldra off stage for just a moment. Skeldra going for a heinous ground pound. Okay. They're both committing off stage and nobody's getting anything off of it.
We're seeing the difference here, though, for Bamia is it's based off of the gauntlets. That's where the success is coming from, whereas before it was mostly on the side. Now he's just finding a way in. Like, yeah, okay, good. You saw completely disengaged there. He went to the other half of the stage from Skeldra after getting hit in that greatsword string.
Okay, Skeldra, though, he held onto his dodge just in case Bamia went off stage for the reversal. He makes it back on. He eats that end light as well. Bamia, how do you close here? Because you were up 2 stocks to 1. Skeldra looking for perhaps a GC, something or the other.
Oh my gosh, Bamia. He's on the precipice of a 2 stock. There's the side light.
Oh, Skeldra
Sweat
being
Beats
so
coming out.
patient.
Oh, great
D-Light's in
dodge.
the wrong direction, but that is okay because Bamia still able to find that side light, and he has put himself in the set. He takes this game 3. He stops it from being a 3-0, and now he is making Skeldra fight for it. So I love the fact that you brought up the gauntlets as opposed to the scythe. I feel like the gauntlets were putting in a lot of work, and also his defensive options against Greatsword, they really improved. He started getting a lot more comfortable dash landing out of it, right, which is an important escape option. And as a result, Skeldra, he was not able to get his hands on him like he did in the previous games.
Yeah, that was a fantastic adaptation coming out from Bamia. He just didn't let Skeldra get greatsword momentum, which is very tough. If you asked me to like write an essay on how to stop a greatsword player from getting greatsword momentum, I don't think I'd be able to answer that question for you. So I would look at his gameplay if you have that question.
That's
or
good.
maybe ask Grok. Maybe he knows.
Yeah, well, you could just plagiarize, Bamia's gameplay and
True.
just, take it from there. So, we're going into the next game. Once again, Skeldra has the 2-1 game lead.
Okay.
Let's see what he's able to make happen.
One thing I wanted to say, hopefully nothing happens, is the difference in damage. It was like 386 on the Scythe in a previous game, and then like 60 damage on the Gauntlets. Meanwhile, last game was 122 on the Scythe and 422 on the Gauntlets. So he almost like 10x'd the amount of damage that he did on the Gauntlets, and that is what led to the victory, and that's what he's leaning on here, and might lead to the first stock, giving him a massive lead here against Skeldra.
But if you whiff those kinds of GCD lights, you leave yourself so vulnerable to those kinds of punishes. Skeldra goes for the recovery, but he was up too high. And Bamia, as a result, he was able to find his hit before Skeldra did. The recovery sends him so deep off stage, and Skeldra, sweating on the way back down, has no options. Bamia has the lead once again.
Bamia's about like halfway between orange and red here, so nothing too dire. Skeldra could grab a couple strings and do something big, or grab like a goofy signature like the neutral signature. That might have done it in that moment. The D-Light recovery won't. Doesn't have enough force on it just yet, but this one probably will. Yes, it does. Off of the top. And now I feel like the roles have essentially reversed, as Bamia got the first stock, and now Skeldra is the one going into second stock with about 30 damage, basically a mirror image of last game once we got in the second stock.
Bamia was so ready. He was so ready for that recovery, and he got an amazing punish for it as well. Endlight, Skeldra struggling to land, finally catching and landing onto the platform with that neutral. Bamia is coming alive, gets the recovery. Skeldra is off stage, but what?
Just barely finding priority there with the unarmed down air. The unarmed dislikers out there are going to be like freaking out and pointing at the screen saying, see, it's the best in the game! Unarmed is the best weapon!
It needs it. So Skeldra getting the recovery, getting the neutral as well. He is putting on this damage, but Bamia had so much momentum, continuing to shove Skeldra off stage, and he gets that ground pound too. 2 stocks to 1. Bamia is looking unstoppable.
So that's where Skeldra made a decision in that moment to go for the neutral air, compared to what he did in a previous game where he weapon tossed up, which halted the initial move from Bamia, because it's just going to float up there. It's essentially going to act like a wall, whereas like the neutral air, it exists for the time when the neutral air exists. In front of that and behind that, there's nothing there to stop Bamia. So he went for that there, and if he would have gone for the weapon toss like he did previously, then that would have halted Bamia, and he didn't have to work on any like timing or anything specific like that.
Oh, Bamia, he is making Skeldra afraid to go for these recoveries. Not able to find a neutral that time around. I love the GCD light. Beautiful stuff. The recovers from in front and behind. It has such a huge hitbox on it. The recovery comes out, and that is going to be enough to take the stock. Skeldra taking its last stock apiece.
Juggling the weapons to delay the next spawn. Just a moment. It comes in. He's able to cover it with the side air, but the long range that you can pick up weapons from, Bamia's still able to grab the scythe. He's now floating. Skeldra being careful. You see him moving forward, so he's putting presence out there, but he's also, like, he can still have a little bit of weight on his back foot, so he can move away if he needs to.
Double side light down.
Oh my gosh, he's going to do it. Here he is. We're going to go to a game 5, Dara.
I have to say, the way that Bamia mixed up his movement in this game for you, you saw how much Skeldra struggled to be able to get a single hit on him, to be able to get a single opener on him. The way that Skeldra was playing previously was the following. If my opponent is a little bit floaty, then I'm going in for a recovery. If they're playing a little bit more on the ground, I'm dashing in, dashing out, looking for a whiff, and then I'm able to get some sort of like a side light started. In this case, the way that Bamia was moving, he was baiting Skeldra to go for the recoveries. He was baiting him to be able to play a little bit floatier, because you saw what he was able to do with Scythe neutral, and then with Gauntlet neutral as well. As a result, in that last stock, Skeldra, he could not get a hit on Bamia neutral at all.
And even on the edge, Bamya was definitely the player in control. I mean, he has gauntlets and he has scythe. That's definitely not to be unexpected, which is why I think Skeldra needs to just be like an on-stage Samuel and really worry about that. Don't worry about going over onto the edge. I wouldn't risk that because like we
Samuel?
Yeah, on-stage Samuel. He needs to stay on stage.
Okay.
Be an on-stage Samuel, not be a wall Willy.
Well, I don't know if I've ever said that before, but thank you for coining the terminology, Sparky. Game 5, this is huge. This is to get into top 8 from the winner's side. Both of these players, they want it so bad, and let's see what they have for us. The question is, can Skeldra get those 3 pieces like he was getting in the beginning? Can he actually threaten Bamya in neutral, or is Bamya going to keep on dominating him in these jump callouts again and again and again?
So Skeldra started this one off with the sword. He was going relatively even, but Bamya's able to start this one off with gauntlets. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, that was scary. The sweat beads coming up from Skeldra. This is scary. He has his dodge. He's still really high in the air, so he's able to get over onto the main platform directly, but Bamya, he's just sending him away. Every time he gets over, he finds a side air. He finds whatever he needs to send Skeldra over. That's dangerous.
GCN Light not going to be able to connect. Bamya looking for the GCD Light. It's not going to find its target at all. No whiff punish on the recovery in his face. Eating another side light. Bamya is in control of the stage. And that scythe sider, man, that hitbox is massive.
Skeldra banned out Demon Island that was left over by Bamya, and then maybe the order's wrong on that. Skeldra ended up picking not Demon Island, right? Took that off the stage, hoping that a longer sidewall would maybe give him a little bit more room so he doesn't have to fight Bamya on the edge as much. But as we saw, he just kept sending Skeldra over to the wall. He'd get up onto the main stage, over back onto the wall, over towards the right side, over towards that right blast zone every single time. He does get the down air here for the KO. Gonna hold on to that great sword, of course. Bamya's gonna spawn back in. The weapon spawn should be coming in relatively shortly. Yeah, there it is.
The GCN Light finisher, though, really good stuff.
This is
and
huge.
those are those juggles.
Swap your weapon, swap
and the
your weapon,
GCD
please,
Light
please,
as well.
please swap your weapon, please.
Oh, he's not going to. Bamya is going to be able to pick up that scythe, but if I'm Skeldra, I'm feeling pretty good about myself because that was a lot of damage. Whiffing the side light, I love that weapon toss to be able to land back down nice and safe. Oh, Skeldra, he is mixing things up.
I mean, if I'm Skeldra, I'm afraid of Bamya having the weapon because it feels like at this point in the set, Bamya's weapons are outgaming Skeldra's weapons. Although things might be changing here. We're seeing some great sword momentum. He's going to bounce past that one to himself, maybe as a bait, trying to get the dodge from Bamya.
He leaned in. He ate that neutral. He's sweating. Can he make it back onto the stage? Bamya, though, trying to find that recovery. Not going to be able to get it. Skeldra does reset neutral is what I would say until a sidelight recovery finds its target. Bamya taking all of that momentum away from Skeldra. He wants this game. Nice.
Okay, I didn't think that was going to have enough mustard behind it to KO, but it did.
It sure did. Game 5, last stock each.
Please, I really want to keep Bamya weapon starved if I'm Skeldra, and if I'm Bamya, I'm like, yeah, man, throw out some damage on me. That's okay. Just let me get to the weapon, and then I'll let that thing rang.
Landing back down, looking for the neutral. Oh, Skeldra tossing away his weapon, but that is okay because he picks up a sword. He gets pushed off stage, and if I'm Skeldra, I do not want to be out there any longer against Bamya. Okay, Cider. Skeldra able to find a whip punish with a D-Light. The side light as well goes out there for a ground pound, puts himself into the corner. Bamya not able to take advantage of it. Skeldra just playing so safe.
We're in game 5 here. Skeldra's final stock now in the red after that recovery. It's not going to take too much more. Are we going to see a crazy signature coming out from Bamya? Or is he just going to play this one kind of by the book? Maybe attempt the juggle game into the recovery. He's going for the side lights. Skeldra, he's just on the back foot the entire time. So many whiffs coming out. Bamya just has to find the right move at the right time. And Skeldra, he has to play well basically the rest of this game.
What was that? Okay, how does he land back down at this point? Bamya looking for that side light, going to be looking for that D-Light as well. Gets the end light off stage. Skeldra, not enough to be able to KO yet, but keeping him weapon starved. Look at the spacing, not able to get the neutral either. The side light is going to be able to KO as Bamya takes this game 5.
Great victory for Bamya here. It went down to the ending, and that's a little bit to be expected here. Skeldra PR11, Bamya PR7 coming into this one. Bamya, very impressive gameplay. Like, Skeldra came out of the gate swinging. It seemed like we saw those 3 pieces hitting. We saw him catching Bamya when his dodge was down, and then all of a sudden, Bamya, like, he woke up and he was like, yeah, oh wait, I forgot. My gauntlets are nasty. My scythe is nasty. If you let me get a weapon, Skeldra, like I'll take 3 hits, I'll take 4 hits here. Once that weapon comes up, I'm gonna let the gauntlets do the talking. I'm gonna let the scythe do the talking.
Man, I have to say, Skeldra was struggling to get a hit onto
Absolutely.
Bamia in the entirety of that last stock, and also, you know, the last stock of the last 2 games as well. Bamia really mixed up his movement. And honestly, as Greatsword, when you are the one at a pretty big disadvantage, your grounded options are actually quite committal, especially if you whiff a sidelight in front of somebody's face, if you whiff a recovery. The way that Bamia kept positioning himself was to punish all of Skeldra's recoveries. He missed a couple of the neutralizers from Gauntlet, but as the set went on, he was not finding his jumps called out nearly as much as he did in the beginning.
Yep, that was great gameplay from Bamia. Also, the weapon tosses. They definitely weren't working at the beginning for Skeldra. It seemed like he dialed them in a little bit more in the sort of like middle area of the set. That's where you saw him like not disarming himself as much, so he wasn't at weapon disadvantage. But then all of a sudden, towards the end, it seemed like overall the number of weapon tosses, and I don't know, I could just be lying. Maybe it's vibes. Do we have? Yeah, we have. Okay, 14 throws from Skeldra. I can't remember what he did in the other games. I didn't happen to pay attention to that. Excuse me, production. Do we have like a total number of throws as a statistic? Hold on. Total number of throws. So they played 5 games, right? So we're gonna do a little bit of on-stage live math. It's just adding. Just add 5 numbers together.
It's too much math for production.
So what we're going to do is we're going to get the total. We're going to subtract out 14, and we're going to kind of divide that by 4 games to see the average throws in final game versus the other ones, to see if I'm just making stuff up or not. The number is...
Do not give it. I don't know if they're going to give it to us.
No, I have that. I have the last game, Toast. I have that.
We don't have total game weapon
Then just tell me
throws.
that. You acted like we could get the statistic. You were like, hold on, we could do that for you? Oh my gosh, dude. Year 10 is gonna be a long year. Let me just tell you, year 10 is gonna be a long year, Toast. If this is how it's gonna be, I'm talking to you. Don't zoom in on my face, man. They're gonna see all my pores and all my issues because I got an oily face.
Do you have a skincare routine? I mean, I'm not confirming or denying what you just said. Okay, I see.
They're calling him the Rizzler.
Is that what they're doing now, Sparky?
They are.
Well, great. I'm very happy for you that that's the case. But that being said, those were our 2 top 8 qualifying matches. That means that we are done with the top 32 side of things,
That's
at
correct.
least here on the mainstream. And top 8 has filled out. So who do we have sitting in winner's side of top 8? I'm going to tell you right now. First, on one side of winner's semis, we have Lil Mev up against Acno. On the other side of it, we have XJ Cool J up against Bamia. And then in elimination side, one of the confirmed matches is S-Grape up against Pavelski, which is crazy. Who did Pavelski beat to get into the elimination side of top 8 is my question. And the answer is beat Flamethrower, beat Wave God, and then also beat Frydasol. Wow.
I'm really looking forward to S-Grape because we haven't seen S-Grape so far today. It looks like he's been locking in on the Wu Shang. I think it was recently that he tweeted about like, oh, I've kind of figured out what Legend I want to play because he also, like Munir, again, he was having an identity crisis of Legend like before Munir did. So I'm looking forward to those games. We're going to be getting to that in just a few moments. But before that, we are going to go to a short break and we will be back with the rest of our portion of the EU 1v1 Winter Championship.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Winter Championships 4-1s. I am Dara, joined by my lovely, incredible, beautiful co-caster, Sparky. And now we are in top 8 of EU. We saw some amazing matches. Sparky, how do you feel about top 8?
They're not calling them the Predictler anymore.
They're not calling it that anymore.
That's Winter Championship, baby. If you could predict the Winter Championship, it wouldn't be the Winter Championship. Let's throw up that bracket on screen right here for you. See on the top side, we have Lil Mev versus Acno. It's Unk versus the Youngin. And then we also have XJ Cool J versus Bomya. Then on the bottom side, we have Escrape and Pavelski. And then right below that, that is going to be the result of Skeldra and Bakonko versus compared to the winner of Munir and Delta.
Interesting, interesting. So the big upset so far, aside from the fact that, once again, guys, as a reminder, Godly is not here because he had unfortunately DQ'd, is that Munir ended up getting upset. Munir ended up getting upset by XJ Cool J. That is a huge win. It's really shaking things up. Bomya got the win over Skeldra, which I do believe was seeded to happen, but it was a pretty close back and forth set. But I really love Bomya's just sort of, you know, the way that he got better, the way that he adapted over the course of the set was incredible. So on the other side of winner semis is Acno up against Lil Mev. Acno got a pretty nice win over Flamethrower, going into the game 5 where he was crushing it. He was doing amazing. And Lil Mev beat Taya to be able to get up until this point. So really interesting top 8 that we have.
Lil Mev also beat Rain to get to this point. Rain, a very talented player in EU as well. One of the top players in EU, especially in 1v1. Also a Val player. So this was Lil Mev going up against a Val player as Val. I'm assuming he played Val. He didn't report his characters. Lil Mev, Rain, report your characters. But yeah, he took that, potentially, that Val up against Rain and ended up coming out on top of that. So, like, I'm feeling pretty good about Lil Mev right now. We'll see what Acno has to bring to the table here against Lil Mev, because obviously Acno has the hopes to make it into the winners finals here, into that guaranteed top 3 spot, but Lil Mev also has his sights on that. It would be a groundbreaking performance for Lil Mev.
And I do, by the way, really just want to touch on, I love the fact that Acno is opting for the Ezio. I think that Ezio is actually quite a slept-on legend as far as they go. Sword and Orb, just hands down as weapons, in my opinion, some of the best. Well, Sword, I feel like a lot of people have a lot of harsh things to say about it, but Orb is so good, it is so consistent at keeping people away. So the question is, will Acno be able to exert that game plan over Little Mev? Well, let's just find out. Everybody, we're getting into game number 1.
We're going to be starting it off here on Fortress of Lions. Mev is coming in, starting this off with the Val, as we expected here. There's the neutral light, sending Acno over to the edge. He instantly kind of goes for the high recovery. Nice GC side light, instantly interrupting the recovery from Mev.
Yeah, so Lil Mev right now just breaking so much space, able to get in there with the neutral, but Acno fighting away, finding a neutral and a recovery of his own. Neutral as well, trying to slide off the stage with that side light, but does not actually find the connection. That side light also not going to be able to connect onto Lil Mev, but that is okay because an end light finds his target anyways.
They're just kind of fishing. They're just kind of feeling each other out here. We're in like the stare down phase. Finding one hit here and there. No major momentum going one way or the other. Acno does have the lead here. Has Lil Mev over on the edge. There's a sweat beats coming out, but the neutral air is going to send Acno away there.
Okay, landing with the downer, nice and safe. Acno just patrolling over the weapon, looking for the GC sidelight, looking for another one. Somebody is fishing for the combo starter, and he is getting away with it. He is casting again and again and again. He wants to be able to get that big fish. He wants it so bad, Sparky, that you can taste it.
Mev just like throwing a desig when his opponent is on like the right 25% of the stage. So yeah, definitely an interesting opening to this game with the way that they were both trying to end that final stock, where it seemed like fishing, but no one was fishing too often. They weren't making too many casts. It was few and far between.
He's still going.
He's still trying.
And Lil Mev is trying to put a stop to that sometime soon. Looking for a D-Light. If you, of course, find a D-Light as Sawyer, that will be your KO. Confirm. Acno, though, side light, neutral light as well. Trying to jump off with the side of the GC side light.
Nice.
Man, that move is active, isn't it?
Yep. Really tried to keep it going with that weapon toss. He got the weapon toss for the hit, but the dodge was ready in time right after that weapon toss, so he couldn't find the neutral light. Instantly waking up after getting hit with that little bonk.
Yeah, just like, okay, you know, stay in the game. You got to remember what's coming down on top of you. Lil Mev looking for the neutral. Akno keeps on looking for that side light, not able to find it any time, but Enlight such a good anti-air. Just a nice active button catching opponents on the way back down.
Man, Akno, that he knows the animation for that D-Sig that came out from Mev, because it seemed like he should have gotten hit by that, but no. He has the perfect timing on it. Great read with that as well, catching Mev, jumping up there, sending him down over the edge, but not for a KO just yet.
Okay, neutral as well.
There was no second
GC
neutral
side light
after that?
GC side light recovery. Interesting choice. Not able to KO off the top though. I feel like a GC side light into the side would have at least put him into a more favorable angle, but that is okay. Sword on hand, whiffing the GC light, not able to find it, and
okay, all right. He took his time with that punish, but he was also trying to be extremely safe, and like, it's Akno. He's been around playing forever. He's played against like the greatest Vals in the world. I'll put Natty Mestig up there. There's a lot of really great Vals. Put Pavelski up there. A lot of great Vals. So he knows the exact like punish window he has for that side signature.
Not only does he know the exact punish windows, I'm also questioning Lil Mev's choices on a lot of those signatures because just about every single one of them ended up whiffing, and then half of them ended up getting punished as well. So maybe you got to dial that back just a little bit.
That one doesn't get punished there. Akno being very careful with it. He knows he has like serious extra credit potential, but he gets caught in the air really up high with that recovery, and that's going to KO off the top.
Okay, opting to open off with the Gauntlet 2. Let's see how he's able to break the space. Whiffing that Enlight, but so is going to be Akno. Holding onto the sword, eating a neutral, GC Enlight as well. Ground pound. Akno almost jumped into the side. Lil Mev had the right idea. He just needed to wait. He needed to be a little bit more patient, and then he could have stolen that stock from Akno.
Again, it's early in the set, so maybe he's playing on the cautious side of things rather than being like the I'm going to see what I can get away with early on. Sort of like a which way Western man type beat.
Oh, right now, Akno just still going to be on the stage for just a moment.
And he got the spot dodge off of that, and he finds the punish.
Is that going to be it? Oh, no, not quite. Not enough to take the stock off the top. Akno, he has been connecting so many more signatures than Lil Mev has, let me tell you. The GC sidelight as a means of getting back on, but Akno is now left without a weapon for just a moment in time. If he has orb, he wants that punish, and he gets it beautifully. Amazing recovery, catching him going to the platform, and Akno going to be taking that game.
So it seems like specifically the signature kit, which is usually what we consider to be like one of the main things that are inherent to a character, whether it's the stat line or whether it's the signature kit, because of course the light attacks are shared between legends. So all of the unique Val stuff that we're seeing from Mev, mostly unsuccessful. It's just like general good gauntlet play and general good sword play that he's outputting here. The signature's not necessarily working too well. He's not really punished by the low strength because he's going up against an Ezio player. He is in the defense stance, but still.
I gotta say, between the two of them right now, I'm liking the way that Akno approaches neutral a little bit more. It feels like he's a little bit safer. It feels like he's a little bit more patient. But right now, Lil Mev just trying to push this advantage all the way. Akno trying to get this juggle going.
Oh my, okay.
Enough recoveries. No more. Not allowed.
Ooh, nice catch. I thought Mev would have been a little bit too low for that.
Oh, but Akno, he went just up and above another neutral, and he kept himself nice and safe. Mev gonna be opting to pick up the sword, and every single time that you think you can whiff punish sidelight, it goes a little bit further each and every single time. Akno, oh my gosh, he really committed to that recovery.
Any side sig? Okay. We haven't seen that from Mev yet, is like the side sig over the corner with the sword, or any of the unique wall interactions that come with the signatures as well, where you can ride it up if you hit like the neutral sig.
Oh, whiffing that GC D-Light, but Lil Mev, no punish, but that is okay because he finds a double. He finds a D-Light recovery to be able to go ahead and close that out, and now he has a gentle lead.
Gentle is a great word for that.
Thank you. It's volatile. It's subject to change at any moment in time, but guess what? He is taking it, and he is pushing it all the way. Gets a side A.
All right, good shutdown there from Akno, completely stuffing that string. He did take about 60 damage, maybe?
A lot of damage, enough to put him into the orange. And now Akno, oh, he's looking for these reversals off stage with the down air. That is a bit of a tricky down air to hit. You have to space it just right.
Akno over on the wall. You notice he's hugging initially really low on the wall so that Mev can't throw that side signature out over the corner and catch the top of the turret box.
Man, little Mev loves that platform. He loves retreating to it with each and every single recovery. He loves to slow down the pace of the game, and Akno has punished him for it just a couple of times. Now it is Akno who is off stage, tries to come back on, but it does not matter because Mev caught him on that timing. Beautiful D-Light sider to finish off that stock.
I think Mev's feeling very confident right now. You saw him just essentially like stop and not move at all whatsoever. Once he got that KO, I think that's him saying in the moment, like, yep, I got this game. This is my game to lose at this point. Keep doing what I'm doing, and it'll work. And then he picked up the weapon, delayed the next weapon spawn a little bit. So yeah, that moment of reprieve, I think, shows that like Mev is like feeling more confident now. Definitely the way we're seeing him play.
Oh,
the
Akno,
GC sidelight again.
It just covers so much space. That entire thing becomes a hazard. You have to time your dodge perfectly. Akno!
Oh
Mev,
my gosh, Mev, what are you doing? The boldest move of all time.
He gave that stock to him on a silver platter. He said, okay, fine, I whiffed this. It's all yours. You got it, man.
I think maybe he thought he could fade away in time, or that he could hold the ground pound long enough that Akno wasn't going to punish it and he would move back onto the main stage and then Mev would be able to get back up. I don't really know what he was thinking there.
All right, now Akno's thinking how he can make it back onto the stage because Mev is looking to make it as difficult as possible, but alas, he endlights in the wrong direction. This time around, it finds its target. Akno with a sidelight, D-light, neutral air punish as well. Looking for that end-sig, not going to be able to find it. Catches the landing with the endlight and jumps into an endlight of Lil Mev's own.
Nice.
So much damage. Weapon toss forcing the low recovery. Opts to pick up the weapon instead. Akno wants to clutch this one out so bad.
Neutral sig, not enough!
Sending him all the way into the corner. Just enough for Akno to be safe, but is he safe enough to get back onto the stage? Mev whiffing the GCD light.
That's it.
No,
That's
it's not. Excuse me?
Defense.
Picking up the orb. You know what he wants? He wants a sidelight. He wants a sider, and he is going to be able to find it. Akno clutching out that game 2. And if I'm Mev, oh, I'm kicking myself. I would have wanted that game. That was so close. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, that was Akno coming alive on final stock for sure. Mev, he just like, dude, he shut him down so bad.
What was that ground pound off stage?
I don't know. It felt like that was a momentum shift moment as well. Like, he's not. I think the ground pound like turned him quote unquote officially red. He was in late stages of orange approaching red, but that ground pound turned him red and got the stock almost immediately. And now we're seeing Mev swap over to the Zol.
Yeah.
If he would have gone in with the Zol ground pound as opposed to on Axe, as opposed to a sword ground pound, I think we would be singing a little bit of a different tune.
I see. That's why he lost game 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So going into game 3, Zol, quite a choice. Cannon and Axe will be the weapons of choice this time around. And guess what? Let me tell you, if there's anything Orb and Sword like to do, it is keep both of those weapons away. Akno, he is going in. He is feeling himself. Mev popping out a couple of neutral airs, but just punishing that GCD light as well. He's looking unstoppable.
Yeah, Akno's putting out, it seems like 3 times the damage that Mev is at this point. Now, Mev does have a lot of strength on his side, but the way he's putting out damage right now, it kind of doesn't matter if he had 15 strength.
Yeah, Mev is getting a little bit overwhelmed. He needs to be able to get a bit of momentum for himself, but the end light, the side light, just keeps on pushing him off stage again and again. Mev sweating, finally picking up the axe. Side light, neutral air, looking for a dodge read with the ground pound, but he doesn't find it. Akno with the GC end light. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it will be, as he gets the ground pound. 3 stocks to 1. Akno, he is in and out.
Mev recovered to the right side, hoping that that would like give him enough time, and that would like it still raise him up, which is where he wants to go, even though it's not towards the stage. And you saw like he could still get back over to the wall. It's not like he fell and lost that stock. It was because Akno shut him down.
Oh, Mev popping out side sigs in neutral, looking for anything, and Akno keeps on denying him. He keeps on denying him again
I don't
and
like
again
this.
and
I don't
again.
like watching this.
I love Orb. Such a cool weapon.
The way that like Mev is just throwing out a completely whiffed attack that Akno sees coming and then punishes with an attack. And then Mev does the exact same thing again, like out of hit stun, and Akno does the exact same thing again. Obliteration is absolutely correct. A massive W, limiting Mev to 180 damage, no more.
Yeah, this was tough. I don't really know how I feel about the legend swap. Akno probably feels quite good about it considering how that game 3 went, but he was able to play aggressive. Mev was not able to get anything going that game around, aside from a couple of Axe sidelights. Both Axe sidelights, hey, one of them got a neutral, the other, you were able to get a lead with the recovery. That was fun and that was cool. But that ground pound, you know, this is something I did want to touch on, which is Axe as a weapon is a little difficult to switch to in Game 3. Because I feel like Axe, especially what you do after Sidelight, after Neutral, is really dependent on the opponent's defensive habits that they've established up until that point. Ground Pound catches somebody doing nothing and then dodging in, of course. You can try to go for more juggles with a Neutral, with a recovery, but if you whiff any of those, you leave yourself incredibly vulnerable to being punished. So Axe is a weapon that has to, in the early game, go for a lot of resets, and then only afterwards can you get big leads. He went for a fully held Ground Pound looking for anything, and Akno took that and turned it into a whole stock. So it was a little bit tough. That was a really tough switch.
I was seeing, especially from the cannon a lot, is it seemed like he was, and I mean no disrespect because Mevs is an amazing player, like 14 PR in EU. But for some reason, the way his Zol looked at the end is it felt like a bot that you're making attack out of hit stun. So like I hit you and then like the bot in your brain is like, I'm gonna throw my side light out now and I'm ready for that. So I spot dodge it and then punish you. And it felt like it was just that over and over where it was like a turn-based encounter where Akno gets a hit stun ends, his opponent throws out a move, Akno knows that's coming, spot dodges or moves away just a little bit, and then punishes. And then we just rinse and repeat and rinse and repeat. And every turn that Mev has is a whiff, and every turn that Akno has is a whiff punish, if not a follow-up hit after that as well. So it was just like, they seemed 180 degrees like out of phase from each other. And the phase from Akno was an attack that he was hitting, and the phase from Mev was an attack that he was whiffing.
Well, I'm not the one that called him a bot. I think Mev played fantastic. Big fan. You see, I'm scoring points with the fans.
And again, it's just in that moment. It's literally just in that moment where it's like the autopilot takes over and you're just like, well, I got hit, I'm behind, let me attack, whiff. I got hit, I'm behind, let me attack. And you just like, you can't turn your brain off like that against Skeldra.
Is that the accent that he has? Is that the accent that you've given him?
Is
that his internal monologue?
General accent. I don't know where Lil Mev is from and whatever.
The EU.
Wherever he's from. Okay, there's a lot of, there's France.
Oh, thank you
there's Spain.
for letting me know.
There's Portugal.
Yeah.
There's Italy. There's Denmark. There's Sweden. There's the Netherlands, which is where Munir is from. There's Austria, which is where Skeldra is from. There's Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Okay.
There's Ukraine. There's Great Britain. There's Scotland. There's Northern Ireland. There's Lithuania.
Estonia.
There's Germany.
Finland.
There's Romania.
Thank you, Spiky.
There's...
You making everybody feel so loved.
Serbia. There's...
You got it.
There's Montenegro. There's... How many? How are we?
Luxembourg.
There's Luxembourg. Do we get them all?
I don't know if that's all of them. There's a lot of smaller ones.
Did we say Romania?
You did. I think you might have said Romania twice, actually. Okay, great. So...
Is Kuwait in Europe? I don't know. They got Kuwait, maybe. I don't know if that's in Europe or not.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm sorry.
Poland?
You've named more than
There's Poland?
I'd be able to.
I think that's kind of all I can come up with right now.
Well, Sparky, I'm very happy for you. Thank you. You have made the EU community feel very seen at this moment. So, once again, congratulations to Akno. That was a big 3-0 victory that he just had. Lil Mev gets knocked down into elimination side, which means that he is going to be waiting for quite some time. But now, everybody, we have one more match of winners semis. We have coming on up XJ Cool J up against Bamia. So, as a little recap, Bamia beat Skeldra. XJ Cool J made an amazing upset over Munir. From XJ Cool J, we're going to be, of course, seeing the Asuri. From Bamia, we're going to be seeing the Mordex. So how do you feel about this set going into it?
I don't know how to feel because XJ Cool J got the upset where I thought he was going to lose. Bamia won against Skeldra, and I thought Bamia was going to lose. So I'm still going to give this one to Bamia because his gauntlets are looking very scary, and I think in his set, he just played better than XJ Cool J did in his set. Again, this isn't saying that XJ Cool J played wrong or played bad because he got the W, and he also played really well. But in terms of who am I more confident in, I'm more confident after seeing Bamia's performance than I am after seeing XJ Cool J's performance.
But if there is something I'm confident in, it is XJ Cool J's damage output with Katars. Now, we might not be seeing that right now. We're seeing the sword out at the moment, looking for a way to land. Bamia just going to be dodging away and to safety. XJ Cool J finding a sider, backing in, backing out. Okay, how does he make it back on?
And Bamia's just going to chill. He's
Yeah,
going to wait for
showing.
those exclamation points to come out. Nice dodge from XJ Cool J. And you saw, like, he knew that the side air was coming from Bamya, which is why he threw out the dodge in perfect timing. Bamya, again, being very conservative on the way he plays. He doesn't go deep into the push-off column. He's not chasing off on the edge.
Not at all.
He's just maintaining stage control. He's maintaining his safe and defensive position because he knows that XJ Cool J has to eventually leave the wall and get to the main platform. Smart gameplay coming out from Bamya so far.
Okay, XJ Cool J just using the side light, just kicking him away and to the side, looking for the NSIG, and it is going to be unsuccessful at this moment. Now, Qatari's on hand. What is it going to be? Bamya getting in the breaking space, looking for these neutralators. He is hunting down XJ Cool J, who is not being given any stage to work with whatsoever. Stuck on the side of the stage for just a moment in time. Bamya being so patient. Enlight, neutralator, just piling on this damage.
Chase dodge over the corner from XJ. Does
Yes,
this lead
it
to
is.
a KO? And it does.
Wow, beautifully set up, and that is what XJ Cool J can do off stage. He hunts you down. Whether it is unarmed or with Qataris, he wants that downer like his life depends on it.
And it was basically like the first time we saw Bamya over there on the wall. He lost the edge guard engagement, and then he also lost that first stock, which is probably why we're seeing him play so conservatively around that corner where he stays back from the edge and just holds on to stage control. But even now, above the stage, he's getting juggled by XJ Cool J.
This game is being defined by the landings. XJ Cool J, the way that he is jumping away and then just simply switching up on his opponent, he is making his landing so ambiguous. Bamya was previously hunting him down, looking especially for a lot of Scythe Endlights. XJ Cool J said, not today, my friend. He now has the stock lead, 2-1, punishing that GC sidelight and putting him into the Qatari blender. Bamya perhaps looking like a smoothie.
Yeah, XJ Cool J was feeling really good after he saw that GC D-Light come out from Bamya that whiffed after the first grounded D-Light, or sorry, sidelight I meant.
And like gonna be coming out, still not enough to KO off the side on Demon Island here. Looking for the downer as well, not gonna be able to get it. XJ Cool J, he's still hanging on, he's still kicking.
Bamya feeling comfortable enough to go off stage because XJ Cool J does not have a weapon here, and he knew the exact right thing that he wanted was that Scythe recovery, especially over that corner, because it could bring him down, and all of a sudden he's back over on the wall, not the main platform.
Oh, he waited. He waited. He's looking for it again. Bamya going for the recovery. XJ Cool J just barely avoiding the downer. Bamya off stage, punishing the recovery. How does he catch this landing?
Nice!
That is so active. Oh my gosh, just catching him even past the dodge.
The spot dodge came out a little bit early. He was most certainly expecting initiator move. Maybe it's a D-Light, maybe it's an in-light, but it wasn't a signature with extended hitbox timing.
Okay, XJ Cool J slowing down the pace of the game here. Bamya not going to be able to do anything about that side sig that time around. Okay, whiffing that end light. That's a huge opening. Gets the sider as well. XJ Cool J going for the highest possible recovery, eating a neutral.
Bamya still has to, I feel like, fear the signatures more than XJ Cool J does. We haven't really seen Bamya use him too much yet, and we've seen XJ Cool J use him a couple times. Doesn't need it to clean that one up. Gets the KO off the top. Takes game one after doing less damage than Bamya did.
That's pretty huge, I have to say. This is not the way that I thought this set was going to go. Again, the fact that XJ Cool J is here, the fact that he was able to get the win over Munir is excellent in of itself. And now he's also taking a game off of Bamya. He wants to secure himself into this top four so badly, and you can tell. Now, Bamya, as a player, as what we saw previously, he is able to adapt over the course of a set extremely well. The things to be right now, you have to be so careful fighting XJ Cool J on his last stock. When it's one stock to one stock, he pulls out options that you are not ready for. The other thing you got to be ready for, your defensive options after getting hit by Qatari downer, by Qatari D-Light, because look what happens to you.
You nailed it.
That was a lot of damage, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and I mean, he's keeping it going. He started it off putting some pressure in the unarmed kit onto Bamya, even though XJ Cool J was at the weapon disadvantage, and he's keeping it going here. He's not super far behind, but again, there's another two-piece, hoping to grab the landing, or maybe like an attempt at a down air, but a little bit off the mark, so then you hit the neutral light, keeping it going, getting the D-Light into the recovery, and the first KO, about 55, maybe 60 damage on this stock. XJ Cool J, like, if he wins this set, this will be his best placement of all time. His best placement is 5th place. This would be beyond that. Moving into the guaranteed top 3 would be massive for XJ Cool J.
Oh, but XJ Cool J, again, he does not stop.
Oh my gosh!
The breakdance to be able to finish it off. He didn't take basically any damage on that stock, and now it is 3 stocks to 1. He has all of the momentum that he could possibly ask for, and he is not slowing down anytime soon. Bamya, you had to do quite a bit of work just to hope to even this up.
There's a D-Light into the down air. Okay, changing up his timing. Bamya may be expecting a hit out of hit stun, which is why he spot dodged right away. Okay, I thought that neutral air was going to set up for something huge, but Bamya was too stacked for it to make contact.
Should've been the down air,
Does hit
probably.
the side air there. XJ Cool J, no, I don't know if that was a misinput with that neutral signature, whether he wanted to turn it to the left or the right. Unfortunately for him, Bamya was on his right, so he doesn't find a hit with it.
Gets the side air, but is this going to be enough to take out the stock? XJ Cool J is still able to recover, still able to touch the side of the stage, and he is getting no extra credit for it. Bamya finally KOing off the top. But the question is it too late for this game? Can Bamya make this comeback, or is this going to be all day XJ Cool J? We'll just have to find out.
I mean, the fact that XJ was able to grab the weapon spawn as quickly as he did, and it's the Katars, means this is coming down the pipeline. There's the recovery, almost KOing off the top. Now swapping over, it's just that easy when you're a guy like XJ Cool J.
I mean, he is finding so many of these Katara openings. After he gets that M-Light, after he gets that D-Light, he just waits for you to dodge, and Bamya has been consistently dodging in a couple of times, from at least what I've been able to see. But the way that XJ Cool J is just able to follow up, the way that he is able to cover, especially off of the back hit of the Katara neutral air, I feel like that has been doing so much work for him. Now, going into this game 3, we're seeing the switch to the Petra, which I'm really excited about to see how this does for Bamya. No longer feeling so comfortable on the Scythe. We're going to be opting to instead just go for the Orb Gauntlets in this case. And yeah, I don't feel like Scythe did a lot last game, so I get it.
Yeah, it felt like Bamya was completely limited on that legend, that if Bamya doesn't feel confident in his ability to, like, oh, I understand what I need to do now against XJ Cool J with the Mordex, then absolutely swap over to another legend. I'm glad that he's doing this, and we'll see what these gauntlets have against XJ Cool J's Katars.
Okay, he waited. He almost got the reverse D-Light as well. That would have been so sick. But now XJ Cool J off stage, eating a side-A. Bamya going out there for the ground pound. You know what? That side-A, I love it from XJ Cool J. It would have been a crazy reversal, and it might have even given him a chance to make it back onto the stage had it connected and given him a chase dodge. But alas, Bamya is going to be the one taking the stock lead so far.
Has control. You're seeing the exclamation points come out. XJ Cool J. Bamya's going to play this very carefully. Just maybe try and hold on to weapon advantage here.
Side side.
Has some nice momentum.
Yeah, XJ Cool J, he is playing it slow. He's slowing it down. He's just waiting for a nice weapon spawn. But at the moment, Bamya's End-Light has other things to say. Okay, GC sidelight, just a really nice way to initiate, just to get nice and close. But Bamya, his edge guards with Gauntlet, he has been on top of XJ Cool J this game. It hasn't even been the Orb, it's been all Gauntlet.
And yeah, you see him swapping right over to it there. Keeping XJ Cool J, weapon starved. Spawn comes in, he grabs it. Instantly, it is Katars. Two stock deficit here, though, and the neutral air is going to set up for something big. There's the dodge. Oh, the sweat beads. I was worried Bamya was going to hit like a fast fall down air, maybe hopefully sending over onto the wall, and then you really go to town.
Oh, XJ Cool J, he cannot get close enough to Bamya to close out the stock. Bamya is being so elusive. He is playing neutral so well, and he is connecting just about everything that he's going for. D-Light into the down air as well. Sidelight not going to be able to connect, and XJ Cool J's recovery still does not KO. Nice wait.
Oh,
ground
nice
pound?
shutdown. He expected the second recovery coming, and he went for something big with the ground pound as opposed to just like a weapon toss.
Oh, but it might be a little bit too late for XJ Cool J as Bamya takes this with a 3-stock. He switched off of to the Petra, but curiously, it wasn't even the Orb that gave him the most amount of damage. It felt like he was sticking onto the gauntlets. The thing that really secured it for Bamya were his edge guards this game around. He was catching XJ Cool J sweating off stage. He was getting early stocks. Look at how much damage was onto XJ Cool J, and that is the way that you want to play gauntlets. That is your ideal gauntlet win condition, which is, hey, you're off stage, you're a couple of jumps too short, well, eat the cider and get put into the bottom right. Look at what happens to you.
And all three of those highlights that we just saw, one right after the other, was essentially the same thing. It was fantastic spacing by Bamya. XJ Cool J throws out a move, but because of the spacing by Bamya, it misses. He doesn't really have to burn a dodge very often, or sometimes he does burn that dodge, and he uses it very well. And then all of a sudden, right after that, he hits the exact move that he needs. He puts himself in the perfect spot to hit a KO move. When you're down there, you don't want to hit a recovery, so he's not going to be below his opponent right there. He hits the side air, or whatever move he needs leads given the weapon that he has in his hands. Such a good job with spacing and positioning by Bamia to capitalize on all of those edge guards after a whiff move from XJ Cool J.
Oh, sidelight Sido coming out
Same
once
thing on
again,
these
and now
landings.
Bamia has the gauntlet. He's going up there, he's looking for the high recovery. XJ Cool J fast fell, went down and around him to get back nice and safely. The NSIG is not going to be able to come out, but the side air will. XJ Cool J off stage, and the recovery
The
stage spike. That angle was disgusting, wasn't it?
The stage spike, I guess, you can still technically call it a stage spike, even though it's sent like the other direction and not like down, where we typically talk about spikes, but still, absolutely a stage spike, sending all the way to the right side where XJ Cool J did not have enough to get back.
Not at all.
Bamia, just this Petra pick, unbelievable.
And light coming out, side light coming out as well. Going to be looking for that downer. XJ Cool J able to get the back hit of the neutral, and Bamia is continuing to hold on to this lead. D-light downer. He is racking on the damage. XJ Cool J, you need to close. You need that D-light downer sider, but the sider doesn't connect. He is off stage again. Is Bamia going to get this like he did before? But he goes for the safe option.
There's the side light. Still controlling this ground. Ooh, nice little weapon toss and the recovery after that. Bamia's positioning is really, really good, and that's based off of his movement. So that means his movement is also really good because one leads into the next.
Okay, the GC D-light into the ground pound. That is going to be able to do it even from on the stage, just scooping him up. XJ Cool J, you have an entire stock to make up for here, and Bamia has all the momentum that he needs to be able to take this into a Game 5. We have seen what XJ Cool J can do to people off stage. He gets that downer, he sets it up, and he's able to get some nasty stuff, but Bamia landing with the downer is so safe.
Both players seem to want to stick to these weapons. There is a spawn on the field. Okay. XJ Cool J, like after he did that chase dodge like over the corner to then follow his opponent down, it seems like his edge sauce has just not been hitting since.
That's one way of putting it.
It's like Subway now. Like Subway just doesn't hit anymore. It used to, but it just doesn't hit anymore.
It was a little bit different. Oh, the freshly baked cookies. But right now, XJ Cool J, he just needs to get anything going. And Light, not able to get it. Side Light, and Light once again. He's waiting. He's able to get the punish. GC D-Light into the recovery. So optimal. Bamia got a little bit greedy. Now, can you even up this damage? You have the guitars. You want that down. You want that Side Light. You want that D-Light. You want to be able to catch those jumps with the recoveries. But Bamia, his movement is too elusive. He gets in there with the end Light. He puts XJ Cool J off stage again. Can he catch this landing?
So far, Bamia hasn't found like any of the major KO initiations that he wants. There is a weapon spawn on the field. He has plenty of room to grab the orb. This is probably what he's looking for. He's got to punish like one landing.
He just needs that one side light, and that side just by itself is not actually enough for him center stage to KO. XJ Cool J being so patient, he waits out the end light, but a little bit too late as Bamia catches the high recovery once more. Sparky, we got a Game 5.
Dashing in with the in-light to either one, get the hit, potentially the KO, or two, bait out the spot dodge or something else potentially, and then following up after that. Just an amazing edge guard from Bamia. Very simple. Like, it's very straightforward. You can put it out in like a handful of steps on a piece of paper. You can see the flow chart in your head. Here it comes. Dash in-light into a jump side air. Perfect.
Yeah, beautiful. So remember what I said about Bamia's adaptation? Well, we're seeing it happen now. And quite frankly, we're seeing a little bit more orb usage on that Game 4 at least. But now that we're going into Game 5, the thing that we need to talk about is Bamia's elusive movement. Because all of a sudden, XJ Cool J is struggling to find his early Katara downers. He's not able to get his early Katara D-lights nearly as much as before. And Bamia's edge guarding, Bamia's movement with the gauntlets, the way that he is staying constantly on top of XJ Cool J, how does he fight back? It's Game 5. This is to get into top 4. Both players, they want this so bad, but right now I have Bamia going into this.
I definitely have Bamia going into this. I mean, I had Bamia going into it originally, so many people are calling him the Predictor.
Well, you know what? Maybe we should have had XJ Cool J because look at the way that he opened off, already dealing so much damage.
Great weapon juggle as well. Like, you saw him juggling 2 different weapons to himself, moving across the stage so that Bamia can't get weapon advantage. But you were talking about this earlier. Is like a lot of this is like a game of landings. That was in a previous set. But like Bamia, specifically with orb, like you see this with Radish, like one of the most prolific orb players in the entire world. It's a game of punishing landings, and you hit that simple side light side air, and that's like all you need. It goes back to the days of like simple playing hammer, and you would just find the stomp side air on the landing and get the KO.
But that recovery, Bamia, I don't know how I feel about that. He leaned in all the way. XJ Cool J, he knew exactly how much space he needed to give him, and he punished with the neutral, and he was able to get the KO off the top. Now, all of a sudden, it is XJ Cool J's stock lead. Bamia landing back down, trying to get in there with the end light. XJ Cool J is hunting for the next Qatari starter. He was only able to pulse it, but as soon as he gets it going, when he gets it blending, oh man, he is going to have some trouble.
Again, this would be a huge victory for XJ Cool J here. Their PRs are not that far apart. It's PR 10 for XJ Cool J to PR 7 from Bamia. But XJ Cool J's best placement in his entire career in an official tournament is 5th place. So moving on past this would give him by far his best placement of all time. And he'd do it in the first tournament of the year. It'd be a great start.
He is doing amazing. He is keeping Bamia away from landing. He's able to get so many juggles, but Bamia finding a couple of neutralities of his own. GCD Light not able to actually convert that time around. Side Light going to be coming out though, whiffing the recovery. Both of them just looking for the next opening. XJ Cool J finding a recovery. They're going blow for blow.
It's so even between these two players right now. The down air. XJ Cool J doesn't even risk anything after that. Just the down air into the jump. He's just staying above Bamia so he can initiate with these down airs.
Oh, backing off, trying to give him a bunch of space, and Bamia is happy to take center stage like that. XJ Cool J not able to land with the neutral. Bamia whiffing the end light, but not getting punished for it either. He whiffs the side light. He gives XJ Cool J the opening. He comes back on with the recovery, and then he eats the downer. XJ Cool J keeping up this 2-1 stock lead.
Massive lead here. He's only about halfway through this stock. If he plays his cards right, he has plenty of room to get a bunch of extra credit here. Bamia back over with the gauntlets. Seems like he's started to shut those down. He started to shut down the orb as well.
XJ Cool J moving a little bit too much, not able to punish the end light. Not going to repeat the same mistake. He doesn't actually get the D light that time around. Love the aggressive landing. Against string weapons, you have to land aggressively. And speaking of landing aggressively, those are 2 fists. That's a ground pound. Last stock.
That's exactly what Bamia needed right there. He needed something big to even it up, and the gauntlet ground pound was it. He felt that XJ Cool J would be confident enough to push into him pretty quickly and put a lot of pressure in that edge guard, and Bamia was ready with the jump ground pound. Oh, neutral air grabbing the recovery from XJ.
Okay, the neutral is setting up the juggle once more. Bamia delaying his landing. He did not fast fall. He just waited for the perfect moment. XJ Cool J, that could have been it.
That's the second time we've seen him attempt that. Both of them have whiffed. That time it was towards the blast zone, whereas the other one was away from the closest blast zone. Are we going to see the ground pound? And we do! Bamia takes it in Game 5 over XJ Cool J, potentially denying him his best placement of all time and guaranteeing Bamia a top 3.
I mean, he played with so much confidence on that last stock. The way that he kept initiating again and again, he kept calling XJ Cool J's bluff. He kept calling all of those whiff dodges, and he was able to get neutral again and again and again. And then as soon as I saw XJ Cool J in that position off stage against Bamia, we have seen Bamia's edge guards. We have seen how well he does, and he got that ground pound exactly when he needed to most. XJ Cool J could not do anything about it. Besides, I mean, the only thing is he could have weapon tossed maybe.
Oh, you go for the side sig there, man. You still got the KO, so it doesn't matter. I'm being silly. Ooh, there it was. Beautiful jump ground pound.
Look at that
There's
weight.
the down air. Beautiful side air. Weapon toss goes high. Picks up a second pair of gauntlets. Comes in with the ground pound. Gets the KO.
Amazing.
And Bamia moving on. XJ Cool J going into the elimination bracket. He has some time to think. Has some time to reflect on what he's going to do next. He's going to be moving into the winner of S-Scrape versus Pavelski. And let's give a little bit of a bracket update here as well.
Yes.
Munir and Skeldra both made it into top 8 on the bottom side. They will be going up against each other 1v1 in elimination round 1 of top 8.
Yeah, that is exciting because that was not, I mean, at least with Munir, we were not expecting him to be in elimination side for Skeldra. I believe things happened according to seed, question mark, sorry, Sparky, but that is going to be an amazing match coming on up. Then we also have S-Scrape up against Pavelski. Both of them have been fighting through elimination side, tooth and nail. I believe S-Scrape was knocked down all the way in top 128, if I am not mistaken. So So he has
Okay,
been
that's
going
great.
through a bit of a gauntlet.
Okay.
And then the winner of that set is going to have to fight XJ Cool J. The winner of Munir up against Skeldra has to fight Lil Mev. And then in winners finals, we have Akno up against Bamia. I am so excited to see how Bamia plays because, again, his adaptation, his edge guards, his aggression, and especially the way that his movement changes throughout the course of a set is phenomenal. When it comes to Akno, he's the king of neutral at the moment. He keeps people away. He's able to make them play at his own pace and play at his own game. And then when it comes to game threes, he just outplays them and makes people whiff in his face. That's going to be an amazing set, Akno and Bamia.
Well, yeah, we have a lot of good sets coming up. I'm really looking forward to Agno and Bamia as well because Taz has said earlier, did you guys see like the free bracket run that Akno has? I'm still denying it. I still think Bamia comes out on top over Akno, but I want to see how it happens regardless of the result. And Dara, unless you have any final thoughts, we're going to be sending it to a short break. This is going to be the end of our block. What you got for us?
Yeah, I just have a few apology forms to sign. First of all, I apologize, Akno, for not talking about you in the pre-show. So that's one apology form. And then, the fact that I talked about, oh yeah, it's going to be Munir first, Skeldra second. Well, they're fighting in the first round of elimination side of top 8. So, apology forms to everybody else that is currently in winner side to, for how well they have managed to play up until this point. But yes, that is going to do it for Sparky and I for the EU side of things. We're going to be switching it off to a couple of other casters. So everybody, don't go anywhere quite yet. Stay tuned for the rest of the Winner Championships EU top 8.
Okay.
Year 10 Brawlhalla Esports, how we feeling?
Pretty good so far. Yesterday was a really good preview with especially the Middle Eastern region. I thought that one was pretty fun.
How are you feeling about the Max Mode Last Chance qualifiers coming up for the Winter Royale?
Dude, I'm really looking forward to Max Mode. I'm really looking forward to any planned lands this year because LAN is always really fun. And having one, as close as April, it's only 2 months away. At Max Mode is going to be really, really cool. Everybody should sign up now to make sure that they get their spot in time. And yeah, it's going to be a really fun time now that everybody can potentially get into the Royale at any time.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely super excited for that as well. And last question, were you Team Sweet or Team Sour?
I was Team Sour.
My man!
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Oh, yeah.
All right, man. Well, hey, thank you for calling.
is. Hello, everyone. We are here, Winter Championship 2025, and we're turning down, bro.
Slow motion. It's so good to see you, buddy. Dude, I know that you just said I'm in a good mood, but I think, like you said before, everyone's in a good mood. We're back here for year 10 of Brawlhalla Esports, and I could not be happier to be standing right next to you, buddy.
It feels good. It's like a warm, fuzzy, like internal feeling. It's just kind of nice. I was telling Left Stick that just, you know, even though nobody wants to admit it, like everybody's excited to be back. Like everybody's just got a little
Hard
extra.
not to be.
Yeah,
Hard
everybody's
not
got
to
a
be,
little
of
extra
course.
pep in their step walking around the office this weekend, man. It's been fun. It's been fun.
Feels good. We had a couple months of respite, of break, to not
Respite.
talk about some Brawlhalla, but here we are, Europe. I think we're going to start off with our top 8 qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken.
We
between
are.
S-Grape
No,
and Pavelski.
no, we're in top 8, baby.
This is top.
We're
Is
in
it top?
top
This
8,
is top 8.
yeah, yeah.
I got confused because we went to losers quarters here, which is
That's
supposed to be top 8.
You were so worried about stats.
You know what?
You forgot about the bracket.
It's been a while.
That's right.
It's been a while. Let's talk about our first match, though. What do we got?
Absolutely. We got S-Grape versus Pavelski, and that's kind of crazy. Pavelski, I know we've seen him in top 8 before, but this is a banger way to start off 2025. I can't see chat, but I know they are absolutely rejoicing that Pavelski is on top 8 stream. They are rejoicing in chat. So this should definitely be a good game, of course. The winner of this is going to go up against XJ Cool J. And then we got Munir going up against Skeldra here in a little bit. And the winner of that will obviously go on up to fight Little Mev.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a very, very exciting bracket. We are talking about Pavelski S-Grape first, though, like you had said. Hey,
Yes, sir.
shout outs to Pavelski as well. I think just past 500K subscribers
He's
on
got
YouTube.
he's
That's
got
insane.
a lot. He's got a lot.
Actually
Yeah.
crazy. That's so many people. You know 500,000 people?
I know the Brawlhalla community.
Is that 500? You think that's
Well,
500,000 people?
there's over
how
a
many
there's-
how many people are in chat right now?
There's over 1 million followers for Brawlhalla on Twitch.
There's 10 people in chat.
10
Toast? You
people
can't
in
say
chat.
that. That's not real.
That's an accurate number.
It's not.
I believe anything.
You can't do this to
I
me, man.
believe
We just got
anything
back.
production tells me.
That's true.
They
actually,
never lead us astray.
yeah,
ever.
I think those are good words to live by.
Yes,
my friend.
absolutely.
It's important to all 9 of you watching at
all-
home. That
it's 8 now. It's 8
to
now.
all 8 of you
Right.
watching at home that. We celebrate the little things in life.
That's
I think
right.
that's really, really important. We're already queuing up into our first game. It looks like they're striking stages right now. I don't know. Who do you have for this one?
I want to see Pavelski. I want to see him do well in top 8. Look at the numbers. I don't know.
You're cut off by S-Grape. Yeah, come this way. Let's say it's so unnatural that we're so
Okay,
tight.
there we go. We can look at it
We're like
together.
the same. Is it this way?
It's this way.
Look at this.
That way.
I feel like we're like one of the like, you know, the Price is Right people that like touch the screen and they're just like.
All right, we are getting in
Let's
here.
get into
We're
it.
taking a look at Pavelski's earnings. $45,000. That is not too shabby.
It's not too shabby at all. We are going to load into our first match. I didn't actually catch what stage, but looking like Small Fortress
Yes,
to
sir.
get us going here on game number 1.
All right. Here we go. Pavelski S-Grape dropping in. S-Grape is going to go ahead and get the first weapon drop. Pavelski with the unarmed damage there. And straight into Great Sword. See who's going to be able to ground it off this weapon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Pavelski operates off the Great Sword. I mean, everyone, of course, like we said, there's been a little bit of a break between seeing how they've been competing. I don't know how many of these players have been relatively active in terms of just keeping up with practice, so definitely looking forward to see what happens. How is that first stock? How is that the first strike?
It was like 25 seconds. That is the Great Sword effect. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been introduced to it yet, but those dodge reads can be very.
He was in like yellow.
Yeah, it just be like that sometimes.
Regardless, we're answering right back with one from S-Grape. Really nice pickup there on the gravity cancel signature. Pavelski coming off the respawn.
Absolutely, absolutely. Pavelski waiting for a weapon drop here, trying to get something going here. Oh, another down signature is going to put some more damage on Pavelski, fighting back unarmed. Cannot get the drop. There it is, and it is another Great Sword.
Prime that one up. Like to see it. Okay,
Ooh,
just
nice
dodging
dodge.
straight through. That was a little awkward from S-Grape. Now you're going to get starved for a moment, but okay, slips right through, picks up the staff. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. That's great. Catching the landing. Nice signature.
Nice.
Going to take Pavelski. A lot of pressure. Trying to come up with the recovery. Can't find it. Fadeaway Sayer coming back down the stage, though, is against Pavelski over off stage. The dance is happening. Trying to come over with the pogo. Caught him with the nair. Ooh, come down with another pogo. Pavelski's going to sit back, try and play some edge guard here, but now found himself left without a weapon, switching over to regular sword.
Yeah, okay, so this is where I'm a little bit interested in where the matchup opens up, right? Because the two stocks that we've seen so far were just straight up confirms off of either signatures or Greatsword being insane. But now we're getting a little bit more of the offstage play here. Let's see what Pavelski can do with it. Chase dodges forward, but there's nothing there.
Ooh, S-Grape going to send him over to the side.
Oh, okay, yeah, see, that's exactly what I mean, right? So S-Grape was letting Pavelski get into edge slip for a couple of these, now maybe trying to force the issue.
About to come back up. S-Grape getting a nice air to be able to find his position back on stage. Pavelski going a little high in the air against Spear there. Weapon throw is going to get the spacing, but
this
nothing
is just
to follow
recovery
up.
if they jump.
Right.
So just waiting for that. Okay, yeah, and it gets it off the confirm instead. Not enough for the stock. Next one goes.
Yep. That will confirm, and that is going to go ahead and put Pavelski up by a stock, but just a very small margin. S-Grape's going to spawn back in here and be desperately looking for that knockout option to be able to even this back up. Pavelski getting a little bit of bonus damage here, though, at the beginning of the stock. S-Grape still left without a weapon.
Yeah, that's the same exact situation again, right? Pavelski just stands in, spends the dodge, and just goes through the weapon throw. We will see that stock fall from S-Grape, keeping it really, really close. I don't know. I mean, I don't think the weapon toss has been a great initiative tool so far.
No, not at all. I am kind of impressed how close this game is staying, though. I didn't expect it to be this close. Pavelski's doing a great job, especially here.
Hang on,
put on some more damage. Hit him again, Pavelski.
Oh, I thought you unarmed ground pound all day, 7 days a week, but Pavelski, I mean, content on the brain. Let's see, 500K subscribers watching this one.
You're not wrong. That is content brain right there coming back up, but that is going to go ahead and confirm Pavelski taking game number 1 by an entire stock. He was still super healthy. And then I want to see the damage breakdown because I want to say he had about 200 more damage than S-Grape during that match. He was absolutely cooking on the Greatsword. As we go into game number 2 and we take a look at these replays, Pavelski with another knockout there.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, the back and forth was really good from both of these players. I think the S-Grape got a little bit punished. Again, it didn't amount to an insane amount of damage, right? But 2 different occasions we pointed out, weapon toss into nothing, you disarmed yourself, and now you're just kind of playing in disadvantage from that point forward. Let's see if that gets adjusted in this next game. It looks like they're just going to reset.
Yeah, what is going to get adjusted is Pavelski's internet connection, apparently.
I see.
As he doesn't like the way it feels, he's going to go ahead and reset. You guys that don't know, while we're waiting on them, according to our rules in tournament play, you do have the first 10 seconds of a match to signify that, okay, something's not right, go ahead and jump off. If it's after that first 10 seconds, then the game counts. But as long as it's within that 10-second window, you're good to restart, no harm, no foul.
That's right. That's right. So we got a minute right now. First game of action that we got to see today. Slow-mo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Yeah?
I'm just happy to be back at the desk,
That's
man.
right, man.
It is Brawlhalla season.
Dude, it is time.
Year 10, we're double digits.
Dude, that's crazy. It actually is so crazy that it's been this long, you know?
Double digits, man. It's, no, it's good. Huh? What did he just?
I don't know what he just said, and he didn't repeat it. Here's the thing. Here, come on, come in here. Here's the thing. The thing about this, everyone at home, is that we got another game. You're never gonna know what I'm about to say. Let's go, Stinger. Here we go. Game 2. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. All right. Here's the thing. We are resetting once again.
Yes.
It's so close to me again. For everyone at home, this is how production works, right? They're just this like ethereal being that exists within our ears. You can never hear anything they're saying, so we could be making up most of this, right? Like that is true.
But
we're not.
That's what I do anyway.
But we're not.
Right.
That's the thing. Why are they like this? Can you guys ask them? This is a call to action.
A call to action.
Can you guys ask why is Toast like this? Can we copy pasta this?
Yeah, chat.
I met Toast at a grocery store.
Oh, yeah?
Once, and I asked him for an autograph, and he threw me into the blast zone.
That's crazy.
It was sad.
He went Hollywood on you, huh?
He went Hollywood on me.
That's crazy.
He went Hollywood on me. It's sad. Slow-mo?
Yeah, brother.
I don't know what we're doing. Oh, there he is. See, this is the insider look into the mind's eye that exists here.
This is a look into the voices inside our head.
It's scary.
I know.
It's scary to think about. Let's finally go to game number 2. What do you think, Slow-mo?
It looks like we are going to get into it. We have attacks exchanged. We are now into that first 10 seconds, so no matter what, they're just kind of stuck.
Yeah, now you're locked into it.
Yeah.
You have your internet, and you have to live with it for this point forward. Right. Nice recovery from Pavelski to get a little bit of damage. Let's see what else he can get on the board. Greatsword is really the difference maker, at least for the first 2 stocks of the first game. So I want to see more of this, and the weight comes through. I really like that.
I mean, you don't really play a Greatsword Legend if you're not looking to play that Greatsword. Right. Ooh, try to play that platform, couldn't find anything off of it. Ooh, almost got the read, but S-Scrape doing a great job. It's a rough matchup, Gauntlets versus Greatsword, but S-Scrape's doing a really good job. Okay. Nice, got that hard read in the air, gonna go ahead and confirm the stock, and has himself a pretty decent lead here at the beginning of game number 2.
I like that S-Scrape went for the GC sidelight again, knowing that the first one missed, right? You're like, okay, I have my confirms, I'm just gonna get it eventually, everything's gonna be fine. Now S-Scrape gets a little bit of extra credit here.
The extra credit is definitely going to be useful. He wants to get all he can. We'll continue to put the damage on Pavelski here, center stage. The neutral gameplay with both these guys, everybody's being pretty cautious at this point. Ooh, but
look at this straight from S-Scrape. Hang on.
But once, it's been, everybody's been kind of, playing those footsies. Oh, what a reversal!
Pavelski! Stop it!
That's plot armor, bro. That is just
it's YouTuber powers. I don't understand
Exactly. That is his fan base in chat right now is just keeping him moving,
foaming at the mouth.
Right,
just
exactly.
Waiting for something else to happen here. What a great reversal from Pavelski. The dodge comes through. Yeah, I was gonna say recovery with the gauntlet just easily takes the stock here. So has to play this one pretty careful if Pavelski wants to get back into this match.
Played it careful by throwing away his weapon, but picks up another great sword. Coming on the attack, playing it safe, but that is not going to be enough. Got some wide sides here. Not going to be able to confirm the knockout. But S-Scrape's going to catch it right there with the recovery. Going to send Pavelski all the way up to the blast zone. And Pavelski's been in this position since the very beginning of this game, just down that one stock. He has not been able to get back any of that differential. But here we see some signs of life from Pavelski off the right side of the stage.
Come on now. Okay, caught the recovery.
He's being careful.
Waiting for this one. Ground pound. I mean, as soon as you said he was being careful, that was the first time Pavelski pulled the trigger on it too. Is it enough to get back to a one-stock game? Let's see what Pavelski's got here. S-Scrape kind of patrolling that weapon spawn. Doesn't want to let go of these gauntlets quite yet.
Being careful about approaching the sword, but now he's back on Greatsword. Pavelski, as soon as S-Scrape gets that dodge read, he just absolutely goes to work on Pavelski. Ooh, nice catch, though.
Goodness.
He tried to run away, but he just could not get out of that hitbox.
Oh, just let it rock? I mean, sure. I'm with it. I'm with it.
I mean, why not?
I mean, S-Scrape gives one right back. That side air is going to be enough to do it for the JU, and we go down to one stock apiece. Pavelski's definitely closed the gap, though, between stocks 2 and the last one here.
I was going to say, he's got about 40%, 50% of the damage that he needed to get back coming into this last stock. So, I mean, 1 or 2 good reads off that Greatsword, and that lead is gone.
Okay, recovery from the Greatsword, able to maintain some stage, get some real estate back. The pogo comes through, not much more of a follow-up, but the signature off the side is just enough to do it. We're even back up 1-1.
Beautiful. Exactly where, me as a Brawlhalla fan, this is where I want to be. We're all tied up going into game number 3,
That's
brother.
Right.
Love it, love it, love it. It's been a very much so back and forth between these two players going in so far in these first 2 games. I don't expect to see it let up at all. No legend swaps to be seen. We're going to see where we're going to go in terms of map. Small Fortress is gone, so we're going to be seeing a different map. Taking a look as those replays finish up, and here we are. Demon Island. We have Most Isley and a Small Worlds. And we're okay.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Where did they pick?
We're going to a place far, far away.
Are we now?
We are.
This is the first time I've seen this stage.
3, 2, 1. You haven't seen it
this year?
Oh, that's because I don't think it was in rotation for competitive last year.
Yeah, it wasn't.
No.
And it's cool. I'm excited.
It is a very pretty map.
Okay, off the wall. Let's see what happens. S-Scrape, yeah, really nice. You can just option with the dodge right there. Pavelski has to go over to the other side.
Got him, nice.
Okay, you gotta close this. S-Scrape has played this first edgeguard position so well so far. The nair comes through, but Pavelski touches back down. So there's another shot here for first stock.
Oh, chasing the aggression from S-Scrape. Dara kind of hit on it in the last block, talking about the aggression that he was putting through that was just pushing him through this bracket. And we're seeing it continue to play and work out for him as he's continuing to move here through elimination side, trying to take the lead against Pavelski in here in game number 3. Ooh,
Ooh, the standoff there on the platform too. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you, right? Like, you don't really care to jump in so early. You want to start your strings grounded if you're on Greatsword.
Yeah, it does him no good going up in the air and taking that bait from S-Scrape. Nice clash, a little bit of a clash here on the left side. Caught him with that, but S-Scrape's going to go ahead and get the dodge, get behind him, get some damage of his own. Pavelski pushing him back, weapon throw to the face. Sayre. Okay, see what kind of pressure we're going to see as S-Scrape tries to come back over.
Yeah.
Unarmed ground pound right on the top of the head is going to get it done, and we are all tied up with 2 stocks.
That's kind of what we wanted to see in game 1, right? When Pavelski had the lane to go for the unarmed ground pound. Does get to pull the trigger right there. That one was essentially a gimme from the edge guard that he was able to set up before. Here comes the bridge. All right, we're slowing down now. Okay, so we aren't seeing a lot of positioning. For the first stock, S-Scrape would kind of put themselves on the platform, wait for Pavelski to try to commit into some of these rolls.
Was such a good weapon throw. Saved his stock right there.
There's the weight he was looking for, too, on the chase dodge through.
Oh,
really
big
good
finish. Pavelski's got some really good steam and momentum here in this 3rd game. Full, pretty much a full stock advantage. Almost in orange here, but definitely a much better position than he was in game number 2. S-Scrape's got to come down to the map at some point. Finds a way down there unarmed, going to go over and get that weapon drop.
Yeah, but this is an interesting, kind of unfavorable matchup that you brought up before, Slow-Mo. S-Scrape just throws it away, doesn't connect. Unarmed? Just duffs him?
That's
in the face?
Just the raw.
That was enough?
Just the raw haymaker, going to get the job done.
Okay, we go to last stock.
Okay.
Pavelski a slight lead, but I mean, I think one of the big difference makers is Pavelski was doing a really good job at priming great swords in a lot of these positions. I think you want your sword as the closer weapon, right? So you can simplify your edge guard positions, you can go for recoveries, just maybe get a stock like that, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, that could have been so huge, but still good damage being built up, and nonetheless, 2 Sayres back to back. S-Scrape trying to get back up on stage, can't get a weapon.
Hang on, there it is.
He can catch that great sword though. Ooh, the weapon throw across stage. S-Scrape does not have the option. He is down. He is gone. Pav is up 2 games to 1.
Man.
Wow, that was a good game for Pavelski. S-Scrape, though, that aggression, it was working out. Pavelski just slowed things down.
Yeah.
He was like, nope, you cannot come in on me. If I slow down the pace, I slow down the tempo, that takes away your entire game plan. And it gave him such a great advantage in that game. We're going to see if that's going to continue to pay off for him, as I did not see where we're going for game number 4.
For sure. Yeah, and I think it's so interesting to me as we load in for game 4. Almost like the role reversal of what Jae-Yoon's weapons were going to do there, right? Like the greatsword was the thing that secured the edge guard at the very end for Pavelski, where in a lot of these situations, and it looks like we will reset, so we have a little bit more time to chat this one over, but like I had said before, your greatsword can be your damage building weapon. Your kind of get your opponents into the orange, into the red, and then you can use the regular sword to simplify things down. Are they next to you? Side air. Are they above you? Recovery. And then you just get your KOs that way. Greatsword can get those stocks outright if you start with a grounded string, but it's a little bit more awkward to start those. So it's weird to me to see at the end of that last game that we saw kind of like those roles of the weapons swap towards the end.
Yeah. Absolutely. It was. I mean, we both kind of hit on it, just the way that the tempo and the gameplay had to change. And S-Scrape was just not able to adapt to it. See if what he's going to be able to do here going into game number 4. Does put his back against the wall a little bit. Pavelski's looking really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to admit.
I agree. It is very, very impressive to see. And I was trying to see if they had actually played before. And it looks like the last and only time that they had played against each other was at, oh gosh, was this Europe Summer Championship from 2 years ago?
Yeah.
2023. So this was Pavelski Mordex?
And I think that was Pavelski's last top 8.
Was it? Okay, interesting.
Don't quote me on that, but I am pretty sure that was his last top 8.
So here we go.
Before
today. Yeah, of course. Definitely a welcome sight to be able to see one of the crowd favorites of Pavelski out here in this top 8. 1 game away from eliminating S-Scrape as well.
Yeah, great thing to point out, actually. This is elimination side. So that puts a lot more pressure on both these players, because if you lose a set at this point, you are done. Ooh, nice dodge from Pav. But S-Scrape doing a great job getting behind, fighting back unarmed. There we go, gauntlets in hand. Pavelski going to go ahead and catch it.
Really good whiff punish there on this signature as well. We saw the same situation from S-Scrape as well, tossing the weapon away. This is crazy offstage play. How did that work out for Pavelski? How did that work?
Because it's great sword.
Don't hand wave me like that, Slow-Mo.
That is the only correct answer, Walt. It is great sword.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Pavelski, I mean, off to a lead that I don't even know if he deserved, to be honest, but he was able to get across with this one in the red.
That's crazy. You deserved it, Pavelski. Don't listen to him.
Okay, we're back. Maybe we're back to even here. Ground pounder can't even touch the wall anyway, so we are back to almost exact parity now. Escrate maybe a slight weapon lead.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a little beige tint on Pavelski's health up there.
Yeah, we call it eggshell white here.
Is that what we call it?
The off-white that comes through. But just like that, I mean, both members here in yellow, pretty much even, just trading hits back and forth. S-Grape doesn't follow with the recovery that time, right? You want to save that for the KO confirm.
We see S-Grape kind of picking up the pace a little bit now that Pavelski has that sword in his hand. He's kind of being a little more aggressive, trying to get the Pavelski with the weapon throw to go ahead and get the stun, going straight into that opener from Great Sword. But S-Grape, great recovery, taking Pavelski off the up out of view of the stage.
All right, off stage.
Down. Oh my goodness.
Again, a lot of situations, S-Grape not dodging through the weapon toss, so it makes for really awkward situations. Again, how do you keep finding these reversals, Pavelski? How are you so content-pilled? I don't understand it.
Great sword.
I hate you so much. I can't believe you. I cannot believe you.
No, he's looking.
Is that the difference?
No, he's just looking good with it. He really is. And that Great Sword Gauntlets matchup is definitely rough for S-Grape. That is not a good matchup at all. Going
oh my gosh, okay,
out there.
Yeah. Back to the well with the brain bender for just a moment.
Oh.
Pavelski, a little bit of a ridge off stage. Recovery from the spear is not going to be enough to get the KO. That one will do it. We go to last.
Looks like a little bit of a misinput there, or a misread as he turned back to the right. S-Grape was nowhere to be found there.
Ooh, okay, Pogo misses. That could have been a huge implication if Pavelski had a weapon there.
Back on regular sword, putting the pressure. That's it. That's game.
Pavelski, guaranteed 5th. Advances in this bracket. S-Grape, congratulations on a 7th place exit from this tournament, but man, the YouTube is strong with this one.
Winter Championship is just so much fun every year. You come back after the offseason, you really have no idea what is going to happen.
Yeah.
It is, everything is up in the air. We got, players like Flamethrower making it up, making it almost in top 8. Just little Mev making it up here. Players that we normally don't see. We have, Godly not being around today, which mixes everything up.
Right.
So, been a very, very fun EU bracket. So far, we still have a lot of Brawlhalla action with EU as we take a look at these replays here. Pavelski just doing great sword things, the way great sword things need to be done.
Just out here doing great sword things, and I'm taking a brief scroll through some recent results as well, speaking of Pavelski advancing in this bracket. And I think you're right. That Summer Championship of 2023 was the last top 8 appearance that Pavelski had, at least for esports year, which is crazy impressive to see. And I think to your point, this this little hiatus that we take between end of BCX and now allows for cool shakeups like this to happen. Maybe a couple people have to shake the rust off a little bit. Maybe a couple people have been secretly grinding. It's just cool to see. I'm excited to see how else this bracket develops.
Absolutely, absolutely. Speaking of the developing bracket, as we say goodbye to S-Grape. Great run today, by the way. Great run, but his day is over. We are going to be moving into another elimination side match. Who do we have?
This is Munir and Skeldra, if I'm not mistaken.
So we're definitely going to see some more Great Sword come out.
Yeah.
We're gonna see that. Munir, you really never know. He has a bunch of legends up his sleeve. We saw the Petra come out. We've seen a couple other legends from him today. So I'm very interested to see what he's going to lock in on and how that's going to evolve as the set does.
Yeah. Munir is a player who I've grown very fond of over the last year as well, just kind of watching and then, of course, meeting these players at the Royales of last year. Just, like, very nice person to talk to, very, like, well-rounded, I think, in terms of their experience with competing in Brawlhalla. I like watching it. Skeldra, of course, was one that I had seen only a handful of times, admittedly, but I think I was impressed most times that I've watched sets of theirs.
Yeah, he's just one of those great sword players. He's been pushing the weapon further and further, and he keeps getting better and better, and he's proving it again here in Winter Championships, starting out the year with with guaranteed top 8 finish no matter what happens. So he's got to be proud of that. So I think we have this call-in.studio. I think they can record videos and send them in and give their opinions and stuff.
Is that what it is?
I
You're
gonna call in and talk
Skip.
Can we call in and talk to Skip?
Yeah, can we call right now? Hang on. Yeah, we would like to do this right.
You
got it?
go,
You
no,
want
you
me
go
to
ahead.
do
You
it?
go
Okay,
ahead.
okay.
I'm at
gonna
like
call.
12% battery.
Wait, so Skiff is here is what I'm asking production. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Call. I'm looking at if I have a stress fracture in my foot right now. That's how my days go.
We're gonna call Skiff.
I'm gonna call Stiff instead. Callin.studio/winter percent. Oh gosh.
20 championship.
20 championship. Oh no, champion shop. I can't spell. Okay,
Come on.
Is this it?
No pressure. No pressure.
I gotta put my name here.
You got this.
Which
Autofill.
I'm putting Toast in as my name.
Toast. Yeah.
Enter my email address. Sure. Okay. You can have that. Yeah, you can have everything here. Join the show. Okay, and Skip is in here before I press this.
Yes,
do
it.
All right.
Yeah.
One guest in the queue. Yeah, so everyone sees this.
Hey!
What's up?
Hey!
Tell the people. Wait, hang on. I'm turning the volume up. How do I go again? Say it again.
Call in. Make sure you call in. Talk to me. Talk to me about Brawlhalla.
We've kept him in a box. This is it's just a black screen. I don't know what's happening. We've just kept. Oh, he hung up on me. That's sad. We've kept Skiff in the dungeon for a while.
Where he should be.
He's been, he's kind of like just crawling, you know.
Yes.
Do we have one of these? Can you crawl like this?
With like the Phantom of the Opera mask.
It's bad, dude. It's bad. I feel the pain in that man's voice as he's asking people in the queue what their favorite colors are and things of those nature. Those questions, I feel the pain that comes through. Oh, God. Skiff. You can tell us if you need help. It's okay.
Just blink twice, buddy.
Just blink twice. I couldn't. Well, I don't have any video feed, so I wouldn't have been able to help him on that one, unfortunately.
It's just part of the security, I guess.
Anyway, with that all aside, it looks like we are gonna get into our. I didn't hang up. What do you mean? I'm still. Oh, I'm still in the call. Wait. Why am I? Okay, I'm sorry.
It's Walt's first time using a phone, guys.
How do I hang up on this? Exit. All right, we're good. I gave you my personal information, Toast. You own me now, and I don't like that.
He already has all your personal information.
Yeah, but now I put a different email in. Okay, let's go to our first game. This Munir Skeldra. We'll get underway now.
Oh, and Skeldra first one to go ahead and get that weapon, Munir, though. And we're going to see him start off on the Petra, which has been working out for him so far. Ooh.
Always love seeing some orb. It brings me back to my youthful days.
Your youthful days?
Of last year.
Oh, yeah?
When I liked being an orb player.
You're old now.
Yeah, I'm so old.
Okay.
Okay, recovery from Munir doesn't connect. But I mean, we will be seeing a lot of those kind of like simplified 1-2s from the orb, which I'm looking forward to. Oh, that weapon toss interrupted the charge on the ground pound. Munir, I think, surely gets that stock if it connects. Skeldra living to see another day.
I mean, he's definitely going to try and make the most of his signatures because he's definitely going to want to get in there and get out and not get caught up by that great sword. Ooh,
wow, nice. Show you.
Big old neutral sig from the Petra Gauntlets. Go swap back over to Orb and go back to work here as he is carving himself out some lead here, trying to get that little bit of extra credit.
All right, bouncing the ball, trying to just find the angles, the geometry required to be able to at least get a little bit more damage before inevitably this greatsword takes you out.
Oh, reaching up in the air. Skeldra, though, coming right back down to ground. Ooh, Munir.
I like that, though. I like that from Munir, especially at low damage, right? Because you could just cut your losses and go for Sidelight Sair if you're playing Orb at that point, but just why not remix, try to get the 3-4 piece and get a little bit more damage?
Yeah, you're already up. Try and get that extra that you can. Going up in the air. Skeldra going back over to regular sword, catching the recovery. Gonna finally take that first stock off of Munir. A minute 30 into the game.
Okay, exhausted. Oh, that's a really awkward position for Skeldra. Yeah, and you saw the gravity cancel come through to just try to salvage the position that you had. Munir, signature, doesn't get the KO. Next one is just going to do it outright, though, and he knows it.
Yeah, he is real close to being knocked out here. Anything decent for Munir is going to get the job done. Still laying down a little damage of his own, though. See if he can make it back down the stage. Weapon throw gets him the space he needs.
Yeah, this is such a good position for Munir, though. Okay, Skeldra barely makes it out again. I think, like, recovery at that position, too, was going to do it. There it is.
Munir's going to go ahead and send him up and out with the recovery off of Gauntlet. Swap him back over to that orb to go ahead and try and build that damage up. Skeldra, though, has that great sword in hand.
Ooh, barely breaks out again. Skeldra has just been narrowly escaping these confirms from Munir. All that being said, still playing almost a full stock behind. Skeldra has not done a lot to regain the momentum in this first game.
Well, Skeldra's having just a hard time getting any of those openers off the greatsword. Munir's doing a great job of staying out of the way, staying out of his range,
100%.
and then coming in and punishing and being able to get the damage of his own. And there we go. As soon as he gets a dodge, then he's able just to go to work on that damage. Sitting back, playing it safe.
Wow, nice weight too.
Caught
Okay,
the landing
Munir's
again.
on it.
Skeldra fighting back on arm. Ground pound is going to whiff. No punish to be seen, though. Swapping back over to Gauntlet, trying to catch him in the air. Cannot, though. Sweat beats coming out on Skeldra. Finds a recovery unarmed.
But has not found a weapon,
At
importantly.
all.
Look at this. Yeah, and of course, you're jockeying for position around that weapon spawn. You don't want to go for the obvious line straight towards it, so you go down the right side of that moving platform, but Munir was clued into it from a mile away.
Munir did a great job. We're going to see these knockouts, because I believe 2 of them coming from that neutral sig. But just did a great job of shutting down the greatsword. Like I touched on a little bit, staying out of the range, being able to know when to punish, when it's safe, when to get out of dodge, and just did a great job. Looked very, very clean on the Petra here. We're going to see if Skeldra's going to be able to make some adjustments, maybe change his timing up a little bit, and try and catch Munir off guard.
I'm interested in the conversions that Munir has been getting, right? So he won game 1, of course, but a lot of those stocks were taken off of Gauntlet conversions as opposed to Orb. And you're looking at this, what? It's like an 8 Force Legend or something like that? Sidelight Sarah has got to be real nice on an 8 Force Legend that Munir gets to be playing.
Petra hits like an absolute freight train, bro. Especially when you get the force and the momentum off of that Sarah. Oh, no. Great knockout option.
So let's see what happens here. I mean, of course, the eyes are on Skeldra right now in terms of the adaptations that need to be made for Skeldra to get one on the board. Because I think, to your point, Slow-Mo, it did look like Skeldra was playing from behind for a lot of that game 1 and importantly could not get a lot of momentum in that first game.
No, you take away, as we see, nice early stock from Munir. But no, when you take away that explosive power from Greatsword and you take that out of Skeldra's kit, he's not able to get those openers, and all he can fish for is little 1-2s in the air and not able to get those good reads and be able to open up those.
Yeah, talk about good reads. Okay, there's Munir with the dodge rate. Comes through. Skeldra, again, just needs one opening. This is regular sword, though. Ground pound doesn't connect. Now you're in an awful spot, and Munir makes the most of it? Holy moly. I pondered into the orb, and I saw a 2-stock lead. I don't think that one was a true fortune, though.
It is rough for Skeldra. Okay, see what he's going to do here, Munir. Just look, see how he just stays out of the way, gives him absolutely nothing to work with, and dares him to go ahead and be the aggressor. But there we go. Dare off the edge.
Again? No.
He's so good, bro. He's so good.
That's crazy. What?
Yeah, he's got the formula. He figured it out. He knows his way around that kit, and he is just abusing it.
Yeah, this is twofold. I think you're 100% right on what you just said, right? The respect that Munir has been giving Skeldra Greatsword is like immeasurable, right? Like the amount of space that was given in that last interaction. Munir was on the other side of the stage, just like, you know what? We're chilling, bro. I think also Skeldra forced the issue a couple too many times, right? Low damage reversals like that are hard to come by in Brawlhalla, but the fact that Munir was able to get 2 in that game and is now knocking on the door of at least a 5th place exit from this tournament, I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's got himself in a real good position to be able to move himself up to fight against a little Mev here in just a little bit. But Skeldra still has, I mean, he's got this game. This is the first step of the 3 that he needs to get done. And we could see the adjustment, and maybe he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Yep, let's see what happens.
I think we had a legend swap.
I was going to say, I wonder if we do get one,
We got
right?
a Moogie. He's bringing out the turtle.
Okay, but we still get a Greatsword Legend.
Absolutely.
Regardless. But I do think this is, on paper, good, right? Because with a Moogie, you can just let it rock a couple of times, and that's really all you need to get a stock every now and again.
You really can. There's so much speed on the SIG kit for a Moogie. There's not a whole lot of startup frames on those SIGs, and it might be able to use those to catch Munir off guard.
Now we see, first real Greatsword win, neutral win that we had seen from Skeldra. Keeping this one equipped, though.
Yeah, looking pretty nice so far, but Munir finding his way in there. Oh, nice catch, and here we go. Now we're seeing, at least in the first couple seconds, we're seeing that great sword, at least off the Amugi, to be working out a little better for Skeldra. But Munir caught, keeps catching those Sayers.
Dude, this is what I need. How do you not love that?
Oh, I do. I'm a Petra main, trust me.
Gosh.
I love it. But Munir is in red, and Skeldra can make something happen with the quickness, and Axe is a weapon that can make that happen. One Sayer will probably send him out of here. But Munir not letting up, continuing to put the pressure.
For the dodge as well. I mean, Skeldra was kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. Sidelight Sayer comes through, covers the super high angle. That was smart from Munir, right? Because you're in a weird damage threshold where it's like you can keep the edge guard going if you land that one.
I can't believe.
Big punish, easy.
Oh, man. So when Munir took the stock, he was already in red, and he was able to go ahead and chip away that entire stock of Skeldra. Now has a 2-stock advantage. He wins this game, he wins the set. Things are getting dark for Skeldra right now. The lights are dimming very, very rapidly. He's got to figure something out. The only thing he can figure out at this point is how to catch orbs to the face.
Oh, I know. And the thing that's paying the electric bill that we wanted was supposed to be the signature kit from Amugi. We really haven't seen too much of that from Skeldra yet. You got to get at least one stock here. Let's see what you can do before it gets too bad. With punish, nothing. Munir going to work already. Gravity cancel, sidelight recovery. Doesn't get too much more after that. Get the recovery again. Oh my God! Okay.
Nice reversal.
Yeah. You got to get one. I mean, Munir was trying to go for the clip. That much is obvious.
Man, but he is well into knockout range at this point. Munir just kind of letting it fly. That Sayer is going to finish it up. Munir is going to be moving on. That is going to move into elimination, quarterfinals against a little Mev here in a little bit. We got a set before that.
We do.
But I think we're going to take a look at those replays from that match, and those were some exciting knockouts from that Petra of Munir.
Yeah, and this is kind of the stat line that I was expecting to see when you lock in the Petra, right? Orb equipped 55% of the time, 372 damage dealt. Next up was Gauntlets at 31% equipped, but only 124. I mean, maybe like a third of the damage that the Orb did. Last stock that was taken up that set, all reliable, go back to the well, sidelight side air. It's gonna work every single time. And when you're on a legend like Petra, it'll just get stocks or close to it every single time.
There's no way to get back on stage, and here we go. Sidelight Sayer, absolute bread and butter of bread and butter of Orb.
If I want someone to make me a Valentine's Day card for next year, because I know that the time has already passed.
It has.
And it's just Sidelight Sayer. I don't know how we're going to conceptualize this art, but that's what I want now, because it is my beloved. It's reliable. It's always there when I need it the most.
You need
and it gets KOs.
Like a virtual Valentine's Day card, a little GIF of Sidelight Sayer.
Like it animates it. Yeah. That's exactly what I want. But yeah, old reliable, like I said, it just gets the job done, Slow-Mo.
That was a really good showing for Munir. Skeldra didn't really have a whole lot to say that entire set. Definitely a great finish, but not going to be moving forward. Munir is going to be moving on. We haven't seen many 3-0s so far today. Okay, Acno did 3-0 Little Mev up in the top 8, but other than that, everything's been pretty close going down the line, but that is going to do it for his day.
That's right, yeah, and it is going to do it for us right now. We are going to go to a quick break before we get into our next couple of sets, which I imagine, just based on what you said in that bracket, are going to be quite competitive, but we'll be right back after a few minutes, guys. You're not going to want to miss more of this action. See you in a few. Welcome back to Brawlhalla Winter Championship.
Song slaps, bro.
Singles. That is a really, yeah, we were grooving for most of
Toast
that break,
don't miss.
actually.
He don't miss.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't much of a break in the sense that we were just moving and dancing the whole time.
Yeah,
So-
there was no break involved.
But here we are. We're back here. Winter Singles. We got our bracket coming up right now. Let's see it! XJ, Cool J, and Pavelski is going to be our next set here. Lil Mev and Munir sitting in the elimination side of bracket as well. And sitting pretty over in winners finals is Akno versus Bamia.
This is fun. This is a fun bracket.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just kind of
I'm
looking
with
at it
you
here
on
and I'm
this.
like, what is happening? So we got XJ, Cool J versus Pavelski. This is going to be a knockout, drag-out fight. But it is XJ Cool J that sent Munir down to elimination side.
That's right. That's right. I think it's going to be very, very close. And like we had alluded to before, this, I think for Pavelski, is one set win away from tying his highest result in recent memory, which was that Summer 2023
He's killing it,
championship.
bro. He's killing it.
I think it was a 4th place. So Pavelski could make top 4 with this set.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it, too.
That's a good timeline.
I'm here for it, too. But XJ Cool J, like you said, it's going to be a knockout fight for sure.
Well, and it's very interesting. When we get to this point of the bracket, we got to keep in mind that we're fighting for Royale spots.
Exactly.
And there's no points this year. It's top 2 go. So you make top 2 this tournament, or there is no Royale for you.
Wow, what a crazy world that could be
So-
of our top 6 players remaining
Right.
now.
So this has a lot on the line for these players that we have left. Oh yes, there it is, right on cue. Max mode, and there is a last chance qualifier and an open 2v2 bracket. So you know what? Even if you're not playing today, even if you don't make top 2, you can still come out to max mode, play some Brawlhalla, see some great action, and have a good time.
Can you, Slow-mo, can you verbalize how, you know how the up was so long on the right side of the screen? How would you have said sign up now with how long that word was?
Just like that.
Sign up. Now.
Yes.
Sign up now. You should. Okay, I have an admission to the chat.
Oh, God.
And this is, you know. So you know what happened when the counter pick came through in the Pavelski set that we last talked about to the Star Wars stage? And I was like, this is cool. I like this stage. And then you looked at me funny, and then we kind of shared a laugh because I sounded stupid. I don't know how to pronounce that stage, so I didn't want to say it.
I didn't either.
Can I see here? Is it Moss Eisley? And like, forgive me for not knowing ball. You know, I didn't know how to pronounce the stage name, so I'm gonna call it Spaceport because that's part of it.
There you go.
And it was struck, is what just happened. So I apologize to all the people at home. You know, that's on me.
No,
that's on me.
You do you, Walt.
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
Thank you. Oh, man. Okay, well, we're not going to whatever it is called. It looks like we're going to choose between Demon Island, Small Fortress, and Small World Den. I mean, sometimes some things never change, Slow-mo.
That's true. And Demon Island's just a good map.
It is just a good map,
But
actually.
so is Small Worlds, and that's
right.
exactly where we are going. I am personally excited for this set. XJ, Cool J going up against Pavelski. This is going to be a good one. I am interested to see how Pavelski is going to deal with this a Surrey.
Ahsoka.
But it's a Surrey. It's
yes.
a Surrey. Because that speed, being able to get in the Katars.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's a lot that can happen right now. So I'm very interested to see how Pavelski is able to come in and try and deal with this. As so far, XJ Cool J keeping things even, and we are pretty much neck and neck here in the first 20 seconds of game number 1.
Yeah, so I want to see specifically Greatsword and Katars as the matchup, right? Because I think both so heavily reliant on finding those first dodge patterns. Whoever kind of clues into that first will start to take the edge on this. XJ trying to remix it a little bit on that advantage state. Pavelski takes himself off stage. Nothing more. Okay, yeah, just get out. Get out and dodge if you're Pavelski. I like that a lot.
Sit back, read, and punish. Ooh, nice recovery coming back up on stage. Okay. Oh!
Not enough. Okay, next one is close, though. XJ, waits off the gravity cancel just to get a little bit more height for that recovery. Even then, it wasn't enough. XJ disarms. There's the Katars, though.
See what he's going to be able to do with him. That's a little risky going that low under Pav, but no follow-up from Pavelski off the side of the stage. Weapon throw out. Going to switch back over to Sword. Sayer is
that's
going to
such
confirm.
a doomed position for Pavelski for stock 1, right? You're disarmed, you're in the corner, a jump gets caught out by a Sayer. Anything else, XJ can just kind of play the ground game and find it very easily at that damage threshold. Really clean. But the ground pound, once again, does not get punished.
Can't find any follow-up off that starter. Neither one of them can. We haven't seen any big strings come out. The 1-2 is going to be enough to send XJ Cool J off that top 45. Pavelski's going to go ahead and starve out the weapon, keeping a great sword. Ooh, perfect drop for XJ Cool J to be able to get a sword back in his hand. Pavelski is just going to work off this great sword, catching another landing.
The chase dodge through those slow-mo is so good, yeah.
Just slapping XJ Cool J around with this great sword.
XJ flailing a little bit, not able to get too much more off of the missed side light. Off stage, yeah, wait for the edge slip.
Carving out a pretty good lead here. Ooh, but XJ Cool J doing a pretty decent job here bringing it back. I say we're pretty much even again at this point. Very, very close competitive game. I know, game number 1, but Pavelski is going to go ahead and strike again and put him up that stock. He desperately needs to get that extra credit here.
Oh, yeah. Already got 1 hit with the Greatsword. We still aren't getting the matchup that often that I would like to see, which is Katars versus Greatsword, right? Pavelski just dominating the ground so much. Maybe the Katars are the difference maker to get some strings going from the sky first, but we're not getting it yet. Sword comes through. Recovery is just going to be enough to get the KO if Pavelski missed positions, but there's off stage.
He's reaching, going up in the air, trying to catch anything. Oh, what's his way going to be back up? Side stick. I thought we were going to see a side stick come off of that sword from XJ Cool J.
Take a second, take a breather. The weapon toss comes through even for a little bit more chip damage. Finally, XJ Cool J gets that stock. It's tough though, and we are going to go to, look like Katars now to try to build up some early damage.
Yeah, XJ Cool J's still in orange over there.
So let's see what happens here, right? Because you saw like the neutral air that comes through, the side air that could come through, just the dive pick. Okay, off stage, there's a ground pound you wanted. Chase touch comes through, but it chase touch down. What? XJ ran out of resources there.
I need a replay. I need a replay right now.
I think it was chase dodge down. XJ wanted to try to get that follow-up hit, but just did not have anything left in the tank, and then the sweat beads came through. It was just over. There wasn't any wall to connect to.
We're not going to get it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. He whiffs.
So, connect with the weapon toss. Ground pound, chase dodge down, out of resources.
That's crazy. I'd have been freaking out. I'd have just been panicking.
Wow.
I've been mashing buttons.
Yeah, I might have thrown my controller at that point. I'm going to be honest.
Going back to small worlds.
We go next. And I don't think that was by any fault of either player, right? That the outcome was what it was. Crazy way to end that first game, but XJ Cool J definitely showed he's got a little gas in the tank. Maybe could build some momentum back and even the set right back up.
Yeah, that was super, super close. Oh, nice. Got Clash here in center stage. Side light going to bring him over to the side, all the way over. Pavelski catching it though, kind of trying to get those little chip shots in there. Trying to feed out
nice
that dodge.
Nice string. Off stage once again. Okay, yeah, doesn't want to hard commit to ground pound now, given the past trauma that XJ has experienced.
Ooh, bounce his head off the weapon throw a little bit. Recovery back up. XJ Cool J trying to find a way back down the stage, and he finds it. It's Sayer in the face of Pavelski. Can he find a route to get back up? Not a whole lot of pressure from XJ Cool J.
Yeah, this is like wait now and get recovery. Looks like it. First stock going over to XJ Cool J. Perhaps the one that he wanted at the end of game 1, but what can you do?
Doing a good job of keeping the pressure on Pav over there on the right side. We saw it at the end of the last stock as well.
Ooh, big whip punish. Okay, only the side light, not really too much more. Disarmed. XJ, really unfavorable spawn.
Oh, yeah, especially if Pavelski's able to go ahead and swap it over. Big reach off the signature. No punish from XJ Cool J. Recovery from Pavelski.
Yeah, finally able to pick up the weapon here. So here comes the Katars now. What's the recovery?
Don't know if it's going to do it.
Pavelski wants some more smoke. Tries to bring XJ back towards the stage, but it might have been to his own demise off stage now. Here we go.
He's got some pretty good damage off this first stock, though. He's got Pavelski in orange. Wait a second. Sweeping's out.
This is so smart. Slow-mo, that was the smartest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, my God. The number of wrinkles in XJ Cool J's brain is insane. I need to go to the tailor after that one, but it's going to be a stop trade back. XJ Cool J, plenty of runway to work with to even this set count back up at 1-1.
Absolutely. Very, very well done from XJ Cool J to mix things up here in game number 2. Has a very, very impressive lead carved out against Pavelski right now. But thing about that Gray Sword, it's able to turn the tide very, very quickly.
Yes, and we did see that to full effect in the S-Grape set as
Absolutely.
well, right? As soon as this one string starts, it was almost a stock outright, just like you predicted there, Slow-Mo.
Pavelski was trying to get that snipe. That was so risky.
Okay.
Get back up on that stage.
Now we're in a weird spot. Okay, Pavelski with a lot of momentum, though, in this stock could make this happen relatively undamaged. Tries to let it rock like there. Of course, I don't blame you. Offstage once again, does not cover. XJ couldn't connect, but yeah, Pavelski needed to recover too, so XJ gets another shot on this one.
Bro, that might as well be a tie game.
It might as well. It might as well. Here comes the respawn. A little bit of a weapon starve, of course, and the Greatsword's back online. Like you had said, Slow-Mo, so lethal, and Pavelski's already going to it.
He is, and he's already getting the hits in. A nice reversal there. Oh, getting an picking up guitars and going straight into the string. Pavelski catching the landing, but XJ Cool J had the dodge to be able to get out of the way. Ooh, get up in the air. Pavelski's going to get the punish. Weapon throw out. Here we go. Dare. Kind of come back. Oh no.
I can't believe Pavelski got out of that situation. Okay, XJ Cool J. Perhaps this lead slowly slipping away. Needs to find one dodge rate, maybe just the edge guard outright. And yeah, that has to be enough, right? Just go for the ground pound. Just could not connect to the wall. XJ Cool J, after an insanely genius second stock, is able to close the door on this one. We're evened up 1-1.
14 damage differential between the two of them.
Yeah.
14 damage differential. That is crazy.
We look at the equipped stats as well. You had pointed it out quite early into second stock from Pavelski. The Greatsword has to be the difference maker in this set, right? 345 damage dealt, over half of the game it was equipped. I mean, the unarmed, Pavelski has his moments, right? Like he finds stocks in weird situations when he is unarmed, but I think the Greatsword has to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
I mean, if you're going to lock it in a Greatsword Legend, it's got him this far through this bracket. I mean, the regular sword, especially against the Sasuri, is just not going to get the job done.
So, tiebreaker game 3 could dictate a lot of momentum. XJ Cool J, pretty favorable position as Pavelski launched himself off the left side. XJ returns the favor for just a moment. We return to neutral. Maybe not. Looks like we're just in perpetual edgeguard state.
The momentum's absolutely right. This is a very, very important game out of this set. Being able to get that momentum going into game number 4. XJ Cool J with a great edgeguard. Going to swap over to guitars and starve Pavelski out at the same time. Putting a lot of aggression in here. Pavelski now on the small sword. But the Nair's going to keep XJ Cool J up in the air. Cannot get back down. Catches him with the neutral.
And that's the signature he's looking for when XJ is kind of descending in from those very high angles, right? It just catches the jumps, catches a lot of, descending in approaches that XJ would want to go for, especially when those guitars are equipped. Let's see what the edge guard is here.
Pavelski had opportunity there. Oh, wait a second. Nice weapon throw, but now it left him unarmed, and he didn't get a whole lot off of it except the unarmed recovery. Could not get out of the way. That speed off the Asuri. Yep. You cannot get out of the way fast enough. Catches the landing, weapon throw out, swap it over to guitars.
This is still a starve, too. I mean, this is pretty favorable for XJ if he hangs onto the stock. GC breakdance is just going to cost you. Pavelski was unarmed.
That top 45 is just so far, but that recovery off the sword is going to get it done. He's going to hold it for a long time. Going to go ahead and swap over to Great Sword. XJ Cool J does not have a weapon to be found. Pavelski can't. Nope, going to fight back unarmed, and the power play situation for Pavelski just proved nil for him.
Yeah, only a couple of seconds. Recovery, of course, will close the book on that one. XJ barely scratched on the second stock.
Oh, those sound effects sound so good. They're so good.
Hang on a minute. Okay, dive kick doesn't get you really anywhere here. Pavelski really hasn't been giving a lot to XJ's guitars so far. We haven't seen that weapon be much of a difference maker in this set quite yet.
Sayer in the sidelight.
Okay, trying to play a little bit of footsies, just dashing back a little bit, waiting for Pavelski to hit. But I mean, if anything we've seen from the past 2 sets of Pavelski, I feel like he's willing to just press buttons in all of these situations.
For the content.
For the content, of course. There's the big swing. Comes through off the right side. Not enough, but it did disarm XJ importantly. Dive kick comes through to regain center stage. Weapon spawn was good, but Pavelski was scouting that one out. Finally picks up the sword now. Maybe XJ can get a little bit more mileage before he falls out.
Sayer,
like it.
Okay, there we go. Sayer is going to go ahead and confirm Pavelski's got a very good lead. This is Pavelski fans are rejoicing right now, Walt. It's looking very, very good for him here in this elimination set.
Yeah, I mean, again, one set away for Pavelski to tie
That's cool.
his highest placement in the last 2 years at Europe Summer Championship in 2023, it looks like. So definitely could be a monumentous occasion for this player right here, but XJ's got something else to say entirely. Katars get to come through, can't cross the finish line yet.
No, not at all.
Very early damage.
Surrey also has the kit to be able to build up damage very, very quickly.
Yes.
I can see the title now, how I almost won a Brawlhalla tournament.
Oh, no, don't do it. You just got clipped. You just got clipped. It's actually that easy. Okay, side air comes through from XJ. Of course, yeah, that's the angle that you're looking to cover when you go for the gravity cancel down there. Don't even give them the option to go towards the wall. XJ Cool J still in it for just a moment.
It is. It's actually bringing this back the way we saw Pavelski do it in game number 1. You know, how he slowly brought it back, but some nice string damage from Pavelski there, getting XJ Cool J well into knockout range now. We are seeing a breath of life from XJ Cool J. Has Pavelski in yellow there, but staying out of the way of those side lights from the sword.
Oh, and the patience from XJ to wait for the signature to come through to get a little bit more damage. Could have whip punish at any moment. Pavelski,
Bro, he doesn't come back.
No weapon,
he doesn't get
XJ
back.
threw it away. Yeah, you have to go pick up the sword. I wonder if you just go for ground pound.
I would have.
Oh gosh, okay, XJ, another chance now with the sword. You can simplify this down. Pavelski does get disarmed. Is it a weapon starve, or are you just going for the stop? Pavelski, what are you doing?
No, he's winning!
Why are you doing that? Okay, great sword back online. Off stage again, slow-mo! What is happening? Why? I can't, someone tell me, someone much smarter than me needs to tell me why any of that just happened. What is this? How did someone win in that situation? They kept throwing themselves off stage.
Let's take a look at these replays right here. We can see if maybe we can figure it out, Walt.
Oh my gosh. I mean, XJ so firmly in the driver's seat, and then Pavelski just lets it rock off the left side.
Should have bluffed the dare, stayed back on stage, trying to catch the landing. Would have been much safer, because even if you missed that, you could have caught his whiff when he come back up. But it's all right. He's just going to go into game 4 being a little bit down. Pavelski's got some work to do to stay alive in this bracket. But it's not going to be this game.
It's not going to be this game.
He wants to make sure that connection is just perfect. It needs to be just spectacular.
Here's the thing, Slow-Mo. I have... I need a minute. I have so much respect that Pavelski wants to go for that, right? I think there were a few situations in this set and then in the set that we watched versus S-Scrape as well, where I think a lot of Brawlhalla players, when you have your flowchart in mind for how you want to cover high-low angles in certain edgeguard positions, if your plan A doesn't work, then you still have a really safe plan B of reset back on stage and deny resources, which is namely weapon spawns in those high-damage situations. The amount of moxie and gusto in this man's soul to be able to be like, oh, plan A didn't work. Why don't I just like ground pound unarmed and see what happens? That's crazy. That's crazy for the people at home. It's not how I would play because I'm not good at the game, but I think a lot of players just don't have confidence like that. So I respect it a lot. I think it did cost Pavelski that game 3. And now XJ is going to be knocking on the door, potentially eliminating him from this tournament.
I mean, Pavelski's back is against the wall at this point. He has got to win the next 2 in a row, or his day is done. XJ Cool J is going to be feeling real good. The Asuri is working out very nicely for him. He's been able to take 2 games in a row now, with Pavelski not being able to answer back. Really coming off the side of the stage like that with that dare. That was just so unfortunate. It put XJ Cool J just in a great position to be able to take away his options. But Pavelski cannot sit here and stress on that at this point because he's got work to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, can't afford to lose here either. Again, importantly, the loser of this set will be eliminated at 5th. Pavelski looking to make the run to equal that Summer Championship 2023 placement of 4th that he got, and there's the stock with the great sword.
That's that great sword, right? That's that stuff right there. That's that great sword stuff.
It's the great sword difference, some would say. Pavelski off to a really healthy lead already, trying to force this into a game 5.
We're seeing some aggression from Pavelski here. There we go. Nice catching. XJ Cool J. No follow-up, though. Trying to poke out there for a landing. XJ Cool J, though, has a really good opportunity here to tie it up. Pavelski's
Got it.
There we go.
Easy peasy. Really nice from XJ, but touches the wall. Okay.
Made me a little nervous. He was just going down there just to make sure.
Just to make sure.
Just to make sure.
Really check on, tuck him into bed.
Right.
There's the second stock. We're even, very even between these two competitors. XJ wants to close it out. Does not want this to see a game 5 at all.
It's unfortunate. Pavelski had such a good lead off that first stock, and then XJ Cool J was able to get these gimps off stage. Pavelski's in a horrible position. His kickback off stage, he did get his options back though. He was able to touch. XJ Cool J is going to go ahead and starve him out. Sword in hand. Pavelski just floating in the air looking for something.
The spawn of the gods, slow-mo. It just manifested right into his hand. Pavelski gets to go to work with the sword.
Odin blessed him in that moment for sure. Putting him back in this fight. Smacking him back with the Sayer. Oh, can't find nothing. Being more safe about it. No, he's not. What are you doing?
Every time it makes my heart flutter a little bit. I don't know if it should be nervousness or what. Pavelski off stage once again, but now on the other side of the stage. XJ is in pretty high damage as well, though. So this is, look, you just see Pavelski go for it.
It's a very important stock. The XJ Cool J getting the reads there. Pavelski being able to find his way out of it. XJ Cool J was getting in there, took that weapon spot away in case Pavelski wanted to swap over to that great sword, but the weapon throw to the face. He's found some good snipes today, and that is another one, putting him up just a little tiny bit. See if he's going to be able to tie this setup.
Okay, I mean, I was about to say one bridge from the greatsword, and I think Pavelski firmly in the driver's seat. Only got one hit right there. Pavelski with the whiff punish makes it a last stock situation. Can just deny this run entirely right now.
Oh, man. Pavelski going to be able to get a game number 5 and keep his dreams alive here. XJ Cool J giving so much respect to that greatsword, playing way back. Oh.
Hang on.
Oh.
XJ really high up. Pavelski waiting for the landing, though, because, again, that's the matchup I wanted to see. Greatsword just dominates so well off the ground.
Absolutely.
Off stage, Pavelski gets his turn back. Let's see.
Cool J's doing such a good job staying out of the range, out of the hitboxes of that greatsword. Oh, no, there we go. He got it,
He's
too.
got it. Oh,
not enough.
Okay, disarmed, but the weapon throw again. That's going to make it a game 5 situation, slow-mo. And Pavelski says, you know what? We do it for the content. We do it for the content.
The content, the culture, everything above, below, and in between. I don't know. This is a hype set. This is what Brawlhalla fans love right here. Great players fighting for important placements. I mean, Pavelski, as a career best, if he can keep this going here at this point, the way he's able to use those weapon throws and just the accuracy of those weapon snipes, just so impressive. We're going to come in, and this set will finish his Small World's End.
Game number 5. Pavelski, how I almost won the Brawlhalla Winter Singles Championship. XJ Cool J trying to say, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. Let's see what we got here. Okay, matchup is sword versus greatsword right now. And I do think Pavelski in that previous game had the edge against both of XJ's weapons when the greatsword was online.
He did. As long as he can stay away from the bait to go up into the air. If he's playing good fundamental greatsword here, you can see how much he slowed down in game number 5. We're not seeing so much of that flash, that flare. We're seeing grounded, patient, calculated attacks coming off that greatsword.
Really good string right there as well. Okay, XJ making this a little bit awkward for Pavelski to return back. Launched off stage again, but Pavelski doesn't have a weapon in hand.
Okay, I was gonna say a little less reckless, but then he just goes back down there unarmed, bro.
Dude, I love watching Europe play. Actually, it's so sick. Okay, not quite first stock. Pavelski is just maybe one recovery away from hitting it big, though.
He's absolutely fearless. So much on the line, still willing to put himself out there and put the risky moves on the playing field. Great sword back in hand. XJ Cool J, and nothing to be found. Pavelski's going to keep him off the weapon at least for a few more seconds here. Does he go back? Does he push the starve, or does he keep XJ Cool J off the stage?
I think you want the greatsword still, right? Like, look at how much mileage it has gotten. Pavelski doesn't even care that he has to play the matchup versus sword now. Offstage, caught. XJ could not convert, though, off of that first gravity cancel. Pavelski back on stage, catches with the Sair. XJ, low recovery, you can cover once again, but Pavelski, something else to say entirely. I can't believe he GC's signature to cover the stage there, slow-mo.
And that was the only option he had. Nothing else was going to get the job done. Saved his stock. He's continuing on his first stock here as XJ Cool J is in a position to be put on his final, and Pavelski is absolutely cruising here in game number 5. Finally an answer back from Cool J, going to send him up the top.
Yeah, but look at the color on the screen
here.
Yeah,
trust
XJ
me, I'm
already
looking.
approaching red damage. Greatsword back online again. Jae-yoon just been doing such a good job at priming Greatsword, which has been the difference maker weapon here. So let's see what he can get. Waits for it, not enough for the stock. I mean, really a light breeze at this point with this weapon will do the job. XJ Cool J has to kind of go crazy with these Katars equipped, but it's not going to happen on this stock. We're going to last for XJ Cool J's tournament life.
Oh my goodness, a lot of pressure against XJ Cool J here right now. Can he turn this around? He's got a whole stock to bring back. Pavelski's just throwing away everybody's weapons. We're just fighting unarmed. No, he's able to get over there and find the great sword. Oh.
Hey, XJ has found a lot of strings predicated on this sword Sair starting the action off. Does he send it? I was about to ask, does he just send it? And they, of course they do. Why do I even ask the question anymore?
No, nobody has fear in this top 8 today so far. Pavelski coming back up on top stage. Cannot get it with the Nair. Caught the landing though. And piecing him up with that great sword. I love to see the big strings come off of this weapon.
Pavelski unarmed. Oh, just covers that entire length of stage is XJ Cool J. I don't think you'd want it any other way, Slow-Mo. We're going last stock game 5.
This is stressful. This is super stressful as we see XJ Cool J be able to tally up some more damage here. Back and forth. The battle of the swords.
That string makes it even, though. That string just makes it even.
So, Pav's got a tiny bit of a health advantage. It's so close. All right, we're going to see these players really start bringing their movement in here. Start jockeying for positions.
Off stage. Come on, do it.
No, he's gonna swap over the great sword.
Off stage again. Okay, XJ misses. Spawn is just sitting there menacingly between these two players. No one wants to initiate with weapon toss and put themselves at disadvantage, but it's just over. Like that, Pavelski gets the KO off the top, and the dreams are still alive for all of the YouTube fans.
I wish I could see chat right now.
I can't believe this run, man. This is crazy.
Somebody screenshot chat for me right now in its present state of time. Just send it to me. I want to look at that later.
That was unreal. I mean, that set was of all the ways for it to end too. Like we were just going off. Oh, greatsword. Pavelski's greatsword has been doing so well in this bracket. And then it was a sword mirror for the end.
He really did, prove me wrong. I said that the regular sword was not going to get the job done against Necessary. And he was like, you know what? This isn't working the way I want it to. Let's go sword. And we see it here, follow-up after follow-up, just that being able to finish up with those recoveries. And it was just able to chip away at the stocks of XJ Cool J here in that game, and he is moving forward. Pavelski is not done yet.
Yeah, man. Dude, top 4, Pavelski. I mean, that is a name I have not heard in a long time, and it feels good to see it.
Very nice.
I'm super excited to see what this top 4 is. That was easily my favorite set of the bracket so far, Slow-Mo.
That was good.
I mean, oh my gosh. Kudos to XJ Cool J for putting up such an insane fight as well. I really think it could have swung in his favor, especially when we even back up in yellow damage on that last stock. XJ was clawing his way back. I mean, we even talk about the first game of that set where they just launched themselves off stage and XJ somehow ran out of resources.
Yeah.
Didn't get anything from that. It could have potentially been his game. Could have been an entirely different story. I don't know. That's the beauty of Brawlhalla to me, though, at least.
No, that set was a roller coaster. It was a play on the stocks. It was a play on the games. It was a play on my emotions. There was just a lot going on there. Pavelski, though, able to get it done, and I'm going to be moving forward. And he's going to be facing off against the winner of our next set, which is Munir and Little Mev.
It's hot.
It's a little warm.
This is.
Oh.
Why are the matches like this? Why are they like this? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. Production. I don't want this. Okay. All right.
Is it working out?
I think my foot's broken, but that's all right. So I don't know. Yeah, like you said, next match, Lil Mev and Munir coming up next. Munir, one of the more dominant 3-0 showings that we had just a couple matches ago. You and I were talking about that one. I don't know. I mean, who sent him here into the elimination bracket in the first place?
Akno sent Lil Mev down. Munir apparently got sent down early because I am not seeing his person down there.
You got the wide phone, bro.
He got sent down in top 128. I can't even find him. He got sent down
early.
so early, I don't even know where he's at. I will look later because we are getting into this action here as we got Munir and Lil Mev fighting for the chance to go fight Pavelski.
All right, let's get into it. We had talked and sung the praises of an 8-force orb legend that is Petra, right? Like, you can simplify your positions down really hard. Looks like the ground pound was just going to come through, but Munir has been so good at finding these opportunities on gauntlets specifically as well. As I say it, though, Lil Mev, a quick little hit gets the stock off the top, and that's first strike.
That's a 25-second stock there. While that is about as quick as you can get the job done, Munir is trying to get up there and try and bring this back as quickly as possible and not let this get too far, too far out of reach. Things get too far off the rails here. Oh, missed with the dare and gets punished for it.
Recovery, Lil Mev, nice punish as well, right? Like the strange 45-degree angles that Orb gets to go for on most of its kit means Lil Mev has really strong angles of counter hitting with the axe online. Okay, edge guard position once again. Yeah, so much time. Look at this lead. What is this?
The Rayman's getting it done, bro.
It really is. I mean, Lil Mev has just been going insano mode on this. Hang on, side lights there. That should be enough for the stock, and it is. But I mean, this is a huge, huge deficit for Munir already.
But that's the cool thing about Munir too. He gets beaten game number 1. He's got like 4 or 5 other legends that he can pull out of his pocket and be able to counter, try and get some sort of counter going against this Rayman. But Lil Mev doing a absolute fantastic job just piecing Munir up here in game number 1.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, I will sing it until the cows come home. The simplicity of the orb can really help you on these deficit situations, right? Sidelight Sair comes through. A lot of the remixes that Munir likes to go for with Nair or Neutral Light into recovery are very good as well. There's a lot of options here, and we do see the ball getting put in the hand for now. Munir not doing recovery.
Oh, missed on that Sair. Mev couldn't get much of a punish on it, but was able to go ahead and make his way all the way across the map to be able to pick up those gauntlets and puts the neutral sig right into Munir. Gonna send him up to the top and puts himself up 1-0.
That was such an unassuming sound effect to get the KO at the end. It was like, he got the stock. Oh man, Lil Mev. I mean, that was crazy momentum-based gameplay. I mean, having not at least been on the desk during Lil Mev's run. This is the first set that you and I are casting for them today. Man, I mean, this is crazy to see.
Oh, no, he pieced him up. That was just a great, great job from Lil Mev. I did not expect that at all. Great performance from him. We're not going to get any legend swaps going in here to game number 2. Munir is going to go ahead and stick onto that Petra, that Ryu crossover, of course.
Yeah, so I'm interested in seeing how activated the orb gets to be in this next game, right? Because game 1, it was more equipped than the gauntlets were, but I mean, damage was very, very close between the two. It was like 190 to 115 or something like that. So very, very slim margins in terms of just like the impact that the weapon has had for Munir. Gauntlet's already going to work, but there's the, yes, perfectly caught right there. Gravity cancel, side light, side air, just picks up the stock where the gauntlet recovery did not.
And the adjustments that he's able to make. We see this from Munir pretty often. If he loses a game number 1, we always see just those mental adjustments being made, and it seems to always come in with a different game plan, be able to turn things up in game number 2. We're seeing so far as he's carving out a fantastic lead. Lil Mev though, nice catch on the landing, swapping out for Axe. Can't get anything off the D-Light except for Munir all up in his face. Gonna send him all the way up to the top. Lil Mev though coming down with the dare and gonna take back control of this momentum.
Okay.
Oh, snap.
Let me slide.
Oh, snap.
Lil Mev, let me slide into the next stock. Perhaps Munir wanted to just go for that ground pound and get the stock outright. Has to play one more interaction.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow,
Big
nice cover,
damage.
Nice cover. Oh, okay. I was about to say the little step backs that Munir is going, he will fall on that first stock right there. But the step backs that Munir is going, there was one earlier in that first stock where he's just like barely outside of the threat range of Lil Mev. It's just been so clean. And especially when you maintain weapon advantage, I mean, it's a recipe for success. Let's see what Munir can do.
There it is. Still holding on to that entirely full stock advantage. Great position here. Looks like we've been blessed during our block, bro. Just no like 3-0 washout. Just everything is so close down to the nail-biting finish.
Oh, yeah.
EU has been providing us with some Brawlhalla gameplay today. That is for sure.
They out here gaming.
They do be gaming, pushing buttons and stuff.
And Munir pressing many buttons with the orb equipped. Tries to come through. I mean, this is a pretty solid lead. Mev not able to get too much more. Has to concede a little bit more space.
Nair into recovery from Munir there. Good little chunk of damage. Trying to work a little Mev down to knockout zone. Or knockout range, rather.
Okay, I was about to say, I think Sidelight's incoming soon, right? Like, we're now at the range, especially with this positioning where Sidelight side air off of one of the sides is just enough to get the KO.
Yeah,
Munir disarmed.
Definitely gonna start seeing him fish for it here at this point. That stock's gonna go ahead and fall off. The little Mev has to play absolutely perfectly here on this last stock to be able to pull the win out of this game. Munir already getting in there, putting damage on him. Well, Mev, though, finish up with a D-Light there. Going to catch a landing. There it is. Neutral Light is going to go ahead and catch. Munir,
watch that interaction from Mev, right? That's 3 dodges in a row, especially when the recovery is coming up next. I'm sure a player of Munir's caliber has clocked that.
Little Mev doing a good job. Still building up damage, but that Sair is going to be just enough to get him out of here on Demon Island. And wow, we're looking a little different here.
This is what I'm saying, man. I think we look at some of the replays that are coming up right now, and I'm sure these players are aware of some of the habits that have come through. Big thing that I had saw from Mev in that last game was specifically Munir's gauntlets. When the first activating hit comes through and recovery is soon to follow, it's imminent, right? Dodge was getting burned every single time. Munir wasn't waiting for it, right? Some would call that conditioning. I'm going to see if that gets changed over this next game. But when you can just go Orb Sair at high damage and just get the stock outright, you don't even have to play the mix-up anymore.
No, it's just such a good knockout option. Such a very consistent knockout option. Munir literally just throwing out nairs at this point. Literally just nair.
Oops, all nairs. Okay. Takes a ride. Mev really far off stage. Munir, yeah, covers it all day. First stock.
Very good positioning. That is about 30 seconds on the dot for that opening stock for Munir. First strike going to go ahead in his favor. And continuing to put the damage on little Mev here as he tries to get down the stage, pick up a weapon, but he cannot get those Rayman hands on it, even with no arms.
He's getting other hands put on him from Ryu for just a moment. Finally, we're back. Gauntlets online for Lil Mev. Munir has built up a pretty sufficient amount of damage. Even if he does fall here, he's still pretty far in the lead.
Yeah, looking very good on his opening stock for sure. Lil Mev, though, doing a better job here in game number 3 of kind of dealing with this offense from Munir.
Okay.
Staying over on the gauntlets, trying to stay out of the way of Munir, coming out with the D-Sig, can't find anything.
He just flash stepped on him? Okay.
No ground pound.
There's the dodge again. See, every single time, Lil Mev has been going for that. Finally waits for it, but it was thanks to a dodge upwards that Munir was able to get that hit.
It was such a good weapon throw for Little Mev. Oh, is Munir going to be able to get back? No.
Off the wall.
He's going to bounce his face off the side of the stage, send him down to that bottom 45, and going to go ahead and at least tie the stocks up. The same cannot be said for this health, though.
Off stage, spawn came through right on cue for Munir. Hadouken, not enough really to get anything, but this is Sidelight Sair. It's just a stock.
Bread and butter.
It's good.
Yep.
It's never bad. It always tastes good.
It does. Does indeed taste good, Sir Walt.
Oh, apologies to everyone with gluten issues, but there it is. Okay, Munir, a little bit of an advantage again. In the driver's seat firmly, recovery comes through.
A little bit of advantage. He is extending very, very rapidly with little Mev not being able to answer back at all.
That's enough. That's got to be enough. Yup, slam dunk. Come on now.
The pressure was enough. He just ordered him to stay down there in the bottom. The D-Sig was just like the magnetic force pushing him back.
Stands up.
Right.
Just going.
Put him into position.
Crazy.
Finish off with the orb. Finish off with the dare off the orb. Such a great play from Munir. And he is 1 game away from going up to fight against Pavelski.
There's the edge guard you had mentioned before. The aura farming of this man is just unbelievable.
Literally. He literally beat him with aura right there.
Crazy, crazy. Maybe the aura is enough, but we're going to a Street Fighter matchup for our potentially last match of the day. Tell me a little bit about this.
What game are we? No, but what game are we playing right now?
I don't know.
I mean,
I actually don't know.
It's still Rayman. It's still Rayman.
It's the same game. Let's see.
I mean, okay, apparently we're locking into some Street Fighter, some OG Street Fighter 2 at this point.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Okay, Munir 1 game away from also making his way into top 4. Lil Mev needs to get 2 unanswered.
Hit him again, Lil Mev. Coming out and just swinging that axe, racking up big damage against Munir here. Okay. Still, fight back. There we are.
Back.
Finally gonna put some gauntlets on him and rack up some more damage off of it. Ooh. Great route to get back up on stage, and here we go. This big, huge lead the little Mev was able to get. It's almost all gone. He's been nothing but Munir since he's been able to get those gauntlets on the little Mev.
Look at this. I mean, the option 1 for little Mev every single time is just mash or dodge, and I think Munir, at this point, 4 games in, has to have caught on to it.
Can't catch a landing. Munir's going to piece him up unarmed. Throwing out the neutral sig, Little Mev easily staying out of there, but couldn't really get a good punish off of it. The Nair's gonna keep Little Mev from coming back down the stage, but another unarmed attack is gonna send Munir all the way up. Oh, Little Mev could not get that landing though.
Anyone's first
Sidelight
stock.
there.
Okay, yeah, from center stage though, not enough. Off stage, Lil Mev contests the space. Munir trying to recreate that last edge guard from game number 3, excuse me. But the Dalsum here is able to get first strike. I love the delayed weapon throw that just hits you from nowhere. It just appears. All that said though, Munir able to pick up the gauntlets. Let's see again. Does the same pattern still apply? No, he just goes for recovery outright.
And it's enough to go ahead and get the job done. Things are still very, very close. Munir's going to go ahead and juggle the weapons a little bit, try and keep that power play advantage against Little Mev, but is going to go be able to pick it up. Now we have gauntlets versus gauntlets. Just a good old boxing match here.
Oh yeah, okay, tries to cross up a little bit. Mev probably in good position, but Munir somehow makes this reversal happen.
Munir needs to get this damage back. There we go. Nice landing to catch with the D-Light. Saw it back over. Still has gauntlets. Fresh set of gauntlets, though, taking away any disarm opportunity that Little Mev be able to find.
Yeah, that platform positioning made both of these follow-ups a little bit awkward. I'm interested in Munir dodging to the right there, right? Because the platform was like a free escape path for a lot of these conversions that the Gauntlet players were going for. But all that being said, Lil Mev, with the stock lead, could make this another Game 5 situation, Slow-Mo.
I'm here for it. I am absolutely here for it. So it's just so funny how sometimes just a skin swap is all you need to keep the dreams alive. And so far, so good. But Munir doing orb things.
Unless
heading all the way out off stage, you're gonna go ahead and send Little Mev packing off the sidewall.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, to your point, is it just a little makeup and vanity that Lil Mev needed to be able to have the confidence to make this a Game 5? Or Munir, can he shut it down right now?
I mean, he's done a really good job at bringing back that deficit that he was down. The Little Mev is still keeping the dream alive here. Okay, caught the landing again, putting pressure on it. Weapon throw is going to keep the exchange alive there for Munir.
Munir's in a really bad spot now. You need to win this neutral exchange and another one now to be able to get a weapon, and that could be this could be Game 5 now because of it.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when he is so hurt, and then the signature kit off of that Dalsum. See it come up with a down sig.
That's it.
Munir already knew what the business was. Going to go down off that bottom 45, and we are blessed with another Game 5
Another
wall.
one.
EU putting on a show today. I love it.
Yeah, and I mean, you had said it, right? Like, the same legend, different cosmetic, and then we still get this to a Game 5. I mean, what do you think was the difference maker there for Lil Mev? We saw the Axe go to absolute work on that first stock.
And I really think at the end, though, I mean, you saw how close it ended up being towards the end of the game. It was that first stock that made the make or break of that game. He got so much damage and so much mental momentum, even though it wasn't enough to do the longevity of the whole match there. But we are finally going to see a swap from Munir. He is dropping off the Petra for the first time in our block.
I don't know about this. You know, like, I think just from the basic analysis that we can get from here.
I'm going to keep it 100.
Yeah?
Sword just got a buff.
I guess, but the orb was doing really well.
It was, but now you still have gauntlets, and now you got sword and the sig kit. So I mean, I get it.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I mean, Munir, of course, no stranger to making these kind of last-minute emergency legend swaps in a lot of tournament sets. This time, of course, with his tournament life on the line. Is the Val enough?
So far, we're going to go with
it's
no.
Not.
So
is
far,
it not?
no. The down sig off of that Dalsum, sending that first stock out of here. But this happened the exact same way in the last game. And Munir, in all fairness, even though he didn't win the game, he was able to bring that deficit back there at the very beginning.
Okay. I mean, let's see. Definitely has his work cut out for him, though. Lil Mev off stage. Yeah, the Axe just covers everything. Ground pound all the way to the bottom. Does not connect with Lil Mev, but there's still no weapon spawn in sight, so Munir, slight advantage here. Lil Mev unarmed, able to break out and get the Axe back online. Hang on, recovery, not enough. Next one.
Yeah, Munir can shut it down.
Got it.
Because now the next weapon drop for Little Mev is going to be those gauntlets, even though he was trying to fish out that Axe. So we're going to see what he's going to be able to do here. There's just so much on the line for both these players. This is just the tension, the tension of Brawlhalla Esports,
yes.
That Game 5 situation. So much on the line. It's coming out and, you know, setting the first tournament of the year, setting that precedent, setting, you know, this is what I'm going to do this year.
Absolutely. You got to set the tone early. Okay, there's the dodge from Munir. Maybe wanting to challenge with like a gravity cancel or something like that. Low Mev going to work. Off stage now. Is it a ground pound? No, Munir high angles it. Doesn't connect.
Munir is able to get underneath them with the recovery weapon throw to the face.
Hang on, there it is. That's the first time Mev didn't dodge too, but it didn't KO.
No, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, and that is going to get the reversal.
Oh my goodness.
Little Mev is going to send down to, Munir on his tournament stock.
Munir, not enough unarmed, and I mean, desperately waiting for a weapon spawn. Finally snipes that one through. Sword online. I mean, this is just recovery, right? Like, you have to just whiff punish recovery.
D-light recovery. Probably get the job done. There it is.
Got it. Last stock, game 5, once again, slow-mo.
I'm old, man. I can't take this, bro.
No.
My heart can't take this. There's so much excitement today in the EU portion, and we still got South America,
have so
bro.
much left.
We still got South America today.
It's crazy. Okay, Munir, great advantage state. Lil Mev breaks out, but it's off stage. No.
We got some good momentum. It's still, it's absolutely perfectly tied. Okay, Lil Mev just got a little bit of advantage, a little bit more. But Munir slapping back with the sword. Wait a second.
He just let recovery rip. Okay, off stage, Munir has been so good at weapon throwing, almost frame perfectly when these new spawns come through. A recovery up the top is not enough. Next one's close.
One more might do it. One more might do it.
He has to do it after that sidelight too, but it's just going to be a signature instead. Munir closes the door after the emergency legend swap in game 5. You got to be kidding me, bro.
That was such a good set. I'm like speechless, bro. That was such a good set. We're going to check out these replays here. He really got the job done. He came back, got the job done. We were worried about the Val, bro. We were worried, but I mean,
I don't know what to say. I'm
sword,
gonna be honest.
Sword.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, look at what are all the highlights? Orb.
Yeah.
Orb.
Right.
Orb.
Orb.
Orb. And then, okay, the highlights the shared weapon between them anyway. Sure, I don't know.
You see, he didn't win that exchange. But no, that was just, I mean, what else could you ask for in a set, bro?
I agree. And I do think, like, the sword and the orb kind of overlap. They Venn diagram a little bit in terms of what their functions were going to be for Munir, right? So it's like you simplify your punishes down, you get the KOs, you profit. I'm going to keep it a buck like you kept it a buck. I had no faith in the Val. I had zero, zilch, none.
Got the job done,
It got
bro.
the job done.
Got the
That's
job
what
done.
matters.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
And there's still so much of this bracket left, bro.
There's still so much
There's
left.
so much left. That was amazing. What a great block. Some names up here. Pavelski is still going strong. He's going to go up against Munir here in just a little bit.
What a crazy matchup that is for top 4, by the way. I mean, again, you guys are in for an absolute treat. And then on the winner's side of this bracket, sitting for a while has been Akno and Baumia.
Yeah, they're going to be battling out winners finals. So he's going to have to go up and get that reset. A lot on the line for everybody here, but you are looking at your top 4 of Europe Winter Championship 2025 year 10, Walt.
Whew. Esports year 10 is already off to the races, to say the least. It brings a tear to my eye, Slow-mo. Slow-mo, it's okay.
Our little baby's growing up.
It's okay.
Our little baby's growing up, Walt.
You know, sometimes they got to leave the nest. I get it.
No,
I get it.
No.
We want to enjoy
staying home forever
for as much as we can. And there's a lot more time for us to be able to enjoy this bracket with you. But I think the two of us are going to go watch it instead of talking about it. We'll be right back after a quick break. Our commentators are going to bring us home for the EU bracket. And then we'll be back with more South America in just a few minutes.
What's up, Buttercup? It's kind of silly because Toast like literally was talking to me and was like, hey, we're going to play this video right before we get into things. And then he counted it down and was like, 3, 2, 1, go. And hi, how's it going? It's Winter Championship, our first esports event of 2025. And we're in it already. We're getting into the top 4 of things here for the European region.
That's right. And the top 4 for the European region is looking about nowhere where we expected. Right? If we go up there,
a little bit, but
if you look at it a little bit, it's like, yeah, I thought Acno could have a decent run here. Bamia is understandably here in the top 3 side as well.
I think he was one of the few that like pretty much universally people expected. I think really the biggest outlier across the board is Pavelski. And that's not to say Pavelski's a bad player, but it's just like most people would put
Who had
Acno,
Pavelski in
Munir.
predictions? I think it was Dara, right?
Yeah,
for
Dara
third
did put
place.
Pavelski, but I thought that was just like fandom.
So it's
know?
hedging bets on Pavelski and Munir, because one of them will make it in the top 3.
That's true.
And we'll be seeing those matches as we get on throughout the day. But the first one we got coming up is Acno versus Bamia. This is, we've said it quite a few times at EU, old guard versus new guard, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Right, because it's like Acno is one of the longest, winningest players in Europe.
Apparently
here.
he's only 19 is what I heard.
Yeah, I know. We learned that.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Looking up the Wikipedia page of Acno, it's like, yeah, it feels like he'd be a lot older, but he's actually, most Brawlhalla pros started when they were like 13.
Yeah, like they just hit the teens and are Brawlhalla pros already.
And they've been competing for 7 years. Anyways, Acno, still young in life, but not young in terms of Brawlhalla experience.
Yes.
And then going up against Bamia, who has, relatively speaking, only been around for the past 2 to 3 years competing at this level now. I think is solidly in that spot where it's like a favorite to win tournaments or at least get into top 8s.
Yeah, I think
Rain
people would expect Bamia to top 8 pretty consistently for the year at this point.
Yeah, Bamia, Rain, and Munir are those like new names now. Munir came first. Bamia and Rain in the same year. So it's really cool to be able to see Bamia here. I didn't see who knocked Rain out in the elimination side.
Rain didn't even manage to get into the top 32 of things. Now you can see the bracket in case you wanted to like follow along with what we're talking about. We got Acno and Bamia. I think the most important thing looking at that top side though is the winner of our next set, the winner of Winner's Final, is going to get a flight and hotel to the Winter Royale.
Right. We talked about it in the pre-show. We talked a little bit about it at the very beginning of the day. No more is the circuit system, of which it was like you got a collection of points from a series of tournaments, community and official, that led to a Royale in the middle of the season. We are now doing a thing where the top 2 of each major region, North America, Europe, and South America, will get flown to a Royale. And this one, to get those qualifying spots, you have to get first or second.
Top 2.
And means that this is a qualifier match. Winner of this is going to guarantee you a spot in the Royale.
We're getting into it. We got no surprises on the character picks. Bamia here on the Mordex versus Acno, who is again on that Alucard, that Ezio crossover. And Acno's orb has been looking pretty solid throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been really impressive seeing Acno stick with such a modern pick, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Like Ezio, as not the newest legend, but definitely the newest legend to the competitive landscape. Only really hitting the mainstream starting at literally last year BCX, and only as like a pocket pick. So Acno piloting his entire way through here has been really fun to see. But Bamia, on the other hand, has been unstoppable on the Mordex. So good on the Scythe, and the Gauntlets can come out too for some really swift KOs. So let's see what Acno's able to do with it. This is one of those matchups where, like, if you are playing unranked, you have probably had some experience against Fenrir Mordex. So,
yeah, I think most people are familiar with the skin at this point. Man, I really want to highlight Acno there. Had just a perfect read on the damage of Bamia. Went with a double downer and almost was able to KO with recovery. Didn't quite have it, but still. Acno's looking solid, keeping this one even.
Ooh, nice pummel. Oh, gravity cancel. Sidelight got punished. I thought Bamia would have gone for more there. Cider comes through. Acno has to go for the... Caught him with the ground pound on the gravity cancel down stick there. That was a really good catch. I wonder if Bamia was planning for it, or if, like, is Ezio just so unlucky that if you diagonal dodge or gravity cancel down stick, you get punished by the same thing?
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like Bamia just kind of had the read on everything Acno was doing. Like he had a perfect punish on that wake up sidelight that Acno did, and then a second perfect punish on the gravity cancel that Acno tried to do. Either way, Bamia looking real good here in game number 1.
Weapon throw doesn't hit afterwards, but silent recovery will take him down. In under 2 minutes, Akno is down a game. Bamia 2 games away from getting that flight guaranteed to the Winter Royale. Let's look at the replays here. It was a pretty quick match. That Downson got punished twice this game into a ground pound. One a little delayed, the next one immediately. I think it's coming up right here. Yeah, that's crazy actually, because that ground pound didn't. I think Bamia was covering. I think Bamia was covering diagonal dodge up or dodge left.
Yeah, I think Bamia's ground pound covered more than just that one gravity cancel.
It also covers that gravity cancel, because that was like too quick.
Well, here we go. Game number 2. Same picks, same map even on this one. Akno needs to find the adjustment. And honestly, I feel like just like less of that SIG would probably be a good starting point.
SIG, that's a good point. Yeah, the replays really highlighted that each time that it was used, his stock went away. Now switching over to the sword, goes in for the N-SIG. Gets punished a little bit for it, falls down with the sword, nice downer, goes for a double downer, but Bamia just hitting him away with the side airs. Gravity cancel silent means no dodge. That's 3 good hits for Akno. Side sig almost gets him caught in the air, but Bamia has no jumps. That's going to be it for that stock, and Akno takes the lead.
Really well done from Akno. Managed to catch out Bamia there with that gravity cancel downlight that led to the side air as Bamia was coming up with that recovery, and that meant Bamia had no movement options there. Now it's Akno with the stock advantage.
Nice neutral light. Akno just taking chip damage away here, trying to get the lead. Nice neutral light again. Downer does not connect. Bamia almost goes down, but no manages to make it back. D-light recovery.
Oh!
Wait. So the spot dodge dodged the gravity cancel D-light, and then he pivoted an N-SIG?
So that was like 4D chess right there.
That was
Akno
amazing.
was trying to punish just like the immediate recovery from
with
Bamia.
the wake-up gravity
so he went for the
cancel
wake-up gravity
downlight.
cancel downlight, and then Bamia delayed it and ended up punishing with a gravity cancel neutral SIG. Really well done.
He dodged facing the other way, too. So he had to like dodge and then pivot GC in the same dodge that he used to dodge the downlight. It was fantastic. Bamia is so good. And now Akno misses the ledge and just...
Okay. You know what? We take those.
Bamia gifted him. That was the whole... you know, it's weird to see... it's not often in Brawlhalla that you'd see somebody like SD and then someone else go like, don't worry, I got you, and then jump off the stage too, but that's basically what Bamia ended up doing.
Yeah, I think Bamia just didn't quite know how much movement Akno had, so he went in there for that second hit, that double tap to finish off the stock, but either way, he's still looking good. Has some good damage built up on Akno right now.
Oh, picks up the gauntlet, sidelight, no recovery right afterwards. A sidelight here, the recovery would knock out. I think just recovery on its own would do it. There it is. Bamia brings the match points. 2-0 lead here in winners final. 1 game away from securing that plane ticket and sitting Akno down in the elimination final where he'd have to battle against the winner of Moonier and Pavelski to have a chance to get his own. Here's the replays again. Although I'd say in these replays we won't see the down 6 from last game.
That's true. He did them less, and I think he did better.
That was the coolest stock I've seen in a very long time. And here it is. So we talked about this. I mean, we got this funny replay over here, but we talked about how, yes, Akno was on the edge the entire time, but we haven't seen him get like 2-0 swept into playing a character he knows how to play. However, the Asuri was not on my list of legends that I thought he would break the glass of in case of emergency.
I think most people would have expected a bow character. I know Akno does have an Asuri, like this isn't completely out of left field. But really, it feels like, I think, the mind shift that people are having where, like, they're like, you know what, maybe Katars are actually starting to come back into the meta. We're starting to see it a little bit more. Although I think in this position, Akno would likely want the Katars, at least for the early stock.
Yeah, and there's also that argument that Katars do well in the gauntlets because of how they approach against the weapon, but we'd have to see how Akno's Katars are looking today because we have not seen anything from them all day. And it's also something to think about, too, that like Akno's got other legends. Even if this game doesn't work out for him, he could still have the rematch potentially through the elimination side. So he's got a few games to play with, but Bamia is destroying him. He's got nothing left. Oh, the dodge was actually there. Okay, Bamia dropping a few edge guards here and there. And that edge guard was actually so sloppy that he could have risked getting reversaled. He's lucky that he was able to make it back.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking that Akno was going to challenge Bamia, go in with like a dare or ground pound for the turnaround, but instead had just enough movement, got that wall touch, but won't survive that one. It is going to be Bamia with the first stock.
2 stocks away. Let's see what Akno can do on the Asuri here. He's been unarmed for a good minute. Finally picks up the sword. Side arrow will bounce him off the ground. Gets hit by the nair. That's not good. Oh, and he waits out that D-light. Oh, but I thought Bamia was going to get the perfect downlight right afterwards, but Akno manages to close out the stock anyways. I liked how Bamia was playing that edge guard situation, but Akno just played it too well himself, so now it's evened up 2-2. Guitars, this is what you wanted to see in the early stocks. Let's see if he can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is partly why he swapped over to the Asuri, right? Is he wants to play these Guitars. So far, not too crazy of a Qatar setup. Obviously, he hasn't gone for the half pipe really. He's been getting those Qatar recoveries.
And the downlights too, but not a lot afterwards. You're right. And the damage that he's getting in return. Okay, almost had it. And Bamia says, let me show you what a combo looks like. Nair into getting caught by the Nair on the wake up. The down air ends up getting interrupted. Double sidelight not going to hit. Acno down airs off the left side of the stage. Ground pound dodge. Nice dodge up. Down air weapon throw. Bamia can't make it back to the stage, and Acno steals the lead.
Yeah, snuck that one out there, dodged through the ground pound, and like you said, down air, weapon toss, and then went for the wall touch. You saw him float around just in case, but once he saw those sweat beats, he was like, all right, got the stock.
Down light. Has that got anything else? Nope. Sidelight connects. Falls to down air. Okay. Falls to down air and doesn't jump.
Held down a little too long there, and that's going to put Acno on the board. I still don't really know how to feel about this Asuri, though, because it's not like the Asuri was like the thing.
Those were mistakes that Bamia was doing in the previous game too, which was like going too deep off the side of the stage, either for an edge guard or for an attack, and then Acno getting a reversal like we saw with the orb ground pound.
Yeah.
And we just saw Bamia actually do it so much that it led into literally 2 stocks going away. So we'll see what happens here on the rematch on the Fortress of Lions, game number 4.
All right, well, Acno at least feeling a little bit more comfortable on the Asuri than he did in his previous game, so he's sticking with it. Starting off with the Qatars again. Might be a little bit more of a comfortable position for Acno to be in, at least starting off, but once again, not getting much here. Hasn't even really hit too many Qatar Nairs on top of Bamia.
Sidelight D-Light is about as far as Acno has gotten on the Qatar strings that we're used to seeing. He's yet to get like that dare reset or even a good dodge read here. He tries to go for it again, and Bamia is oftentimes dodging the down air. Acno trying to mix it up now with a double downlight, but Bamia each time has responded correctly and then gotten some wake-up damage to make it so that Acno is trading blow for blow rather than just getting some neutral wins. And I think that's really working out in Bamia's favor, even after the last game loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough spot about Qatars is like you need to get those resets if you want that big damage. Otherwise, you're not getting too much out of it. Nice! The down sig. Bamia not able to dodge through that one and ends up losing his first stock.
Yeah, well, when it counts, Acno does use that down signature there to catch Bamia trying to attack. And if Bamia's always attacking out of hit stun, then Acno can use that to his advantage and hit him with a really hard, strong attack, just like he did there. Let's see if we can get anything else now. Those are the Nairs that are starting to hit. No, but that sidelight sider is going to disarm him. Nice job. Sidelight, headlight, sidelight, pick up sidelight on the Qatars. Acno goes for that weapon throw recovery. Okay, unarmed damage. Suddenly, 6 clean hits unarmed. 3 sidelights in there. Amazingly played by Acno, and the recovery comes through. Bamia is actually taking so much damage on these attempted recoveries. The spot dodge.
He doesn't go for the touch?
The weapon throw. He didn't go for the touch because he wanted to get the knockout. I think it was really bold of him to do that, and amazing for Bamia to be able to respond. But Bamia keeps going off stage and getting destroyed by Acno.
Acno looking real good, goes real low with that weapon toss, disarms himself there. That down air is going to put him off stage, but still a great spot for Acno to be in, considering he's got a full stock up, and Bamia finally cleans up that first one.
I thought Acno was just going to let a ground pound rip there, but no, he ends up getting hit by the unarmed recovery. Bamia took so much damage trying to close up that last stock, though. That's incredible. Okay, what are we doing? Trying to find one there. Recovery would knock out at this point. Weapon throw goes down. Switching over the sword is just a lot easier.
Side air, just like you said, so much easier for Acno to finish that one off. Now he's going to juggle weapons, and he's back to the Qatars. This is the classic Asuri gameplay.
Although the way Acno played that last stock was not classic Asuri at all. It was like, what was it, like dash land, sidelight, end light, sidelight, pick up Qatar, sidelight. Like it was just
dude, it was a one-man morph combo.
So much weapon throw shenanigans coming through there. Bamia going for the Nair. Oh, finds that side air, has him on the left side stage, spikes it down there. That might just be it.
Yeah.
I don't know where his recovery went, but it was not there.
I think he threw it early and just didn't connect on
like
Bamia.
Didn't touch the stage.
Yeah. Well, here we are, final stocks. Game number 4. Bamia might just put this one away if he can take out Acno here.
It would be incredible if Bamia brought this back because of how well Acno was playing. Oh, no dodge, pivots the end light, gets the downer. No, Acno gets underneath it, gets the sword recovery, falls, and it's another dare. Acno just getting right out of there. Okay, it's back and forth for both players. Weapon spawn getting denied by Bambi here. Gravity cancel sidelight, but Actor just fast falls straight into a neutral air. Defying Bambi's expectations. D-Light there. No recovery afterwards. Another nair to down light, but then wake up down air. Bambi just keeps attacking out of hit stun and is catching Acto off guard. Dodges underneath the end sig. D-Light nair, side air, does not hit. Bambi gets hit by the nair on the way down. Is that going to be it?
Oh, that's a chance, but he goes for the down sig and Bambi fast falls underneath it. That's the stock!
Oh, Bambi takes it with that down air. Acno so close to bringing it to game 5. But you only needed one edge guard there in a one-stock scenario, and Bambi was able to get it. That's going to secure Bambi grand finals at the Winter Championship and a flight to the Winter Royale.
Man, that final sequence there, Acno even got the dodge out, hit him with the dare that he wanted, and I was like, this should be the opportunity, but I think he pushed him a little too far off stage.
I think so, when he went for the down sig, Bambi just naturally fell.
Just fell underneath it,
and didn't get like sucked up into the down signature there. We're going to see that towards the end here. Yeah, this was an amazing string. Dodge gone, and Bambi just fell, and then when his dodge came back up, that down air, catching everything, doesn't even need that much force on it, ends up just sending him down beneath the stage. Fantastically done by Bamia, and just like that, he is now sitting in Grands waiting for his opponent, which could be Acno, but it could also be Pavelski or Munir, because we have a few matches to go through there on the elimination side.
Yep, and like you said, our next match is going to be, of course, Pavelski versus Munir. A lot of fan favoritism again towards Pavelski. I was looking at chat while we were watching his previous set.
Oh yeah, they were popping off.
Yeah, there was a lot of people very excited and making up all sorts of nicknames for him as well. Goat Elski, I think, was the one that I saw a bunch of times, but
I'm sure they'll keep going. Chat's very creative. He's coming up next on a stream, and he's going to be going up against Munir, who has created a nice fan base for himself. We were talking about how there was the 3 players that came into prominence over the last 2 years. Munir now a mainstay in Europe. I think he's made quite a few trips to the States now for Royales over the past 2 years, qualifying a lot. Also came up through that community tournament pipeline. And now plays about half the legends in the game. The ones that are most popular tend to be Gauntlet legends, but I am never surprised when I see him lock in something that makes me go, where the heck did that come from? He just plays a lot.
What if he locked in an Isaiah?
Oh, yeah, Blaster's legend would be really crazy. Yeah. They tend to have either boots or gauntlets in some form, or Greatsword, I think, is the easiest way to look at what Munir is playing.
Agreeable.
And I'm expecting the Tesca, but we'll have to see because he's going to be going up against Pavelski's Jayon.
I don't think he's even played Tesca today.
What has he played today?
Has it pretty much been the Petra and the Val.
Okay. All right. Gauntlets, though, all across the board. Yeah. We'll see. It's an option. He might Jayon it Pavelski. I mean, he's definitely locked it in before. He's done entire tournament runs on it, and I wouldn't put it past him. It just depends on how this first match is going to go.
Yeah, very curious to see how this one's going to go. Obviously, just waiting for the players to come in and lock in. Hopefully, Pavelski is getting his restarts out of the way now, as he's been having a lot of trouble.
He's not.
Yeah, obviously not. But I'm saying politely that I hope it. I hope that everything works out for him.
We have the first one coming up here right now, I think, with this map select. Where was the Mos Eisley game that we saw today? It's been every time there's a new map in the pool, it tends to be a bit before people start locking it in. But we did see one of them happen today.
Yeah.
So we might see it later on today. Okay, so Munir's going to be starting with a Val, like you said. It was Val and Petra?
Petra was the other pick that Munir has been playing today. Pavelski, no surprise to see on that Jayon. That's, I think, his most recent tournament win was on the Jayon, or like at least the most notable win. But either way, we'll see how well it does here against Munir as Munir starting this one off. Already getting some good damage.
Yeah, end light. Let's get
my favorite combo.
Let's get a fourth one. One of the best moves for just punishing somebody who has the gall to approach you. Right? Yeah. You're like, you're moving across the stage. Whoa! I thought Val had more defense than that.
I mean, small world's end.
Yeah, small world's end. It's a Greatsword sidelight finisher on the edge of the stage, but still. Munir in trouble there. He gets poked in the top of the head with a down air.
Oh, okay. Read wrong there.
No dodge, no recovery.
He's in trouble.
Ground pound, down air.
Oh!
The side air, weapon throw. D-like, ground pound, Pavelski.
But he still gets the touch. Pavelski, he's going to turn it around, but Munir still able to get back up safely.
I respect all of that there.
For sure.
Even though he's up a stock, he traded a stock, he did so much damage that he's brought him into red here, and now a neutral sig. There's the neutral sig, but it doesn't hit. Anything would knock out Munir at this point. Tries to go in for, was that like a...
That was a recovery. You saw the stars.
Was that a recovery? Okay, okay. So I was wondering if it was like, the only other thing I could think of was like a chase dodge down air. Gravity cancel D-Light gets punished so he has no dodge, but Moonier doesn't actually punish him for it. And now Pavelski's got to be careful about fishing for too obvious of a knockout move because Moonier is starting to fight back. There's the gravity cancel recovery. Pavelski one stock away from being a game up in the set.
Yep, he's looking solid. Back onto the greatsword. His first stock here ended with a side finisher, and Moonier was in the air. I'm actually a little surprised that side finisher hit. Usually you go for the neutral finisher because your opponent's in the air. But either way, final stock here. Side sig.
That's just going to do it. And just like that, the whole slate's wiped clean. It's 1-1. Moonier has a greatsword nair worth of damage on him.
That's too much.
It's too much. He had to put a D-Light recovery in there to take the lead. And look at that. The lead is in Moonier's favor now. Sidelight Nair, neutral light pummel, goes to Weapon Star. Pavelski can't touch the ground. Dodges down through an end sig. And he gets Nair, Sair, Nair unarmed. Sidelight on the sword. Okay, he's brought the damage back off the back of his unarmed attacks. Sidelight off the left side of the stage, avoids the spike. Can he fight back? Falls down with that side air into the recovery. Both moves kind of dropping, but the damage still being put on.
Goes in with the sidelight. Moonier goes for the turnaround. Pavelski actually going real low there. Maybe trying to bet Moonier to come back down, but Moonier goes back to the stage, has the gauntlets.
Dash up side air, fades back with the side air and air, and the recovery. Goes for the gravity cancel sidelight. Instead, that would have absolutely comboed into recovery, but Pavelski dodges out of the way, looking for an end light. Moonier lands with his own. Weapon throw, switches over to the sword. Dealer recovery, that's going to be it. No! One more move away. Downlight will certainly knock Pavelski out, and Pavelski just trying to get back to the stage. Oh, he gets rid of his weapon.
He has his jumps.
That's it.
Not anymore. Downlight into the recovery there. Moonier going to take game number 1.
It was looking so good for Pavelski. He was like a move away from a 3-stock to 1 lead on that edge guard there, and then Moonier locked in. We're going to see this edge guard over here, D-Light ground pound. Oh, if Pavelski held on and drifted to the left with that ground pound, it would have guaranteed him the stock. And now we get to see the edge guard here from Moonier. Gravity cancel D-Light in the recovery. Easiest one to hit in that situation. I think at the height that he was at, a Sair might have actually been a little difficult to connect. And he takes game 1.
Here we go, into game number 2. Going over to the Fortress of Lions this time, a little bit of a wider KO box. We'll see how well that works out for Pavelski as we saw Moonier struggle a little bit to get some KOs in the last one.
Ooh, D-Light, ground pound down air. That's a ton of damage, but Pavelski trying to take him off the top of the stage there quite early. Hard to do on Fortress of Lions. That ceiling is quite high. Pummel's going to send Pavelski to the right, dashes back, trying to get a reaction. Shuriken not going to connect, and Pavelski hits that sidelight down air. Sidelight, gets hit by a downlight Sair, and Moonier now has Pavelski on the left side of the stage. Ground pound could hit, that could take him down, but Pavelski makes it back, and he turns the tables on him.
All right, baits out the N-Sig there, only punishes with the Nair. Now it's sword v sword. Moonier reaching a little too far there, gets caught by the downlight from Pavelski.
Oh, Pavelski thought he perfectly spaced it out of the way, and Moonier just hits him in the face with the sword side sig. Goes down for the deep gravity cancel down sig. Oh, I feel so bad for Pavelski because I also thought he was safe. I looked at that side sig and I was like, Moonier is done for. And he just gets sent flying. The blade reaching a little bit too far. Pavelski makes up for it with a sidelight dash and sig to take the stock out to even things up 2-2, but still. That's just something that you learn with time, right? Yeah. You misspace that
matchup knowledge. Oh, okay. Good juggles. Went for a sidelight there.
I wonder if he accidentally landed on the platform and wanted to Sair. Because it's snapping to the platform and doing an end light. That might have worked. But I digress. He finds another Nair.
Okay.
Nair neutral light off the GC is pretty nice. And Sig trying to catch a dodge to the right. Pavelski goes left.
Oh, didn't quite space it. Thought he was in range for the sidelight. Gets the turnaround, going for that 50-50. Thought Moonier was going to dodge in towards the stage again, but read wrong that time. Side sig's going to whiff, and that's a down air.
Oh, weapon picked up. There's the greatsword. Sidelight goes for the end sig, and in the middle of the animation was that wake up end light that stopped it.
Yeah, landed down there. Got him with that end light.
Down air's a combo. But the recovery does take him down. Yeah. All right. I'm holding my breath. Not too long, though.
Yeah, you're going to have to hold that for a while.
Because it's a Pavelski lead, but I just... Things can go awry very quickly. I'd like to see this go beyond a game 3, and so far Pavelski looks like he's going to bring it to a tie set because he is just destroying Munir with the great sword. Gets the nair, tries to find another one. Sidelight into Ensig, almost knocks out. I think it's because the slide charge went beneath the stage that Munir is able to hold on at all. That down air, beautifully punishing a side sig. Okay, Pavelski getting some vengeance for that first stock by never losing another one again.
Yeah, Pavelski has been on point punishing those off-stage side sigs from Munir every single time. Jump, down air, easy punish. Might not always lead to a KO, but either way, still really well done on the side of Pavelski.
This was the recovery, right? Yeah. And then over here, I want to see if he dodged the side sig and dodged up.
I think it was just below it.
Oh, we'll never know. Well, we'll know.
Chat can't replay. Y'all can't clip it.
Oh, we have time. We have time. Go back. Go back. The Pavelski's resetting. He wants us to see the replay.
That's a homie right there. He does it for the content.
I don't know if we can go back and see the replay. It might be.
Did they already delete it?
We might not have the technology.
That's how I do things. Is the second I don't need it anymore, I delete it.
Like instantly. You don't even consider if you need it for later.
Nope.
So you don't like.
Who needs to archive things or remember things?
So
or
you don't
save
like
things?
hoard things or like have.
I don't know what my
photos?
birthday is.
You don't have like memories.
Nope.
Do you have?
My brain
like
is
coins?
random access memory, which is also why I remember the most random of things.
That's right. So you technically keep everything, but you don't know where any of it is.
Yeah, and it gets deleted the second I fall asleep.
Just like that replay.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's like straight up gone.
It's just not coming back.
Nope.
We're going to be going into the next game pretty soon, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see as we get into
Do you remember who we're watching?
Pavelski is locked in. Well, see, I can read it. That's the beauty of things.
That's right. Okay.
I do still have the ability to read. Funny enough.
Yeah. Now the flamethrower flambo mix-up makes a lot more sense. Because you're like, I don't remember who I'm watching, but the first three letters. FLA can mean only one thing. Here we go. Game 3, Worlds and Pavelski versus Munir. Last time we were on this stage, Pavelski had an explosive start that led into a Munir victory after an edge guard gone wrong. Let's see if the same thing happens again. Munir opening up strong on the gauntlets, and then Pavelski sending him right towards the top of the stage.
Okay, nice little nair. Pavelski with that gravity cancel sidelight managed to get that wall touch and actually stop Munir from the edge guard. Now it's sword v sword. Not going to go for the side sig this time. Goes for a dash jump, fastfall down air, but Pavelski's still able to punish.
Ooh, nice neutral light. Pavelski on the left side, trying to get back to the stage. He likes to wait for wall slip to start activating before he makes it back, and Munir punishes him for it. Dodges back, switches over to the gauntlets, gets hit for it. And now Pavelski, that side light a little too preemptive. D-light down here comes through. No dodge from Munir, but Pavelski doesn't jump, and so he can't get the punish off of him not having that dodge for 3 seconds. Pavelski now back to center stage, Munir without a weapon.
Throws away those gauntlets, over to the sword, spaces out, but only gets the side light. Not going to lead to a KO just yet. Downlight recovery, and that's going to be Munir with the first stock.
Okay, but it's one of those game states where it's like Munir hasn't been able to get a lot of extra credit in between stocks. Pavelski's actually been very good at closing these stocks out. Recovery could be good here. Gravity cancel D-light could be good here. I'm surprised he's going for these sidelight openers with how much damage Munir has. That's twice that has happened now.
Yeah.
Pavelski is so good at punishing it. We didn't get the replay, but we did get it to happen again live. Where Pavelski just dodges up through the side stick and then down airs him, and it's a perfect spiking angle.
He's very good at punishing it. And I was going to give credit to Munir for kind of faking earlier, where he would kind of do this dash jump fastfall and then dodge back.
And then diagonal dodge back on stage, right?
He was like baiting like he was doing it, but instead going for other options. But then the second he does it, but nice.
Down sig into end sig, gravity cancel. I think the D-light would have just been way better there. But Munir likes to go for the less execution heavy option, I suppose. Weapon throw down, does not work out. Pavelski with the sidelight finisher, could get the edge guard here, gets the weapon throw, goes all the way for the D-light ground pound, gets the haymaker into the stage, and Munir touches. He fails the jump pickup on the sword. Pavelski goes to the end sig, and once again, like, history repeats itself. We're on Small World's End. Pavelski has a lead, and he drops it, going for the edge guard.
But he cleans it up, gets him with the unarmed side air. I do want to give credit to Munir on that
very
stock,
fantastic job recovering.
Yeah, well, also like the restraint to not swing on Pavelski's gravity cancel end sig there. Yeah. He just kind of let Pavelski fall through him.
If only Pavelski jumped and got that sword after the weapon throw. I think he just missed his jump input. Either way, Mounier taking the lead here slightly, pummeling him away, has the gauntlets up, looking for a landing. Pavelski trying to catch him in the air with that end light opener, and it's just not working. D-light, down air, goes from there, side light recovery, not gonna hit. Side light recovery is gonna hit, and Mounier takes the game in game 3 and is now 1 game away from knocking Pavelski, the one and only, out at 4th.
2 quick turnarounds from Mounier were really like the big moments there. That second stock was able to get this turnaround onto Pavelski on this edge guard. That wall touch was so critical on his grab.
There's the weapon
throw,
though, and I think that was supposed to be a jump.
Yeah.
It absolutely was. There's no way that he wanted to fall in there afterwards.
Not that low for sure.
And Mounier capitalized on it, and then afterwards capitalized on Pavelski reaching too far for that nair, got the gravity cancel silent recovery, and now we're back to Small World's End. I'm a little worried about Pavelski on this stage, Duke.
Yeah, Mounir's been just getting his number here on Small World's End, but we'll see how well this works out for him here as we get into game number 4. Pavelski obviously still feeling confident because he left this map on the board.
Mounier going down with that ground pound. Pavelski sweating.
He touched?
He did touch. That's pretty important, although now he might not be able to.
Not going to touch this time.
Oh, Pavelski finding himself floundering up the left side of the stage. Gets edge guarded by Mounier's D-like ground pound, and like that, he's got 2 stocks left. Down sig goes the wrong way. Pavelski pummels him off to the side, picks up the sword, but he gets nared out of his jump. Gravity cancel, end line the ground pound. Pavelski might be done.
His dodge is down. Went real deep there, but Mounier going to help him out there. Got him with that recovery.
He's going off again? Oh,
yeah, that's
Pavelski,
crazy to go back in.
You are speed running out of this game 4. Nair into nair, down air, side air, misses. Pavelski picks up the greatsword, dodges the weapon throw. Now Mounier finds himself unarmed, tries to go for a pivot, and Mounier with the wake of end light counters Pavelski trying to dodge through him. That time Pavelski just tries to go for a 3-piece, the side light, D-light, side light. Not going to work though.
Goes for the side finisher again. Mounier goes high. This is where Pavelski might want to start. Yep, going for the end sig.
He does know
for the
that
end
range
finisher.
though. That time he comfortably walked out of the way of the side sig. Gets the finisher there. Pavelski, however, 2 stocks to 2, very damaged. Silent recovery would knock him out. Regular recovery would knock him out. A side air might just do it on gauntlets, but he's trying to get as much damage as he can.
Okay, going for the juggle there. Where's the dodge? Again, reads outside of Mounier's going to dodge through. Pavelski now down to his tournament stock here as Mounier up 2-1 in the set.
What can Pavelski do? Greatsword picked up. This is his highest potential for bringing the game back into his favor, but he's been neutralized like 4 times. There's another one. Hey, he's just going to keep going.
One more for the fans?
Yeah, okay.
For the content.
Oh, and then he jumped off stage.
How many end lights does it take to lose a stock in tournament?
I think that's actually a good question. We should that should be like a dev stream activity.
1 player versus 100 end lights.
You just center stage, you just have someone else walk into you and you end light. I'm going to my gut's going to tell me 17. 17 or 18, I think.
I feel like it's more than that.
You think it's more than that? Yeah. On Small World's End?
Yeah. Either way, Pavelski on to his final stock. He's holding out, but might not be for long. He gets disarmed there. Has the great sword. Dodges through.
This could be it, Duke. He could bring this to game 5, and just like that, D-light recovery, Mounier knocked Pavelski out at 4th and moves on to top 3 to fight his qualifier match for the Winter Royale against Akno.
Who is going to get out to the Winter Royale, or at least flown out? Is it going to be Akno? Is it going to be Mounier? Both of them, of course, strong competitors in the European region, but only one can travel.
Is this the replay of the... Yeah, we got it. There we go. I didn't pay attention to the thing that I wanted to, though, so...
It was, well, they down
usually, if we could get it slow mode, we might not. It's fine.
No, it's too late.
It
took them a whole game to find that replay again. So
that's true. We might get the next one. I think it happens again after this replay. Nair, weapon throw. Oh yeah, this is when Pavelski just lost that stock instantly. No, it's not it. We've lost it.
No sword side 6. We're done.
D-light recovery. That's what I like to see. And a good old D-light recovery in the replays there. That's going to be Mounier. 508 damage, 366. 3-1 over Pavelski, pretty convincing. There were 2 games, actually, where it could have been a Pavelski 3-1 lead if the offstage went well. And it's such very critical moments where I can see, what happens and how much of a bummer it was that, oh, he missed his jump nair. Or if he was trying to jump, pick up the sword or something. Oh, he missed his drift with the ground pound. So now he's gone. It was so close to being a 3-1 victory in his favor. So Really well played from Pavelski today. He had some crazy upsets. He had some crazy game 5s. Fans love to be able to see it. He made a trip from twitch.tv/Brawlhalla down to Pro Brawlhalla in the elimination side, right back onto the mainstream here to be able to be in top 4. And I'm excited to see what he has for the rest of the year.
Yeah, of course, year's not done, neither is the tournament, as we've still got 2 more sets to go. We will be bringing you those sets in just a little bit, though. For now, we're going to take a short little break, give you some time to catch up, get your breath, go to the restroom, and also give a little phone call to Skiffington. You can find that phone number somewhere. Type
interview
in chat.
!interview in chat. That way you don't have to type the link with the percentage sign.
No. What's the
percentage
link?
20?
%20 winter. What's the first part?
I don't remember.
There it is. Winter %20 champion.
Callin.studio/winter%20 championship. Just do exclamation point interview. Exclamation point interview in chat. Just type it, spam it, make Sora upset that you're spamming it.
Yep.
I don't know if the bot command like spams it as well. It might be like on a cooldown.
It probably is. But either way, give you some time to
Skip wants to hear from you. Call
for now, we're going to take a short little break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you the final 2 sets of Europe and then South America to follow. Stick around.
Welcome back. We are here to watch Munir go up against Akno in the elimination final here, both a qualifier for grand finals and to get the remaining ticket to fly over here into the States for the Winter Royale. Will be a really exciting opportunity to be able to compete at max mode and also just compete against players from North America and South America. Both Munir and Akno are going to be fighting for it. Akno just made his first trip in the elimination side from winners finals against Bamia, whereas Munir has actually been fighting a lot of the fan favorites and prediction favorites to win to make it here. Starting on the elimination side, had to fight against Delta, then went through Skeldra, Lil Mev, and now Pavelski to make it to this point. A lot of those names were in someone's predictions for top 3 at some point in time. So he has been playing phenomenally this weekend with a very tough bracket.
Yeah, he's definitely been making that lower bracket run, and it has not been easy for him either. For the most part, it's been like 3-2s. Yeah, he had a 3-0 over Skeldra, but then again, 3-2 against Lil Meb, 3-1 over Pavelski, and like we said just before the break, Pavelski had a lot of opportunities where he could have gotten the W, but now he's going up against Akno. Back on the Alucard, can he get the 3-0? Can he get the 3-1? Can he get a 3?
3 games is what he wants at some point, even if it's a 3-2.
Yeah.
Right.
As long as he gets the 3.
You make it to a 3-3, and now it's suddenly a best of 7.
How'd that happen? If they get a tie where they like both knock each other out at the last second.
Oh, like when it's 2-2.
Do we give them both a point?
I think for the ease of viewing, you would just nullify the match and then have them play it again.
Okay.
But I
never
don't
happened
know.
before.
I don't think we got that. We'd have to have it happen to put it in the rule set. Ooh, clash there. Pretty huge. Got the stuff recovery effects, but Akno doesn't get the cider on the way down, so Munir is able to drift back to the stage. Lots of good damage coming up from Akno so far at the beginning, or onto Akno so far at the beginning of this game for Munir. Orb versus Sword here for the start.
Okay, gets him with the sidelight side air. Akno needs a little bit more consistent damage here. He's been losing out in these neutral engagements.
What is Akno looking for at this damage? Because it looks like he's trying to hit a specific attack. No, I guess he's just doing one attack at a time. Ooh. That gravity cancel Ensig was very hopeful that Munir was going to go down there without reacting to something, and Munir has been pretty phenomenal at punishing Sigs off the side of the stage with a ground pound.
Imagine!
I mean, Munir saw it through.
Went in there, got him with recoveries, got him with nairs, but Akno's in trouble. Off stage, what's the edge guard? Hits him with a ground pound. He did get the touch.
Oh, he went for like a dodge back read. That was pretty crazy. Okay, Akno, these wake up gravity cancel unarmed D-lights are not netting you anything. Stop. This is brutal.
Bouncing on that wall there, but a side air is still not enough to do it. That's that Val defense, and of course, Gauntlet side air is giving him plenty of movement. Another ground pound on the head of Akno puts Munir up 3 stocks to 1 now.
Oh, looking back at who knocked Munir down in the elimination side, it was J Cool J who went down to Pavelski. So Munir was pretty happy not to have that rematch because so far against Akno, he is looking amazing.
He's looking very solid here. Akno might start thinking about this game too. What's the adjustment going to be? Is he going to swap to the Asuri a little bit earlier?
The Asuri had better success against Spamya than the Tio did, that's for sure. Wake up gravity cancel sidelight Nair is going to get him some damage. Nair's almost going to bring him into orange. He's still behind in damage after all those wins, however. Val's just that tanky. Sword comes through, 2 Nairs in a row, put Akno almost in the red, and that N6's not going to be able to punish that gravity cancel End Knight, but that's okay. Munir has got a lot of stock to play with here.
Yeah, definitely has some room here. Good juggle.
That recovery is going to knock out at this point. Goes for the side sig punish on the down sig, and that's going to be Munir taking a 2 stock in game 1. Let's see if Akno wants to let the Alucard ride.
That's the big question here.
He is. He's got on the banning phase there.
Same map.
They're going to go back to Fortress Alliance. We got some replays here in the meantime while they load in. There's that ground pound, the second of 2 that have knocked out Akno in that game, and then Munir just getting the side stick here as he end up like crossing paths.
Yep.
His dash jump has like the same trajectory as Akno's down stick, but the startup frames of that attack were not active, and so Munir didn't end up getting caught, and Akno goes down. Now we're here in game number 2 with Munir with the lead.
Munir back onto the gauntlets, gets a downlight down air. Okay, Akno not able to hit that ground pound though. Was about to force Munir into an edge guard situation, but down sig into the recovery. Some good damage being put out from Akno here.
Ooh, and down air recovery gonna disarm him. Switches over to the orb, gravity cancel sidelight side air. It's gonna take Munir out to the left side of the stage, and that's gonna be a solid 30-second stock for Akno in game number 2. Completely different pacing as to game 1. Let's see if Munir can bring it back. Akno so far completely in control. I am very confident in Akno when he's able to start with a stock lead like this sometimes, but we have seen sets today where like he destroyed a stock in the first 30 seconds and then lost. I think it was twice against Flamethrower. So we'll see if that's going to be the same case against Munir.
I mean, it's going to be on Munir to make those adjustments. Right now, staying a little bit more grounded as Akno playing around that soft platform. Weapon toss to open up, but Akno with that side light as a response. Easy punish, gravity cancel down sig.
You know, it's so funny to me to see Moonier continue to go for that Val side sig, and everybody on stream has punished him for it, right?
Well, hey, raw ground pound. When you can't side sig, just raw ground pound that
I guess it was like, because like Pavelski did what, like jumping dare like 3 times, and then Acno just down sigs him straight out of it. It's been very funny to see Moonier
it's the SpongeBob meme, like when are you gonna learn your lesson, old man?
I mean, Moonier does just keep winning the matches despite not learning the lesson, right? So that's just that tenacity that he's got there is really coming through. Does not punish Acno for going for the grab. I can't, dude. It's every time that he side sigs.
Dude, that's my
you
goat.
called it before it happened. You just saw Acno off the side of the stage. You're like, again.
Nobody expects a 5th side sig off the stage.
Moonier, we gotta get that sword out of your hands. Acno gets the dare. That's like the dream orb down air, where you just get it right off the edge of the stage, but you're still on it. You end up hitting them. Not enough damage to get the spike though, and Moonier's over the sword.
All right, Nair gonna just go for the vertical juggle. Acno's neutral ain't reaching high enough there to actually beat out that gravity cancel downlight from Moonier.
Up with the recovery, not gonna do too much there. Satellite Cider puts him off the right side of the stage. Okay, looking like Acno's game. Dodges over the weapon throw as well. Moonier has to make it back. Acno decides to starve instead of go for an edge guard. Moonier ends up getting some damage for it, but Acno's continuing to starve from here. This is his 3rd weapon, could go for the 4th, but Moonier gets a good end light, manages to hold on the gauntlets, which is not the sword, because if it was the sword, it'd be game over. He would side sig here, and then Acno would get the stock. That's going to be a good edge guard from Moonier.
That was really well done. Spot dodging through the weapon toss, got the gravity cancel downlight, was still able to get that side air afterwards.
Weapon spot comes through. All right, Acno, don't throw. Let's get this to be a 1-1. Oh, that might be it. Oh, he's a little more power on that side air. That might be it. Oh, well, the 3rd time.
Unless he goes all the way to the right side.
Oh, he did. That might be it. It actually was. I thought he was going to live with it. Yeah. I really did.
But it was still enough. Acno managed to keep control, ended up winning that one out. He started off strong, but like we were kind of saying, like the whole time, there was still this feeling, this fear that Moonier was going to bring this one back. But it looks like Moonier has learned his lesson. Sword side sig, not the way, as he's getting rid of the sword. He's going over to the Ryu.
He is completely off of it. Does Petra have anything similar? I think Orb down sig, while it's punishable, is so much safer.
Yeah, because you're up in the air. You're not sending your body at them.
Yeah. All right, so this is Ryu, epic crossover with Petra. We've got gauntlets, we've got orb. So Moonier opting to bring an orb to fight against Acno's orb here in game number 3 as he drifts off the right side of the stage, trying to grab Acno with him with the air, the neutral air. Does not quite connect, and that sidelight Nair goes all the way down to the stage, and Acno manages to get out of harm's way, holding on to center stage.
All right, Moonier gonna try to go orb for orb against Acno. So far, they're just kind of going back and forth, trading blows.
Ooh. Falls with side air. Yeah, you're exactly right. It has been just one hit for one hit so far. Both players side airing left and right. Nice dash jump Nair. Another Nair exchange. Down air into recovery. They both try to recover against each other, but Moonier's wins. Gauntlets should be coming up in just a little bit. There it is. Okay. And that Cider will send him off the left side of the stage. Can Acno get the edge guard here? Downlight Cider, that could be it.
Well, he's got side airs. Moonier's got movement. Should be okay. Yeah, got that wall touch there. Throws out the down sig, but Acno able to space properly around that. Moonier tried to catch him with a jump scare.
I guess Petra does have that gauntlet down sig. It's like, it's similar. It moves your body with the attack. I don't know. It's not really the same.
Sidelight side air. Okay.
Side sig.
Cleans it up.
I don't expect to see many more Moonier down sigs like that on gauntlets.
I hope he proves you wrong.
You think so? It's like expecting somebody to use Koji down sig.
Yeah.
On sword.
And then they do it, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I've never seen someone use it to touch the wall.
That is the one good use of it. Anyways, this isn't Koji.
Standing still there. Okay.
Although I guess Petra could do the same thing. I'm going on a crazy tangent. It's because we're watching an orb ditto, and they're just hitting each other once at a time.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the tragedy of this is, like, it really is just someone gets a hit, and then the other one gets a hit, and then it's just, like, very one for one. But right now, Moonier's going in with the gauntlets.
You know? And it doesn't really lead. It's just the nature of the matchup, I think. But also, Munir's not been getting any of the crazy strings on gauntlets. He's been throwing the weapon away a lot, and every time he throws the weapon, Akno is really good at... He reaction dodges to the weapon throw, and then he gravity cancels that same dodge into usually an orb sidelight, and he catches his opponent like trying to approach. Because usually when you're doing this weapon throw strategy, I'm using amazing end light there. When you're doing this weapon throw approach strategy, there's two things that you're planning on doing. One, your weapon hits them, so you grab the weapon again on your approach and then hit them with your weapon. Two, they dodge your weapon, so you hit them with unarmed and then you grab a new weapon. But when you do what Akno's doing, and that is dodge the weapon throw and then gravity cancel that same dodge into an attack, you stop both strategies every single time and always hit your opponent. And it's been working really well for Akno so far on this set. Okay. If he ended the other way, Munir actually just stood in front of him.
Yeah, I think there was a moment there where Munir's like, oh.
D-Light recovery towards the
Damn,
top.
very high.
Uh-oh, I did not expect, well, I didn't think Munir was going to be the one switching Legends every game after that game one. But Akno stood his ground, has been on the Etsu the entire time, and now Munir is bringing out a classic.
This is an older pick from Munir. It's going to be the Roman Reigns that Teros crossover.
9-force Roman Reigns. He is dipping out of defense so that he can hit harder.
Well, okay, there's two parts to the statement I'm about to make. Part one is that people for a while, once Orb was created, said that Orb was just Axe but better. And then also, the last game, they were going blow for blow. So you just take that math and you get 1 + 1, and Munir's like, okay, we'll go blow for blow, but I hit harder.
Yeah, I don't think Orb's got an 8-force Legend stat line without a stance right now. I think Fate's the closest. So the Fate or Petra, right? So yeah, you don't have nearly as hard hitting. Also, weapon throw.
Got past that.
In Axe's defense, I think Axe hits way harder than Orb, even if they feel like a similar function when that comparison was made.
Yeah, I think that comparison is not apt anymore.
Yeah, but it was interesting thinking about it. Side air. That could knock out.
Munir went low that time, didn't eat that weapon toss to the face.
D-Light's on the table. Akno's looking for it.
Hammer.
Goes for 2. Can he go for a 3rd? This one will hit.
Ooh.
Oh, goes just for recovery. That's not D-Light recovery. And ouch! He was like an orange.
Hey, 9
force Teros.
Yeah. He hits hard. That is for sure. Now he's holding on to the axe. Akno, though, has a weapon if... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if Munir is not careful with how he approaches, Akno can easily clean this one up.
Well, we've seen the comeback potential of Teros, that's for sure. 2 axe nairs were able to take Akno off the top of the stage in what was looking like solidly his game.
That was a hammer.
That's right. All right. Axe Nair would never take
exactly
on the top of the stage.
Axe Nair could never.
It's difficult because, for whatever reason, everybody that plays this character uses both shovel skins. Okay? It's not my fault.
It's a bunch of snow haters.
I know it's the Winter Championship, but you're using shovels year-round.
That was a good turnaround there. Munir got the gravity cancel downlight into a turnaround recovery. Didn't quite lead to too much. Scoops up this time. Weapon control for Munir. He's got great damage here onto Akno. He's going to be fishing for a side air.
Downlight hits. Side air would definitely do a lot here. Akno gets side air, goes for the end sig. Oh, I can't believe that dodge came out of time. I thought he was done for.
Thought he was falling on that end sig. Okay, weapon. Thought he was throwing it away.
Yeah, side air at any point in the stage would knock Akno out. I think even if you bounce him to the wall, it would knock out. And yet Akno's avoiding all these attacks. Neutral Light's going to do it?
Nope.
No. Akno recovers high, goes for that side air. Does manage to touch the edge of the wall of Miami Dome, but wall slips activating. He has not touched in a long time. Finally makes it back on the 3rd strike.
Oh, misses the
punish.
punish.
Is he going to take the lead?
Not
Weapon
quite.
throw. Goes for gravity cancel. D-Light into recovery. Okay, he's got one more chance. D-Light recovery catches him on the landing, and Munir is the one that goes down to 1 stock. This is tournament stock for Munir. If Akno wins this, he is going to go into grand finals to get that rematch against Bamia, but that side air deletes him in an instant.
It's going to be final stocks here. Game number 4. Munir needs this if he wants to take this to game number 5. Playing around these soft platforms, still keeping that weapon control. Where's the spawn? Can he cover? No. Akno able to pick up the sword.
Nair after Nair after Nair. Akno goes in for the recovery. Downlight connects from Munir, goes in for the Nair. Nice falling Nair from Akno. They're both exchanging Nair and recoveries. They're just like vertically exchanging damage. Switches over to the orb here. Now changes to that horizontal plane. Side air, down air. Oh, but that ground pound from Munir. He's brought it back. Nair Duke. If he gets recovery towards the top of the stage, he could just take the stock away. Akno's taking so much damage. Downsig's on the table. It's always Downsig at the end.
Now he's going over the hammer.
Yes. Are you kidding? Munir steals the game. Brings it to game 5.
I'm glad he swapped there, because there was a moment where I was like, oh, we might get trapped like he did on the second stock where he couldn't get the axe side air or down sig.
And just fish for Neutralite for like an hour.
Couldn't finish. But we're now here into game number 5. Miami Dome still on the board, but it's going to be Western Air Temple.
Western Air Temple for game 5. We've added a platform every single game, and now we've added moving platforms up and down. Here we go, game 5. Are we staying with the Ezio? We are. It's going to be Ezio versus Roman Reigns, or Alucard versus Roman Reigns. Gameplay-wise, it's Ezio versus Taros. And we see that Munir's hitting quite hard here. I don't think the pillar has really anything to do with how these two have been playing against each other. I think the walls on Air Temple are a little more in favor of Akno's play style, but we'll have to see. Here we go, sword picked up. Akno taking a ton of damage here at the start of the game and can't get anything started.
Okay, Munir, though, picking up the hammer. Caught him with the gravity cancel stomp. This time the stomp on the ground.
He might
off
already
stage.
be done for.
Nope, got the wall touch. Munir letting him come back up safely.
Side airs here, but I think if Munir wanted to close out the stock quickly, he should just throw the axe away and go over to the hammer, but that ground pound catches Akno going off the side of the stage, so what do I know?
Yeah, Akno, he went down there, he threw out a ground pound. I think that should have been a gravity cancel down sig likely, but just like misinputted there and ended up going just below Munir, and Munir's like, okay, ground pound.
Ooh, Munir now on the right side of the stage. Not willing to really play that game that Akno's looking for. He's like, okay, I've got a lead, and a rare moment to see Munir just like disengage, take a moment, say, Akno, you have to approach me. And so he does. Sidelight Nair, catches Akno on the right side of the stage. Hammer picked up, stomps on the table. Let's see what he's got.
Okay.
Dashes in. I think he's trying to go for a recovery there.
He's been doing that. Weirdly enough, is like the neutral game dash jump recovery.
Whoa.
Oh!
Bold of Akno to do that unarmed against Hammer with recovery, but it worked.
Now that'll be the stock evener. Both of them on their second stocks. He can't get the pickup.
He tried to go get his orb after he missed the pickup. The down sig hitting, the neutral light catching Akno as he tries to cross him up. The ground pound, he can ground pound again. Dare ground pound would knock him out. Gets the backswing of the dare, just like that. Akno on tournament stock. Munir one stock away from getting in the grands here. Akno looked so good to take this 3-1, and all of a sudden he has one stock left in the entire game, and Munir is tacking on huge hits. One down light comes through, doesn't get the end light right afterwards.
Side light, side air though. Akno gonna try to play out that neutral game, needs to get more neutral wins here. Goes to the wall. Munir gonna want that off stage. Doesn't hit him with the bottom end of that axe recovery though.
Sider hits, puts on the left side of the stage. Akno
sweeping.
Spot dodges in place, hits the end light. Dashes forward, goes for his own end light. Munir now with the hammer, does find that second hit, the second kick of that end light. Gets the damage through, but that Nair recovery, I can't believe it didn't knock out. He needs silent recovery right now. If Munir gets one good string, that might be too much. Even unarmed from Taros is a little too much to stomach. I don't think that's gonna do it. I can't believe it. Gravity cancel silent has more knockout power than Orb Sair. Not true, but it felt that way.
That one came down to positioning, of course, but right now, Munir with a little bit of an advantage. Definitely still doable for Akno. Munir cannot rest on his laurels just yet.
Is Munir choking? I feel like he had so much momentum, and now Akno is just locking in.
You want him to choke.
I don't think so. Look, I know how Akno Bamia is going to go. I don't know how Munir Bamia is going to go.
We didn't get the weapon, though. Okay, hammer.
Oh,
Nair's not going to do it here.
Looking for recoveries. He's just fishing at Akno. Akno has got such a good game stay here. Sidelight side air comes through. Munir goes to the left side platform, dashes to the center, gets the recovery. No, he doesn't. Gets the scoop. That's huge. Nair could knock him out. Akno gets a little bit of damage. He disarms himself. The side sig avoided. He spot dodges away, picks up the sword. Munir looking for Nairs. Goes in. That's a side light. Side sig could knock out. He gets the stock recovery, and that's it. Munir with a clutch edge guard, takes it 3-2 over Akno and gets in the grand final, secures himself a flight here to the Winter Royale. And now has a chance to be able to be Winter Champion.
Could very well be the Winter Champion. Munir with the swap over to the Roman Reigns in the end of that one was the thing that clutched it out for him. But will it be the thing that he starts with for his matchup against Bamia?
I think Munir has a habit of taking what he was playing the hottest with from the set before and going into the next set. I'm not going to be surprised if he opens up with Val and then switches as the set goes on. But I would like to see him on that character. That being said, I didn't feel like he looked like he was super comfortable with how it was playing out as it was going out to that match. Like, I felt him losing steam towards the end of that, and he was able to just hold on and clutch it out against Akno.
Yeah.
But Akno, it felt like he had figured it out a little too late. But that game got so close towards the end. I don't really know what Moonier's going to stick with. Like I said, he's somebody that I expect to play at least 5 to 6 different Legends a tournament run.
And so far, I think he's at least at 4. We got Petra, Val. Okay, maybe I'm bad at counting. Taros, that's 3.
Taros is just 3?
Did I miss anything?
There might have been one earlier. I don't know. What are they reported on here? Do you see them?
Report your
Legends.
Legends.
Mostly Petra.
It's mostly Petra.
Petra, Val, Taros could be a 4th. Anyways, we'll have to wait and see. I'm very curious myself to see what's going to happen there. Bamya is going to
play
be
Bodvar. Let's go. I'm right.
He did play Bodvar?
He played Bodvar.
Okay.
That's 4.
Yeah. That's crazy. Who did he play Bodvar against?
XJ Cool J.
Oh, is that the match that he lost?
Yeah. He started off with Bodvar. He also played Tesca.
So he's always had 5. Yeah.
he got
He plays so many Legends. And so that's why we don't really know what he's going to play against Bamya here. Because who did he play against Bamya when he lost? Because I think
He didn't
Bamya
play
was
against
Mordex. He hasn't played Bamya yet? Oh, that's right.
Bamya's
been Mordex all day.
Yeah.
So what will he pick against the Mordex? Heck, he might play Mordex.
He has one.
Yeah, he has one. He hasn't done it yet, but I want to put it past him. He's at the 5 legend point. In fact, he probably could be beyond that. Who knows? Who knows?
5 reported legends.
Yeah, who knows what happens in Winners Round 1? Honestly, I don't know. He could be just
it's the Wild
lucky and
West
random,
over there.
So, we're gonna be finding out pretty soon. It's going to be the Mordex from Bamya. Game 1 could be on World's End, Miami Dome, or Fortress of Lions. Duke, we're in grand finals here for the Winter Championship in Europe for 2025. Both of these players here have earned themselves a qualifier spot for the Winter Royale. Our EU representatives are going to be Bamya and Mounir, assuming that they can make it. Who's going to be the champion? We're about to find out. It is the Val start for Mounir.
He was thinking about that one for a while as well. Like, they were sitting on that map select, and Mounir finally locked in. It is going to be the Fortress of Lions here for game number 1 of our grand finals here for the Winter Championship for the European region. And Mounir starts it off with the Val, gets the first little bits of damage, but the question on my mind is, how many sword side 6s is he going to do off stage?
That's a good question. We got rid of that factor when he started changing his legends, but he went for quite a few of them in the past. We don't have any data from today's event between these two. It's grand finals, but it's the first time these two have met in bracket today. So how this is going to play out is going to be very interesting. So far, Bamya has been undefeated in his bracket run, being on the winner's side. So that means Mounir has to win 2 sets over Bamya to be able to get this win here. And so far, starting off strong, just barely whiffing that D-Light that would have guaranteed him a knockout if he's able to combo that into recovery. That one a little too low to the ground to be able to get it, but the second one will definitely do it.
Really good movement there from Mounir. Actually baited out that spot dodge from Bamya. Went for the downlight recovery there and unfortunately did not lead to the KO. So that means Bamya is having these opportunities to get more damage. Downlight recovery this time will finish off the stock. Mounir, he's going to need some extra credit here.
Yeah, Mounir looking for that, falls for that dare, does not connect, gets hit by the unarmed nair instead, and Bamya looking for the nair himself. Sidelight and recovery, not going to connect. Mounir, does he dodge that one? He does not. Silent recovery connects that time. Bamya's so good at following up. It says a lot about a Gauntlet player when you are confidently able to miss your sidelights and then just reload and go again until it works. And Bamya is able to get those to connect and eventually get them to go into knockouts. Really well played considering that there's no true combos off of that.
Yeah, I think Bamya is just really, really good at reacting out of that sidelight, right? Like, he just kind of waits, watches them dodge, and then hits them with that recovery. He's been pretty consistent with it. And that's one of the reasons why he's here in the Grand Finals top side, and he's already putting Mounir closer and closer to the red here on those second stocks.
Yeah, excellent play so far. Sidelight hits, Bamya left side, downlight hits as well. Weapon throw not going to connect there, and Mounir now solidly behind after a really strong start. Bamya on the gauntlets. He's not the kind of player that goes for like a Mordex down sig at the edge there. He does just like to wait up jumps. I've noticed that Bamya doesn't really like to do anything that makes it too risky for him to get reversaled. So like that end light is as far as he's willing to go. So I'd say actually dashes forward and he waited till
Moonir,
hits?
okay. He's still able to clean that one
There's
up.
a lot of really awesome things about that sequence from Moonir. The first one is that when he dash landed onto stage, he waited to get like the max distance on the dash before putting the side sig in. So the side sig actually hit like dead center, caught Bamia off guard, and then the edge guard afterwards was such a great follow-up. Bamia does clean it up, but Bamia had the lead when that happened.
Yeah. Bamia had more damage onto Moonir, but Moonir was able to get that stock. We're going to the final stocks here. Moonir, Gauntlets versus Bamia's Scythe. Bamia's Scythe has been looking pretty solid, though.
That dare was not, though. Ends up grabbing the air. Down air misses from Moonir. Nice job from Bamia. Gets the D-Light, dodges backwards. Another down light could come out here if Moonir just peeks his head over the top. Wow, okay. Down to coming through. Doesn't go for the backswing, just sends him forward. We've rare to see Bamia use his signature at all like that. Okay, Moonir, where are we going with that side sig? He didn't even get the spiking hitbox version of it to get punished.
Maybe it was just a call out trying to get Bamia to come back down onto the stage, but
he's going to get
couple more of these side lights
into his side air. Wow, Bamia just made that as clean as possible. 608 damage to 447. Highly in favor of Bamia as we're going out throughout this game. This is game number 1.
Man, I think that was supposed to be a downlight chase dodge recovery, and I don't know if that was a misinput or if he just did not have like the resources to get that chase dodge.
He used a chase dodge, I think, off the side stick to get to that position, if I remember correctly. And I don't know if that would have affected whether he could do it or not. But either way, Moonir, off of 1 loss, is already going through the Legend Roulette. Right, so now we're up to Ryu. And you know who's going to come out if this doesn't work?
Taros.
Taros, that's right.
He's got the ladder. He's got to go through them, depending on how well
I do like
go.
the idea that like his opponents are like fighting like almost like a boss rush.
Phase 2.
And then Taros is just the final boss. It's like, if you can get through my Taros, I don't have anything else that can beat you. Here we go.
Bamia, very good position to get through this phase 2 already as Moonir once again on the Gauntlets versus Bamia's Scythe, and Bamia's Scythe just seems to be winning out. Now it's going to be the orb time for Moonir.
Oh, orb misses on that neutral light. That one comes through. Bamia dashes back, gets one down air, could go for the edge guard here, goes for a side air instead, but he drifts back so it doesn't connect. Moonir makes it back. Down lights into no, Bamia just does not. He doesn't have Moonir at the damage yet to where he's like, okay, if I get this edge guard, it will guarantee me a stock, so he just goes back to center, rinse, repeats. This one he might go for. What has he got? Oh, just gets hit.
Okay. It's going to be the Gauntlet recovery there coming out from Bamia. Where's the weapon?
Oh, falls with down air. Moonir just standing in place.
Just stays there.
And lights him away.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm feeling a little like, I'm like, why did we even do the Ryu phase?
Dude,
like,
you got to go through the 3 phases.
I'm looking at Moonir's playing, and I'm just like, okay.
Oh, didn't get the chase dodge again, Moonir.
Yeah, he's dropping a lot of those
inputs.
follow-ups off of the downlight. And that's like the bread and butter of Gauntlets, like downlight, chase dodge, something. Bamia gets the gravity cancel side light, does get reversal. That's going to be a stock for Moonir, and he's not too far behind.
All right, going to juggle weapons here. Likely will be sticking with this orb. That's one of the major reasons why he is playing this Ryu right now. Goes in for the downlight. Bamia with the punish again. The double recovery, and Bamia full stock advantage here in game number 2.
Full stock advantage. He's also at a set advantage, and he could bring it to a set point with one more stock here. Let's see if Moonir is able to bring it back. Sidelight Slider is a good start. Double Sidelight Slider. Had gravity cancel. Do it again. 3 Sidelight Stairs would bring him into orange at that point. Nice downlight into the Nair right afterwards, but he jumps right into the loving hands of Bamia's double Scythe and light. Falls down with down air. Nice cider from Moonir. He gets the edge guard here. Oh, that dodge was almost caught. He has no jumps.
Sweating.
That's it.
And yeah,
okay, Moonir's right back. It's just like that. It's a close game.
Once again, going to be sticking with this orb. He started off that second stock with the sidelight side air. This time it's a neutral light.
Oh, and now Bamia's just dunking him into the ground over and over again with Gauntlet Nairs. That's the 3rd Nair in a row. Down air comes through, and light comes through. What else do we have, Bamia? Oh, getting hit by an orb Sayer, I guess. Now this is looking bad for Moonir. That recovery's not going to knock out, but the next one, I'm surprised he switched to the Scythe.
Yeah. Usually in this position, if you have Scythe, you're going to be fishing for signatures.
Does Sayer knock out at this amount of damage? I don't know.
Depends where.
Okay, not from center, but it was close, actually. Yeah. Downlight would certainly do it. I don't know if he wants to risk downlight. Silence just takes him down. Okay, Moonir going down, 0-2. in this matchup. One more game for Bamia, and that is a quick 3-0 in Grands. And Bamia will start off the year as the winter champion. Really great start for Bamia.
Yeah, for sure.
Took that 1 seed spot away from where we would expect Godly to be, and has held on to it very strong, undefeated, and looks unmatched. I mean, here's the Taros that we said, right? It's the boss rush. Yeah. So you're down 0-2, and now you have the 9-Force Taros, and if you can beat my 9-Force Taros, then I will concede. He has no choice. That E next to Munir's name stands for elimination, which I was confused about because I think we usually do L's, but it makes more sense because of our
because elimination starts with an E and not an L.
That's right.
As much as I like to pronounce it, elimination.
Elimination, yeah. It's not that.
Nope.
There are no losers in the elimination bracket.
Ensig. How's he finish it? Weapon toss gonna get avoided there. Bamia's got the movement. He'll be good.
Nair hits, falls down into the neutralite for Munir. So far, so good. Can hit with that sidelight Nair. Recovery would knock out. Ground power would knock out. Sair, that will do it. Even off the bounce. No, okay. Ooh, Bamia can make it back and then Nair him here. Munir was sweating. That would have been so devastating. Bamia now getting a ton of damage. The dare right afterwards. Munir was so close. He dodges through the ground pound, but still, at this damage, Stomp Sair, he was almost at a damage range where that looked like it wasn't going to connect, but he makes it work. I mean, it would have to be ridiculous for Stomp Sair not to work. And then the End Light ends up getting like a bonus combo there. Like, did like End Light weapon bonk End Light. That was
got a little bit of extra damage on that one. Over to the side here. Bamia's got to be careful. He knows the threat of the Ensig.
Ouch.
It's gone now as he gets that recovery.
And now Munir's got a axe primed, right?
Yes.
So let's see what he can do if he can touch the weapon. And like, oh, there, the ladder starts. Munir manages to make it back, picks up the axe, goes for the Ensig, and that side sig is a great punish on that whiffed attack.
Oh.
That was the perfectly spaced ground pound. Gets the side
he's sweating.
sig, and it doesn't even matter that he's sweating. That was just damage. He knocked him off the left side of the stage, and now Munir is on his tournament stock. If he's out here, Bamia's the winner.
And the hard part here for Munir is like the last two characters, they have that kind of burst potential for the offstage. Generally, you don't see that with the Taros unless it's the offstage hammer where you're going for like recoveries into ground pounds. But he's going to need some big plays here as Bamia chipping away at this final stock here.
Oh, and so much damage. Ooh. It's looking so grim for Munir. What can he do to bring this back? Side stick from center stage. That's not the side stick that was perfect. That was a perfect side stick opportunity. No, Munir. Oh, it's getting close.
It's looking rough. He's deep red. Currently unarmed. Bamia doesn't go for the weapon spawn. Instead, it's going to be Munir with the hammer, but the unarmed neutral here puts him off screen. Munir has no more health to play with as the stomp misses the dare. It's 2025, and he missed a stomp dare. It's going to be Bamia, who is your European Winter Champion, not losing a set. Here in 2025, Bamia is kicking it off for the European region.
Undefeated in official events, that is right. It is Bamia opening up the year 2025 as your European Winter Champion. We've got the replays here from this match, but that was a swift defeat of Munir. And it wasn't like if Akno was up there, I don't think it would have been very different.
Nope.
We saw winners finals. Bamia 3-1 to Akno to where he dropped a game against Asuri where it was like kind of weird. Bamia like SD'd twice off the side of the stage. Other than that, he looked fantastic. The person that came closest to stopping Bamia's run was XJ Cool J.
Yeah.
So other than that, Bamia, look at that fantastic ground pound there towards the edge into the side stick. Even if it didn't knock out, like you said, he was sweating. He never touched the stage. He played phenomenally on the Mordex the entire way through. I'm very excited to see him at the Winter Royale later this year.
Yeah, hopefully he can make it. As I think the reason why he missed that is just there was too much damage on Bamia. But either way, just what a rough spot, and that is Bamia just looking so solid. There you can see his top 8 run, 3-2'd Skeldra, 3-2'd XJ Cool J, and then 3-1, 3-0 to be crowned your European Winter Champion.
Congratulations, Bamia. I think, I don't remember if it was Rain or Bamia last year that like qualified for something and then
couldn't make it,
and then needed to like get a visa, and now could make it in the future.
See, that I didn't want to say it, but since you brought it up, I don't know if Bamia has his visa.
That's why I'm looking at this and I'm going like, shoot, is Bamia gonna be like, wait, do I need like permission to enter?
I can't just like travel there.
We'll figure it out. On paper, however, it's Bamya Munir that will be making it here.
Yes.
And if anything happens, it goes down. So that means that Akno would be next in line.
And then Pavelski.
But Pavelski can't make it.
A fight out for XJ Cool J and
So
Lil
then it
Mev.
goes. I think it would be a tiebreaker match between XJ Cool J and Little Mev, like you said, to see who would make it, which we've done before. I think Knees won one of those to make it.
We did, and that was how Knees, up until this point, had been out to every single Royale.
Right, yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, he still could come out to Max Mode, but
he could. He
so
could,
far,
but he had
didn't earn it this
qualified
time.
for every
Yeah.
single one
Yeah.
until this year. Same for Godly, I think, at least for all the ones that he entered. So,
yeah. Either way, congratulations to Bamya. Huge plays, looking so solid. Didn't even really have to mix things up. I do see that he played Petra a little bit against XJ Cool J, but really just all-around amazing player. I'm really excited to see how his 2025 is going to go. Again, congratulations to Munir. He's going to be coming out here for Max Mode. Really excited to see him again. He's always a delight to meet in person. And then Akno going in with that third-place finish. Played incredibly well. Really showing, you know what, Ezio might need a little bit more time in the oven, but he'd be cooking.
he really stuck with it, too.
Yeah.
It wasn't like one of those things where it's like the second the going got tough, he switched off of it, which we've seen a few times with experimental picks. It was only when things were like really dire that he was like, okay, well, I kind of want to win. I'll try something different. I don't think the Ezio is going to be doing it. It would be cool to see Akno at the Royale if he's able to make it. I'm really excited to see Bamya at the Royale. And then Munir is always a classic storyline maker at these Royales. Has either the craziest upsets in the round robin or he makes the gauntlet run. Either way, it's always a treat.
Yep. Amazing stuff all around. That will be our European portion of our Winter Championship. But like I've said before, we still got more Winter Championship action. We have South America coming at y'all in just a little bit. It's going to take us some time to get over to the South American region. So that means we got to go on a little break.
We got a flight to
we got a
catch.
flight. I got to hop on over there. But stick around. We will be bringing you the South American portion of the Winter Championship in just a little bit. Be right back. Where violence will be working against Bamya.
Yeah, and it doesn't really fit the narrative that I was setting up for him.
Oh, bro!
He's gonna get kicked off stage. You gotta be patient picking up this weapon. What a whiff! Going out there through the ground pound.
that's scary.
But down air.
Oh my gosh!
God.
Year 10 is gonna be a long year. Let me just tell you, year 10 is gonna be a long year, Toast. If this is how it's gonna be, I'm talking to you. Don't zoom in on my face, man.
It just covers so much space. That entire thing becomes a hazard. You have to timing dodge perfectly. Akno.
Oh my gosh, Matt, what are you? I've seen him attempt that. Both of them have whiffed. That time it was towards the blast zone, whereas the other one was away from the closest blast zone. Are we gonna see the ground pound? And we do.
He's being pretty cautious at this point. Ooh, but
Look at this straight from S-Grave. Hang on.
But once, you know, it's been everybody's been kind of, playing those footsteps. Oh, what a reversal!
Hey, go again. Say it again. What happens here, right? Because you saw like the neutral air that comes through, the side air that could come through, just the dive pick. Okay, off stage, there's a grab pad you wanted. Chase touch comes through, but a chase touch down.
Gets hit by the nair on the way down. Is that going to be it?
Oh, that's the chance, but he goes for the down stick and Bamya fast falls underneath it. That's the stock!
Oh, the edge guard here gets the weapon throw. Goes all the way to the daylight ground pound. Gets the haymaker into the stage.
touched
Munir
though.
touches. He fails the jump pickup on
What's
the
the edge
sword.
guard?
Pavelski goes to the end sig and the airs. Goes
Down
in.
light.
That's a side light. Side sig and knockout. He gets
Down
the
light
stock
recovery.
recovery, and that's it. Munir.
Go for the weapon spawn instead. It's going to be Munir with the hammer, but the unarmed neutral air puts him off screen. Munir has no more health to play with as the stomp misses the dare. It's 2025 and he missed a stomp dare. It's going to be Bamya, who is your European Winter Champion, not losing the set. Here in 2025, Bamya is kicking it off for the European region.
Undefeated in official events there.
Welcome.
And we are back here for the South American 1v1 Brawlhalla Winter Championship. We just finished up EU, took a short break, and now we are back. South of the equator, down on the side of South America, where it's actually not winter technically there right now because of the way the globe works. It's actually summer right there.
Thank you for the meteorology lesson, Sparky. I really appreciate it. So, guys, welcome on in. It's lovely to have all of you. We're going to be just jumping right into the top 8 of South America. We just, of course, concluded EU, and it is lovely to have each and every single one of you with us. So I'm really excited. We have some amazing sets coming on up today. We have some of SA's most beloved players. Most notably, we have Yuz coming up against Type. We're also going to be seeing Kaido going up against C. And then down in elimination side, I do believe the only player confirmed so far is going to be Loyalist, but to fight and claw their way into top 32 elimination side, one of the players down there at the moment is Kaina. Kaina got knocked down into eliminations by Kaido, as it seems, and now is currently going up against Power, is up 2-1 in the set count at the moment. And then coming on up, all going to be happening on the Pro Brawlhalla side stream is Sak up against Vemtan Kilo, as well as Ian up against Wes.
Yeah, it feels like our bracket is almost inverted. Now, this is like before top 8 stuff, so y'all can't technically see all of this, so we'll just explain it to you. But if we're looking at who is on the bottom side of the bracket, in elimination round 3, there was Fiend, and then now in elimination round 4, he got taken out by Kaina, by the way. In elimination round 4, we have Lores, who we already talked about making it into top 8, so he moved beyond that. We have Power, we have Kaina, we have Sak, we have Vemtan Kilo, and we have Wes. Those are all like tournament winning names. Some of them in 1v1, some of them in 2v2, but tournament winning names nonetheless. And all of those names that we just said are on the bottom side of the bracket, except for Fiend, who 1 is on the bottom side of the bracket, but 2 is also taken out of the tournament 2 sets before top 8. So the Winter Championship shenanigans continue into the South American region.
Yeah, SA is looking so stacked today. Like you mentioned, Fiend, also Cant has already been knocked out of the tournament, as well as Reaper Black. These are all names that we are so familiar with seeing over here in SA. But in the winners side of things, of course, the 2 winners semis matches that we have coming on up in top 8 is going to be Yuz up against Type, as well as Kaido up against C. And I am noticing, man, especially with how we saw EU started off today as well, there is a lot of Bodvar going on. And SA was the region that was kind of keeping Bodvar afloat, I feel like, for quite some time. But it seems like people are going back to basics. Everybody loves Sword at the moment.
I'm saying it. I've been saying it for a very long time. I said it earlier today. Bodvar is very underrated. He's not sleeper OP. He's not the best character in the game. He's not the top legend that should be the first place on everybody's tier list out there, but he is still a very strong character. We saw Munir play a very strong hammer earlier today. Ultimately, he had to swap over onto 2 different legends after that, but we'll see what Typh has for us here today. Not a name that we typically see making it this deep into the bracket. So you can see that reflected in the earnings as well. $850. Humble earnings compared to some of the other players in this bracket, like Kaina and Lores and Fiend and Power and Wes, but still pretty impressive earnings for a relatively new-ish player in terms of making it this deep in the bracket, coming in PR 12 for the region. Another Brazilian player, of course, we know. No disrespect to the Argentinians out there. I see you, Power. I understand the Chileans out there. I can't remember what your names are. I apologize for that. But Brazil runs South American Brawlhalla. Absolutely. And Brazil kind of runs the world of Brawlhalla in terms of competitive games.
Yeah, you could definitely tell by the last few BCXs. But I have to say, Typh has made quite a few upsets to be able to get up until this point, specifically the upset over Vemtan Kilo. I don't believe that was projected. That was not seeded to turn out that way, as well as over Loyalist. So those are the 2 excellent wins to have under your belt. But now we cannot talk about SA without talking about the one and only Yuz, the best player in all of Brawlhalla at this moment in time, 2-time BCX champion, and then also has just been slaying each and every single SA community event between now and BCX. Yuz has been showing up, and Yuz has been winning a lot. He has $100,000 to his name from Brawlhalla, so you already know who this is. He's not somebody who needs that much of an introduction, does he?
Yeah, and those are kind of the players that we're talking about when we compare the humble winnings of a player like Typh. But of course, all of these players were at humble winnings at one point or not in their career. Kaina was, Lorez was, Hughes was, heck, even Sandstorm had humble winnings at one point. So this could be the jumping off point for Typh to kind of push past that like top 16 in South America into that single digits based on performance today. And we're about to get into this one right here. Both of these players have level 100 legends, as you will see by their golden names.
That's right. We're going to be, of course, seeing the J-Yoon coming out from Hughes, as well as the aforementioned Bolivar from Typh. So this is going to be interesting. When you're going up against Hughes, you are playing Hughes' game, which is, oh my god, how do I approach this greatsword? Oh my god, how do I get out of this blender that he has put me in from just a single side light opening? There is a lot of checks that Hughes really puts into place. Now the question is, can Typh go toe-to-toe with him? They've only played against each other once in the past, and that was a set that went to the victory of Hughes. But everybody, game one, SA top 8 winners semis. Let's go.
And something that we especially began to really respect from Hughes, definitely at last BCX, the first BCX that he won as well, but especially last BCX was his sword gameplay specifically, and it was a lot of GCD lights. You saw it right there, a lot of perfect dodges as his opponents like coming in with a falling down air or something, perfectly dodging that, gravity canceling a D light, and then getting the punish on the whiff. So that was something that was so devastating at BCX as he's about to take away this stock without taking a lick of damage. He's legitimately making this look easy. No disrespect to Typh, but like I feel like this is what it would look like if I was going up against Hughes, because that's how clean Hughes is playing right now. That's how not careless he's playing. He's playing extremely safe. He's playing extremely tight, and he is in full control, and he did all of it with the sword.
Typh just looking for any opening at this point now, able to pick up the hammer, whiffs that D-Light. Okay, nice aggressive option out of disadvantage though, just going for the immediate end light as a get off me option. Holding on to the ground here for just a second, dashing in, dashing out. Typh is looking to assert control for himself and being so patient with when he swings next, but even the way that Hughes moves, intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah, intimidating is definitely one word, and it is intimidating because he's a very good player, but also there was a lot of time where they were both doing a whole lot of nothing, and Hughes can slow it down, right? We're in South America, and we're gone with the South American days of old where they were like, oh, we're just going to hold W, and we're going to be in your face at all times. Obviously, as the region got so much better, you see variations in gameplay, and Hughes is someone who can absolutely slow things down. He's one of the best at doing it. He does it against Kaina, who Kaina's pretty much able to overwhelm almost every opponent he goes up against. He's proven that so many times, but he wasn't able to do it to Hughes at the World Championship, and it seems like the way Hughes is playing right now, I wonder if anybody's going to be able to deal with it, as it seems, based on what we've seen so far, like Hughes is going to cruise on in to winners finals.
He's just playing so safe. His control of space right now is immaculate. But now the D-Light Cider is going to be coming through. Typh still not enough to be able to get that KO. He goes out there through the ground pound. Doesn't fully commit to it, though. And now Hughes makes it back on. Keeps on finding these end lights. Side light neutral as well. D-Light recovery neutral. The juggles do not stop. Hughes, is he going to get a 3-stock? Well, that wasn't enough. The GC and Sig. It did not collide with the weapon toss, but the downer, Typh finally closing out the first stock.
I love that Hughes is going for the GC and Sig, because that's going to give you the most distance in a direction that you want. If you went with like a side Sig that moves you quote unquote like towards the stage, you really have a lot more distance covered if you gravity cancel the in Sig and move up rather than just like dodging up or dodging towards the stage.
Hughes is unhittable at the moment. Many will say, oh, he's playing passive, but that's because Typh physically cannot hit him. Hughes' neutral is just that good at the moment. Looking for the neutral, tries to cover the landing with the end light. A little bit too early on the timing, though. Just backing in, backing out.
His movement is so troll right now.
He's walking in, he's walking out and seeing what Typh does. He's going to walk in, walk out, waits for that whiff, and then gets that end light.
He's not even like dashing or dodging that much. He's just like moving forward and backward and then throwing in some jumps.
He does not feel threatened at all in his movement at the moment. And now just about anything will be able to get this KO. You want a D-Light, you want a recovery, and that is going to be the stock and the game. So, how did Hughes just win, Sparky? How did he win? Why did he win?
I mean, well, one, he has aura.
He has aura.
He has obviously world champion aura. He has the entire like pedigree of his career aura in general, right? If you're just going up against ranked and the queue pops and you're all of a sudden you're looking at the loading screen and you're like, I'm going up against Hughes, like that's aura.
Yes.
You're gonna feel intimidated. Beyond that, he's just playing extremely clean with his aura and his intimidation. Like Typh is afraid to make a move around him when you see them just jumping around and kind of doing nothing around one another. And then when Typh finally feels like he can throw something out, all of a sudden Hughes' movement is too good. He doesn't have to burn too much to get that that good movement to get away from these attacks, and Hughes is able to find 2 hits or 3 hits. His perfect dodges are coming through so
right
well.
Now. Look
We're
at all
getting
this
some
damage.
juggle game, getting some damage.
That's right. Typh already breaking a good amount of space, and now Yu's going to be opting for the Great Sword. Typh able to find a side air, looking for that D-Light. Doesn't actually find it quite yet, though. Running off the stage, down air, weapon toss. Oh, Yu's not able to actually close it out, and Typh looking to make that stock his own.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough decision for Hughes to make, to specifically pull back and not continue that edge guard. That could have led to a stock, but it also could have led to him losing his stock as well. And if you're going to go 1-for-1 and you're on the side of Hughes, like, that's just a bad trade for you when you can seemingly play like you did last game, although Ty's doing a much better job this game. Seems less scared, still playing very defensively, but not in a scared way as much as he was previously.
Okay, still though a little bit too late on that end light because Hughes was already out of the in a different zip code. Not going to be affected by that whatsoever. The GCD light recovery does come out, not enough to KO off the top. The end light once again as a get off me option and putting Typh off stage. Now Hughes, how do you close this? You need a D light. What does Typh want? Typh also wants that D light. Side light as an approach, end light not enough to KO quite yet.
Yeah, Hughes is just straight up waiting for Typh to make the first move. Like, he'll go for the first move there, but when they're in like raw neutral and on a more even footing, he'll just like straight up wait for Typh to do something. Look, he hasn't attacked yet. There, you see the down air come out from Typh, instant reaction from Hughes with the neutral air and then the follow-up neutral air after. If Hughes is in like the advantage state or just positioning where like he has the high ground or Typh is over on the wall or something like that, then we'll see Hughes make the first move. But most of the time, he's really not making that first move whatsoever. He's waiting for Typh to get impatient.
Hughes being nice and patient, getting back onto the stage here. Once again, landing back down nice and safe. Side light, D light, neutral finisher. Okay, using the weapon toss as a means to get back onto the stage, gets the recovery, setting up these juggles again and again, goes all the way up there for the recovery. Typh. Oh no, that's a bit of a miss.
That's unfortunately gonna hit the ground pound and bounce off the stage, which is not going to lead to the stock, even though he's essentially in barbecue sauce, but there's the neutral air off the top. Typh gonna have his choice of weapon. He's gonna throw up the sword, and now he's gonna pick up the hammer. Looks like he wants to stick with this one. He did have some momentum early on in this game with his hammer, but so far he hasn't really been able to find
Hughes
that
keeps
sense.
catching him on the cross-ups. Typh is doing a lot of empty movement, crossing up Hughes, and he is going for these reverse end lights and these reverse D-lights, and all of them are connecting. Typh landing into Hughes so unsafely. You can't just cross up. You have to go in the, you have to dash inside light, you have to dash jump down, and you have to do something else. Because look at this edge guard from, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, he just dipped away, barely in time to get away from that ground pound. I thought he was going to get clipped by it, but he had enough movement.
Goes for the recovery, doesn't actually connect. GCD light into the recovery, does connect for Typh though. Picking up the sword once again, Hughes, he keeps on going for end light. Well, I feel like a lot of sword players would just typically go for D light. He keeps it safe.
Yeah.
He keeps it safe with a nice active button like end light.
So the interesting thing in this is a lot of it is, like I mentioned earlier, it's Hughes waiting for Typh to make the first move. So in a way, Typh is dictating the pace of this game because it's based off of Typh whiffing a move. If that doesn't happen, then Hughes won't attack. He's just moving around the stage. But then also because Hughes is so good at it, he's actually the one dictating the pace of the game and slowing things down by choosing to only play that way.
But now Hughes is speeding things up with a weapon toss. He's getting in there and being a little bit more aggressive till he slows it right back down and then dashes in. Such an unpredictable switch in the momentum. Hughes is the one in the driver's seat right about now. And like Typh has nothing else left in the tank as the GCD light into the sider is able to finish it off once and for all. So what was that momentum shift in that second game? Well, Hughes, after playing an entire game of playing back, waiting for Typh to cross up and using those as an opening to get like a reverse D light or a pivot N light, Hughes started being the one to dash in there. And you saw he was so unpredictable when he dashed in there with the side light. Typh was not ready for it whatsoever. He did such a good job of mixing up his tempo.
And he's doing it in a way that, again, is like not risky. Like, he's still playing very defensively. He's not going stones to the wall and throwing everything he can at Typh in that moment. He's just like, okay, I'm going to dash side light. I'm going to play Greatsword more like the other players were playing Greatsword today, but not even to the level of that. Like, he was still very careful. He was still very defensive in the way he was playing, even in those moments where he's the one to dash in and side light.
But here's the thing. Hughes is giving up a lot of stage control, and Typh is putting him into the corner. I have not seen him fully take advantage of that quite yet. You want to jump neutral with hammer, you want to jump sider, you want to dash and dash out. You can assert your space a little bit more. He's coming in there with the side light now. He jumps out there with the down air, neutral air. Good damage.
I think in those moments where it seems like Typh has stage control, it's like a false stage control, where if like you're on the left half of the stage and like Use is closer to the edge and you think a hit from Typh is gonna like send him over to the wall, we're seeing it a little bit more now. But previously, like Typh wasn't able to find those hits. So essentially you're just taking center stage and moving it over to the right because Typh isn't able to do anything with that stage control. So it's not real stage control.
He's got to be able to get
sense.
in those jumps. He has to be able to catch those dash jumps as well. But right now, Use able to find the D-Light into the side, who finds another one, and Typh all out of resources off stage. Well played. And now once again, it is Use who has the lead. This is looking like the most doable game so far for Typh. He just has to find a way to close. But when Use is playing this elusive, how do you even get that hit? How do you get that good combo started on him?
It's just like it's pure fear. For Typh, everything is pure fear because every time you throw a move out, which you have to do to win the video game, you're gonna get punished for it. He almost got punished right there after that whiff cider.
Okay, Use picking up the sword once again, and Typh catching the landing. I'm surprised the Cider didn't actually send that much further. Okay, looking for the neutral, not able to find it. Down air, GC End Light, so much damage. Stomp Cell, still not enough to KO.
Okay, gets the ground pound as well.
He's getting himself in
Use
it.
was able to fade out of like the other ground pound that we saw, I believe, in game 1 that was going down the right side of the stage, and Use was able to touch the wall and then fade away in time. Wasn't able to get away from that one.
Beautiful three-piece there, just catching him going out. Typh not going to be able to, is what I would say, just able to get his dodge right back in time, touches the side of the stage, goes for the recovery, the ground pound. Can he finish it? Use going down and around to keep himself safe, and Typh, he couldn't convert it into his own stock. Use makes it his own.
He just didn't, he put the recovery in a very bad place. He did not put the recovery in the right place because Use was right on the wall. He dodged right before it, if I'm remembering correctly and picturing it in my head. He dodged right before it into the wall, which ends your iframes. He was sitting right there on the corner of the wall, and it was just a bad recovery that came out from Typh.
Sidelight, neutral bridge, goes for the neutral finisher as well. Looking phenomenal at the moment. Okay.
Oh.
Really good spacing with the siders.
Oh, I don't know if he meant to land or because that one was pretty telegraphed. So I don't know if he meant to go in or if he meant to use it as a bait and land on the main platform. Exclamation points there for Use. It doesn't even matter. He got stuck under the stage and Typh played right on that corner. You're exactly right. This is the closest that Typh has been. We'll see if Use can end this right here or if Typh has a fighting chance.
Last stock apiece. Use just waiting for Typh to whiff in his face. Typh is beginning to cross up again, so you know what that means. It's going to be End Lights and D Lights opposite from where Use is facing. Typh slowing it down.
He's not attacking. He's not going to give Use that moment. He's decided like once and for all right now, I'm going to be the more patient player.
Well, let's see how that ends up working out for him, because eventually you will have to make a move. Getting caught on his approach with that D-Light. Use tries to go for it one more time. Typh getting in there, dashing out, whiffing the D-Light, because Use, he is still staying so elusive. Typh whiffing in his face. Use catching the jump. Is this going to be it?
Oh, he almost dodged down into it.
Wow.
That's it. It doesn't matter anyway. It's a 3-0 for Use. Ultimately, they both, towards the end of the game, like there was that moment where Typh was, and we called it out, is like he's not going to throw out an attack. I'm not going to do the thing that Use wants me to do so that Use can punish me for that. And unfortunately, when you get to that and you're playing the same game, then it just becomes like who's going to play that game better? Who do you think's going to play that game better? It's like it's the world champion. He's obviously going to play that game better, regardless of how good Typh is, and clearly based on today's performance, Typh is a very good player. But like again, you're talking about world champion caliber player, and you're both trying to do the same thing. It's just, it's not going to work out for you there. So
yeah, the biggest thing
respect
is
to Typh though.
You have to be able to call out that kind of movement, right? And the reality is the following, that Use was alternating between a few different things. The biggest thing and the most common thing that he was doing in the last stock was that he was simply dashing back and jumping away whenever Typh was going for some sort of a grounded option. Typh wasn't particularly overshooting them as much. He was trying to jump around and overuse, and then occasionally when he would throw out a side light, when he would throw out a D-light, there would be just this much space in between the two of them. You have to be able to lean into it more. You have to be able to dash into it more, right? With Sword, the obvious option is dash and side light. With Hammer on hand, like dash in twice and then try to go for the D-light. Typh needed to overshoot a couple of times more because Use kept dash back punishing. You know, he did it again and again and again and again, and Typh just could not win neutral against him. Use's sense of neutral, uses sense of micro spacing, how much threat that you can actually cover. He knows how to play that exceptionally well. Some would call it passive, but it's not easy to play that way, you know?
And especially if you're not used to playing that way, having to play that way is not only like very difficult because you're changing up your play style in a very radical way, but it's also very frustrating to play against. Like I'm sure many of you out there have played ranked games against players that play in that way, not that well compared to a player like you, but still who have played that way, and it's very tough, dude. It weighs on you. It makes your sets play really long. It takes a lot of endurance to play the game like that.
And what makes it so scary especially is when a defensive player also knows how and when to go in. That is the most important part, because as soon as somebody's movement becomes really easily predictable, when you know, okay, they're going to dash jump over this, they're going to try and dash back all the time. When they start mixing in the occasional, oh, I'm going to go in for dash and side light, that is when they become so scary because they feel that much more unpredictable. Yeah. And Yus put that fear into Typh. He made himself really unpredictable. He made himself really difficult to hit. He was in control of the tempo the entirety of that match. So Yus is going to confidently find himself in the winner's final spot. And jumping on over to the other side of winner's semis, Sparky, who do we have coming up?
We have Kaito and we have C, two names that am I really familiar with? I don't know how familiar I am with these players, which means I get to learn about some new players today in a new way that I haven't really seen them before. So Kaito is PR 14 in South America. This isn't a player who is placing like super deep in bracket to where we're always seeing them on the stream. They're not placing in like the top 3 or this year in the top 2 where they're going to be getting invited to Royales, maybe today, who knows, but we haven't seen them that in the past. We do have 1950 in earnings, which is pretty impressive, almost 2K on that. We see 3 top 8s and 11 top 32, so definitely like a threat in this region. I imagine I've probably seen Kaito a handful of times in 2v2. But beyond that, haven't seen him too much. And then now we look at C, also like 1500s in earnings, like pretty impressive. Pretty much similar placements coming down the line as like 2 top 8s and 11 top 32s compared to 3 top 8s and 11 top 32s. So C and Kaito are seemingly like very closely ranked with each other in their region.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. So with C, of course, we'll be seeing the Asuri representation. And then Kaito, once again, going to be on the Brawlhalla. Brawlhalla stocks are quite up here in SA at the moment. So Asuri up against Brawlhalla. This is going to be interesting. Asuri a little bit more aggressive. You have a little bit more movement behind you. You also have Kataris on hand. And so the question is, how well is C going to stay on top of Kaito? They've played against each other 7 times in the past. It's 3-4, and they're so close in the PR that this set can go either way. This is to make it into winners finals. They've both had some phenomenal wins to get up until this point, and C is already dishing the damage onto Kaito.
So I'm really curious what we have from Kai as a Bodvar player, because it seems like so far today, several of the Bodvar players, so we see the Bodvar from last game and then also Munir's Bodvar earlier, it was very hammer focused. Like the sword was there, of course, but it was mostly hammer focused. So we'll see if Kai is going to be the same. There is a weapon spawn on the field, so Kai could swap over to that, and it seems like he wants to stick with it here. So I think like maybe it's not even as much of like a sword thing as it is like they don't know what hammer legend to play.
Oh gosh, okay, not able to go out there to really finish off that stock, but the GC Light recovery is going to be able to do it anyways. C opening off game 1 with quite a bit of confidence, with quite a bit of momentum behind his back at the moment. Picking up the guitars. Kaito going to be on the sword here, just looking for the opening with the neutral air, not going to be able to find it. C whiffing that downer. Whenever a guitar whiffs downer, whenever they whiff a D-Light, you already know that's an opening.
Now, one thing that was a little bit tougher this time is C jumped higher in the air before he did the down air, so I think C might have been reading a jump from Kai after that, or like a dodge up in an attempt to get away. Nice down air into the corner.
Yeah,
exclamation points coming out, but only 2. It wasn't the 3 that we really have to worry about. And then got on stage with the neutral air. Kai still does clean up that stock, but also is still behind, juggling those weapons to delay the weapon spawn. There's a neutral light coming out from C, maintaining center stage presence and now getting over to the weapon D-Light sider since Kai to the wall.
Yeah, C is waiting for Kaito to jump into him at the moment. He's the one that is playing back. Kaito is the one that keeps on aggressing with punishing the N-Light with an N-Light of his own, though. Getting a nice little 2-piece there. Ooh, pushing in with the side light. Able to get the N-Light. D-Light coming out into the side of Kaito off stage, able to get a reversal, not able to connect the downer as C just dodges back on to safety.
Yeah, they were both going for the vertical fight there. C had the sword in his hands at the time. He went with a neutral air, but was above, and Kai went with a down air, but Kai was below. So they ended up crossing paths like 2 ships in the night. Then C went back on the stage, grabbed the guitars, and it was time to find the signature for the KO.
And Light, neutral air, catching the dodge, but Kaito, that is so important. You have to mash out of disadvantage against string weapons because they're looking for the lead. You hit him below you, and then you're able to get quite a bit of a big punish on your own. Okay, Kaito.
That was a bold choice to go for the side signature. I mean, you do like swing over your head with it, so there is a vertical component to it.
It's a choice. Well, you know what? Kaito didn't get too punished for it. Beautiful punish there with the downer. Still not enough to take it off the top. The recovery does come out. The weapon toss as well, denying Kaito from getting back onto the stage. C, able to get the downer, able to get the double downer, and gets the stock and game 1.
And that's a 2-stock for C. That's a big way to open this one up. Really shutting Kai down on both weapons. Didn't really give him any moment to grab momentum to then hold on to for the rest of the game. The edge guards were definitely in C's favor. Stage control, I felt like C had it so much more of the time than Kai did. Beautiful signature right over the corner. And a great down air, and then another one, a simple down air. Didn't have a weapon toss that Kai could throw above his head to act like a little force field to maybe discourage Kai from coming in. So yeah, that was just free for Kai right there, timing it perfectly after the recovery so that Kai was kind of still stuck in recovery frames from whiff lag.
Yeah, so that was an interesting game 1. I feel like, you know, despite the fact that it was a 2-stock, I don't think that, like, C was, like, dominating that game. I feel like he was just coming out a little bit on top in his advantage state, his follow-up that he's able to get off of guitars, some of his offstage gameplay as well in that game 1. But I'm curious to see how Kaito adapts. Kaito did take it over Kaina to get up until this point, knocked Kaina into elimination
What
side.
happened
So
to my boy? Look out, they
Kaito.
massacred my boy. What happened, man? It's Winter Championships.
Oh, yeah. So we'll see what happens in game 2 here. Kaito is already off stage. C dashing off with that side light, comes back on. It could have been a lot worse for C. Oh, they're jumping.
Yep.
They're jumping. They're chilling out.
Look how much room is between them. C had to be the one to make the move over to the left, and then even Kai disengaged and move over to the right. And now C's the one chasing after him to the right. Nice down there. Going to kind of swap places there.
Take note, Sword players. This is how you make the first move. Kaito gets back on with the sider, just as C dashed back a little bit there. Oh my gosh, is that going to be the stock? Not quite. Kaito jumping over the weapon toss. C sliding off with the breakdance. Tries to go for it again.
Okay, great punish.
Yeah, Kaito, no nonsense, huh?
Grabbing someone in the air. That's going to give you a great option over to the right side since you had that. Like, that signature could definitely be very risky, so you don't just want to rip it. But in that place, while C was elevated doing the GC down heavy, like, I think that's better than doing a D-light, a GC D-light side air or a GC D-light recovery.
It was indeed optimal, but hey, guess what? C still has the stock lead. Let's see what he's able to do with it at the moment. Or if Kaito can find that D-light, because that is what all Hammer players want. D-light sider comes out, forcing the dodge out with the weapon toss, but Kaito didn't fully go off stage. Just opted to play it safe. The recovery not enough. The sider, is this going to be enough? Does C have the options? He dodges past Kaito. He still had that dodge on deck, and now he is looking to get any extra credit at this point in time.
Nice. There's the weapon toss into the D-light recovery. Now getting the safe landing. Kai's just looking for the right time. Yep, there it is. It's going to be a stomp into the side air. Going to choose his weapon, and it is going back to the hammer, or is it going back to the sword? It seemed like he was going to stick for the hammer, but no, he wants the sword. Will he attempt? Okay, so he's going to go over to it right away and even throw out the side signature in case Kai thought he could be safe. There's a GC D-light into the recovery. Interesting choice there.
He wanted to keep it safe. He wanted to put himself back onto the stage instead of committing to a D-light sider at that point.
I think you're exactly right.
Okay, finding a sider of his own right now. C holding onto the stage. Kaito, that's why we can't whip those.
Unfortunately, he went for the coin flip, and it was not the correct choice. He called heads. It was tails. C was behind him, closer to the blast zone.
Oh my gosh, C committing off stage to that kind of a ground pound. He does not get punished for it, though. Holding. Okay. All right. Sure. Go ahead.
Final swings of that, making contact, getting through the dodge, the I-frames of Kai. He's D-lighting off stage, maybe just to give himself some room. Gets on stage, grabs the hammer.
Gets that side light. C whiffing in Kai's face and no whiff punish though. GC D-light recovery not enough to be able to take the stock off the top. Looking for any way to find another D-light. And guess what? So is Kaito at this point in time. They both want the same exact thing. And C is able to find it first, outspacing Kaito, getting the stock. And now it is a gentle 2-to-1 stock lead once again.
Now, even if Kai was able to win the D-light war there and get the first hit, I don't think it would have KO'd at that point. There's the D-light in the side air, barely even sending off screen. You see the immediate recovery, and C's back on stage. There's the in-light. That one's not sending off screen just yet. Oh, he went high with the jump side air, but C was a little bit too below.
Oh, the downer. He jumped before it. Once again, it's not able to actually catch Kaito going back down onto the stage, and now it is 1 stock apiece. Kaito holding onto the sword. C going to be dittoing him here.
Oh, almost had the range for that. Both of them just barely whipping their side airs. C went for all of the active frames of the down sig. He didn't want to go for the neutral sig because it does lift you up a little bit and then has that like delayed downward swing compared to the GCD sig where he's going to be down there throwing, kind of dancing that sword around him as his opponent's like right there. So that was an awesome choice. Unfortunately for him, it didn't pay off.
Oh, see, I like the weapon toss on the way back down. Just a little bit too late to discourage Kaito from picking up a weapon.
Nice.
Sidelight able to catch the jump. And Light, can you get the lead? Not quite. Kaito just dodging away. Finding a good couple of his own.
Sword D-Sig, I'm telling you. It will change the world.
Let's see if that's true. Let's see if it happens. Oh, C looking for the down air to the GCD Light. Not able to connect it, though. Backing off for a second. D-Light side air. Is that going to do it? Yes, it will. As C takes game 2, going up 2-0 over Kaito.
622 damage came out from C, so he is kind of having to do quite a bit of damage before he finds the KO, but ultimately his pace is ahead of Kai, and that's all that matters. It's right when you're running away from a bear, you don't have to be faster than the bear, you just have to be faster than your friend.
That's true. Yeah, even if we're not playing twos at the moment, you still, it still applies.
Except bears know I have good vibes.
Yeah?
We chill.
Oh, I'm glad. Wow, have you know this from experience?
It's like if you go to the zoo and it's like you go to the bear enclosure and I don't know, you just like feel a different energy if you're someone like me.
I see. Okay, well, I'm not you, and I'm not like you.
It's like we hit the same frequency and the same wavelength, and there's a weird unspoken connection there that like both of us can't really understand, but we know that it feels warm.
We don't have to gloat about it. I feel, not great now. But that being said, see, off stage. Oh my gosh, is he gonna be able to close it?
Oh.
Kaito making it back on. Thank God, because if he got KO'd, then we would have not have heard the end of it.
Yep. They would have said, "Oh my God, why are they talking about bears?" Yeah, bro, we get it. Just watch the tournament. Just put the fries in the bag. Just put the channel points on the opponent or whatever. I don't know. You know what I'm saying. Nice neutral Z coming out from Z. Can he clean this one up?
Amazing anti. Looking for the GCD Light. Not going to be able to find it. Kaito, 2 exclamation marks yelling at him to just get his butt onto the stage. C finding a neutral, looking for another one. Landing back down for just a moment. Kaito patrolling the ground. C just letting it rip, but a little bit too far away for Kaito to find a punish.
Nice. Getting around the neutral light that came out from C. Another neutral light there from Kaito. Oh, he almost had insane priority and timing and foresight with the Perka pivot there, but the neutral signature won out.
He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for it. He was not in the position. He just needed to be a little bit above. And now all of a sudden, C has a second lease on life on the second stock. Down to neutral air. Goes out there for the side light as well, and now wants to be able to close it.
Wow. Kaito doesn't even contest that whatsoever. He just straight up backed up and let C get back on the stage.
C approaching with a weapon toss, able to get a D-Light as the anti-air. That could have been so huge because Kaito burnt his dodge hammer on hand. You need anything. You need a D-Light. You just need a straight side-air. But C is not making that happen. He wants that stock so badly off stage, but Kaito swatting him away with that neutral air. C was hunting. He was up to no good off stage.
There's been so much damage added up on Kaito. In the meantime, C has such a huge lead that he can even rip that and it doesn't matter. Kaito can find the D-Light ground pound for like the max damage and it doesn't even matter because there's the D-Light into the recovery for the KO. And C probably sitting at like 45 damage, almost 50 damage at this point. Like he has so much room to play with.
Going in with the neutral air. C is looking so healthy at the moment. He's just getting into Kaito's space and backing away. Getting into Kaito's space and backing away. Kaito whiffing that D-Light is going to give C quite the opportunity to punish. Finally, the D-Light catching him stacked, catching him jumping on in. But the question is it too late for Kaito?
I don't know, like the cake was basically getting stock 1 and 2, and so now he's looking for as much frosting on the cake as he can get. He wants to pile up the frosting as much as he possibly can, and he's gonna do it right there. He didn't even lose the stock. He's better brush his teeth after eating all that frosting, or else he's gonna get a cavity, Dar. Look what he did.
Yeah, that was something. Did that last down even hit, or did Kaito just quit out of the game? Well, we'll just have to find out. That was another 3-0 sweep here in winners semis. C wanted it. He had places to go. He had places to be as he has put himself into winners finals. Wow, he shut out Kaito that last game.
Yeah, that was a quick one. A huge change in pace from the previous game that we saw between Use and Type, even though they both ended in a 3-0.
Oh, what happened with this offstage? Oh, I see. Okay, that's when Kaito was able to get a neutral leg of his own. I want to see that last stock happen one more time.
It's going to be here. There's the side air.
Oh, yeah, he didn't even need that last down. Yep, I was
they
right.
just both
Kaito
fell.
just was like, okay, I'm done. I'm out of here. I don't think I have anything to make it back on at this point. So GG's, congratulations to C. That means that C is moving on to winners finals, where he has a pretty tough customer.
That's wild.
He's fighting against Use. Wow.
To say C, like, literally just like that. Like, we went from the Use game where we're saying, like, this is the world champion. Look how good he is. You can see the difference between him and Typh. And he makes it into top 3. Everything normal, like it's regular, it's smooth. Like you can watch that while you're scrolling on your phone and you're not like, wait, what did I miss? Huh? What happened? What's going on? But then you look at this set and you see how quickly C took the victory over Kaito. The fact that both of them were able to make it this far, and then C was just like, no sir, here comes High Tide, I'm gonna wash you away, and then gets into winners finals just like that. The path between him and Use felt so radically different.
Yeah, for sure. And so, you know, that does mean that this is not the last that we've seen of Kaito, of course. He has been knocked down into elimination side, into elimination quarters, where his opponent is going to be the winner between Kaina and Loris. That's a pretty tough opponent that you have either way.
My two boys.
Kaina is the one that got knocked down into elimination side to begin with by Kaito. And now, Kaina has made an incredible, incredible path for himself. Who are some of the names that he has taken? Well, he has taken down Power. He has taken down Fiend. He has taken down Kaizu as well.
Impressive.
He has been on a run through elimination side, which wasn't really supposed to happen to begin with. But, Sparky, any final thoughts before we throw it to a quick little break?
Don't go anywhere. We have some amazing sets coming up. We have Kaina and Laura as 2 teammates fighting against one another. We also have Wes and Vemtankilo, 2 teammates fighting against one another. Coming up for you right after this break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, Toast. I need to know, how excited are you for year 10 of Brawlhalla Esports?
Ah!
That's what I like to hear.
And I'm here live from the studio. Say hi, everyone. Very, chat, I need you to do me a favor. Skip, can we ask chat to do a favor together? You and me together
Yeah,
at
let's
the
ask
same
them
time?
to do a
Yeah.
favor.
Chat, I need you to go into callin.studio/winter%20 championship. And I need you to talk to my man Skip over here.
Yeah, come talk to me.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Say hello. Say hello. One more. Say hello. Hey, how's it going? All right, we're done. Goodbye, Skip.
Bye.
I'ma keep it real with you. 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 I'ma keep it real with you.
everybody to the South America Winter Championships. I am Dara, joined by my lovely, incredible co-caster Sparky, and we are into top 8, my friends. We're going to be jumping on over to the elimination side. We just got to see the winner of semis matches where Yus took it over Typh. We got to see C take it over Kaido, and they will be going up against each other in winners finals. Now, let's take a look at the entirety of top 8. Let's look at what we have going on in elimination side. We will be seeing, first and foremost, Kaina up against Lores. Up on the other side of elimination is Wes going up against Vem 10 Kilo.
This is going to be an interesting one for sure. Like we mentioned before we headed into the break, is Kaina and Lores, obviously 2v2 teammates, 2v2 world champions. And they're here fighting one another in the elimination side. This isn't grand finals. This isn't winners finals. This isn't even winner side top 8. This is elimination side round 1 of top 8. And then basically the exact same thing can be said, except for the part about being 2v2 world champions. Maybe this year, who knows? Wes and Vem are nasty, but it's Wes and Vem doing the exact same thing. It is 2 teammates having to fight each other, people you would expect potentially in grand finals, definitely on top 6 on the winner side, and definitely in top 8 on the winner side, but it's Wes and Vem 10 Kilo of round 1 on the elimination side. Why? How'd they get here, Dar? Tell me.
The answer is they were the victims of 2 upsets, my friends. So one of them was the fact that Kaido was able to take it over Kaina, which is incredible, which is huge. Kaina, I believe, is still #1 in SA. Whenever people talk about who is the best player in South America, it's always a conversation between Kaina and Yus. So that is an incredible win in and of itself. And then also, I believe it was Typh that knocked down Lores into elimination side as well. So the Bodvars are in full swing at the moment. I don't know what's going on with all the Bodvars today.
I don't know what's going on with that Ulgrim on the screen. That's what I'm confused about, because we're looking at Kaina's stats. What do we know about Kaina?
He wins a lot.
And he wins a lot. Who does he do it with?
With Lores, doesn't he?
He does it with Lores, but his legend?
Oh, his legend,
it's
of course,
Rose.
is Telos.
We know it's the
Telos.
Rose. He himself has specifically said, whoa, hold on. You know what? I'm going to take a step back here, and I'm going to say sometimes you learn new information and you realize that you were wrong. And ultimately, that's okay. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. It's perhaps very rare. In fact, I think Dar, this is the first time you can confirm that. Yeah, we're both in agreement. Dar's shaking the head. But that's who Kaina is going to be playing as we get into this game. So that is probably for this year, and it hasn't been reported into the stat tool yet, so I'm assuming that's operating specifically off of what has been reported today, which is why it shows the Ulgrim. So I am sorry.
Game 1, elimination side. Of course, whoever loses this match is going to be totally knocked out of the event. What makes Kaina so scary on Axe is his dominance and his control of space. That paired with Macho Man, or rather Ulgrim's signature kit.
Yeah,
Man,
look,
I'm excited to see how this goes.
I don't know how I feel about this pick. If Wes was doing this pick, I'm like, yeah. All right, cool, Wes, definitely. Kaina, if there's anyone that can play Lance, that I want to give the Lance pass to, like, I give it to Kaina because he's one of the best players. I still think he's the best player in the world. No disrespect to Yus. I'm going to be steadfast in my beliefs on that. So far, though, Lores is doing a great job. He's also not even on, like, the Kaya that we're used to seeing him play. He's playing the Hattori. We've seen him play from time to time, but typically it's always been the Kaya.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Kaina going to be eating that recovery. Not enough to take it off the top. Lores is dashing out, looking for the end light. Kaina finding a D-light recovery of his own. Picking up the Lance now. How do you get this KO with Lance? You're the Lance guy. You tell me. How do you get it?
Yeah, well, you're playing Ulgrim, so maybe you go for like a neutral signature, or you go for like the longer side signature, hoping you can get through the spot dodge.
Or you whiff a recovery, and then you eat a recovery of your opponents, and now all of a sudden you're on second stock.
You pick Axe. That's really what you do here. I think that's the smarter choice, especially for the way Kaina's been playing so far. We haven't seen him like catching jumps with a Lance side air. We haven't seen him catching high jumps with a recovery or anything like that. Typically those higher variable force moves that you look for the KO on. So yeah, when it's time to do that damage, or it's time to do the KO move, just go on Axe. Like, let's be serious.
Okay, that's one End-Light coming through. Whiffing the side light. Lores, no whiff punish on it, though. Lands with the neutral. End-Light in the wrong direction. They're both whiffing at each other's faces as Kaina went for a D-Light. Poor Axe D-Light. It is so difficult to hit opponents directly in front of you. I feel for you. And also, this is the first Axe that I am seeing all day, so this is actually quite refreshing. Oh, minus the Zol.
For one of our blocks, yes. Because obviously we saw like Mev play Rayman earlier. that you and I had a friendly wager on. Let's see. Oh, gravity cancel, neutral light. Okay, so now that I'm seeing this, and it's no disrespect to Lores, but the fact that like we've seen little to no Lance coming out from Kaina, I'm really curious why he chose this legend. Has some pretty solid stats. Obviously much more of a threat in 2v2 because Lance is much better in 2v2 than it is in 1v1. But yeah, I really don't understand where this Axe Legend pick came from. So I'm very curious, and I will be asking him that.
What is wrong with Lance mains, dude? You guys just complain all the time.
That's crazy.
So, Loris, though, he is piecing up Kaina at the moment, I have to say. His anti-heroes, and especially Spear Lance, pretty good matchup for Spear, all things considered. Okay, Kaina able to find an opening, getting a downer, looking for the neutral, doesn't find it quite yet, though. D-Light recovery is going to KO off the top as Loris takes this game 1.
All right, Kaina's got to swap.
I'm not
because like I think a swap means he wins that game and he beats Lores because he's playing like a quote-unquote serious legend. But no, I just think that the Lance, I saw nothing from the Lance. I'm sure he knows better than I do, and I'm sure he has Lance in his back pocket, and there's something there, and there's a reason that he's going to show us why he picked this Ulgrim. But so far, like, Lores demolished him in game 1.
I mean, I have to say, I feel like Lores, aside from Kaina's legend swap, his offstage was remarkable. This is what I am seeing from Lores before, especially with Spear on hand. He is so good at manipulating space. The other thing that he's doing well, I don't often see a lot of people play neutral that well against Kaina, specifically stepping up and overshooting and catching him dashing back, because typically when Kaina has Axe on hand, he is impossible to approach and he is impossible to land against. Lores has made both of those more than possible in at least that game 1. Already, he is looking to pick up this lead. He is controlling the neutral. He is approaching.
Dude, yeah,
he's
Kaina's
getting
nothing.
the down air. And is this going to be the stock? Not quite. Mistiming the GCD light.
Kaina has like basically nothing when he has Lance in his hands against Lores. It is complete domination there. There has to be something inherent to this Axe kit. Like, I still have not seen a reason to pick this legend, especially with the way that Lores is just whipping up on him. No doubt about it.
Okay. Oh, man, I gotta say, Lores is looking amazing at the moment, going for the sidelight. Kaina chase dodging after the downer, doesn't find another follow-up afterwards. Eating another end light, he cannot seem to approach, he can't seem to find this clean opening.
So I wonder if we're going to see Kaina kind of go the stubborn route that like Boomy used to do back in the day, where he's like, this tournament, I'm going to play Yumiko. I have other legends that are very good and I've played many hours on, but this is the Yumiko tournament.
Okay.
If I start losing with Yumiko, I'm going to continue playing Yumiko. I'm not going to swap to Diana. I'm not going to swap to this. I'm not going to swap to that. I am just going to drive the Yumiko car until it runs out of gas.
And I gotta say, right now, Lores, he is really putting his pedal to the metal. He got all the way out there. He was able to find a recovery punish on Kaina's with recovery. GCD like recovery once again. He is not letting go. He has sunk his teeth in and he keeps looking for more downers. He keeps looking for more D-lights. Kaina cannot seem to connect any of these finishing recoveries that he needs to even take a single stock.
Yeah, dude.
D-light, Cider, it
Lores
does
has
not
everything.
end.
Lores has absolutely everything here. Complete control. He's going to lose that stock, but I guarantee you it does not matter.
That's a ground pound from a man who has it all. He doesn't even need that first stock anymore. Oh, but you can't be ever too comfortable against Kaina, even when you got a lead like this.
I don't know. Lores is insane today. Absolute destruction.
His edge guards, optimal. They're clean, they're precise. He's never committing offstage more than he needs to. I mean, we saw what he did to Axe, right? Which is what you have to do to Axe. You have to exploit the end lag on Axe recovery. You also have to exploit the fact that, you know, with Axe, you can't really steer the recovery or anything. You know exactly where they're going to go. That is the move that you want to be consistently and always punishing. So, you talked about the Boomy thing. You talked about how, oh, is he going to be stubborn and stick to the legend? But I don't think that's what we're seeing here.
I think, in my mind, it was like a 50-50 chance, just because he is such a diehard Teros player that, I mean, he literally said to us at BCX, like, I would rather lose with Teros than swap to another legend and give up on the legend that, like, gave me everything in my career. So I thought because of that, if he swaps, it's probably to Teros, but I wouldn't be surprised if he essentially did the same thing. Oh my gosh, does Lores get it here?
He knows how to optimize
Still
this.
sweat
He knows
beads.
how
That
to
gives him a
finish
jump and it
these
doesn't matter.
stocks. He knows how to finish them.
He does.
Kaina was so healthy. How often do you see Teros go out like that? That is the optimized edge guard from Lores. He does not let you go. That was clean, that was practiced, that was refined, that was just pure optimal play.
And it was pretty much the same thing last game, although this is like different levels of efficiency. I know a couple people who could maybe actually learn what efficiency is and take a page out of Laura's book. But in terms of damage, he did 518 last game to take out all 3 stocks of Kaina. That is so efficient and so optimal. He's fighting them so early and on a lower strength legend like Hattori, on a large map like Demon Island, and he's still so efficient in finding these stocks.
That was
nice
crazy.
neutral
Did
air.
he dodge past the GC unarmed sidelight because he did a delayed GC D-light of his own on Hammer? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I would love a replay on that stock whenever possible, but right now, Kaina has evened up the stock count. He is looking a lot more comfortable on the axe this time around. He gets that end light. He gets it again. Oh, that's so much damage.
Is he going back to 2023, 2024 Axe where it's just in Light City, or is he going to have to vary it up here? There's a nice dash D-Light.
Catching those jumps, but every time that he is off stage, we have seen what Loris can do. He knows not to respect the recovery. He knows how to punish it every single time.
Really high in the air, neutral air. Does get dodged by Kaina. There's the neutral air this time from
That's
Kaina,
it.
and the instant side air from Lores as he gets around the juggle, gets the weapon toss and the down air. Still a massive lead, even though Kaina is on his quote-unquote main pick. This is destruction from Lores. This is huge. I can think of a group of people that are kind of a little bit bummed out maybe that they dropped Lores right now. I'm just going to sit down.
Oh yeah, I bet those channel points, man, they are going in. They were previously in Kaina's favor. Loris at the moment though, okay, going through the GCD light in the wrong direction. Kaina able to find a stomp downer, and the cider is going to be enough to be able to finish it. And now, all of a sudden, it is last stock apiece. And against Kaina, you know how he can even up that damage. He just needs that D light with Hammer. He just needs that N light with Axe.
I really want to see Kaina go back to like more of a hammer-focused player. Still had one of my favorite hammers in all of Brawlhalla, like a top 3 hammer in terms of my mind, in enjoyment levels when I watch his hammer.
D-light,
beautiful. Ooh, nice. Lores could clean it up pretty quickly here if he's able to punish the landing. Nothing huge because of the weapon toss that came down from Kaina.
Neutraler, amazing coverage, just catching Kaina, jumping all over him, the cider.
Nice.
Once again, the optimized punish off stage. Loris not only taking down Kaina, not only doing so in a 3-0 fashion, that was a dominant last stock, and he has kicked him out of the tournament. Kaina out at 7th.
And he was only getting more efficient as the set went on. Game 1, 564 damage. Game 2, 518 damage. Game 3, 508 damage. We're going to do a little bit of live math right now. We're going to go 508 plus 518 plus 564, right? We're going to divide all of that by, that's 9. 1590 divided by 9. To see his average stock, 176, Dara. He averaged throughout that entire set getting knockouts at 176 damage. That is basically getting your opponent to red and then doing the KO option that KOs them. One move, or in case you're grabbing like a D-Light side air, a D-Light recovery, the combo that leads to the KO. That is unparalleled levels of efficiency. And it's not even just like, oh, he got a lucky gimp, or he got something that you really can't rely on every single game. It was just raw knowing which moves to use and where, raw not getting hit, raw control. His edge guards were amazing as Kaina would come back to stage and burn his economy, and then all of a sudden punishing the landing with a D-Light, sending him back out there. Burning all of his economy, sending him back out there, just over and over and over. It was like he was playing, what do you call that? When you have like the little wooden tiny racket and like the ball on the string, and they're going like bunk, 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 bunk.
Well,
what's that called?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm too young for that. We didn't play that when I was a kid. We had like video games and stuff. So I don't. Whatever. Paddleball.
Paddleball, maybe.
Yeah, paddleball. Except at one point he was like, "Oh, I've hit the paddleball enough. I'm gonna cut the string, and next time I hit, it's gonna go flying, and it goes into the blast zone, and it's over."
Yeah, and I have to also say, I don't actually think that we can chalk this setup as to, oh, he was on Macho Man. He was on
absolutely
Ulgrim, or something about Lance being bad, like you tried to mention. Because I think the difference overall in the set was the neutral. You don't oftentimes see somebody be able to, once again, approach a player like Kaina with that kind of a confidence. People typically end up whiffing in Kaina's face, and then he's able to find every single axe and light that he desired. Loris just used his disjoints to his full advantage, and then his edge guards off stage absolutely optimized. Now, typically with axe, typically with hammer, you kind of like your low recoveries. You don't always want to go up and around the sides because it just leaves you in such a vulnerable position against both sword and spear. Kaina didn't have such a privilege. He was never really recovering low, and as a result, Loris, he was out there. He was always getting a stock off of it. He wasn't overcommitting. He knew when it was his turn to go off stage, and he didn't do anything crazy. He didn't do anything too flashy. He kept it simple, and he got exactly what he needed.
Yeah, Lores played phenomenally there. Just absolutely put Kaina in the dirt in a way that I don't know if we've ever seen Lores do.
Yeah, but everybody, we have another set ahead of us. This is, once again, elimination side top 8. We have Wes up against Vemtan Kilo. So, game number 1 between these two. Let's see how it's getting started.
Now we are going. That pizza noise is gross. We're
like
getting
it.
to see more Bodvar though. The Bodvar heads rise up. This is our time. It's awesome to see this. I love seeing Bodvar. D-Light into the side air. The weapon toss goes high.
Okay, looking through that D-Light, looking through that side, who's swatting away Vemtan Kilo, who is just currently hunting for, of course, as you might have guessed, that D-Light. West finding a D-Light side of his own, and then just a clean down just to finish off that stock.
Yeah, very simple for him. Gonna choose to stay on the sword, throwing away his gauntlets.
Man, I mix up all the Ninja Turtles.
It is sometimes tough to remember like which one is which. Like obviously we know that one is Michelangelo, but sometimes I forget a little bit. Oh, who is Michelangelo on? Who is Raphael? I know Raphael is the side, so he's gonna be
a sword,
guitars
I'm
for
seeing
sure.
a lightsaber, so I apologize for not paying my full most attention. We have not seen the signature come out quite yet. But, okay, D-Light recovery, not going to be enough to do it off the top quite yet. I feel like that we have seen from Sword again and again, and honestly, it needs it. It does not, well, rather, it does not need to KO off the top with recovery that easily. So, Vemtan Kilo had to work for it, eventually got the stock off, though.
Ooh, nice little side light. Gives him plenty of room to get over, grab those gauntlets. And it's also because, like, for Michelangelo, like, a lot of people play Val, but not a lot of people are playing Michelangelo. There's so many great Val skins that you kind of see everything across the board from a lot of different players.
That's right. Okay, picking up the sword now. What do we got? All right, Vemtan Kilo with just a proper whiff punish there.
Wes is playing really well. You're seeing his sword is a lot faster than, like, Yu's sword. So it'll be interesting if we get to see both of those go up against one another. Oh, Vem, okay. The dodge up gets him there. A simple D-Sig right over the corner in case Vem gets a little bit too hasty and peeks over that corner a little bit
I don't know
more
about that
quickly than he
weapon
should.
toss. I don't know if that was intentional. Wes currently left without a weapon for just a moment. Vemtan Kilo looking for a way to be able to make it back on. Gets hit with the back hit of Downer. Okay, Neutralite comes out. Downer, once again, Wes needs that closing hit. The Neutralite is going to be enough to do it off the top, and he is holding on to this 2-1 stock lead. Just looking through the next opening. GC side light. GC D-Light not going to actually connect. Okay, they're moving around each other. You get the end light. Chase dodge in. Side light back the other direction. Just trying to be non-committal and maybe cover a cross-up. Side light, end light. Good damage. Oh, but Wes, you have put yourself in quite a position off stage.
I don't know if he did, specifically like with the way that Vem reacted, is Vem disengaged. He hit the ejector seat. Like he was back on stage very quickly because I think he's putting a lot of respect on Wes when he's over on the edge like that.
Oh, they're both just slowing down the pace of the game for just a second. The Downer actually calling out the GC D-Light. What's it going to be? He goes out there for the recovery. He doesn't actually find it. He put himself off stage, but he still fought his way back on. GC Sidelight facing the stage, and then a fist to the jaw. Vemtan Kilo taking it to last stock, but he has so much damage that he needs to make up.
And he's sticking with the hammer here. Potentially an interesting choice, as I feel like a lot of players, although we have seen a lot of like specifically hammer-focused Bodvars today, is that they would pick up the sword and then I'm going to jump around, be very careful, and then I'm going to whiff punish with in-light and I'm going to whiff punish with side-light. Or potentially I'll perfect dodge into a gravity cancel D-Light. Beyond that, choosing to go for the hammer there, obviously Vem is specifically selecting that hammer because that's what he wants in that moment. But a lot of players would go over to the sword.
We are seeing 3 Bodvars in top 8.
Yeah.
Ugh. How do you feel about it?
What year is it? It's the guy holding up the calendar, except it doesn't say 1984. It's like 2013.
Yeah, that's oh no.
Probably not 2013. It's 2025. We're in year 10. It's
okay. Well, in year 10.
I just need to relax. It's like 2017, 2018.
Yeah. So. You know, it's interesting. I mean, both of those weapons are just so good at the moment. I'm curious why. Specifically at SA, this is what we're seeing, like, continue to succeed again and again. We saw a bit of that in 24, but going into this next game, again, I don't feel like this was particularly strongly in the lead of Wes in that game one. It feels so doable for them 10 kilos still. Wes going to be opting to pick up the gauntlets, which I feel like I know him for quite a bit. Gets in there with the end light, looking for the dash jump neutral. Oh, they're fighting. They're boxing.
Both players giving each other plenty of room. You saw them do like a sword player classic where they do the dash jump, but it's like a short hop and they do it into the fast fall and then they neutral air so they can hit essentially a grounded opponent as well as someone who's right above them.
Okay, Wes. Oh my gosh, sliding off stage and looking for it all. Vem10 Kilo not going to be able to get that big of a punish at all. Okay, neutraling at the same time, fading away from each other. Nobody finds their target. Sidelight is the approach option. And again, they're just looking for the same things. We are seeing the sword ditto.
Yeah, this is two sword players who have a very similar flowchart to one another right now while they're just kind of jumping around in neutral. Looking for one hit after one hit. Nice recovery from Vem10 Kilo.
Yeah, especially when you're edge guarding sword, you want to be below as hammer. Vem10 Kilo has now given himself just the slightest lead. Gauntlets on hand, so you know what that means. Side lights are going to be an option.
All right, Vem. Going for the D-light, picking up in that like weird area, going for the jump gravity canceled in light.
I guess optimal.
Typically not used to seeing that, but he's also doing it against a very low damage opponent, so that's why he went for it.
Endlight is able to come out. Still not enough to KO off the side. Will Wes be able to get this edge guard? Again and again, Vem10 Kilo punishes every single signature attempt. Finally, Wes is able to get the stock off the top, but Vem10 Kilo has quite a lead in damage.
It seemed like when they were both recovering on the left side of the stage, they both wanted to be below the other one, but they didn't want to like fade down too close to the blast zone. So Wes clearly wanted to use Gauntlet neutral air to grab them and throw them back down, but he just couldn't get low enough without getting too close to that blast zone that it was really dangerous.
Wes looking for the high recovery, but Vem just ends up dashing onto the stage instead, and he is able to successfully reset neutral, forcing out the dodge. Vem10 Kilo opting to pick up the weapon instead of continuing this edge guard, gets the D-light into the side, and still not enough to be able to KO, but the held weapon toss might have been a mistake. Vem10 Kilo lets Wes back on. He keeps playing so safely. He doesn't want to close out any of these edge guards, and he is paying the price for it, I would say. He got the stock. He's fine.
Wow. Okay. Vem gets the KO off of that. That was Wes being very bold, throwing out his side sig to ride that skateboard over to the right side of the stage. Has the gauntlets. Oh, he actually went for the recovery rather than trying to get below and go for the neutral air.
Yeah, which is surprising. Maybe he was confident it would KO at that point, but I don't think it's the damage for that quite yet. Okay, looking for the D-Sig, not gonna come out that time around.
Nice.
Sidelight, wait, catch on the dodge, and the recovery, the classic, able to go ahead and even this up.
Went for the read where Vem10 Kilo was gonna fade away, not do anything major with like a dodge down or a jump up, but just kind of fade away closer to the blast zone so that Wes could then like fade after him and then find the recovery.
Oh, Wes going for the recovery, landing with a ground pound like that is so aggressive, but Wes able to find a sider, downer into the GC Endlight as well, keeping it safe, putting himself back onto the stage, just trying to fake out Vem10 Kilo any chance that he can get. Vem picking up the hammer, and you already know the damage he is able to dish with it.
Man, the like edges of the cone of hitboxes that come out from neutral air and down air. Wes has done such a good job of like floating around and putting that out exactly where it needs to be to still be able to hit someone directly in front of him with that neutral air or with that down air. And he's able to take the game as well. 615 damage. So it's kind of taken quite a bit here for him to find these actual stocks. Again, if we look last game at Lores, across the entire game, averaging up to 176 damage. Whereas if we look at this game, it was 600 plus. So he's having to do more than 200 damage on average each stock.
Now, I must say, I don't quite understand why Vem is opting to play so safely whenever he has Wes in quite the compromised position off stage. Oftentimes what ends up happening is Vem tosses out his weapon, he's finding himself weaponless, but Wes is basically sweating or maybe just has a dodge to his name, and that's all that he needs to get back on and to touch the side of the stage. I have seen Vem in 3 to 4 separate occasions decide, hey, I'm going to stop this edge guard, I'm going to go back onto the stage and pick up a weapon instead, and has allowed Wes to reset neutral. And I have seen Wes get a little bit of extra mileage from that as a result. I wonder if it's Vem not feeling too confident in his edge guards. Maybe he's much more confident in playing it safe and winning another neutral exchange.
That's
but
my
I
thought.
feel like he has given up a couple of leads that way.
I think he's giving a lot of respect to Wes. Whether he needs to be giving that much respect to Wes, I am not skilled enough at the game to answer that question.
Committing off stage to that kind of a ground pound, now he's beginning to disrespect him slightly, but the game just started. He was nice and safe. Downer coming out, looking to get this juggle. Not able to catch, landing with the D-Light though.
Nice. Nice
Oh,
catch
there we
on the
go.
landing, the D-Light into the side air.
He did the classic, which is get close to your opponent, see what they're going to do next, and then react and punish accordingly instead of swinging immediately. Vem is now playing with some ridiculous momentum behind him. Wes, what an extension with that neutral. Just really trying to get every last bit of damage.
Yeah, Vem's definitely playing more confidently now for sure. You can see it in virtually everything he does, except now Wes has a lot of momentum on his side. He's kind of chasing Vem around the stage. We could see Vem maybe slow it down, go back to that. Oh my gosh!
Get back on, both of you. Okay, that would have been crazy. Wes wanted that side O so badly. They both just boot all of the options at once, but Vem 10 Kilo just a little bit above, made it back on, but not enough in time for Wes. He got that D-Light, he got that side O, and he has evened up the stocks. I have no idea what switch just flipped in Wes.
It was really patient and really smart of Vem to continue going up rather than tunnel vision and push towards the stage, because Wes was pushing into him, so they would have ended up running into each other regardless if Vem wanted to take the straight shot back to the stage. But by going up, he still gives himself enough room to like down air back to the stage and use his movement in the air that doesn't require dodges or anything like that to get over. So I love that choice. Even though he did end up losing that stock, he still of course has the lead in the long run, but the fact that he went straight up, forcing Wes to come to him rather than going to Wes, such a smart choice.
Vem 10 Kilo, he is securing this lead for himself. The GCD light though into the recovery, and Cider, Wes sweating on the way back down, tries to lean in with the Cider, not enough momentum to actually threaten Vem 10 Kilo there. Oh god!
Oh, no! I think Vem might have panicked a little bit, and the fact that like Wes was holding it, the longer he held it, the more tension built up, the more potential energy was built up, and Vem, I feel like it was analysis paralysis, and he was like, he's still holding this, where do I go? Do I go here? I just gotta jump, and then he gets hit.
Vem, you gotta pick this one up. Wes is able to make it back onto the side of the stage. He's being so patient. Vem giving up a little bit of stage. He whiffs the Cider. Wes got a neutral,
nice.
But the back hit of the Cider comes out, and the weapon toss as well, catching Wes jumping. Vem 10 Kilo getting himself a game. Finally, not another consecutive 3-0. He has put himself into the set.
And that was Vem recognizing a lot of things in that moment. It was him hitting the D-Light in the Cider to send Wes over onto the right side. It's him following up with the weapon toss because he also knew that a weapon spawn was coming on the stage, so he's not going to be disarmed for too long. Certainly by the time Wes, if he's able to get back over, if he gets through the weapon toss, there's the neutral signature. If he gets through the weapon toss and safely gets back to the stage, okay, Vem's going to meet him there with a weapon in hand, and then we're going to be like back to square one. That weapon toss was fantastic. He's there to pick up the sword just in case he needs it, and then can recommit to the edge guard. So just flawless decision making from Vem 10 Kilo in that moment. It's reasonably like simple decisions to make, but he made like 4 or 5 really smart decisions, really optimal decisions right in a row very quickly, and it was just a recipe for success.
Both of them, I feel like they're playing so much more aggressively than they did in games 1 and 2.
Yeah,
they're looking
definitely.
like completely new people at this point. I'm loving how aggressive Wes is getting in a neutral, how aggressive he is with his extensions as well as his offstage. And Vem 10 Kilo, he is fighting Wes off of him again and again and again. So we have game number 1. Wes still has the 2-1 game lead. He's able to get it down. He's landing back down neutrally, trying to set up this juggle. But again, Vem.
Nice.
Wow.
I think the biggest change is definitely coming from Vem. I think like Wes turned it up a little bit, but obviously Vem is now seemingly much more confident in his gameplay with the fact that he's like willing to open up with that neutral signature that he hit. I think he's feeling very confident now, and he knows that like even though he only has like he hasn't won the set yet, it's not guaranteed for him, but he's definitely feeling more confident in his place in this set and how he can fit into it as he continues this lead.
What a call out, and that is why it is so scary to commit as Gauntlets to the recovery when you are also in a precarious amount of damage yourself. Vem 10 Kilo once again picking up this lead, and he keeps going and going and going and juggling Wes, looking to catch that next hit and punishing him in all of that end lag of the Cider. But Wes with the reversal, with the edge guard, it's actually actually going to be enough. He doesn't need the final side.
He's just going to end up falling into the blast zone there. You saw the sweat beads as he kind of rode that wall down. Still has a nice lead.
Both of them whipped at the same time, and Vem Tankilo was still ready to swing.
Ooh, nice spot dodge from Wes. Seeing the incoming side air and dodging it. He is at a weapon disadvantage. Almost picked up with that D-Light, but you can just neutral light so fast. You're exactly right.
Why
Wes
did he
jumped
jump again
again.
to that weapon toss?
So that was an easy high weapon toss for Vem to catch.
Yeah, that one felt like it was avoidable, but you know what? Wes is on his last dog at the moment. Vem Tankilo, I have to say, I think his siders in neutral have been phenomenal. Wes picking up that NSIG, picking up that recovery. Okay, he's looking to make it as difficult as possible. He's calling out that jump, looking for the GCD light, and
Vem!
I like the attempt, I like the idea, but now all of a sudden, Wes has totally evened it up.
Yeah, this is looking dire. Even though they're even, it's tough to say that it looks dire, but the fact that Wes has been able to even it up so much and he's already up 2-1 in the set, this worries me for Vem's confidence.
Oh, Wes slowing it down for just a second here. Vem Tankilo picking up the hammer. What Wes has been doing, his adaptation, he has been catching Vem jumping again and again. He's been getting in there before Vem can find a sider of his own. Committing off stage to that neutral might have been a mistake. The D-Light, the sider, oh my gosh, the recovery trying to set up this juggle.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Wes potentially could run away with it. Nice grab there, finding the neutral air after the dodge. I believe it was a dodge up that came from Wes.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a down air, and that's it. That's exactly what I was worried about. Once we saw Vem Tankilo's confidence being shook, it all of a sudden comes down to like, all right, what's the experience level of both of these players who find themselves in a very tough point? It's like, it seems like the confidence of Wes is rising as it's getting closer and closer to even, and then the opposite can be said about Vem Tankilo. His confidence is falling as it gets closer and closer to even, and then all of a sudden it makes that swap, and Wes is on the way up, and Vem's on the way down, and who do you find at the penthouse apartment? It's going to be CEO Wes.
That's right. Wes, as the set went on, it seemed like he's preferred the sword much more than the gauntlet.
Definitely.
And in this matchup, I really do agree with that. But I feel like the key adaptation, and it's such a simple one, has been catching jumps. In the beginning, I feel like the reason why Vem Tankilo was able to keep Wes off of him was because of Hammer Sir. He kept pushing him off over and over again. Wes's adaptation, a lot more GCD lights with the sword, as well as just dash jump sider, catching Vem Tankilo jumping preemptively. And so he was able to just set up a lot more favorable positions for himself. He was able to win neutral quite a bit more times, just because of that very slight adaptation.
And I want to add some numbers to what you just said. Is you said a lot more damage on the sword towards the end of the set than the gauntlets. And let's add some numbers to that. 415 on the sword, 34 on the gauntlets. So he did hardly anything with the gauntlets compared to the sword. So you're exactly right.
Wonderful. Well, I love being right, so thank you for validating that for me.
I got you.
And that means that Wes is going to be moving on throughout the tournament. Wes is going to be moving up to elimination quarterfinals, where his opponent is going to be Typh. And then on the other side of elimination quarters, we will also be seeing Kaido up against Laura. So that is going to be 2 more sets for Sparky and I before we get into the top 4 for today. So guys, don't go anywhere quite yet. We'll be jumping on over to a little break, and we will see you all really, really soon.
So, how are you feeling about year 10 for Brawlhalla Esports?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I like the players, the casters, everything is okay. I love it. Well,
that's good.
This year, Brawlhalla this year is really good, bro. It's really good. The legends in this winter championship is really fun. It's really fun. I love it.
So, who do you think is going to take South America today?
Bro, Use is unstoppable, bro. He's unstoppable. He's playing with great sword. Is shing, bro. It is possible. We stop Use, bro. He's a South America winner 2 times, bro.
Yep. He's really good.
I love it, Use. Use is very, very good person and player, bro. And today we win this tournament again.
Anything else you want to say before we end the call?
Buff Isaiah, BMG, please. More Isaiah skins, bro. Please.
More Isaiah skins will definitely.
I need more Isaiah skins. And a big kiss for every South America players and everyone. I love Brawlhalla. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And we are back. Looking at the bracket here for the South American 1v1 Winter Championship, the first tournament here, the first tournament weekend that's going to set the stage for Big Year 10. We're looking at South America's right now. We have Kaito versus Lores. We have Typh versus West. That's happening on the bottom side of the bracket. But on the top side of the bracket, we have Use versus... What? Who is C? C's amazing. We're learning more about C every single moment that we get to see C play, and I'm loving every minute of it, Dara.
That's right. So everybody, Sparky and I will be taking you through the 2 more elimination side matches that we have coming on up. So we have Kaido up against Loyalist. So it has not been Kaina's day. This is not a very typical performance for Kaina. Kaina opting to stick on more of the Olgrim, the Macho Man side of things than the Tello side of things. Well, he got knocked out by Loyalist in a 3-0 sweep, and now Kaido is going to be going up against Loyalist. Now, between these two, they've played against each other a total of 6 times, of 6 sets in the past, all of which have gone to the favor of Loyalist, who has won each and every single one of those sets. So already, Loyalist is the one that is quite favored. Kaito is the one that has been on a tear to get up until this point. So how do you feel about the set?
Oh, it's GOAT, baby. It's Lores. This is easy. This is an easy call for me. No disrespect, it's Lores. Like what am I gonna do? Not pick one of my favorite players of all time?
He's amazing. The way he's so clean, he's so optimized off stage. He does exactly what he needs to do, and every single time his opponent just goes down, he makes sure that he takes advantage of all of your jumps, of you sweating, of you being without a dodge. That is not somebody I want to be edge guarded by. You know, whereas like Markimo, I feel like as a player, he's like so flashy off stage. Loyalist, he gets the job done consistently all the time. Exactly what he needs to do. Professional, like an assassin.
Yeah, he's Agent 47, and then I feel like Markimu's John Wick.
I've heard of John Wick. I don't know
he's
what
John Wig.
Okay.
He's John Wig. Where like he leaves he leaves just a layer of destruction anywhere he goes, right?
Okay, Spiky, game 1. Game 1, elimination
game
side.
1, right? Wait,
Beautiful.
hold on. Look, someone's picking Sentinel. Do you know how deep you are in bracket? This is not a normal thing. This is a treat. Everybody, I want you to pay attention right here. This is history. This is what we do it for right here.
Well,
We're
Lotus
seeing
right now,
Sentinel.
he is making sure to quickly stop history
we're not
in
gonna see
his tracks. The weapon toss, he's going all the way out there. He wants the GC delay, but it is not enough even for Kaito to make it back onto the stage. We didn't get to see a whole lot of Sentinel action so far. Loyalist is looking amazing. Now, picking up the hammer, is it going to be able to do anything? Because Loyalist is not letting go.
Yeah, based on that first stock, this could be a very quick set, I fear. But we'll see what Kaito's got.
Okay. Right now, we got a delay, we got a side A, we have the classic. Not able to get it that time around. Oh, no.
Man, yeah, we really just don't see Sentinel very much. And usually when we do, I feel like it's a Qatar player getting a little saucy. But now it's Kaito, so it's more of like a Hammer player getting a little saucy.
Okay, Qatar's on hand, able to get the D-Light, not able to get the blender started quite yet, though. Loyalist looking for that neutral, gets that side light, the GC end light not going to be able to connect. Kaito is getting so much damage for all of his troubles.
Lores was just kind of camping around that weapon spawn. Throwing out his neutral airs that he can use really well, just like we saw West do previously, to hit someone, of course, above you, but also in front of you or behind you with the way that kind of cone works.
Okay, the side punishing the high recovery. Kaito, once again, in the same position as stock 1. He was sweating, he was all out of options, and he had no chance of touching the stage. Loyalist is keeping up this dominant lead. Kaito needs to pull a fast one, picking up hammer. The GC side light does get punished. Good spacing on that D-Light.
Turning around the signature to make it hit up against the wall using the D-Sig like that is so crazy.
That was so sick. That was so optimal. And just like that, Kaito has evened it up. He's looking for the combo starter, but he gets punished on that recovery. Loyalist is so good at punishing opponents for over-committing against him.
Now Kaito going to be coming in with the Qatars. Seeing a lot of jumping around before finally committing with that neutral air. He's waiting for that weapon spawn so he can pick up that hammer. I mean, they're both on final stocks, so Kaito's done a great job so far this game.
Oh, but Loyalist is the one that's running off stage. He's able to find the side light.
I thought we were going to see the second side light. Like, the dodge came out, and then he was on the ground, and Loras didn't rip the second side light, leading into the double D light into the side air. It's not going to matter in the long run, as Loras is still going to take game 1.
These are all games. Every single game that we see from Loyalist is basically being defined by the offstage. All 3 stocks were taken from offstage. Loyalist just so good at whittling away an opponent's options, just making sure to catch each and every single jump. That being said, I did love some of the creativity that we saw from Kaito. He is going to now be switching off to the Asuri. So, not Bodvar, we're seeing the Asuri.
And talking about that efficiency that you mentioned, I want to add more numbers to that, because we talked about how Loras was taking less and less damage to find all 3 stocks of his opponent. He went 564, 518, 508. That game, he did it in 494 damage, Dara. He's just like, Loras seems unstoppable so far today. And it's like he's only getting better as the bracket goes on, which is wild.
Neutrally pushing him off stage for just a second. Kaito coming back on, finding a sidelight Saidu. Loyalist in a bit of a pickle off stage, but Kaito opts to play it safe and puts himself back on. I feel like he could have gotten a little bit greedy with it and tried to find a downer, but not quite yet.
Ooh, the second swipe of the sidelight. Kaito stayed just enough below it over on that wall. Did disarm himself with that Qatar weapon toss that didn't make a connection. There's the Enlight.
I love how Loyalist is just catching all of these landings with Enlight. He's not being too greedy with the D-lights until he is absolutely sure that it's going to connect. The side light didn't actually hit from behind. Kaito, almost unscathed, put himself off stage. Okay. Yeah.
Just a dash in light. And that's interesting. Oh, he drops the cider after the GCD light. But like previously before, he was playing like right on the corner. Like his toes were literally touching that corner. And then as he got more and more damage, he was backing up a little bit and was just throwing out like the dash in light or maybe the dash D light. He wasn't just like camped right literally on that corner.
Wow, nobody is able to get this KO off the top. Kai getting the cider, still not enough to KO Loyalist here. They're both being patient. He wants to slide off with that D light. He wants to be able to find that N light. It's not going to connect, but the D light finally will. Kaito coming up super deep into the red. Absolutely barbecue sauce at the moment, so it'll take anything from Loyalist. With Spear, I mean, you need a D light, you need a recovery, you need a cider. Oh, not quite though. Too close to center stage.
Yeah, it's going to bounce off the floor, so take away some of that momentum. But he does get the KO off the top with the recovery. Going to have his choice of weapons, swapping back over to the sword, and we're going to be even.
Tries to push with the neutral, looking through the downer as well. Saidu swatting him away. Kaito with an excellent dodge. Loyalist not able to find a downer. Put himself off stage. Kaito, amazing GCD light recovery. Amazing.
And he's making sure that he's doing like as much damage as he possibly can by going for the D light into the ground pound. That's like the most damage you can do on 2 moves. And then he finds a follow-up after that, adding insult to injury.
Dashing in, dashing out once again. Loyalist, he's forcing out the high recovery. He N-lights in the wrong direction. Kaito ends up crossing up instead. He gets a Saidu. I don't think Kaito can make it back, especially when you face with that GC N-light.
And that's basically what he was doing to Kaina. He was like babysitting back to stage. He would extend out just a little bit to find like a side air. While his opponent's in orange, while he's coming back, hits another side air, something simple like that with very little commitment. And he just does that like 3 or 4 times, and then all of a sudden the edge guard's done, and he's finding these super early stocks.
So he's still going to keep on opting for the sword. Kaito whiffing that GCD light. He needs to be able to pick up a weapon. Loyalist almost denied him from it.
Oh, the dodge!
Okay, what a weapon toss.
I mean, Loyalist has a decent amount of damage built on him, enough to KO with the signature there, but also specifically with the weapon toss. Like, that actually gave him room. It wasn't just like a momentum interruption where it's like, oh, okay, I have to refigure out what I'm doing with my plan now that that's been interrupted. But no, it actually sent Loyalist back reasonably far for a weapon toss.
Getting that N-light and just dashing back for a second. Loyalist, oh my gosh, patience, God. Able to get the D-light, able to get the downer as well. Kaito is stuck in the corner. Please, somebody let him out.
Oh,
no!
The last bits of the neutral light. We gotta see the replay on that. The final hits of that neutral light just interrupting Kai. And he ends up falling because of that.
Please. We have to take a look at it. Oh, and again, Loyalist's edge guard. It's so optimized.
You're like, look,
exactly
he's like not even officially in red yet. It's the latter stages of orange, and he's just like, he's that wall. He extends that wall to the outside of the stage, and Kai is just nowhere to go.
Let's see this one more time, please. Oh, just the very
Dude, he's
last hit of
caught
it.
in the middle. That's brutal. That's so brutal. I would be fuming right now. Kai's going to have to, like, really tighten up. One, he's just going to have to play better than he's been playing, which is going to be very difficult given how good Lores is playing. But he also has to, like, it's water off a duck's back, baby. We can't worry about getting caught by that end light and losing that stock.
And right now, Lores is solving the big problem for Sword, which is actually getting those KOs, right? We have seen how many D-Light recoveries have failed to KO off the top on Demon Island. But right now, with his edge guards, he's just able to clean those stocks up so fast. Kaito on the guitars, he's looking for the landing, he's looking for an NSIG that does not connect. Loyalist opting just to continue with these juggles again and again and again.
Kai's damage output, though, like Lores is clearly in control. He's up 2-0. It seems like he's not in danger of, like, losing the game. Even if it gets close at points, he's not in danger of, like, losing the game at any single point. But Kai's done a great job of his damage pacing. Like, he has a lead here, which is very impressive early on in this game.
Loyalist's weapon gets knocked away, not able to find a D-Light, nor is he able to find the N-Light. Kaito, he is patrolling off stage. He lands back down with the neutral. The recovery doesn't actually find its target, and he is continuing to weapon starve Loyalist. But it does not matter. GC D-Light recovery.
Nice.
The side sig, is that going to be enough? Yes, it will. Or is that the D-Sig?
That was very nice. Great side sig there. And the GCD light that Lores threw out to interrupt the D-Sig from Kai while he was trying to, like, dance around in the sword, having it around him with all of that, like, huge active hitbox covering him. Great work. Great interruption from Lores.
Okay, picking up the spear once again, able to get the D-Light, tries to land with the ground pound. Oh, that's so scary. Kaito dodging away, putting himself back onto center stage, but when he keeps going high like that, he just sets up those juggles again and again.
Yeah, we saw Lores' legend model gray out, meaning he didn't really have, like, that much left in his kit. He had a dodge and he had recoveries there, so he wasn't in sweat beads yet. But unfortunately, like, Kai wasn't able to do anything off of it. That's easy cleanup for Lores right there. As one of the best spear players in the entire world, like, you give him that down air opportunity, he's going to hit that 11 times out of 10.
And Kaito, he has such a deficit that he needs to fight back for him now. Katari's on hand,
Ooh,
just
that's the
whipping that
dodge too.
D-Light right into the end light. Oh, he's going off stage, he's committing. He keeps it nice and safe with that recovery though, but I'm feeling like it's a little bit too late.
I think it's definitely too late, given all of the context of Lores being up 2-0, showing complete dominance. Even when it's close, Lores always gets it out at the end. There's the D-Light into the recovery. Kai is just really struggling to find any momentum on the Katars whatsoever. Like, he's getting one hit. There he gets a weapon toss, but what does it lead to? Ultimately, not very much. Lores actually goes in for the in-light after that, rather than, like, a side light or a D-Light.
Kaito just continuing to get denied of a weapon. These weapon spots have been so good for Loyalist again and again and again, looking for the side light, tossing away his weapon.
Lores
Kaito!
is so blessed. They've been dropping it right on his head every time, and they do it again.
Yeah, oh my
great.
gosh, is that gonna be it? Yes, it will be Loyalist. I mean, he came alive. He came alive, and Kaito just struggled to even land a single blow against him. He kept his space. He spaced out his opponent so well. He made the most out of his disjoints. His edge guards were phenomenal, and the way that he played neutral was excellent as well.
Okay, so if, like, we did the math previously on the previous set, and he averaged 176 per stock on his previous opponent. I continued that math. So now we have two different sets, two different 3-0s from Lores, and he's even more efficient here. It went from 176 to 173, and that's overall. This is through two different sets.
So what does that mean for us, going from 176 to 173? Why is it important for him to be more efficient?
It's just better.
It's just better?
It's just better.
Yeah.
More efficient is better. That means you're doing things more quickly to your opponent. Your damage is outpacing theirs even more. You're finding KOs super early, so you're not having to, like, I'm going to fish for my KO move. Like, you don't have to worry about that. He's finding it all the time. He doesn't have to rely on signatures. He doesn't just have to rely on edge guarding. He can do it all over the map. He's able to act as that wall between the blast zone, the stage, and the opponent's trajectory back to the stage. So he's just able to do everything that you need to do as a Brawlhalla player, whether that's weapon starve your opponent, whether that's maintain stage control, whether that's edge guard, whether that's juggle game, whether that's raw neutral, whether that's things that are unique to your character, like the signature kit, as we saw the final KO of that game was on the D-Sig. He's doing literally everything that you could possibly do as a strong Brawlhalla player. Every single box is checked off.
And especially with this kind of a weapon spread, with spear and with sword, and especially how much he favored sword, it's so important. It is is actually quite difficult to get the KOs exactly when you want them all the time with Sword. Sure, you might have a really, really easy way to set it up with, of course, the D-Light and then into either the recovery or the cider. But if you're able to get KOs a lot sooner than that, well, then you've just got it made. You're basically winning on all fronts. So, amazing job to Loris. He's going to be moving on to elimination side semis. And now, Sparky and I have one more set for you guys on this side of elimination. We have Typh going up against Wes. What is the set history between the two of them? Well, Wes, I believe, has won all 5 of the sets that they've played against each other. We're seeing Typh on the Bodvar. We're seeing Wes on the Val, aka Michelangelo. And this one, I mean, already it is in the favor of Wes. All the numbers point to Wes. But Typh would not have gotten this far had it been a fluke. So game 1, elimination side quarters, and we're already beginning really strong.
And we're going to Small World's End. Played a lot on Demon Island previously, a much larger stage here. So we could see some major volatility here. Of course, when you have a hammer on stage, if you pick up a stomp side air on like an orange opponent, when they're close to the edge, like you can do some crazy stuff. If Wes would have had like a little bit more damage or a move that has a little bit more variable force, if he grabs like a GC Insig at the top, that would have been a stock for sure.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Wes going all the way out there. Goes for the weapon
Yup.
toss, and the cider just lingered long enough for him to be able to get that stock. Beautifully played edge guard from Wes, and now barely into the yellow, barely into the orange. He is looking amazing. He's looking so healthy.
There's that volatility of this stage, and Wes is a great player to exploit that.
Oh, but Typh, he's looking to make the stock his own, but he commits to the ground pound. Wes wanted to go for the stock trade. You know, a little bit spaghetti though. Not exactly what he wanted, but he still got a little bit of damage. He still got a hidden.
He went for the big play there, and honestly, I respect it because, I mean, I think Wes is potentially the better player here. We'll see how that shakes up. I mean, Typh's been doing an incredible performance today, but I think like if you put them even on second stock, I still give the lead to Wes. So I think it's bold to go for that, and I like it.
You got to be so careful when you're fighting against gauntlets on this stage, because let me tell you, they find that one GC sidelight halfway between the stage and a top blast zone, and you are gone, my friend.
Great side sig from Wes. We haven't seen too much of that. We've seen a few Vals today, but we haven't seen them using the unique signature properties that come into play when you throw it like over the edge or up into the wall. Until, I mean, so far, like now, with that side sig from Wes. He's got a great lead here, not even halfway through this second stock, not even a minute 45 really into this game.
Okay, Typh, optimal combo there. Oh, but Wes, you gotta be so careful. This is why the stage is so scary, because at any point, anybody can lose their stock off the top. Wes dodging at the best possible time, avoiding the ground pound, but no neutral after.
Yeah, I think he probably just wanted to get back to the main stage because he wasn't sweat beat, so he didn't also have that much left where he could like do a neutral air and then jump to get away or anything like that. I think he wanted to play safe there because he was very damaged. He still has the lead here, but he knew how damaged he was, and playing that aerially, like you're almost asking for it there when you get to that moment.
But Typh is keeping it close.
Oh, great down air! Great ground pounder, that's it!
Was keeping it close past tense. That's all it takes. All it takes is that one good edge guard, and Wes has him beat when it comes to the offstage gameplay. He has him just struggling to make it back on, doesn't he?
And that's the down air or the neutral air that I was talking about earlier. Specifically, it was the down air. Hopefully we can slow it down when we get to that down air so that we can see exactly where that hit. If you think about like the vertical gameplay that you have with a neutral air and a down air, Wes has done a great job of finding someone in front of him.
Wow.
He was literally in front of him.
So non-committal,
and he's still
too.
able to hit that.
If he whiffed, he would have been able to still reset neutral and put himself back onto the stage while still keeping up stage control. So Typh is now down a game. They're not going to be switching off the stages here. I do feel like Wes has been winning more so in the edge guards rather than in KOs off the top, but they're both going for it. They both want that cheese. They want that early stock so badly. Typh with the reversal. Okay.
Okay, sweat beats. Has to be careful here. Even though he is very early damage, he does have to be careful. Chose to recover high. It's the D-Light recovery. Typh's doing a great job of adding up a lot of damage here.
Oh, Wes not able to space out that neutral. Typh finding another side and putting Wes off stage.
Do it.
Is that it? Not quite.
Typh, I'm brainwaving sword D-Sig. I'm telling you. Trust me, brother.
I don't know if we're going to find it
okay,
yet,
that was
though.
close. West knew that recovery was coming, so he wanted to move to the right as far as he possibly could, as quickly as he could.
Going through the high recovery, lands, able to get the reversal, but the whiffed D-Light is just going to give Typh an amazing opportunity to go ahead and close out that stock. All of a sudden, a huge departure from the last game because it is Typh who is now sitting in the lead. Wes is looking for any way to clean that up as soon as possible. Sets up a juggle with the neutral, able to cover with the GC D-Light, putting him off stage. Wes, you might regret your choices. Oh, no!
Losing his second stock just like that, getting a little bit too confident on the edge guard, and Typh was ready for it.
That's what happens when you go against Hammer off stage. At any point in time, they're able to scoop you back down. They're able to put you back where you came from. And now the side sig to finish it all off.
Oh, Typh. Oh, Typh. Showing us something really special here in this game against Wes.
Yeah, that was crazy. What was that off stage? That's what happens when you come in against Hamlet. You have to be so careful. They're just running it to the next game. They're not waiting even a moment. But given how game 1 went, could you have predicted Typh taking it like that?
Oh, absolutely not. Because like, what was the previous gameplay that we saw from Typh? It was getting 3-0'd by an extremely defensive and extremely passive use. All of a sudden, he's having to go into this. And if Wes wants to push into him, I mean, he has the grapple hammer, baby. That's like one of the points of it, is being able to take your opponent and use their momentum like against them to kind of swap places.
Okay, but Wes, even unarmed, he has no fear at all going up against the Hammer. Looking for the D-Light, able to get a punish on Typh's with D-Light there. Puts him off stage for just a second.
Nice.
Amazing D-Sig.
Like one of the first times we've seen that hit and a KO off the top. Typh wanted to stick around and float up there like a helicopter, and what have we learned? Never get on a helicopter, because Wes is there with the recovery, getting the KO off the top. And that was a clean stock. He's been hit a single time since then. Ooh,
Still not enough. Every single time Typh wants to go through those really early KOs, he does not seem to be in the damage threshold that he needs. Downer comes out. Wes sliding off with that D-Light. Typh fighting his way back down to neutral. Wes landing with a ground pound, so aggressive. Typh punishing it so well. They keep exchanging positions, dodging just past the sider. Okay.
Neutral light, Typh. Oh, okay. I don't know if he kind of expected that to not have as much range as it did, or if he expected Wes to like kind of go into the wall with it and halt the forward movement, so that simple like backdash, getting back just a little bit, would be enough to overspace.
Oh my gosh, the downer is not enough. The recovery is not enough to KO off the top either. Wes tossing out the weapon, forcing Typh to land to the right side, picks it back up in time. A really safe D-Sig is not actually going to find its connection, but the stomp, Sarah is going to do it. But Typh, he needs to make up this damage. He has a lot of damage that he needs to make up.
There's a stomp and a side air, and it is enough. You know what I'm saying?
I suppose, from time to time, but not anytime soon. Wes?
That's Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, I don't know, actually. Not at all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm 30 and tapped in.
I'm 22 and clearly not tapped in at all. But you know what I'm tapped
I'll show you the
into?
ropes, don't
This sick gameplay spike.
It is. That is something I think everybody right now is tapped into. D-Light recovery from Wes. He has a massive full stock lead at this point. Okay, he fast fell down a little bit, but Typh was ready to fall with that down air and grab Wes.
Okay, pushing him away with those side lights. Dashing into it, leaning into it now. Able to find that D-Light sider. Typh is currently fighting for his life here. Wes getting the downer. No GC side light connecting.
Oh, it was like max range on both the stomp and the side air. Beautiful max spacing from Typh.
I can't believe it hit that far away.
Ooh. Yo, if he would have gone for a GCD, oh, there it is! He's so smart. It's like he knew the moment, like, I should have gone for it there. And then he's like, but I'm gonna go for it here. And he grabs the DC and gets the KO.
But the question, is it too late? Because Typh, he has this
Dude,
deficit.
I want to see Typh.
He's going
I
want to
see Typh get this
Wes,
stock.
I
want to see it so bad, Dara. Please give it to us.
The side
Please.
is not able to connect. Wes fighting his way back on. That could have been so bad for Wes, but Typh has evened it up. Wes committing off stage for that ground pound. They both want it so badly.
Yep.
Tossing away his weapons. Looking for the GCD light. Doesn't find it.
Oh my gosh, Wes, you're insane for going for that. There's the GC down heavy, dashing that one in. Cinema.
Well, That was certainly a choice. He went for the recovery over the lip of the stage. I think that's what he was anticipating. He was wondering if Typh would like slide off with like a D-light or something. But alas, the timing was not in Wes's favor. Typh closing it out, clutching it up. All of that was just from one good offstage scenario. He put on the damage. Wes was scrambling to get back onto the stage. Wes should be thankful that he did not get KO'd at that point. But all of a sudden, it is Typh with a 2-1 game lead.
Scrambling is a great word to describe that.
Thank you.
The perfect word. And we're not talking eggs.
3, 2, 1.
Thanks for clarifying, Sparky. So, going into this game, this is not how I expected the set to go, given how game 1 went. Typh is finding a lot of confidence. He is beginning to, dare I even say, schmoove. He's schmooving.
Oh yeah, I mean we're seeing some swagger gameplay here. The exaggerated swagger of a Hammer player. They're calling it.
Thanks, Sparky.
You're welcome.
Wes, downer, sider, putting Typh off stage. How does he get back on? He's afraid of a D-light. Oh, the reversal with the downer as Typh overcommitted. He slid off. He should be thankful that he was still able to make it back on.
Ooh, Wes is completely zoning him out from that weapon toss. Ooh, nice falling side air. That forced Typh to back up just a little bit. He ultimately still got to the sword.
Picking up that end light. Typh off stage once again. Wes being so patient. They keep on exchanging positions. This is just about as even as it can get. The GCD light recovery does come out though, catching the cross up. Wes, phenomenal coverage.
Has just a little bit of a lead here. Has weapon control. Spawn comes in again, center stage. Typh's able to grab it pretty quickly.
Okay, Wes, I like the fade back with the side of there. Kept himself nice and safe. Typh, he's looking for that downer. He's looking for the pickup, but the sider, the swing of the hammer right to Wes's face. Able to even up these stocks.
Wes gonna be looking for the weapon spawn. He's able to grab it very quickly. Both of them haven't really struggled so far. Okay, we see the side sig and nice a second side sig. That would have been the stock for sure if it made a connection.
But he got back on, not able to convert the sider into the neutral. He was looking for the jump out of Wes, and he wasn't able to find it. He lands back on with the sider. He is dealing so much damage, and just like that, he has basically evened it up.
Okay, there's the D-light into the side air. Oh, he went for it again. Did he do it? The last time he did it, was it on this stage? I can't remember what stage it was on.
I don't remember either,
it feels like it was on this stage.
Typh had the right idea. He had the right punish, but then he wasn't able to close it out. Wes was still able to take that situation and make it his own. He was so ready to follow up after he got hit by recovery.
Oh my God! I didn't think it was gonna have enough. That could be so difficult where you think your opponent's in yellow and like, oh, we're really close to the blast zone. We're really high up here. Maybe I can get the KO with this, and you usually have to do it with like a signature KO off the top because it has no variable force, but he grabbed it and we're back to almost even. Wes still has a little bit of a lead.
Wes, he keeps sliding off with those N6. He put himself off stage. He has no dodge, but Typh could be whiffing a downer. They both somehow made it back on. Typh, you have to take this momentum. You evened up the stocks. Wes put you off stage. He's trying to keep him away with the neutral. They're slowing it down for just a second. Wes, I don't know about those N6s.
That was completely a bait. 100% a bait. Baiting the side sig.
Oh, Typh.
But it was actually a neutral sig. He does it again.
He made it back on this time around. Wes not able to connect it. Oh, this is so scary. He lands with the sider. It does not connect. Wes is becoming so difficult to hit.
But Typh is being extremely patient. He does throw out that side light, but he gets punished only with a weapon toss. Does take that side air.
Oh, he jumped right into the weapon toss. He is able to make it back on. Wes goes for the safe option, goes for the D-sig, and the recovery is able to call him out. Wes, he made sure that that lead did not slip away. He made sure that Typh did not steal all of that momentum. He truly locked in.
He did. He really did. The lead he had, he kept for so long towards the end of that game. Boom. But, I mean, we can't, like, you saw how far ahead he was. Like, a full stock lead here against Typh.
Crazy.
And then deleted.
Amazing way. And, you know, very surprising on this stage of all stages. So going into game 5, what happened? Wes became untouchable. And then every single one of Typh's approach options, parentheses, hammer, sider, got whiff punished again and again and again and again. Wes kept putting himself in like that awkward diagonal space just above hammer where they can't really thread it. They can't hit it with an N light. They can't hit it with a side light. They can't hit it with a D light or anything. They're just kind of hoping that they land on you. And so so Wes, he just put himself in the best possible position to whiff punish again and again. This set is going to a game 5. Amazing adaptations from both, but let's see who is able to take it.
Yeah, this is by far the most competitive match that we've had so far. Everything else has been a 3-0 except for Wes and Vem, which was a 3-1.
Oh, chase dodging back down. Type is getting saucy with it. Wes going off stage for the side sig. Type, he wants nothing to do with it whatsoever. Is this going to be the stock?
He ripped that recovery so quickly, it's gonna be... Oh, he ended up saving Wes, but he also had to do it to save himself, but I think that might have been... I think he just like both fall there. Because Type's behind.
Well, Type's barely behind in damage. When it comes to Hammer, listen, all it takes is that one good D-Light. Eats that N-Light, though. Finds himself off stage, starved from a weapon. Eats another side light. West just continuing to assert stage control and then catching him going up and around. Yeah, if I'm Type, I'm thinking we should have both gotten KO'd, 20 seconds ago.
I think Type went into that thinking he had more in the movement economy tank than he actually did, because he's probably going to go for the D-Light into a recovery, but he didn't have that as the option there. So he just did the chase dodge up after hitting it.
Okay, Wes has to dodge back on. Type, no way to cover that in time, though. He wants that D-Light, he wants that Cider, but again, Wes maneuvered around all of his KO options so well the last time around. And Type, he's continuing to whiff. He's whiffing again and again and again, and he cannot land. He whiffs again.
Yep, and it's an instant punish. That time, like, he knows the timing on it. And he went from 1, getting hit by it, to 2, knowing the timing on it and dodging it, to now 3, knowing the timing on it, dodging it, and then punishing it.
Let's see how Wes is going to be able to mix it up. But I have to say, with the way that this has been going with Hammer, Type, I don't think that's the weapon in this matchup right now. He is not able to connect anything with Hammer.
Ooh, that's going to take the stock. I saw them like moving up into that area, and I was like, okay, Type, it's time, baby. It's time to hit that down air and get the KO off the top. One, we're on Demon Island. It doesn't have like a soft platform like Fortress of Lions to kind of extend the stage up a little bit, but also Wes didn't have like any damage. He's straight up undamaged on it. So even if he hit a down air way up high, he's not going to be able to find the KO.
This is slipping away from Type so quickly. Wes is asserting himself. He's making himself so difficult to hit. He is getting all of the different follow-ups that he needs. The side light not able to connect there either. Wes with an optimal punish.
Nice.
D-Light, down air. Looking for the neutral, but he doesn't find it.
Ooh, the juggle game coming out.
Type is coming alive.
Type needs like something huge very quickly.
Avoiding the weapon toss at all costs, but he was not ready. Wes with such a dissident option, just catching him just right on the edge. Oh my gosh, Type, he was not ready. He was not prepared.
Type dodged like the hop. The hop up, out came the dodge, iframes are done, and there's the slam down. The timing on that, unfortunately for Type, I think he just heard like external stimuli and didn't expect it to be like that sort of slow signature where you're rising up and then you do the dunk. He was expecting like an in-light or whatever, something like that, where that like, I hear the noise, I hear the audio cue, boom, here comes my dodge. Not gonna work there.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're only priming yourself to react to the startup of moves, and of course in a game like Brawlhalla, unless somebody is holding on to a signature, that typically gets you quite far. But that time around, Wes was able just to take full advantage of it. I do fully believe that he was just looking to call out a jump there instead. But yeah, Type just slightly mistiming the dodge. That does mean that is the end of his bracket run for today. But honestly, amazing placement, amazing run. He took it so close with Wes, but at the end, Wes is neutral. Wes is just avoidance of all of Hammer's options, of all of the openings, of all of the different KO options. And then his juggles, they all looked so on point in this matchup.
So that's going to be Type going out at 5th place, tying for 5th, which is tied with his best placement of all time. So he's becoming a more consistent top 6 player in his region, which is huge. He's coming into this one at PR 12, so that PR is going to be moving up for sure, especially after beating a lot of the players that he did to get this far in bracket, who were way better PR than him. So a great performance from Type, even though it ultimately ended in an L. You know, he wanted to get in that top 4 and then push a little bit past to get on that podium. Maybe this is the year for Type to find his first top 3. I'm loving the Bode bar that I'm seeing, but it's Wes, baby. He has so much experience in 1v1 and 2v2.
That's right. And so everybody, that is going to do it for Sparky and I, but that is of course not the end of the tournament because you have some amazing sets coming up. Should we take a look at the bracket one more time before we switch off?
Why not?
Let's look at the bracket, please, and thank you. We have 4 more, potentially 5 more sets for today. In elimination finals, you will be seeing Loris go up against Wes. In winners finals, we're going to be seeing Use, the one and only Use, the best to ever do it, going up against C. And this has been a turbulent bracket so far.
Yeah, C is like a giant outlier here because you have Hughes, world champion. You have Lores, world champion. You have Wes, one of the best 2v2 players in like all of Brawlhalla, an incredible player who's been here for many, many metas, and he's been able to stick through all of it. And then you have C. He might be the new kid on the block for South America. We've been talking about kind of the same guys for a very long time. Once like Kaina and Lores came into the scene, and then we saw like Sack and Vemten Kilo also really start to place well. It seems like we've been talking about all of those guys for a long time, and we've been waiting to see like who is next up in this region. Could be C, could be Taif, could be Kaito. Like we have a great like rookie class here that I can't wait to see what they do for us this year.
That's right. And so both of us will be watching, but everybody, that is going to do it for Sparky and I for today. If you would like to follow us on our socials, you can type in !casters in the chat, and we will be switching off. Don't go anywhere quite yet. We'll be back after a short little break.
How are you feeling about year 10 of Brawlhalla Esports?
Pretty good. I'm not very good at the game, but
that's fine. Brawlhalla Esports is for everybody. So what do you think about the Max Mode Last Chance qualifier, though, for the Winter Royale?
Pretty good. I hope some of my favorite pros make it. Use, Stingray, Sandstorm.
Outside that, were you Team Sweet or Team Sour?
Sweet.
Another one. Unfortunately.
Sweet all the way.
Man, work sucks.
Welcome back.
This has been.
Wait, what?
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Orion.
Yeah, that's right.
Is this? I'm Mordex.
Are you?
I think so. I think I'm supposed to be Mordex in this.
We totally failed, by the way.
I can't see anything. I don't know why.
Does not seeing make you uncomfortable?
Yes.
That's a fair answer.
Yes.
But regardless, we are back.
We are back.
For top four.
Top four.
Of South America Winter Championships. Year 10.
Year 10.
All the other stuff we've been talking about all day long.
We're excited to be here.
I am definitely excited to be here.
I'm so excited that we're not even at the desk.
I mean, we're at the desk.
This is pretty comfortable, actually.
It is
I feel like we could just stay here.
If we just got a monitor down here, I think it'd be cool.
This is a good idea.
Yeah.
This is a good idea.
I support it.
Anyway, I'm Mordex. This is Orion here.
Yeah?
We got Walton Slow-Mo coming up now because production told us it's over. What's up, everybody? We're here, top four.
Orion was having a hard time keeping their headset on.
Yeah, that was tough. I didn't know we were starting
that's
on
why
Mordex.
That's why we couldn't converse.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was out of character.
That's right.
From the start. We're here. We're here, guys. It's top four time. South America. I mean, did you just see that Dave West set? That was crazy.
Look, I want to. It was great. It was great. But Lorez is literally like pedal to the metal, just like cruising through elimination side.
Yes, absolutely.
He is so scary right now that I think Wes should be a little concerned about his set.
That's right. That's right. But on the other side here, but first.
Oh, we know. Oh, they're going right into it.
We're just starting. Okay, our winner's final set. I wanted to really set the stage for you guys, but we had to run the bit. Here we are. Use versus C. The question that I think has remained in this entire bracket, Slow-Mo, is who can defeat Use? And it turns out C is the one going on the absolute monster run of a lifetime. Could it possibly be?
And as we're getting into the beginning of this game, that's something I want to touch on. I expected to see Kaina up in this top four, and it literally has been since Lorez was sent down to elimination side. 3-0 to Kaina, 3-0 to Kaito. And then he's going to be going up against Lorez soon. I mean, you think about who can beat Use, and the first name in my brain is Kaina.
Right.
Right now, it's Lorez because he is playing really, really scary. But we are going to settle into game number one here. As we said, Use going up against C. Small World's End.
And I'm wondering, it looks like they played at a couple community events. Actually, last month, C was able to get a game off of Use, which is encouraging, right? I mean, this has got to be the performance of C's year. I mean, very early on, but probably of career as well.
He's definitely having a good day.
That's right. Let's see what happens here, though. I mean, Use, of course, world champion on the Greatsword. We had talked about how potent of a weapon that is in the first place, so I don't expect Use to be playing too far off of what we consider his norm at this point.
But now this is South American Greatsword.
That's true.
And
That's
that
true.
is different.
That's true. Okay, quick three-piece though,
Very
and
nice.
that is enough to do it. First strike going over to Use. I'm going to ask the question again, who can stop him?
But he was fighting back from a deficit and was still able to bring it back and be able to secure that first stock. Oh, he tried to go ahead and get the starve out, but the weapon toss is going to go ahead and come down, hit C in the head.
That's
little
enough.
recovery
That's
off
enough.
the guitars is going to be enough to get the job done and going to go ahead and even up the stocks.
Okay, Greatsword primed up once again. Okay, I like this from C. Wow, wait, hang on. Let him cook.
Just doing a Surrey things. The back-to-back neutral sig and hit twice, trying to go for the third one. Could not get the trifecta, though.
Yeah, and this was a matchup that we had talked about earlier today in the Europe bracket, Slow-Mo, is I think weapon-wise, I really was curious on how Katars and Greatsword just matched up at a high level like this, right? Because you can kind of dominate the skies, dominate the dodge reads, but Greatsword does something similar starting on the ground. So want to see how this one pans out. That was a disarm from C, so still playing with a pretty big disadvantage now as he uses clawed this one right back.
Yeah, he's now that he's got C in knockout range, now he's looking for those guaranteed knockouts, the D-Light into recovery. Being able to get those easier knockout options off the regular sword before he swats back over to
Yeah,
Greatsword.
I mean, you saw it right there, right? Like, Yu's just immediately going for recovery, knowing literally anything in the repertoire of moves at that point would have found the KO, and it did. So Yu's maintaining the lead at one stock.
Yeah. C doing a really good job keeping it close, though. We're just going to stare off in neutral
Dude,
here.
that weight was so sick. Okay. That's world champ difference. It is.
Yeah.
It just is. But C, trying to make this a battle.
Neutral light, sidelight into neutral light, and then came back and hit another neutral light. Another neutral light, racking up good damage against C here.
Okay, yeah, this is the thing with Katars though, right? Especially once you get to the red range, you have to convert on a player as good as Yuz. Not able to get that stock might just be the difference maker for game number 1 as this game slowly starts slipping away. This is off stage, forces the jump early. Recovery tries to cover that from Yuz. Nice. Well thought out, but it does not even matter. He's covering every single move in the playbook. Yuz on the board with 1.
Yeah, especially having that dare off the sword. It has so much force off of it. Going to be more than enough to send C down to the blast zone. And as we take a look at these replays of Yuz doing what he does on the Great Sword, he is going to go up 1-0 against C.
Yeah, and this was so beautiful, right? Like early jump from the weapon toss. Even though going under was a good idea from C, I mean, Yuz had it scouted out from a mile away.
For sure, for sure. All right. We're going to see some Lin Fei come into play here. A little cannon mix things up. Could be very interesting. Another good string weapon.
This one I'm interested in, right? Because the cannon can do a lot of horizontal KO options. Once again, predicated on finding dodges, making sure you catch opponents slipping, mashing in disadvantage. See what happens, right? Because the thing about using that first game was it really didn't look like C had a lot of opportunities to find those first openings. That one big string off of a couple gravity cancels comes to mind, but that was about it. And it's just a stock. Why is it just a stock?
Not quite clean, but no, that was a clean stock. Oh, man. Okay. Very nice. Getting that great string, if I can use words here today.
Yeah, and just launching in right now is C. Yuz playing back, playing patient. Really, really clean start. Super healthy on this first stock as well. Plenty of leeway.
He's continuing to get that bonus damage in, continue to extend that lead. Oh, Nair coming up, tried to hit him with the recovery. Couldn't find anything though, but there we go. Going to catch him with the
This is what you need though. This is I think this is good from C, right? Because you find the stock right there, really, really clean, right? And we saw Yuz kind of panic dodge in the moment. I think it's the correct decision to go for, especially when you're first seeing the cannon represented against you.
Little one-times with a great sword. Find an opening here.
Caught again. Okay, we see that. Yuz dodging up.
He's trying to find the rhythm off that string and read the dodge from Yuz. He just hasn't quite got it dialed in yet, but Yuz is giving him plenty of opportunity, plenty of chances to figure it out and get it right. Oh, couldn't get the landing. Yuz going back to work on Greatsword.
Okay, with punish is huge.
Side
Nice,
sig,
nice,
gonna
nice.
go ahead and clear the stage.
Okay, can C get one? Ground pound just barely misses. Forces the dodge out from Yuz, but it's burned. So let's see what happens.
Back on the stage. Fighting back on arms, sword in hand, reaching up with the nair, but whiffs. Able to catch landing though, and again with the dare, brother.
He's just the world champ.
No,
he's just the world champ.
Nothing.
That's all. Full stop.
Back-to-back two-time.
He's the two-time.
He's the two-time.
Oh my gosh! I mean, that was exactly the same setup that won him game number 1. As I say, it's C able to equalize this one at 1 apiece. I think the Legend Swap has been doing really well for him so far.
And the equalize is the key word there because this is about as even as it can get right here coming into this final stock. Playing footsies in the air a little bit.
All right, Yuz able to touch down on that soft platform for just a moment. Gravity cancel is a huge whiff. Yuz just remixing with the weapon throw in between. C trying to gravity cancel through once again. No space to be able to follow this one up though. Okay, playing the air-to-air. C now off stage. What's the mix-up?
Hold your ground with the neutral light. This is still winnable for both these players.
Once again, I think Yuz has just thoroughly caught on to C dashing through at this point, right? Like the weights and then just going for side lights as soon as C crosses over that line has just been so on point. That's 3 or 4 now that have punished C really significantly. Can we get the stock here though? No exhausted recovery off the top.
Keeping it super close though. Oh, that was so risky. Recovery gonna take Yuz up. Weapon throw to the face. Another nair. Another one will get the job done. He's looking for it. Can't find it. Finds his way back down the stage.
C needs this game. C needs this game now, right? Against someone of Yuz caliber. It's got it. Okay, 1-1. C on the board. Slow-mo. This is a huge win.
That is very interesting. Making everything tied up going into game number 3. Man, being able to bring back some of that momentum away from Yuz, especially when he's playing the way he was, through that whole game. You saw there he had a full stock advantage through the majority of that game. Somehow, some way, C getting it done with the Lin Fei and tying the set back up. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, and I think the change to the Lin Fei was, I mean, obviously it won C the game, right? But I think for a lot of micro reasons, it was quite good. We talked about catching dodges, catching U's in these positions that are a little bit predictable, and when you're on the cannon, that results in full stocks.
I just worry that it doesn't work 2 games in a row.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens over here. U's already off to the races, though.
Just like
that might be that was close to a whole stock. That's insane.
I'm in deja vu. Like, it's got to be deja vu right now. Can he get the clean stock again? No. C gonna come in, get the side light, put up the very tiniest bit of damage with those guitars.
Threw it away, though.
Yeah.
Now waiting for the small. Okay, gravity cancel D-Light unarmed is just going to get super punished from you by U's. Recovery, not enough.
Yeah, not enough to take him off that side of Miami Dome.
Yeah, but this is just anything again. Yeah. And again, deja vu, Groundhog Day, whatever you want to call it. I mean, C already down practically an entire full stock. Just that light beige color on U's for the first one. But here comes the dodge read. Chase dodge up was really good coverage, but U's once again scrapes out.
Catches that landing too as C comes back up on stage. Doing a great job of staying out of those cannon aerials. Ooh, just the step back to get out of the way, chasing him down.
Oh, yeah.
Great movement from both these players right now. C gonna catch him with the Sayer. Oh.
Okay, barely missed space. Let's hear rock. Oh, okay. I mean, I respect it, right? You're down a stock. You need something. Okay, chase dodge forward again. That's like 2 or 3 in a row from C that haven't quite panned out the way they want that. And slowly but surely, U's is extending this lead, even if he loses the stock.
C needs this knockout so badly, like right now. And he's not going to get it. He's going to go down too.
Oh,
Hughes couldn't catch the nair up in the sky. C is going to get the reversal off the recovery, but not enough to get the knockout. Puts Hughes in a position over here. Can he find his way back to stage, or is C going to stop it? No, does not get the landing. The dare is going to go ahead and connect into recovery, sending Hughes out of here, but C is so close to being on his final stock.
Oh yeah, C is really, really worse for wear on this one. I mean, if Hughes picks up a weapon, it just could be curtains. That's going to be the advantage he needs to find Sword. It's just recovery away.
Can he get it dialed in, though? C's making it very difficult to get in close when he has that cannon in his hand. Another pickup, couldn't get the second hit, though.
Okay.
Oh, you just lets him walk right back up on stage.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe we start seeing the edge wall slip coming into play, but C a little bit too respecting of U's.
With good reason, though.
This setup is crazy from C. I mean, that's brutally aggressive to go for unarmed as well. Gonna lose the stock, but I mean, again, if you're C, you got to be making plays like that to try to close this gap.
He was able to get it done last game. I mean, he was down at full stock for the majority of it.
I'm nervous about this greatsword though, Slow-Mo. I mean, we have seen this win champions twice actually.
Yeah.
But Hughes, I mean, already creating so much damage, trying to get the bridge come through off the slide off. Not going to get too much more after that. Oh my gosh! Even winning the air-to-air battle unarmed is insane.
And just having the confidence to stay with him up in the air. There we go, dialing back down. Going to stay grounded on the regular swords, staying right over the Sayer from C.
Okay, whip punish.
Big recovery, but not enough.
Yeah, but you gotta go all the way out there if you're C, right? Like, you need that stock right now.
I mean, even so, it's just such a deficit at this point. Hughes got it dialed in, could not catch him off the edge guard. Easily gonna punish that signature, send him up to the blast zone, and Hughes with the 2 stock advantage going to get the dub.
Yeah, I think we got part of the answer to your question that you presented at the start of the game, Slow-Mo. Fool me once, you know, whatever. Shame on me. Fool me twice, I'm Hughes. I don't know if it'll work again.
Literally almost double the damage output between Hughes and C on that game. Hughes was absolutely a shark in the water, looking for those knockouts, found it, got it done, and now he is up with a 1-game advantage, and we're going to see a core come out.
That's really interesting to me because I think even if you just look at purely the numbers from the last game, C did over 400 damage with the cannon. Everything else under 100. 73, actually combined, yeah, 73 and 36 for Katarz and unarmed. The cannon was a huge difference
Yeah,
maker there. I mean, it was a
the-
2-stock, granted.
The only reason why he switched over to Lin Fei was to try that cannon,
Right.
and it did not get the job done. So it was definitely a go next and trying something else. I mean, this is a desperation pick if I've ever seen one, trying to stay alive in this set. And maybe the hammer and gauntlets for core will get the job done, but right now Yu's is literally juggling him in the air.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that Yu's isn't familiar with playing against a really good hammer player in South America.
Right,
so,
yeah.
you know, it could be a tough one for sure. Let's see what C can bring to the table here, though. Already disarmed, already in red, picks up the gauntlets, tries to get a little bit of moxie coming through, but of course, the conversion into recovery on the sword will find first strike. And once again, 3 games now, Yu's incredibly healthy on this first stock.
Yeah, he's looking bit. We've seen this every single game in this set, and you know, 2 out of 3 times it has worked in his favor. But now we're seeing C settle down. He's got the hammer in hand. See if he's going to be able to do anything with it at all. Yu's defending his ground on stage. Ooh, this game of footsies here, we're seeing a neutral. Both these guys being very respectful of the other, but
oh my
Yu's
gosh,
gonna let the
stock.
string fly, and the stock is just gone.
Yu's is literally saying, don't you know who I am? Do you know who I am, the world
He's
champion?
the 2-time.
I am the world champion. Maybe you're not familiar, C. Let's see, off stage though. This could be a disaster already. C definitely has their work cut out for them, but already 3-piece from Yu's. I mean, another follow-up again.
No.
We had seen that cross-up attempt from C on a multitude of different characters over the course of this set as well. Yu's is clued into it every single time.
Nah, he is dialed in. You know, it's like a shark in the water. I hear the Jaws music in my ear right now.
Oh my God, clip him!
He's piecing him up, bro. Coming down. Oh, Sarah's gonna hit. Staying out of the way of the signature. Okay, stomp Sarah.
Old reliable, but I mean, how many stomp Sarahs does it take to get to use his first stock? I really don't know.
Okay.
Looks like that one will do.
No 3-stock today, sir. He at least stopped that from happening a bit. Just a swift breeze is going to take him out of Small World's End here.
Yeah, and I mean, you need a plethora of stomp Sarahs at this point to be able to make a comeback against a player of Yu's caliber,
Yeah.
especially just considering the health and number of stocks that he has.
Okay.
Swing and a miss. That recovery is going to do it. And the 3-1 victory from Yu's, the inevitable, means he will be advancing to grand finals of this South American bracket.
He certainly is. Once Yu's got it figured out and got the download, it got pretty brutal there towards the end. Yu's doing what he does. I mean, we said it time and time again. He is literally the 2-time world champion. Not an easy opponent to go up against at any point in time, and that is going to solidify his spot in grand finals. As we see who is going to try and battle their way up there. I did like the Lin Fei pick. I mean, the cannon had promise, just was not enough. But now, once we take a look at these replays and see, you know, how Yu's got to where he was.
Yeah, I think at a high level, the swap to a Hammer Legend, I really don't know if I fully agree with it, if I'm being honest, right? I think the cannon was doing a really good thing for C, which is collecting stocks on Yu's when panic dodges were being burnt, right? Hammer, you are completely mode switching at that point. And you're like, I'm going to play grounded. Stomp Sarah is my best friend in the whole wide world, and I'm just going to do that until I get the stock. It's not really what was being super successful in terms of the 400 plus damage that we saw from the cannon in game 2, 3, whatever.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. But he's got some time to think about it because there's another set before he comes back in trying to fight his way up. And that is going to be between Lores and West. I know I got a little carried away at the beginning of our block, and I went straight in to talk about Lores, but that was just because he's just him today.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about it, Slow-Mo.
I mean,
What's going on here?
He literally got sent down to elimination side, and he has just 3-0'd everybody in his way to make it back up there. And we were watching over in the other side, and it wasn't just 3-0s. Like, my man was just cooking.
Yeah.
He was coming in, absolutely swinging, shutting down his opponents, and I'm really interested to see what he's going to be able to do against Wes and if he is able to make it up and have a bid for that grand finals.
Here's an interesting thing. Lifetime on the stats that I'm looking at, Loris is pretty significantly down versus Wes. So, I mean, it is a question for me of, is that momentum enough to beat what is potentially a losing record for Loris? Maybe make it back to C, maybe make it back to use at Grand Finals, or is Wes just going to deny it all right here?
This Hattori has been working for him. It really has. He has been utilizing the sword really, really well today, doing a great job on the spear. We see Wes also locking down the bow, some sword on his end as well. So we got straight lightsabers. I love it.
It is. Yes, it's a battle.
I'm trying.
I
I mean, just my 90s brain is just trying to comprehend that I have Michelangelo and Darth Maul fighting with lightsabers on Demon Island.
It's the way it should be. It's the only way it should be, Slow-Mo.
Absolutely.
And it warms my heart as well. But let's get into our first game. Loris already playing from behind here. Swaps over to the spear. Okay, correctly found the D-Light in that position. Loris, just a quick one off the left side. That's enough to disarm, so it is a starve.
Yeah, he went over, make sure, instead of trying to focus on the pressure, decided to come over and get that weapon, although it didn't work out real well for him at the end of it. Odin blessed Wes with a weapon drop right in front of his face. That recovery is not going to be enough. Surely one more will get it done.
Yeah, it's got to be at this point. I mean, look at the damage. Look at how dark red Wes is right now. But with all that being said, Loris finds the first stock. I mean, I think Loris will fall soon to follow if Wes can just find a weapon quick enough.
Yeah, it's, we talk about it all the time. It's come down to find that bonus damage, try and squeeze every last bit of damage you can out of this opening stock. And so far, fighting back unarmed, kind of just letting it fly a little bit.
Yeah,
Can he get in for that weapon? No, he's just gonna.
Oh my God, this is all disarmed.
No, he's still going. Loris, chill out.
South America's the best. South America's the best region. This is crazy.
We've been telling you that forever, Wes.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I am validated by seeing this. I mean, that was all unarmed damage that Loris went for. Didn't even want to bother maybe switching the weapon rotation at that point. Maybe it just didn't feel right. But now Loris with a pretty decent advantage in stock too.
Well, I think Wes was, Loris saw Wes just concentrate on guarding that weapon.
Right.
And he kept hitting an arm. So you know what? Screw it. Let's just keep going. And it worked out very well for him. Got some good damage off of it. As he has Wes almost a knockout range. Again, neutral light is going to go ahead and connect. See what he's got off stage. Recovery is going to send Wes up to the top. Can he find his way back down to stage? And he does.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw in stock one how willing Loris is to just play, I'm going to recover you until you get KO'd. So let's see what happens here. Wes exhausted. Loris didn't pull the trigger on it that time. Now we're approaching a weird range where it's just single hit with the sword. Wes knows it. That dodge comes through, gets around, gauntlets equipped, but that's not going to be enough. That's stock number 2 down for Wes.
Yeah, Loris is continuing his lead. It's not staying as close as it was. We're seeing him start to extend it, make it harder and harder for Wes to bring this back. Oh.
See what Wes can do.
The neutral makes me so nervous.
Off stage. Okay, this got really awkward really fast. Loris didn't want to pressure it though. Because again, I mean, traded recoveries, especially on the sword, could just mean stock gone for Loris.
Is he just getting those 1s and 2s in there on Wes, just trying to dial in all the damage that he can. Oh, nice air from Wes. Gonna knock Loris way back. Can he find a follow-up here on this edge guard? Looking for it. Loris gets down, touches the side of the stage, resets his options, gets the unarmed attack in. Wes is still trying to get it. Can't. Loris. Oh, Wes, he whiffed the wrong way, bro.
Oh, yeah. Loris starting to run away with this one. I mean, already in red, throws the spear away. Recovery will force Loris down to last. So it is a small weapon starve advantage for Wes. But Loris, again, same song and dance here. Damage advantage. Now we pick up the sword again.
Sit back. He's trying to force Wes to engage first. And Wes said, all right, we'll do it either way. Still going to get some damage going his way.
Oh, hang on. Okay, recovery barely punished here. Wes building his way back into this game. Slice by slice, every pizza.
Literally.
Okay, Wes misses that. Keeps this one going, throws it away, wants to go for the sword instead. Loris now off stage. What do we get here? Oh, the reversal hit! Wes can close this!
Oh, no, he decided to play it safe and back up. Let Loris get back up on stage.
This is getting tough. I mean, Wes has to make a play now, right? Because Loris, these first 2 stocks, again, so willing to just go for the plain option like that, which guarantees the stock. And there it is, Loris, first one on the board.
That was pretty close. 668 to 544. Very close indeed. Very interested to see where we're going to go for game number 2, if we stay on Demon Island or if we're going to go over to Small Fortress. I wonder if we're going to see that platform come into play here. As we are getting some, no, we are going to go ahead and go game 2 to Demon Island, so nothing is changing at all for either one of these players.
I'm interested in that as well, because I think if I'm Wes and I almost brought that first game back, I almost want a soft platform. There were so many situations in that first game where Wes immediately went sweat beads, right? Like spent so many resources all at once, just has to land in order to not get reversaled and get KO'd outright. Platform kind of allows you some solace to at least get back towards the ground, reset some of your options here. But we'll see what happens on the run back.
We will find out indeed.
Pause. Okay.
It had vision. It definitely had vision. Was not able to get it to connect though, but Wes is putting the pressure on Lores very hard and heavy here in this in game number 2. Continue.
Okay. Lores misses the D-Light. Off stage, misses the Pogo as well, so just hard resets now. Oh my gosh.
He could have got the follow-up off of that. It could have been incredibly nasty.
Once again, I mean, these high angles where Wes is running out of resources, I'm wondering if Lores is going to start catching on to that.
Well, I mean, it's not really working out. I mean, there we go. We see Wes being the first one to fall. I mean, even though Wes was being so aggressive, Lores was still holding on to the lead, holding on to the health lead.
Okay. Nice. Wes dodges through. It's burnt. Let's see.
Yeah. Lores catching the landing. Unarmed now. Wes knows it. Backing up. Gonna go ahead and let Lores have the weapon.
Tries to cover the top.
Lores
Yeah, and Wes correctly reacted to that too as well. Really, really clean stuff from Wes to close that stock, because I think Lores maybe had one more mix-up in the bag to try to get back on stage.
For sure, for sure. Lores is waiting for that weapon drop. Neutral light. Gonna go ahead and start the exchange.
Okay, there's the whiff punish from Lores. Can't find the cross-up. Playing a little bit of neutral now. A lot of respect from both of these competitors. I mean, that first game, Wes really got it close.
This neutral movement is actually pretty insane between these two players. Lores got the dodge read.
Got the double. Couldn't close it with the unarmed hit. Now back on sword again, the old reliable.
Old reliable, for real, for real. He's been getting the job done for a lot of people all day long. Wes is going to fall. Touch. Oh, that's super unfortunate. That gives Lores a huge, huge advantage at game number 2, and that'll put, if he can convert this, that'll put Wes on his tournament game.
Oh yeah, okay. Wes got something to say about it though. Giving him the gloves. Coming through, not able to get too much. Oh no, I stand corrected. Okay, recovery comes through.
Nice
Lores
dodge.
panic option. Wes is still keeping this in advantage though.
No, that was a nasty
hang
dodge.
on a second. One sec. Okay, finally a whiff punish there. Gets Lores out of trouble, but for how long?
So Lores is getting so much damage put in. Almost has Wes getting close to orange here.
Wes needs to get this stock soon. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, okay, maybe the GC a bit of a bait to try to get Lores to come in a little bit sooner. Now wall slip online. Wes just denying the weapon. Lores very far. This should be an easy pickup, but there's the reverse hit from Lores, and he just runs off unarmed. I can't believe how crazy he is.
No, it was so interesting watching Lores try to adapt because he expected that weapon throw to hit. He was not giving up his weapon there, and then just having to go unarmed, make the adaptation to try and not let things get out of control. And he put in some good damage. As long as he doesn't let Wes get some good strings in here, Lores should be pretty good here.
Huge moment. Huge moment for Wes. Obviously, you don't want to go down 2-0, especially when you got so close in the first game. Now so close in the second one. See what can happen right here. Waited for the option. Wes still in the driver's seat. Off stage now. Is it going to be ground pound? There you saw it try to come out, but Lores denies the hit.
Perfectly timed nair to keep Wes at bay. And here comes the damage output from Lores yet again. Sweat beats from Wes.
Wes weave through. Perfect idea as well. You could probably ground pound that as well. Lores now in just recovery only mode. Recovery or side air. Wes knows that it is coming up. There's no weapon left, but Lores finds the hit. Unarmed finds the weapon as well. It's just one recovery away.
Bro, Lores hits the unarmed Sayer, but then whiffs after that to get the KO. Wes is so red right now.
Super high up. That's got to be it.
That's it.
Lores up 2-0. I mean, try as Wes may. Darth Maul's out here, man. Cowabunga.
He is just cruising. He has not. Okay, hold on. He has not dropped a game to. We gotta go back to top 32 when he went down to.
In a minute.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Okay, he did drop a game in losers round 4. Elimination round 4.
Yeah, I mean, Lores just on an absolute warpath right now through this elimination bracket. I will say, Wes is really challenging him, though. I mean, and the set count is not reflective of that so far. Wes has brought this very, very close in these first 2 games. And like we had said before, not closing those games has a huge implication now because it's reverse 3-0 or bust.
It really is. And that's a lot of pressure, especially when Lores is playing the way that he is. And now you have to look back and be like, okay, I got to figure out how to win, and then I got to do it 3 times.
Yep.
That is rough, especially being an elimination side, everything on the line, first tournament of the year. There's so much on Wes's shoulders right now.
A lot for sure. A couple things. It looks like we are just waiting for our players to get back into the lobby right now.
They're right there.
Gauntlets looked really good. They looked really good from Wes, I will say. A lot of the strings were very well thought out. Playing advantage state, incredibly strong, but they didn't end in closed stocks. And I think edge guarding is really where Wes kind of fell short, right? That last ground pound attempt on the Gauntlets that was denied by the Nair you pointed out, I think changed the course of that game number 2.
No, it really was. He was doing a great job at getting damage, getting the strings, but finding that knockout is where he struggled, and he just let Lores just get further and further and further ahead. But here we go, possibly Wes's final game of Winter Championship 1v1s. Can he start this reverse 3 that he needs to stay alive in this tournament?
Yep, reverse 3-0 or bust. As we said, Wes already off to a pretty strong start, but gets reversal. Pogo comes through.
I was really scared there was going to be a Gimp come out. Wes was in a very bad position once he whiffed that signature. Okay.
Offstage again. Okay, so let's see how Wes plays the offstage specifically. That was an excellent wait, and it should be the stock as well. Yeah, weapon throw will secure it really clean, and the first meaningful lead from Wes in the set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you need to win the next 3, that is a great way of starting getting the job done for sure. And he's still continuing to lay the pressure in on Lores. Wes set up in his chair.
Oh yeah, straighten the back out for just a little bit. See, offstage, a little bit low, Wes. Sweat beads came through. Loris knows it, wants to pull the trigger on the ground pound now, but can't quite get there. Yeah, and this is good. A lot of good respect from Wes, and then go and complete pedal to the metal when you need to start getting your damage in.
Oh, nice reversal from Lores, sending Wes up into the sky. Could not get the landing though, as Wes swaps back over to Sword just to get another 1-2 from Lores there.
Oh my gosh!
Not enough to finish out the stock though, but Lores was definitely cooking right there.
Weapon throw initiates. Wes, there's nothing there, so he just resets.
Nice.
Loris is falling really far behind now in this game, Slow-Mo. And I mean, again, we talk about if that had happened in game one or game 2, we're talking about a completely different set right now. But Wes needs to make sure he can hang on to this lead and maintain this momentum.
No, it's literally polar opposite of what we saw in the last 2 games. I mean, Lores has had a lead this whole time, and now we see Wes have a demanding lead, a full stock right now, as though he may fall right now.
Oh, wait,
he went for it!
What?
3,000 IQ, bro!
We were like, dude, is he gonna do it? And then he did
no,
it.
I mean, that was so smart, and that puts Lores on final stock. Wow.
Yeah, because I mean, we're going to talk about it on the replay. That was just so insane. Wes, I mean, again, I'm not going to say a completely different player from games 1 and 2 because it was a razor's edge by which Loris was able to find those victories.
Such a big brain move.
Okay, is it enough, though, is the big question. Almost a full stock lead for Wes. A lot of runway here, but Loris has been finding quick 3-4 pieces to bring Wes towards orange now. Off stage, nothing there. Okay, Loris back in the action. Back in advantage. Recovery on the spear isn't going to be enough. That one finds its mark. Is it going to be exhaustive recovery off the top? No, Loris doesn't want it.
No, he went down to reset his options and see what he had. Spear was working out pretty nice for him there for a couple minutes. Wes throw, and he trying to get that weapon drop. Lores going to put the pressure out.
And this is just wait for wall slip. Unarmed, Wes chase dodges, desperately trying to grab onto the gauntlets, at least have a fighting chance at getting some more damage, but Lores gonna deny it right there. We go to last stock.
And Lores, he actually has a little bit of damage left. If he can keep this going. All right, Wes looking for that weapon drop, but Lores is going to just throw his at him.
Anything's possible.
Oh, yeah, this is Brawlhalla, baby.
Loris is starting to bring this one back, okay. Tries to find alley-oop to yourself. Wes unable to get too much more. That has to be a free whiff punish off of the gravity cancel whiff. Not going to get too much more after that, though. Loris running in. finds the first hit to initiate, throws it away, picks the sword back up. Wes answers right back, and it's just the Sair to get one on the board for Wes, but there are 2 more in the pocket that he's going to need to complete this reverse 3-0.
This is what he needed to start it out with. You got to get the 1 before you can get 2, before you can get 3. And that was a very good performance from Wes, a complete virtual opposite of what we saw from Game 1 and Game 2.
Oh, and this is the recovery we talked about. Look at how insane this is. So obviously, completely gone. Like, the stock is gone if you get hit with that ground pound. So you have to drift left. But if you're Loris, I don't even think you have to go all the way down like that, right? Like, it's just make sure that the resources are gone at that point. I mean, Wes made the most out of a bad situation, able to turn this one around, gets one on the board. Is it the makings of a reverse 3-0?
We're going to
I
Game
don't
5.
know. You think so?
We're going to Game 5.
You think so?
Yep.
All right, you heard it here first. Let's see.
You hear me, chat? We're going to Game 5. I'm calling it.
Okay, here's the small platform that I talked about before. Wes was so willing in some of those early games to just immediately sweat beat in certain situations. So maybe this soft platform gives him a good landing pad to be able to come back down, reset his options, and maintain that advantage state.
I mean, both of these legends benefit being able to benefit from this soft platform. Wes with the weapon throw, swap it over to Gauntlet, something we haven't seen a whole lot of.
Okay, can't quite find the scoop up that Wes was looking for. Okay, Loris positions off stage with that D-Light, so Wes doesn't find too much more of a punish. Now we got some off-stage shenanigans happening.
I love shenanigans.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Loris, recovery. Yeah, and again, I think the other side of this is offensively, the soft platform introduces a lot of threat ranges for both of these characters who thrive off of recovery KOs.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Wes with the dare and nair.
With punish, once again. Yeah, Loris is pressing buttons, bro. But Wes is pressing signatures, and that's what matters more. First strike is going to go over to Loris, and I mean, this is a foreboding pattern that we saw in games 1 and 2. When Loris got first strike, he won the game.
That's facts.
Big punish, okay, dodge. Marking that down in the Rolodex, of course, after that first initiating hit.
And we talked about how Wes had, struggled to find knockouts in those first couple of games, and this is that exact situation right here again. He lost his first. Loris is in knockout range, but Wes cannot get the knockout.
Yeah, I think if Wes can find these positions where Loris is D-lighting like this, expecting the jump, then you get free punish. That was perfectly executed by Wes. Really, really clean.
He is in yellow, though. Did allow Loris to get some damage in there. Unarmed, going to go over now. He's got sword in rotation. Wes unarmed, does get the drop, and now we're back to sword on sword. Ooh, nice
That
neutral.
was like the first one that connected, too. Didn't really amount to too much, but it's got to feel good to at least find the hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything counts when you guys are this close.
Okay, this could be the make or break stock, though, Slow-Mo, if we're going to go to a Game 5 like you predicted.
I feel it in my bones.
See if he's got what it takes. Dodge over the weapon spawn. Is Wes going to start with the throw? No. A lot of respect here.
Yeah, no, he's slowed it way down, being very, very aware of his movement. And what Laura's options are nice there. That's a lot of momentum. Sending Wes over, misses with the pogo.
Oh, okay, yeah, trading spaces though. Yeah, as soon as the first edge guard was presented, the other just wanted to get after it. Loris continues the pattern of back and forth stock exchanges, maintains this lead at 1, and this is match and tournament point here for Wes.
Yeah, Wes on tournament stock right now. It is do or don't. At this point, he's got gauntlets in hand. Loris is going to just slide down off that soft platform, get a 3-piece off of it, and Wes is just smashing the heavy attack button,
A little antsy, yeah. I think you want to get this stock early, but for what you had said, Slow-Mo, of how much respect Wes has been putting into the movement, now running into Loris, trying to push the issue, trying to get this stock too early.
Yeah, Wes is getting antsy. He sees his chances of running out here, trying to make something break loose here in the end of a game number 4.
Okay, and again, situation that Wes wants. Oh my gosh, Loris making the most out of a bad situation. But what Wes wants, I think, when the spear.
Good for Loris, bro.
Yeah. On disarmed, off stage, D-like ground pound, not going to get too much more.
Nice
okay, Wes needs that counter hit, needs the stock,
That's it, okay. All right, Wes, don't get hit.
Just don't get hit.
Yeah, don't get hit. You need absolute full perfection right now.
Perfect control.
I mean, it's
much
mostly
like
just
your
how I want my
Ninja
prediction
Turtle,
to be right.
every frame of painting needs to make something happen with this Michelangelo. coming through. Loris, first one to initiate. This is rough. This is rough for sure. And Wes has been opting for really high angles. Now just tries to drift it right back. Loris, I mean, a couple recoveries away, and we see it right there from finding the game.
Get it done. That's it.
That's got to be it. That's got to be it.
Yes,
Loris closes the door on Wes's opportunity for a game number 5 and will be advancing further into elimination side finals. Of course, congratulations to Wes on a 4th place exit.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, every single game was so close, dude.
Oh, that was a banger set. Absolute banger set. As we take a look at these replays, Flores playing fantastic. I really thought Wes had some momentum going his way, was going to be able to turn the tide, and just couldn't quite get it done. That hurts.
This was so sick, though. That was highlight reel of the entire set. And I mean, like we had said ad nauseum at this point, Slow-Mo, I mean, games 1 and 2 so unbelievably close. Wes really clawed his way back from what seemed like an insurmountable deficit to be able to make that a really competitive couple of first games. But that's the problem with a best-of-5 set. If you fall behind 2 games, you cannot make any more mistakes.
No, none. Looked like it was going to make it happen, but couldn't quite get the job done. And just like that, we have 3 South Americans left in the Winter Championship. But we're going to have to wait because we got to take a short break. We will be right back. Welcome back to your top 3 South America Winter Championships, Year 10, 2025, Brawlhalla Esports.
Year 10, baby. Top 3. This is crazy. Okay, so Loris continues on this absolute warpath of demolishing anyone in his way on the elimination side.
Full steam ahead.
Now he's got to go up against C, who is in it's got to be the best run that we've seen out of this player in a long time, if not ever. So
it's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Pretty good. Pretty good. But, I mean, the question still remains that I had said at the start of the broadcast, dude. Who can stop Use? It's got to be one of these two. It needs to be.
It's Use.
Only Use can stop Use?
Okay, look. C's had a great day.
Yep.
But I don't know. I feel good. Even though I was wrong about the best of 5, it just goes to solidify this feeling even more that Lores is playing just too good right now.
Sure.
So I'm very interested to see, 1, how this game goes. But 2, if it is Lores that makes his way back up there, how much of a trouble is he going to be for Use?
Yeah, I am definitely interested to see it. In case you guys needed to know what we have for our top 3, we're going to start with the elimination side, of course. Use sitting pretty in grand finals of this tournament. Loris versus C coming up first. Loris playing with a lot of momentum. We just watched him beat West 3-1 in a pretty insane set as well. First game loss in top 8 as well, I believe.
That is a good point. I pointed out during EU, but we probably got some new people out here. Top two of this tournament.
Oh, that's
they
that's
qualify for the
insane.
Royale.
We have not really brought the stakes up for this at all.
That means that the winner of this match right here qualifies for the Royale.
Yeah, that's
at max mode.
I mean, third place rocks, but getting a guaranteed qualification
with the last chance qualifier in an open
rocks.
2v2 tournament. In Brawlhalla things.
Let's see what happens. There's a lot more at stake than just a podium placement here, folks, but it is C versus Lores. And I mean, Streets are saying Loris wins this matchup. It's a 6-0 lifetime set count over C. Last time they played was September of last year at the Trial of Freya, so maybe C's got a couple new tricks here in the matchup.
We'll have to see. It looks like Lores has some new tricks up his sleeve today, though, as well. Oh, wait, early stock? No, maybe couldn't get the Gimp. No, Lores is going to go ahead and pick it up.
Oh my gosh, caught it.
Gets the dodge read. Finishes up with the Sair and is still just tracking down as C. We see the pressure off stage. Dare
but
misses.
look, I was going to say the damage is equal, right? So even just one reversal hit, C just lets the bomb drop all the way from top rope. Doesn't get the ground pound that he was looking for, and Loris is still in a pretty precarious position, though.
He is. Lets the weapon thrower go ahead and hit him. Didn't waste the dodge. Oh, no. C's still cooking. Disarms Lores. Wait, the break dance?
Yep,
doesn't
tried to trade the recovery for it, knowing the KO was imminent there. C actually strikes first. For as much praise as you were giving Loris in maintaining control over that first stock, C stole it away.
I'm here for it. I like to see it. There it is. He's going to go ahead and clap right back, and that is going to put them pretty much dead even on stock number 2.
Okay, waiting for a weapon spawn now. Yeah, Loris just patrolling the ground now, making sure C is going to get punished if you pick up the sword. There it was. C answers right back with a little bit of damage. Gravity cancel whiff does not find its mark. Loris now finds the offstage.
I gotta admit, C is playing very, very well in this opening game.
Yeah, and I should preface this as well. The last time that they played at Freya, it was a 3-2 set. It was very, very competitive. I don't know off the top of my head how close the other ones were. I think I see a couple of 3-1s in that 6-0 record. So, I don't know. This could be a record-breaking day for C for sure.
Absolutely love to see it. Lores whiffing on the neutral light. Still getting the power position here as he sends C off stage. Whiffing on the gravity cancel side light. Look at throw out. Leaves him unarmed.
But now Loris has nothing. Okay. Has to wait for a spawn to come through. Kind of concedes that position in order to pick up the sword. Now C gets a little bit of offstage, and there's the fall down into Sair. Really good from C to maintain the lead.
See, and this would put Lores in a position that he hasn't been very much this afternoon, where he would have his back against the wall half of the fight back and be able to bring it back and tie up going into game number 3.
Yeah, it can be a very unique feeling when you are playing from such a momentum-based occasion. C already doing so much damage, bringing Loris into orange now. But it's got to feel weird to say, what do you mean I'm playing from behind? You know, I 3-0'd everyone but Wes in the top 8 bracket.
I mean, he really did. My man was absolutely cooking.
But C wants to say something else about it entirely. Tries to slide through, but the ops are not having it. Still unarmed C. Trying to find a weapon. Yes, sweat beats come through it. That was a desperate attempt, but it really worked out for C there.
It absolutely did. Lores right back on top of him, though. Side light. Tried to...
That clipped? Okay.
Oh, he did. I'm sorry. Oh.
C waiting for the whip punish. Yeah, this is just recovery. Really, really smart play from C. Took the first stock and really just did not let go of the lead for the entire game.
No, you're absolutely right. Lores didn't could not adapt in that opening game. That was definitely C in the driver's seat for the majority of that first game. We are going to log back in. I am wondering. I didn't see. I'm wondering if we're going back to Demon Island. I was too busy watching the replays.
Yeah.
They lock in too quick. These guys are ready to go.
Yeah, and I love that C didn't overcomplicate that last stock,
He
right?
really
Like,
didn't.
you know, because I think Qatar players can get a little fancy with how they want to be racking up damage, but when the KO option presents itself on a silver platter like that, you got to take it.
Especially after that string he just put down right before then.
So, I mean, all that being said, I think the Qatars have been a little bit of a problem for Loris, at least just by indication of the first game.
Ooh.
All that being said, though, I mean, I think Loris wants me to eat my words for a moment.
At least
Off
for
stage,
a moment.
okay,
Oh,
dive comes through.
Oh,
Oh, no,
another
that's
one?
a brutal angle.
He's not
Loris
coming
can't
back.
touch. Yeah, Loris can't touch. What a good stock from C. Okay, the Qatars are still a problem. They're still a problem.
They are causing a nuisance here in game number 2, that is for sure. Lores got his head shook up there just a little bit. See if he's going to be able to recover from this. You know, losing game number 1 and then going down a stock very early like that. We are still in the first 45 seconds of this game, guys.
Yeah, I think even if C loses this stock right here, it's practically even. I'm a little nervous if I'm Loris, right? Especially to overextend in those offstage positions when C has Qatars online.
We'll take him up. Whiff on the Nair.
There it is again. See,
he's
look.
it went the wrong way, but still so nasty on those edge guards, putting so much pressure on Lores. But Lores with a great reversal, getting himself in a good position here, going down, whiffing on the dare. C though is still in very, very imminent danger.
Okay.
Oh no.
Loris presses the trigger a little bit too early. Still maintaining advantage off stage. Loris has just been so consistent with connecting with weapon throw and then saying, I'm finishing this one unarmed, but instead goes for the spear instead. Pogo does not connect. C now has an opportunity. Can't get the slide off into any follow-up hit. But again, these reversals from C have just been unbelievable. Doesn't connect with the gravity cancel.
While these guys are absolutely scrapping.
Oh my God.
There's a Lores is able to go ahead and confirm that one, has the advantage. Can he tie this setup going into game number 3? I mean, you said the last time they went against each other, it was 3-2.
Very close set in their previous encounter. I mean, again, it's the difference of about 6 months here. Loris off stage.
Right back.
Loris off stage. Okay, C wants to go for sword.
Bro. Lores isn't touching back.
Hey,
no,
he's
gone,
not
bro.
touching back. Oh my gosh, the foresight of this man, C, making this a competitive bout for game number 2.
Oh, we're playing Brawlhalla now.
I mean, again,
we are playing Brawlhalla now.
Dude, you talked about it, Loris, this player who, you know, the first sight of blood really in this top 8 bracket was one singular game loss to Wes. Might be going down 2-0 to C. It's last stock on both sides. Let's see who can bring this one out. Keeps this one up. Okay. Doesn't connect with the Nair off the dodge. Loris, a little bit of advantage state, but C touches back down. It all comes down to a whiff punish.
Okay, Pogo from Lores. C, though, just will not let up off those guitars.
Relentless pressure.
Oh, what a whiff. Lores is, of course, going to punish that. Pogo. C don't have any options. He's done as a Lores. Ties us up 1-1 going into game number 3. We got a set.
I mean, for as much as we have sung the praises of C in Loris, excuse me, in the top 4 so far, going almost on the no-hitter until Wes.
For real.
He had to work really hard for that game.
Yeah.
Like, really hard.
I was saying, these guys are absolutely scrapping here in this set. That was, especially towards the end of that game, that was very, very action-packed.
Yeah, and I think if I'm C running it back, once again, totally acceptable, right? Like, the Qatars off stage have been such a lethal threat at so many precarious positions from Loris, where when you're Loris, you think, okay, I'm in control, I have the edge guard, and then suddenly you just get dragged down into the depths, and this Qatar player has taken your stock at, like, white for no reason. But here we go.
He keeps getting that side light, but he can't follow up off of it over on the side of the stage. Lores just letting the recoveries and the nairs just fly, catching C with a good majority of that. He's not done yet. D-Light into Sayer, looking for another one. Catches him with the signature. Not quite enough to send him out, but absolutely oh, there it is. There's the knockout. That was one heck of an opening stock from Lores.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the momentum that we were trying to explain out of Loris, right? Like, when you play this many sets in the elimination bracket, you have so many reps under your belt just from today alone that, I mean, everything is comfortable to you. You're creating clips left and right. Loris just trying to make another memory here, though. Let's see if C can make something else happen playing from behind.
Oh, nice there from C.
That's easy.
That's going to go ahead and
pickup.
confirm. Yes, absolutely going to go ahead and take that first stock off of Lores. Drops back in. We see the juggle coming from C.
And not super hurt on this stock either, notably, is C.
No, looking pretty good indeed. Letting the nairs kind of fly a little bit here. Reaching down with the dare. Lores is going to get on the good side of it. Oh my goodness, he caught him.
You go on the other side, you got a full reset, but I mean, really good ideas from both players here on the offstage exchanges.
That is Suri's signature, can catch you off guard sometimes, the way it's able to grab. Lores going right back to work.
Lores covering
Pogo,
high.
That's it. Oh, wait.
Oh, threading the needle is C, trying to go the drag down underneath that 45-degree angle on the stage as C touches the wall. The Nair comes through to get a little off me. C now in the in advantage state pretty much, but no, sweat beat it. Okay, you have to touch back down.
Wow.
We're slowing it down a little bit. No, we're not. Okay, C has somehow swung the tides of momentum. The metronome swings back in his favor. This is
Lores,
just one
get the
real
weapon,
conversion
Lores.
away.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Found the unarmed option, went ahead and confirmed the knockout. He's going to do some juggling. He's going to stick to the spear. It has been looking very nice, especially in the air. He's been utilizing that Nair recovery option.
100%. Yeah, totally. But, I mean, all that being said, Lores has been weapon-starving C right now. Tough position. Oh, my gosh, GC slide coming through.
Oh, missed that one as well.
Wait a minute, he waited. What a good wait. What a good wait. Okay, offstage again. Is it the drag down? C's got it. That's game number 3, and C just throws Lores straight into the depths. Says Darth Maul, more like Darth Vader. I'm putting you in the lava, bro.
That neutral sig off of Suri is so dumb. I feel Lores' pain right now. The way it can catch. Oh, look, there's nothing you can do. There's absolutely nothing you can do. And we're not changing a thing. We are not changing a thing. We are staying on Demon Island. Game number 4. Lores on tournament game.
Yeah, and I mean, this
looking really nice.
Once again, this is probably the first time that Lores has really felt any pressure, right, in this elimination bracket. To be able to make this run.
You're absolutely correct. Actually, this would be the first bit of pressure he has felt in this elimination run.
But as we said before, their last encounter did go to game number 5, so not out of the realm of possibility for Lores to take this one and the next at all. So he's got to tighten it up. Let's see.
Ooh, that could have been an early stock. He's still going out fishing for it. Nice dare from C. Has Lores in a position.
Gosh, all the way
Don't
down.
SD. Oh no, that's not good.
This has to be a freebie, right? Okay, GC Breakdance just basically covers everything at that point. First stock going over to Lores. But after a bit of an awkward exchange, but
it's not too bad for C if he can just go ahead and secure this knockout very early. There it is. That will go ahead and confirm, and that evens everything back up. He's going to do the juggle himself. It looks like he might stay on Katars.
Yeah, I think the Katars have been such a difference maker for C. I'm glancing over at some of the stats right now. I mean, 328 damage in the previous game. Sword and Unarmed did about 100 combined between those two. For C, of course, been doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Edge guards have been so potent, but Lores now, opportunity to get one.
C is absolutely playing fantastically, getting some good openers on these guitars. Oh, what a dare to stop the neutral
that was
sig.
crazy. That was insane.
Oh, that dare. Nope, that's it. C is going to be on his final stock. Lores just now entering into orange. You can see him hopping around. He's looking good. He's feeling good. Let's see if he's going to bring us into a game number 5.
Hey, I was saying at the start of the set, Streets were saying Lores wins, undefeated set record lifetime versus C. Streets are also saying it might be a game 5, so.
That's what I'm hearing.
Hard to say for sure. Can C get a stock right now, though?
No,
that's sweat beats. That's nothing. We're going to game 5, baby.
Absolutely. Let's go. I love to see it. A game 5 situation to see who's going to make it into our grand finals. Oh, man, and it's literally been a teeter-totter.
It has been, 100%.
I mean, Lores won game 1. Lores won game 1, and then C won game 2. Lores take it back and forth, and we're gonna settle into game number 5. C's gonna head back up. Take a look. The dares, the pogos off that spear really told the tale for that entire game. We see another one right there. Oh, the trifecta.
Yeah, and this is a weird situation, right? I think Lores uniquely was winning a lot of the offstage skirmishes where C was completely dominant in games 1 through 3. So it all comes down to this, folks. Game number 5. Will it be C or will it be Loris facing down Use for grand finals? Importantly, like we said as well, this is for a qualifier spot.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
A lot of respect. A lot of respect.
Yeah, we're seeing
on.
the speed turn down just a little bit here in this game. Everybody's being a little more cautious of their movement, picking up off that signature. The Sayer is going to have it. Oh, he is going to go ahead and be able to touch, but that dare, another one, no.
Oh, wait,
Sees
the
it.
angle.
Yes.
The 45s from the Qatars can sometimes be so awkward for C to be able to recover, so Loris can really over-index on high angles, knowing that Qatar recovery was going to put them in the perfect position.
Yeah, he absolutely threaded the needle right there, being able to get back up on stage.
But this
that
might be enough.
dare, yeah, absolutely.
Might be enough. Touches, always off the backboard, but C was able to grab the wall.
Not the gravity cancel haymaker. Oh, there we go. The dare's going to go and finish it. Wait, no.
Is it? Okay, finally off the top out of all of the blast zones we could have asked for.
Right.
Loris gets first strike only in about light orange to yellow in terms of damage.
I'm going to go ahead and weapon starve out, swap him back over to sword. Fish him with the dares. Or I'm sorry, the D-lights.
Oh man, Loris might be running back with this one. Oh man. Slow-mo, look at this. This is off stage. C's gone. C's gone. This is last stock.
Walt is just standing here with his mouth hanging open
This
and
is crazy.
eyes just bugging out of his head.
What changed? What changed here? Loris has just become completely unlocked in this entire situation. I don't care about lock it in, dude. He unlocked the doors. Okay,
wait.
C needs this now, but
What
the
a
dodge
dodge,
comes through. That's a
bro.
reversal. It's Pogo. It might be over.
Here
Hang
we go
on.
again. Nope, he doesn't have a weapon, but he's still going to fight back on arm slot, back over to sword. Recovery coming out. No, tries to catch a Sayer as a C falls back down to the stage. And now we're going to break back off at a neutral as both these players not wanting to be the one to engage, looking for those punishes. Now we're back on Spear, whiffing on the side sig.
I mean, this has to be like an insurmountable comeback for C. I'm going to keep it a buck with you guys, but if he could do it, it would go down in history for sure.
I mean, he needs to be worried about stopping the 3-stock. There we go.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. Okay, slight weapon starve. I mean, the damage has been done, though. Look at this. Already in red, Loris just one easy conversion away from punching his ticket to grand finals, and the run would continue
There
on.
it is.
And it's
That's
looking like it's going to happen there. Loris with the untouched 2-stock will find his way back to Use for grand finals of the South American Winter Singles Championship bracket.
This is going to be a good grand finals. Are you ready, Walt? I don't know if you really understand how good this grand finals is about to be.
I need to look at the replays here in absolute disbelief at what Loris did.
Seeing is believing, though.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, seeing is
I
believing.
see what you did there.
Yeah.
That's good. That's just so good. I can't even be mad about it. Okay.
I'm a professional, Walt.
Oh my gosh. The Asuri, excuse me, coming through, putting in a lot of good work. C, unfortunately, just didn't have enough in the tank to nail that qualifier spot. We'll exit this bracket at third.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for C, but Lores and Hughes will be representing South America at the Winter Royale.
Crazy stuff, dude. I mean, this is insane. Like an insane turn of events, right? Like this idea of use the inevitable still exists, right? Like only one set away from winning the South American 1v1 bracket here. But Loris has just been on this unbelievable path that started to get a little bit rocky towards the end, but you expect that, right? Like the seriousness of matches and the competition of matches just gets closer and closer the more close you are to grand finals. So dropped only 3 games total or 4 games total so far.
He has definitely had to work to get back up here. He has played some games. He's got to be getting tired. It's been a long day, I am sure. But it comes down to this grand finals, and we can see how he got here. But it comes down to this grand finals, but at least Lores has the comfort of knowing, okay, you know what, even if I'm not able to go ahead and get the dub on this tournament, I'm going to the Royale.
Yeah.
His flight's paid for, his hotel's paid for, he's coming, he gets to come over and compete in the Winter Royale. So congratulations to him, and congratulations to Hughes for that accomplishment
Yeah,
today.
called silver linings and silver medals here. Maybe.
I see
perhaps.
what you did there, Walt.
But last match coming at you in just a moment. Hughes versus Loris. Where's your head at in this?
Okay, look, I don't know. Hughes world champion. I always like to see an underdog story. I always like seeing the hype things happen. I mean, and Hughes winning, I mean, it'd be hype, but it's also predictable. Nobody who had Lores on there. Who had Lores predicted to win the tournament today? Anybody? I don't think he did. I don't think. it's been a heck of a run, and I really would be cool to see the reset and see him be able to get the job done.
Looking at some of our stats here, it seems that lifetime, or at least that's what's represented on our stat sheet, it's 21 and 11 in favor of Hughes.
Okay.
So it's not that Loris has gone completely winless against Hughes. He has gone completely winless against Hughes in their last 7 sets.
We're not worried about that.
We're not worried about that part, though. We're not. I'm not setting the stage in that way.
Today, Walt.
We are not. Yeah, and exactly. And
he is evolved.
It's a thing that we bring up so often in double elimination brackets, right? Like when you get to make the run through the elimination side, you are just this like unstoppable force, like a snowball that just keeps growing and growing and growing until it's an avalanche, right? It's crazy to think about. Is it enough to get across the two-time world champion,
Ask
though?
me after
I don't
this
know.
game.
Let's find out.
I need to see, just like they need to get the download, I need to get the download.
We're here, though, guys. Grand Finals, Loris versus Hughes, our 2 South American qualifiers for the Royale. Duking it out here. Loris needs, of course, 2 set wins in order to win this tournament. Hughes, 1 of padding.
Yeah, we do double elimination around here. So, of course, Loris does need to win a best of 5 2 times to be able to be the winter champion.
Mm-hmm. And we're starting this out slow. I think this is good, right? Like, again, you said, let's talk to me after this first game. Maybe we can kind of realign ourselves, figure out where Loris might be at, figure out where this matchup might be at. Taking this one slow, I think, is the right way to go about it, especially when you have face down Hughes plenty of times before.
Yeah. Boom, whiffing on the D-light. And the signature. Hughes is going to get underneath it with the recovery. He can get the starter, but not being able to catch that dodge yet. Loris has stayed out of danger for the most part.
These soft platforms have been putting in so much work as well, especially when Hughes wants to patrol the ground with the greatsword to try to just catch a landing. Loris can now just option over to some of the platforms. It looked like he was going to position that way as well. Drifts over right there. It saves him for another situation.
Up and throw out, switching back over the sword. Going to try and hunt down the knockout here. Loris, of course, doing the same. Has that edge guard. And got the recovery.
Not enough, not enough. Next one, though.
Not quite enough. And Hughes is able to get back to ground, but that is going to be enough. Loris is going to go ahead and strike first, taking that stock away from Hughes. See how long it's going to take for Hughes to go ahead and clap back.
Any damage is good damage, like we said. And yeah, Loris immediately spending 1 to 2 jumps to just kind of go over the top of Hughes, make sure that there's nothing there for Hughes to find on the greatsword specifically. I'm wondering if Hughes adjusts to this by swapping over to the sword in later stocks. There we have it here. This is just recovery now.
Yeah, looking for that knockout. There it is. Interested to see if he swaps back over, and he is, going to stay on greatsword.
Okay, and once again, I mean, Loris using these side platforms as kind of like hallowed grounds, right? Like, I'm safe up here for now. You have to commit at least a jump or 2 if you're Hughes to come up and challenge me in these positions. And especially on greatsword, you're a little bit weaker in the skies, so I can win in a lot of these exchanges.
Nice stare from Loris. Swapping back over the spear. It has definitely been working out for him so far. See if it's going to give him the range that he needs to be able to deal with this greatsword. Hughes, though, looking good on that edge guard, taking him all the way back over to the other side of the map.
Okay, good idea from Hughes, trying to use all of the available space that he had. Loris over the top with that pogo once again, but I think Hughes has started to catch on to it now.
And that is what defines champions, that ability to adapt, and he's doing it very quickly. Loris, though, if he can get down to ground, be able to get a weapon drop, he did a great job of starving him out. Oh, but the tables have turned as he fumbled the starve, and now Loris has a weapon used right back to a greatsword, though.
Okay. Yeah, and this is where, again, these matches start to run away from you unless you can find the stock now. Now Hughes kind of flipping the situation on his head, says you have to come up and hard commit to me when I'm on some of these side platforms. If we're on the ground, this is where I thrive.
Doing a great job of chipping away at this final stock of Loris. Possible 2-stock situation. That's not going to be enough force to be able to confirm the knockout. Loris swapping back over to the little sword, regular sword. Normal sword?
Normal sword.
Normal sword?
Yeah, little sword. And this is, yeah, wait. Loris finally said, you know what, I've had enough. I'm going to press the button first, right? Because at that point, you know that you're just waiting for Yuz to whiff a move, go for something that's a little bit too aggressive, and then you find your easy conversion. Loris gets this one, already in red, though. This is a tough position to be in.
Yeah, it really is, especially with no weapon in hand. There we go, sword versus sword. Lores, okay, nice little three-piece, being able to put some damage, but it might be too little too late, because Yuz literally a recovery should get the job done. Can he fish out with the D-Light?
Okay, Loris playing this so carefully, though.
Oh, wait. Can we get a Gimp off stage?
Starting to find some nickels and dimes to come through. Maybe making a whole
maybe even a
soon
quarter,
enough.
bro.
Loris waiting for the whiff punish. Okay, Yuz also so patient, right? Like, even though he has lost so many neutral interactions in a row, he's barely pressed an attack in any of these positions, waiting for Loris to just mess up. That's the first real attempt at a KO. Yuz couldn't find it. Loris off stage now, gets the edge guard he's looking for. Is it going to be ground pound? No.
Both these guys trying to find the perfect opportunity. That's not going to be enough either, but it did disarm him. Can he find his way back up? And he does.
Oh, no.
Great sword in hand.
Great sword's here. Great sword's here. Loris.
But it doesn't matter.
Off stage again. You have to win in the air exchange now if you're Loris. This is just a recovery. This could be just practically anything for you. Okay, the weapon throw it somehow finds it.
With a dare?
Out of all the moves that Greatsword could go for, it's the one that seems the least optimal, but is perfect for the situation. Yuz steals that game away after what felt like eons of him getting outplayed last stock.
That last stock lasted an absolute eternity. Nail biter the entire way that we're going to see here this final knockout in game number 1. It brings him over to finish up with a dare. That is the chef's kiss, as they say.
Wow, what a first game. So I think we got, to your question that you asked at the start of the set, Slow-Mo, I think we got a lot of good information. Although Loris didn't win this first game, I like that we're going to Air Temple instead, right? Maintain some of the side platforms. That macro position has been working out for Loris, it seems.
Ooh, keeping things pretty close here. I'm really liking the offstage work from Yuz on this greatsword, though. I mean, it's such a scary weapon when he's on the ground, but being able to shake everything up when you're in the air as well is working very well in his favor. Ooh, recovery up from Lores, looking for another one, can't find, does get the landing, no follow-up off of it though. Yuz settling back down. Trying to fish out a D-Light into recovery, I would assume.
Once again, patient play, I love it, But, okay, Yuz correctly waited out the dodge, didn't pull the trigger on recovery, gets the Sarah instead, and that should be first stock potentially. Actually able to touch. Okay, Loris another shot here on this first stock, but I mean, this is just one singular move from Yuz getting first strike. And there it is.
There it is, yeah, absolutely. That Sarah is going to go ahead and finish that up. He's sitting in orange. Loris has got a little bit of work to do to tie this back up to be able to get Yuz in the knockout range.
And once again, this is elimination side Loris, right? So every single game loss matters so much more, knowing that if you want a chance at winning this tournament, you have to do an entire another set against Yuz.
Especially after the grind that he's gone through to get here.
Oh, yeah. Recovery, a bit of a get off me, but a little awkward position, kind of lost his wallet for a second, looking for a weapon spawn to come through. This is where Yuz could potentially extend this lead, and look at that.
Racks have so much damage so quick. Oh, okay. Weapon throw is going to go ahead and get the job done there. I didn't think that was going to hit him.
Yeah, that was a force throw for sure. Okay, Loris still playing from behind. Bit of a weapon starve. Yuz kind of meandering around unarmed, able to pick up regular sword. Okay, yeah, let it rock. Why not?
Oh, no.
Wait, never
no,
mind. I can't believe Loris got back. I actually cannot believe that Loris was able to make it back there.
I have to take, I wonder if we take a look at that, because I almost wonder if Yuz saved him.
Okay, off stage again, weapon throw, no dodge. So Yuz, tries to just end it early with the recovery way off stage. But once again, this is the same exact position. Sarah can just KO outright in a good spot. Recovery just KOs outright. I mean, even just the end light there into the weapon toss is enough to just do it. And the recovery off the top will find the second stock for Yuz. Loris playing really far behind now.
He is, and I'm just kind of watching the progress through these two games. I'm just watching Yuz get better and better and better and better in this matchup.
I mean, this is one of the things that I'm noticing from a big picture, bird's eye view. Loris did such a good job in game 1 at leveraging soft platforms, landing on them, and forcing Yuz into spending jumps to engage in certain situations. Really has not been doing that as often or at all, really, in this game number 2.
No, you're absolutely right. Yuz with the unarmed attack. Switching over to sword.
Landed back on the ground as well, notably, so Yuz covers pretty much everything in the book at this point. Wow, even the gravity cancel off stage into the recovery. Barely not enough, but I mean, this is, again, a light breeze at this point is enough to find the stock.
Can he keep the pressure, keep him off stage? Lores knows, going to find a reversal, a hope,
Weapon
and a
throw.
prayer, and a weapon toss is going to go ahead and confirm that stock. But Lores is bleeding very, very heavily.
Can you maintain the weapon starve is one thing, right? And it's looking like you can just get the stock unarmed. Use one singular game away from becoming South America's champion, the first one of esports year 10.
Look, I'm gonna be real. This is a great set so far, but Lores, I'm gonna need you at least to take a game or two. I need to see some more action in this grand finals. This cannot be a 3 and out. I will be disappointed.
I mean, let's see. I think we're looking at some of the stage strikes here. It seems like Small Fortress and Western Air Temple are still open. I was going to say, go to Small Fortress, right? Like, you don't have the varying heights on the platforms, and you can still go back to the well of Game 1 strategy that seemed to work pretty well for Lores.
Okay, this is the Lores I know. This is the Lores I know. We're bringing out the Kaina. We're ditching the sword. We're going to swap it over for bow.
Back to the roots.
We are back to the roots, the level 100 Kaina.
Is it enough, though, for 3 straight games against Yuz? I really don't know.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. I'm just keeping it 100. No, probably not. But it could turn the tide a little bit. And it does force Yuz to where he has to adapt all over again.
Sure.
Now you got a new legend, a new weapon in his face, and he has to go ahead and make that download all over again. It's just a matter of Lores can get enough time to be able to capitalize anything off of that before Yuz adjusts yet again.
Okay, Lores going way off stage, though. Okay, that's off the wall. Still not wanting to pull the trigger quite yet. Spends an arrow, trying to get Yuz on an early stock. Catches it, not enough. Oh, it is enough. That seemed really close.
That was weird. Like, he slowed down over on the side, and like it didn't look like it was going to be enough, and then just here comes the knockout animation. Okay.
Yeah, regardless, I mean, the Legend Swap 2-year point slow-mo seem to be working out so far. Yuz untouched on this first one. Back. Recovery connects into the wall, so Lores gets to hang on to this first stock.
And he's doing a good job of trying to bring things back even, keeping it close. If he can confirm here, he is like no harm, no foul on the second stock.
And I think that was the first hit on Yuz's second stock as well. So able to get at least a little bit before the inevitable recovery Sair, whatever else comes through.
And that's not going to be enough. Lores is going to have to find a good option to get back up on stage. That resets his options. Yuz is going to go ahead and starve him out. Sword in a hand, the recovery is going to be enough, and we are all tied up. Yuz is just now barely in yellow. No harm, no foul off that first stock.
Yeah, and we have seen Yuz make comebacks of greater deficits before. Can he close this one out? Is it a 3-0, or is the Legend Swap to the Kaina enough for Lores to get on the board with 1?
I mean, he's got to get 1, right? I mean...
We want him to get 1. I mean, everyone wants him to get 1. But...
Nice snare.
World champions don't think like that.
They
don't. Say, you know, it's about to end.
That's what makes them champions. They just don't think like us.
So, off the top, really clean. Really clean from Lores. Okay.
It's looking good. The Kaina is so far working out very nicely for Lores. See if he's going to be able to continue this and try and push it into a game in the winner category.
Okay, finally seeing the delay from the spear activated a little bit more, expecting Yuz to come in with an early jump. Ooh, Lores with the cross-up was real clean.
He's trying to find a spot to get in here. The dare is going to break things loose a little bit. No, it's not. Another one into Nair. Disarm on Lores. Can he catch a landing? Lores with a great dodge.
Dodge in place. Yeah, that's insane. Okay, tries to cover everything was Yuz, but in doing so actually just didn't cover anything. Finds the stock right there, potentially. Okay, at least a weapon starve off stage, nowhere to touch. This is last stock here, last chance for Lores. We're gonna need to see 1 on the board. Is it enough? Is it enough?
Oh, can Lores get it done? Yuz is going to go ahead and starve him out. Great sword in hand. Didn't catch a landing. Lores is going to take it out with a Nair into recovery. Couldn't connect either one of them.
Oh, okay. That D-Light miss could have been huge. With each passing hit that Yuz gets, the chance slowly slips away for Lores.
Got back down the ground.
With
Oh,
punish,
he
with
swung
punish,
in the wrong
okay.
direction.
Left side weapon spawn a little bit awkward, right? Whoever wins the first neutral exchange gets the starve. There's Loris. Actually just opts for the edge guard instead.
There it is.
Gonna get it right there. He's got one on the board off the back of the kind of swap, and it is enough. But is it enough for 2 more games? You say no. I don't know if the people are saying yes.
That looked pretty nice. Like, the kind of looked really good. I mean, I understand that Hattori had been working out for him all day long, but it just wasn't getting the job done against Hughes. That swap, though, was huge. Huge, huge, huge. Take a look at how Alores was able to finish that one off right there with the Sair. Come back over stage.
And I think the name of the game is keep platforms still if you're Loris. And it looks like all of our options here will get one. So we go to Miami Dome now for game number 4. Once again, do or die for Loris.
Absolutely.
Has to win. Has to win or the tournament's just over, folks. So this is it.
All you can I make it's in chat. Give Lores your spirit energy.
3, 2, 1.
Back to Miami Dome.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
static soft platforms. I believe this is where they played in game 1, and it worked out pretty well for Loris. Again, wasn't a game victory, but got very, very close, and the macro play in my mind seemed very sound. But that might be, it could have been exhausted recovery off the top for just like an astronomically early KO for Hughes.
And he's still about to get an early KO because Lores still has not been able to answer back as the Sair disarms Lores, swap it over, starve,
Oh
neutral
my
sig,
gosh.
bump by.
Yeah, Hughes says it's over.
Yeah.
Guys, Hughes called. He said you're not making it, Chad. I'm sorry.
It's that line in the sand I love to talk about. Just that line in the sand saying, no, buddy, we're done right here, right now.
You had your fun, but it's time for the big boys to come out and play. I'm the world champion. I'm the SA champion for winter singles. First one of esports year 10. It might be used, but Loris
He's kind of cooking, though. He's back on this bow. See if he can get anything started with it.
trying to make something happen here already off stage. Hughes waits it out. A little bit of exchange damage from both sides.
Ooh, big reach. Nice punish from Lores. That's 3 hits unanswered. Okay, the Nair is going to go to connect. Caught the landing on Lores.
Yeah, anti-air as well. Loris doesn't get awfully punished for it until right now.
Oh, he's trying to get that dodge read. He can't quite get it. It would be almost a guaranteed knockout if he can get it. Pogo from Lores. Weapon throw is going to connect. Hughes trying to find his way back up. He can't do it. Is he going to touch? Oh, recovery saves him. Has a weapon in hand. Neutral stick coming out. Can't connect with the throw. But there it is. Second time is the charm.
Slow-mo, he did everything right, and he still lost the stock. Loris did everything right, and he still lost the stock. Hughes is just different. Last stock here for Loris. I mean, Flo charted that edge guard phenomenally, but look at the numbers on the screen. Hughes still on his first stock, sitting in the red. This is just going to be Sair, and it's just enough. I mean, Hughes knows. He just goes off the side, doesn't even want to play the mix-up there. He has so much runway to win this winter championship.
Wouldn't count Lores out at all, though. See if he's going to be able to get something. Oh, no, you can't whiff like that.
Loris needs to find a reversal, a huge string, something, and I just don't know if Bo is the weapon to be able to do that. Slowly running out of options here. Hughes playing the whiff punish game, finds it off a little bit of an overextension from Loris in the right corner.
No, Hughes is dialing up that damage just a little too much here. Lores is
I think we got our champion, and we do. It is going to be Hughes, our first esports year 10 champion for South America.
Yes, sir.
Showing why he deserves to sit at the top of the podium.
I really thought Lores was going to give it a little bit more at Grand Finals for us. That was such just an epic elimination side run. You can't help but root for him in that situation.
Yeah, okay, look, in fairness, the Kaya did work for a game. I wonder if maybe you swap back, right? Like, there's a lot of things that go through your mind. As a competitor, I'm sure you think about the what-ifs all the time. But, I mean, this is the result. This is what we have right here. Use your 2025 South American Winter Champion here for Brawlhalla Esports Year 10. Loris put up a decent fight, like you said, and I think some of the signs are there to be able to really make Hughes work for this in 2025.
Yeah, just a matter of, okay, you know, it's just like we talked about earlier, but, you know, the Kaya worked for game 1, but it just didn't do anything for game number 2. Hughes was able to make that adjustment, be able to make the adaptation, and cruise his way to, as you said, his first gold medal of the year in Winter Championship. Congratulations to him. And of course, Hughes and Alores qualifying for the Royale, so we're going to see them pretty soon as we bring them out for some Royale action.
That's right. Yeah, and hey, at the end of the day, I mean, if we're talking about specifically Loris versus Hughes, Royale is going to be a good way to kind of test your mettle, especially against some of the heavy hitters of every other region that we've gotten to see today and that we will be seeing tomorrow. But here's a look at our final bracket for today. Of course, Hughes with the gold medal, Loris with the silver, and C on an incredible run, but just could not get that qualifier spot with a third-place finish.
And that really does suck, though, because it was a 3-2 set. It was so close. It was so hard fought by both of those players, but Laura's just able to squeak it through and get it done and secure that spot. Congratulations to him again, but congratulations to Hughes, your gold medalist.
Absolutely, yeah. I am so pleased with the state of Brawlhalla right now. Europe, South America, I mean, we've already seen some insanely intense Brawlhalla action. And Slow-Mo, we got another day of it
We're not
tomorrow.
Done.
We got another day
We're
of
not
it tomorrow.
Because, of course, at 3 o'clock Eastern, we're going to fire the stream back up and get into some North America action. Your Sandstorms, your Radishes, you know, all your household names. You're going to see those tomorrow now that we have concluded South America and EU. It was a super fun day of Brawlhalla Esports. It feels so good to be back. And today just kind of solidified that point for me.
100%. I'm so excited, guys. I hope you are excited as we are to see some more North American Brawlhalla action coming at you tomorrow. Like Slow-Mo said, I've been Walt. This is Slow-Mo. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon for North America Brawlhalla Winter Singles Championship. See you tomorrow.
Right there from Kaito. Oh, he almost had. There has to be something inherent to this axe kit. Like, I still have not seen a reason. All that when you have like the little wooden tiny racket and like the ball on the string, and they're going like bonk, 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 bonk. What's that called?
Actually, kilo there. Oh God!
Oh,
no! Sets up a juggle with the neutral, able to
Nice.
cover with the GCD light, putting him off stage. Wes, you might regret your choices.
Oh,
no!
Type needs like something huge very quickly.
Avoiding the weapon toss at all costs, but he.
I'm Mordex.
Are you?
I think so. I think I'm supposed to be Mordex in this.
We totally failed, by the way.
I can't see anything. I don't know why
Does
they
not
want
see.
it. Walton Slow-Mo coming up now because production told us it's over. What's up, everybody? We're here, top 4. As
Ryan
we
was
said,
having
the first openings. That one big string off of a couple gravity cancels comes to mind, but that was about it. And it's just a stock.
Had to leave this whole time, and now we see Wes have a demanding lead of full stock right now, as though he may fall right now.
Oh, wait,
he went for it. What?
Wait a minute, he
Oh, the
waited. What
pause
a good wait.
almost
What a
got
good
it,
wait.
bro.
Okay, off stage again. Is it the drag down? C's got it. That's game number. The recovery.
Go.
This could be just practically anything for you. Okay, the weapon throw it somehow finds it. Loris in the right corner.
Uses dialing up that damage just a little too much here. Alores is
I think we got our
super-
champion, and we do. It is going to be Hughes, our first esports year 10 champion for South America, showing why he deserves to sit at the top of the podium.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'ma keep it real with you. I'ma keep it real with you.